At 8 in the evening, as night slowly descended, a narrow alley lay tucked between several apartment blocks. In the patch of darkness beyond the reach of the dim street lamp, a vague human figure was sprawled on the ground. Ah, hiss! The figure on the ground suddenly trembled, drawing in a ragged breath. Where is this? Supporting himself against the wall, the figure slowly struggled to his feet. The dim street lamp cast his face into deep shadow. Only his eyes gleamed unnaturally bright in the darkness. Is this rebirth? Where am I? As he shuffled forward, the yellowish glow of the lamp revealed a youth of 17 or 18 dressed in a black tracksuit. Dust and bloodstains smeared across the fabric left him looking utterly disheveled and battered. Leaving the alley, he stepped onto the street where a roadside sign suddenly caught his eye. The bold words, Jishin Wuguan Warrior's Limit, snapped into his vision, rooting him to the spot in shock. All at once, a fierce stab of pain lanced through his head, forcing him to clutch it and squat down. His trembling body and the bulging veins along his forearms made it clear he was enduring excruciating torment. I'm still called Xia Zhi, and this is still Earth. After quite a while, the pain ebbed. He realized that countless memories from another life had surfaced in his mind. It turned out this place was indeed Earth, and the original owner of this body was also named Xia Zhi. At only 18 years of age, he was already an advanced trainee at the local Jishin Wuguan. His physical fitness had already reached the verge of the Kwasa Warrior standard. The Kwasa Warrior assessment was scheduled for next week, and in recent days Xia Zhi had been training diligently in preparation. Until then, everything had been calm and ordinary. Yet, on this very day, sudden turmoil had been stirred. He had been an orphan raised from childhood by his grandfather alone, their family poor and struggling. By contrast, a senior named Li Wei came from a warrior clan. Rumor had it his father was a high-ranked warrior, and his mother a top executive in a major consortium. Ordinarily, the two would never have crossed paths. Yet because Xia Zhi trained with relentless diligence and stood out among his peers, he was often compared to Li Wei. To Xia Zhi's surprise, that alone had made Li Wei resent him deeply, and Li Wei frequently sought him out just to cause trouble. The Kwasa Warrior assessment was held twice a year. Li Wei had already passed the early year exam. Since Xia Zhi was still slightly short of the Kwasa Warrior threshold, he had planned to take the mid-year assessment instead. Unexpectedly earlier this evening, as Xia Zhi was walking home through a remote alley, Li Wei appeared with several cronies blocking his path. Their intention had been to injure him severely enough that he could not participate in the final Kwasa Warrior assessment of the year. During the fight, the original Xia Zhi, driven to the brink by Li Wei's insults and provocation, awakened as a spiritual mind adept. Yet his physical injuries were too grave. He failed to survive the side effects of the genetic enhancement mutation. His soul dissipated, and the current Xia Zhi crossed over to occupy this body. As he absorbed the 18 years of the original owner's memories along with every humiliating scene from the recent beating, the newly arrived Xia Zhi felt boundless fury boiling up within his heart. Those mocking voices echoed endlessly in his ears. Trash. Lowly garbage like you isn't worthy of being mentioned alongside me. You should be out collecting trash with your dead old grandfather. The insults still circled around him, stubbornly refusing to fade away. Don't worry. I'll make him understand who the real trash is, Xia Zhi murmured under his breath. The words were addressed to himself, and to the vanished soul of the original Xia Zhi. Pain still racked his body, and the shock of his awakening gnawed at his mind. At this moment he scarcely had any strength left. He picked a slightly less filthy patch of ground, eased himself down against the wall, and closed his eyes, gathering his consciousness within his mind. Boom! It felt as though his entire soul were quivering. Suddenly he realized his awareness had entered a mysterious inner space. Vast and boundless, suffused everywhere with endless mist. Within the mist, two dark golden spheres rotated, continuously circling around one another. The larger sphere turned upon its axis like a star, while the smaller orb revolved around it like a planet. From both dark golden spheres, streams of mist constantly flowed outward, thickening the haze that filled this enigmatic domain. Is this my sea of consciousness? And within my sea of consciousness there are actually two solid spheres. What are they? Why are they here? Peering deeper, Xia Zhi discovered that in the far recesses of his sea of consciousness, half shrouded in the endless fog, a 90-year pagoda stood upright. That pagoda was something he could never forget, for it was what had brought him here across worlds. In his previous life, though he had been an earthling born and bred, he had suffered from crippling headaches since childhood. His family had taken him to countless hospital examinations, yet no cause was ever found. By chance he later discovered that training his body could alleviate the pain. The stronger his physical condition became, the weaker the headaches grew. With no other solution, he devoted himself entirely to refining his body in pursuit of relief. Fitness training, taekwondo, external martial arts, internal martial arts. He tried everything that might enhance his physical, until one day when he went up Mount Wudong to borrow Taoist classics, he unintentionally discovered an ancient scroll whose cover bore the characters, Taishang, Supreme. Curious, he opened it casually only to find a single drawing within a 90-year pagoda and a simple bronze bell. Those two images defied description, overwhelming and vast, as though they heralded the creation of heaven and earth and weighed down 10,000 ages. His every thought was crushed beneath their majesty. He stood there stupefied, and then lost all consciousness. When he awoke again, he had already arrived in this world. Now gazing at the 90-year pagoda in his sea of consciousness, its outline flickering in and out of sight amid the swirling mist, Xia Zhi felt a strange familiarity. He strained to control his will, trying to draw closer to the pagoda. Yet when he reached a certain distance, he found he could advance no further, as though an invisible barrier barred his way. Just then the pagoda shuddered. From its spire a lance of golden light shot forth, streaking directly toward him. Segment after segment of information flooded into his mind. Taishang body refining art. Images of human figures and lines of script emerged one after another. The torrent of information battered his consciousness, and only after a long while was he able to regain his composure. As the knowledge settled, he unconsciously sat cross-legged with both palms and soles, and the crown of his head facing upward, following the instructions of the Taishang body refining art. His mind gradually sank into stillness and he entered a meditative trance. Hiss, 3 ribs broken and so many patches of internal bruising. Through inward observation, Xia Zhi realized how seriously his body had been injured. As he examined each damaged region, a faintly cool stream of energy seeped into his body through his palm soles and the Bai Hui point at the crown of his head. His cells, long parched and starving, instantly began to devour the energy in frenzied hunger. As cells across his body absorbed this power, they underwent earth-shaking changes. Broken ribs knit back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. His DNA and genetic blueprint started to shift subtly. The rate of cellular division accelerated, each cell splitting into 2. Time trickled by moment after moment. On the surface of his body, in his muscles and bones, and down to every last cell, hidden in his depths, changes continued with the passage of time. This was no ordinary recovery, but an evolution of life itself. An optimization of his very genetic essence. Only when his cells could no longer absorb even a trace more of that energy did he slowly open his eyes and end his. He stood up and moved his body, then discovered that the ribs which had been broken were now fully mended. The purplish bruises that had blotched his skin were nearly invisible, leaving only faint traces of discoloration on his face. That should be enough. Even if Grandpa sees me, I can come up with some excuse and muddle through for now. Since childhood, Xia Zhi had relied on his grandfather alone. Now he had no desire to let the only family he had in this world worry about him any further. I have to hurry home or Grandpa will be worried. Fixing the location from his inherited memories, Xia Zhi sprinted toward the distance. Meanwhile, in an opulent KTV lounge, a group of young men lounged in clusters, drinking with their female companions. Among them a youth with narrow triangular eyes took a swig of liquor, then shouted loudly, "Wei Shao, that little bastard. Why not just beat him to death?" His words were directed at a young man with pale gold hair. Handsome features that might have been striking were marred by the cold gloom on his face. "You dare kill someone in the base city, and a senior trainee of Jishin Wuguan no less," he said. Seeing the young man with triangular eyes fall silently, Wei continued, "Leaving him injured so he can't take the assessment is fine. But if you actually kill him, cleaning up afterward will be troublesome." Another youth nearby chimed in to smooth things over, saying, "That trash kid dares to be mentioned in the same breath as Wei Shao at school. What a joke. Now that he can't take the assessment, once Wei Shao becomes a full warrior, you'll be able to decide exactly how he dies, ha ha ha." Humph. A low-born wretch dreaming of turning the tables. Perhaps recalling something, Li Wei's expression grew even darker. After tonight he should understand. Trash is trash. What isn't his to have he shouldn't even dare to covet. Ha ha ha. His words triggered a roar of laughter from the youths in the private room. In the southern part of the Jiangnan base city of Yangzhou, a dilapidated building of over 30 stories stood on one side of the city. On the narrow staircase, household clutter from residents piled up along the sides, crowding the already cramped corridor, forcing those going up and down to dodge. Xia Zhi hurriedly ran up the stairs, dodging the clutter from time to time. An elevator, such an expensive fixture, would never appear in urban low-rent housing like this. It was a facility only found in residential complexes for the middle class and above. In this world besieged by monstrous beasts, every base city housed a massive population. Land was as precious as gold, and that was the current reality. Based on their contributions to the nation and the city, different people enjoyed different treatment. Low-level laborers could only live in such low-rent housing, while families with middle-class or higher incomes could dwell in better neighborhoods with superior environments. The finest villas could only be enjoyed by martial artists. It was because martial artists fought against monstrous beasts and defended the city that safe base cities existed today. Martial artists possessed great combat power. They ventured out of the city to fight monsters, claimed their corpses and materials, and returned to sell them to the state and various organizations for generous rewards. An ordinary family could live comfortably on an annual income of 100,000, while a martial artist's reward for killing a single monster could be millions or even tens of millions or more. Therefore, in this world, martial artists held extremely high status, enjoyed countless privileges, and were respected by ordinary people. Becoming a martial artist meant being granted a villa to live in. Just one of the many privileges. Ordinary people could not dream of a villa. They could only squeeze into government-provided low-rent housing struggling for survival every day. Xia Zhi moved briskly, easily weaving through the clutter on the stairs. Xia Zhi, you're back. A neighbor greeted him from time to time. How did your clothes get so dirty? It's nothing, Aunt Lu. I had practical sparring practice at the martial arts gym today. Hurry home. Your grandfather got back earlier and is waiting for you to eat. On the 27th floor, Xia Zhi opened the door and stepped into the home, surveying everything inside. In the 30 square meter room, the living area simply held a table and a few chairs. Against the wall were some small appliances that his grandfather had collected, unwilling to sell. He repaired them for their own use. Several dishes were already laid out on the table, covered with a lid. Hearing the door open, an old man with graying hair walked out of the inner room. His shirt had a few small holes but was washed clean and the left sleeve hung empty. He was a one-armed elder. Back. Why so late today? The old man said, looking at Xia Zhi. Next week is the Kwasa warrior assessment, so I had practical sparring with a few senior brothers today. Go wash up first, change clothes, and let's eat, the old man said. After a simple yet hearty dinner, Xia Zhi said to his grandfather, who was sitting drinking tea. Grandfather, my physical fitness is close to the Kwasa warrior standard. I'll be doing intensive training these days. Don't wait for me to eat dinner, I'll eat at the martial arts gym. Are you confident this time? The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Zhi's words. Our instructor said, I'm almost there. With a few more days of effort, no problem. Once I become a martial artist, we can move out of here, and you won't have to work hard anymore. Just stay at home, grow flowers, play chess. Good. Grandfather hopes so. Your assessment will surely succeed. The old man smiled. Don't worry about me, I'm not old yet. I want to see you become a strong one, slay all monsters. Grandfather, rest assured. I'll go train now, you get some rest early. With these words, Xia Zhi went out and headed upstairs. On the rooftop, a flat concrete area of nearly 100 square meters had been cleared. This was where Xia Zhi usually practiced martial arts. At this moment, Xia Zhi stood at the edge of the rooftop. Several gleams of cold light flashed in front of him, from time to time the rapid movement producing a rustling sound of air being cut. After a while, the cold lights halted in the air before him. They were two flying knives. The metallic blades gleamed coldly under the moonlight. So this is the power of a spiritual psychic. So strong. Controlling two flying knives simultaneously is my current limit. How could a warrior of the same level defend against flying knives that are not limited by the Buddhist constraints, able to freely change angle and direction? Xia Zhi gazed at the blades before him, as if he could see potential battle outcomes. I must not let anyone know I'm a spiritual psychic until I have the ability to protect myself. In the original story, when Luo Feng awakened, he only had one dark gold sphere. I got one more, so my potential is greater. Coupled with the supreme body refining art from the Ninastery Pagoda, I will surely stand at the peak of the universe and break the cycle of reincarnation. After inheriting the original host's memories, Xia Zhi discovered that the world he was reborn into was the very world of a masterpiece novel he had read in his past life. Having read the original, he knew this universe was infinitely grand with vast starry skies. He was filled with anticipation for the future. The supreme body refining art focuses on tempering the body. It is the supreme foundation technique of cultivation. It consists of 3 layers. First layer tempers the tendons, second layer tempers the bones, third layer tempers the blood. It cultivates the body from inside out, corresponding to the warrior level, warlord level, and war god level of this universe's power system. Cultivation to completion allows breakthrough to another level. There's still 1 week until the Kwasa warrior assessment. I must complete the first layer, tendon tempering. Li Wei, you don't want me to participate in the assessment. Not only will I participate, but I will also astound everyone. Only a genius can acquire more resources and rise quickly. You will know who is truly trash. Xia Zhi spread his stance, following the information of the first layer of the supreme body refining art, assuming various postures with a unique breathing pattern. The originally calm and gentle cosmic energy suddenly surged and rushed toward his body in waves. As if all the pores on his body had opened cells that had already been saturated and could no longer absorb energy under the powerful effect of the supreme body refining art, began a feast of improvement. Cells evolved faster, and from within his body came sounds like bowstrings snapping. Those were the sounds of the major tendons being nourished by energy, trembling and strengthening under the refining technique. Snap, snap, snap. With each sound, Xia Zhi's body grew stronger. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Xia Zhi's grandfather went out early, carrying a stack of hemp bags in one hand, walking down the stairs. Morning, old Xia. Out so early. Is your Xiaozhi going for the assessment today? I heard if your Xiaozhi passes today, hell, become a martial artist. Old Xia, you'll enjoy life from now on. From time to time, neighbors heading out early for work greeted Xia Zhi's grandfather in the corridor. When Xia Zhi was very young, his grandfather had brought him here with only one arm. The neighbors had known him for a long time and simply called him Old Xia. Over time, everyone knew him only as Old Xia. Even the name Xia Zhi was forgotten. Yes, I'm just going out for a stroll. Xiaozhi is taking the assessment today. Xia Zhi responded to the neighbors. Old Xia, you're old and have worked hard your whole life. You should take a rest. I'm not so old I can't move. I can't be a burden to the child. Xia Zhi shook his head. He said goodbye to the neighbors, went downstairs, pushed out his tricycle, tossed the bags into the back, and rode out of the compound, the loudspeaker on his cart playing recycling. Recycling. Fading into the distance. In the bedroom, Xia Zhi, who had been sitting cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes upon hearing his grandfather go out. Today is the Kwasu warrior assessment. After cultivating the first layer of the supreme body refining art, I can feel my strength improving almost every moment. As soon as a spiritual psychic awakens, strength surges explosively. This assessment means nothing to me. He could sense his own improvement every moment. A rate of growth unparalleled. Recalling the scene from the original host's final memory, his two hands clenched tightly into fists. The path to the peak of strength begins from today. Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Base City branch of the Extreme Martial Arts School. In the square in front of the martial arts hall, a cordon has been set up. A crowd dressed uniformly in black training outfits, roughly around 300 people, stands out with the 4 blood-red characters Extreme Martial Arts School prominently displayed on their backs. The crowd mainly consists of young people in their 20s, both male and female, with a few in their 30s appearing from time to time. They gather in small clusters, creating a noisy atmosphere. Students participating in the preliminary martial artist assessment, please line up here, have your citizen cards ready, and come to register in order before proceeding to the martial artist hall on the 5th floor to take the assessment. A bald man directed the registration process. With his shout, the crowd gradually quieted down and began to line up along the cordon. There are really a lot of participants this time. There were only a little over 200 last time. This is the last assessment of the year. There are really a lot of participants this time. There were only a little over 200 last time. This is the last assessment of the year. I didn't perform well last time, but maybe I'll pass this time. The people waiting in line chatted occasionally. Look, it's Li Chong. At that moment, a man in his 20s with slanted eyes walked up from the back without looking at the people in line, heading directly to the registration desk, pulling someone aside who was about to register, and handing over his citizen card. The students in line watched him pass, but didn't dare to say anything. Li Chong, 22 years old, advanced student of the martial arts school, registering for the assessment. Ignoring the angry glances from behind, Li Chong spoke to the staff at the registration desk. The staff glanced at him and lowered their head to start registering. So damn arrogant, I really want to take him down. Aren't they just relying on their family's martial artists? If I had their resources, I could become a martial artist by 20. I heard he participated in the assessment earlier this year, but failed the reflex speed test, although his physical fitness has met the standard. Once I pass this assessment, I'll make sure to deal with him when I leave the city. The surrounding people were filled with anger, but dared not voice it, while those at the back of the line discussed more openly, many of them muttering their grievances. Hearing the voices from behind, Li Chong turned sharply, his slanted eyes gleaming coldly like a venomous snake. Wherever he looked, the noise seemed to dwindle. Seeing no one daring to meet his gaze, he revealed a satisfied, cold smile. At that moment, a figure walked through the entrance of the martial arts hall, causing Li Chong to pause and fix his gaze. That useless kid, he's doing well so soon. Looks like the lesson given was too light. I said I should have just crippled him back then. After realizing who it was, Li Chong chuckled coldly, ignoring the others, as he walked directly into the martial arts hall. That's one of Li Wei's lackeys. The one who walked in was Xia Zhi. As he approached the square, he felt someone staring at him and looked up only to see that Li Chong had already turned away. He cast a cold glance at Li Chong, who was about to enter the hall, thinking, he was the one who insulted me most harshly that night. That was the last fragment of the original owner's memory. Remembering that night still stirred waves of anger within him. Just wait, or our day of reckoning will come soon. Xia Zhi, 18 years old, registering for the assessment. The line was long, but the registration speed was brisk. Soon it was Xia Zhi's turn, and he handed over his citizen card, speaking to the staff. The people around gasped upon hearing this. He's only 18 and is already participating in the assessment. This guy is impressive. We don't know if he'll pass. Maybe he's just here to gain experience. Someone retorted, unwilling to concede. It's known that the younger a martial artist is, the faster their strength increases. At 18, most martial artists experience a significant leap in their capabilities, qualifying them to participate in the preliminary martial artist assessment. Once passed, they can become martial artists. At that point, they would certainly become the focus of various factions, which means access to more resources, allowing them to go further on the path of martial artistry. The staff member registering took Xia Zhi's citizen card, scanned it, and after confirming the information was correct, looked up and smiled at him, their attitude noticeably more courteous. Hello Xia Zhi, please proceed to the martial artist training hall on the 5th floor for the assessment. Good luck. Thank you. Nodding, Xia Zhi walked into the building under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 1st and 2nd floors of the martial arts hall are places for ordinary students to train, and for instructors to teach. The 3rd floor is for advanced students' daily training. The 4th floor is for the instructors' offices and rest areas, while the 5th floor and above are accessible only to martial artists. The martial artist training hall, regarded as a legend among ordinary students, truly felt different. The over 3,000 square meters of space felt exceptionally vast. Around the hall there were various functional areas with weapon racks displaying different weapons, as well as an area for training basic physical qualities. In the center of the hall was a large space which should normally be used for martial artists to practice combat. But today it was designated for the students participating in the assessment. At that moment the waiting area on the left side of the assessment zone was packed with people. There was a long runway marked on the floor 100 meters in length used to test speed. There were 2 machines at the start and end of the runway for timing. Occasionally participants in the assessment would dash past and the machine at the finish line would announce their results. 246 meters per second not qualified. 265 meters per second qualified. 292 meters per second excellent. The electronic synthesized voice announced the results of the assessors. Those who passed smiled broadly as they received their score sheets from the supervising instructors, chatting and joking as they walked away. Those who did not pass stood aside with gloomy expressions, watching the assessments of others or simply leaving the hall. The strength of a martial artist is certainly based on practical combat, but with current technology data can establish certain standards allowing for better classification of martial artist levels and facilitating management by the state and organizations like martial arts schools. The martial artist's strength is primarily reflected through 3 data points: speed, punching power, and reflex speed. The passing line for the preliminary martial artist assessment is a punching power of 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second, which translates to 4 seconds for 100 meters. Reflex speed must be tested using specialized equipment, with the passing line being a comprehensive evaluation of The baseline for junior warrior level punching power is 1,500 kilograms and speed of 30 meters per second. For intermediate warrior level it is 3,000 kilograms and 45 meters per second. For advanced warrior level it is 6,000 kilograms and 60 meters per second. Before Xia Zhi's crossing over the original owner's speed and reflex speed barely reached the qualifying line for preliminary martial artists, while his punching power was slightly below standard. However, after a week of practicing the supreme body refinement technique, having nearly perfected the first layer of muscle refining, and having a faint grasp of the threshold of bone refining, he believed that his current strength would definitely astonish everyone. Xia Zhi, come over here. A call came. It was Zhang Tao, the instructor at the martial arts school. Apart from attending publicly instructed classes with instructors weekly, the original owner usually trained on the rooftop of his home, or in nearby parks focusing on his own practice. Instructor Zhang Tao was probably the person most familiar with the original owner in the school. You better perform well this time. The director will be coming soon, and I heard there's a big shot from headquarters coming to inspect the assessment site. Looking at Xia Zhi, who was slender without much muscle mass but exuded a fierce aura, especially his bright eyes. From the first time he saw that little boy in a spotless old sports outfit, who never slacked off and never complained, Zhang Tao took a special liking to him. Seeing Xia Zhi now felt like seeing his younger self, both coming from humble beginnings and both working hard, believing in changing their destiny through their own efforts. Zhang Tao had confidence in Xia Zhi's abilities, knowing that Xia Zhi, who was only 18 this year, was already approaching warrior-level physical fitness. His only weakness was his punching power given his age of only 18, but among the 3 assessments punching power was the easiest to improve. This time the visit from the big shot at headquarters would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seizing the chance could change his fate. Zhang Tao believed that with all the preparations Xia Zhi had made for the assessment, passing was definitely not a problem, and he was confident in that. For them, seizing every opportunity is a principle they always keep in mind to change their destiny. Give me your citizen card, get ready. We'll test your speed first. Okay, instructor. In the memories, the original owner had always respected this instructor who took care of him, and Xia Zhi treated him with the same respect. Strolling to the starting point of the runway, Xia Zhi slightly warmed up his legs, focusing his eyes on the finish line, 100 meters away, crouching slightly ready for a sprint. Start. With a prompt sound whoosh, Xia Zhi shot off like an arrow. The air was split and the training outfit on him rustled as the airflow moved. Xia Zhi sped down the runway. 482 meters per second, excellent. The finish line prompt sounded. The students watching the test on both sides of the runway suddenly fell silent, all eyes fixed on Xia Zhi, who had just crossed the finish line. With a loud uproar, it felt like the whole venue had exploded. Impressive. That 29 meters per second just now is rare in the preliminary martial artist assessment. Who is this guy? This speed is already at the level of a martial artist, right? Only 18 years old, today's youth are incredible. A 30-something student murmured as he watched Xia Zhi slowly walk back from the finish line. Damn, if I had the speed, I would have single-handedly crushed those bastards from the Thunder God Martial Arts School last time. Instructor Zhang Tao looked at the score sheet, printed by the testing machine with 482 meters per second excellent, prominently displayed, leaving him stunned for a moment until Xia Zhi walked up to him. You're really going to make a name for yourself, haha. Excited, Zhang Tao threw his arm around Xia Zhi's shoulders and shouted happily. Let's go, hurry up and test your punching power. On the other side of the testing arena stood a machine over 3 meters tall. In front of the machine was a punching target which served as the apparatus for testing a martial artist's punching power. Noticing the commotion from the speed test area, the students who were originally queuing for the assessment voluntarily stepped aside, allowing Xia Zhi to be the first to test. Standing in front of the punching target, Jiang Tao swiped his citizen card, and the apparatus emitted a synthesized mechanical voice. Participant Xia Zhi, please strike the punching target with full force 10 times. Each strike must not fall below 1,000 kilograms, or the assessment will be deemed unsuccessful. The value of the punching power is not fixed, or it directly relates to the martial artist's physical strength and the method of delivering force. Even with a strength of 1,000 pounds, the punching power of an ordinary person who has never trained and that of a professional boxer would be vastly different. Moreover, whether the strike is a full-force life-or-death blow or a series of consecutive punches that can each deliver this force makes an even greater difference. A martial artist's baseline physical quality requirement is for their punching power to reach 1,000 kilograms. For aspiring martial artists, the assessment requires 10 consecutive punches, each exceeding the standard to be considered qualified. Standing before the punching target, Xia Zhi took a deep breath. The originally standing figure sank its center of gravity, pivoting at the waist as powerful force surged from the ground up, causing his spine to arch like a great python. Bang, bang, bang. Under the influence of immense power, the large tendons within his body trembled, emitting sounds akin to arrows being shot from a bow. A surge of force coursed through his arm, and his fist struck the punching target like a bolt of lightning at a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye, making a loud bang as it impacted. The punching target of the apparatus was nearly parallel to the ground. Then came the continuous sounds of fists colliding with the punching target. Bang, 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 bang. 3,168 kilograms, 3,089 kilograms, 3,212 kilograms. The 10-punch power test is complete with an average punching power of 3,128 kilograms. Assessment passed. Participant Xia Zhi's performance evaluation excellent. The synthesized electronic voice of the apparatus rang out, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in astonishment. What is happening here? Li Chong, who had just completed the nerve reaction speed test, emerged from the testing room to witness this scene. Originally thrilled at passing the assessment and finally becoming an aspiring martial artist, seeing Xia Zhi surrounded by the crowd at the punching power tester, he couldn't help but feel a shadow of doubt creeping into his heart. What has this trash done? Fast speed yet such strong punching power, this Xia Zhi is too impressive. Absolutely a genius, a super genius. I have never heard of such impressive results in the aspiring martial artist assessment. Some older students who prided themselves on their experience remarked to those around them. Xia Zhi, that garbage collector, speed test 482 meters per second. Punching power 3,128 kilograms. How is that possible? This is already the physical quality of a warrior level. How could this be in just a few days? Hearing the discussions around him, Li Chong's mouth dropped open, his triangular eyes fixed on Xia Zhi in the crowd, revealing his disbelief. At that moment, a group of people entered through the hall's entrance, standing at the back of the crowd, observing the testing arena. Among them was a man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing with slightly graying hair, around 50 years old, who looked on with interest at Xia Zhi in the center of the crowd. Old Xiong, your branch has performed well this time. You found a good seedling. The man in traditional clothing said with a smile to his accompanying companion. Although his tone was gentle, one could still sense the strong aura of authority emanating from him. Supervisor, you flatter us. This is all thanks to the support from headquarters. A man in his 30s with a scar on his face, standing next to the man in traditional clothing, replied with a smile. His body instinctively slightly hunched forward, revealing genuine respect for the man beside him in traditional clothing. Excited by the praise, the scar on his face even took on a hint of redness. If those familiar with the martial arts school saw this, they would be greatly surprised. For the scarred man was Xiang Zhonghua, the head of the extreme martial arts school branch in Yangzhou City. His usually cold demeanor, combined with the somewhat fierce scar on his face, made even the most unruly students in the school seem as docile as kittens in front of him. Yet at this moment, the normally icy headmaster revealed such a side before the man in traditional clothing, making it clear that he must be an extraordinary individual. I have inspected several assessment areas and didn't expect to come across such a good seedling here. Take this young man for another nerve reaction speed test. After it's over, I want to see him alone. The man in traditional clothing instructed the branch head. Yes, supervisor. I will arrange it. Never having been addressed in such a manner by a supervisor, his heart surged with excitement as he walked towards Xia Zhi. All right, continue the assessment. The headmaster walked into the crowd and said loudly to the still discussing students. Yes, headmaster. Quickly disperse. The headmaster is here. Upon seeing their headmaster, the crowd immediately scattered while the instructors re-established order and the assessment continued. After receiving Xia Zhi's test results and glancing at them, the headmaster smiled at Xia Zhi, saying, Xia Zhi, your performance in the assessment was outstanding. Next, I will take you to test your nerve reaction speed. After the assessment, walk with me. Someone wants to meet you. Upon hearing the headmaster's words, Xia Zhi felt a stir in his heart. It seemed his performance had indeed caught the attention of a significant figure in the martial arts school, just as the instructor had said. "All right, headmaster." After saying this, he followed him towards the nerve reaction testing room. As he passed by Li Chong, who was still in disbelief, he looked at him with a dull expression. Xia Zhi coldly said, "Step aside." Still in a daze, Li Chong, hearing this commanding tone, instinctively stepped aside, standing to the side without realizing it. Once he came to his senses watching Xia Zhi walk with the headmaster towards the nerve reaction speed testing room, Li Chong's expression darkened, feeling exceptionally angry at Xia Zhi's commanding tone. "I should have dealt with him back then. How has this trash improved his strength so quickly? No, after the assessment ends, I need to inform Wei Xiao." Inside the nerve reaction testing room, only Xia Zhi was being assessed at the moment while several staff members prepared. The headmaster stood to the side, and after the staff signaled, he said to Xia Zhi, "All right, now stand in the circle. When the test begins, remember you must not touch the red light on the edge of the circle, otherwise it will be deemed a failure." Nodding, Xia Zhi did not speak. He walked straight to the center of the room and stood in the circle. As the testing room's switch was turned on, a faint red light emitted from the edge of the circle, surrounding him like a red veil. Four towering devices were placed on the ground outside the circle, each equipped with numerous protruding gun barrels totaling 3, 2, 1. Test start. With a command, the dozens of gun barrels of the testing device began charging and spinning wildly. In an instant, dozens of gun barrels emitted beams of red light, shooting red rubber bullets towards Xia Zhi in the circle at varying speeds, creating a chaotic onslaught. With his eyes fixed ahead, Xia Zhi's body swiftly began to move, his steps changing speed rapidly as he maneuvered through the gaps between the incoming bullets. As time passed, the speed of the bullets intensified, and an ordinary person would no longer be able to discern any order. All they could see was a torrent of red light rushing towards him. On the large display screen outside the testing room, a clear image revealed the current scene within the room. Some students and instructors observing the assessment were fixated on the image on the screen. As expected of a genius, with such strong speed and punching power, his bonus reaction speed is incredible. It's been nearly 30 seconds and not a single bullet has touched him. Look, his center of gravity remains incredibly stable with each dodge. He can instantly change direction. Such agility cannot be achieved without 10 years of hard training. I really can't believe he is only 18 years old. As they watched Xia Zhi during the test, the instructors and students outside were engaged in discussion. Li Chong was sweating profusely with anxiety, stomping his foot as he quickly exited the hall. The level of calculation of the brain significantly improves after awakening the mental energy master. This sensation of perceiving and controlling everything is fabulous. Dodging the incoming bullets, he radiated mental waves from his sea of consciousness, sensing everything around him. As soon as each bullet left the barrel, he already understood the subsequent trajectory, speed, and other information, allowing him to quickly choose to evade. As time passed, Xia Zhi felt as if he had a pair of celestial eyes, instinctively adapting his body to the most reasonable changes to control his surroundings. He even felt that he could close his eyes at this moment and rely solely on perception to evade everything. This sensation was intoxicating. In his past life, he had trained to enhance his martial arts cultivation, feeling the thin line between life and death. Xia Zhi had once been a mercenary going to war-torn regions to participate in battles. In the midst of gunfire, he had never felt so invigorated as he did this time. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Whoosh! As the testing apparatus emitted a sound, the rotating gun barrels of the nerve reaction tester gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. On the screen of the apparatus, a long string of numbers began to appear. In 60 seconds, hit 0 times did not touch the red light of the circle. Evaluation: excellent warrior level. Seeing the results, the headmaster couldn't help but smile, and the scar on his face, which was already somewhat flushed, turned even redder. "Let's go, Xia Zhi. Follow me to meet the supervisor. The one who wants to meet you is none other than the head of our Jiangnan Bay City's headquarters for the Extreme Martial Arts School. You must seize this opportunity and be respectful when you speak. He is one of the 3 pillars of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Jiangnan City," the headmaster advised. "I will be mindful, headmaster." Xia Zhi nodded in agreement. "Next should be the signing of a contract. I wonder what kind of contract this supervisor, one of the 3 pillars, will offer me." In a reception room on the 6th floor of the Martial Arts Hall, a space of over 300 square meters is lavishly decorated. A massive crystal chandelier casts a dazzling glow. On the left side, as one enters, a circle of genuine leather sofas is arranged. A man dressed in a tang suit sits there watching the director and his entourage as they walk in. "Supervisor, I have brought Xia Zhi here." The director approached the sofa and respectfully spoke to the man in the tang suit, who turns out to be the supervisor, one of the 3 giants of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. "This is Xia Zhi. The final score of the neural reaction speed test is rated as excellent, equivalent to a high-level warrior." Upon hearing this, the supervisor's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face as he gestured to the sofa beside him, saying, "Sit, everyone, please sit. Let's sit down and talk." Xia Zhi followed the director to the right side of the supervisor and sat on the long leather sofa, silently watching the supervisor across from him, waiting for the upcoming conversation. The supervisor lowered his head as if in thought. After a long while he seemed to have finally made up his mind and said, "So it's Xia Zhi, right? I will call you Xiao Zhi." "Yes, supervisor. My elders all call me that." Looking at the supervisor across from him, whose hair was slightly graying, Xia Zhi said respectfully, "To officially become a martial artist you still need to pass the practical assessment. Given that your strength has already surpassed that of a mid-level warrior, the practical assessment will not be difficult for you. A month from now there will be a practical assessment in Jiangnan City. If you pass you will be a true martial artist." The supervisor's mood seemed quite good. "What are your plans after becoming a martial artist, Xiao Zhi? Are you willing to join our extreme martial arts hall right now?" The supervisor looked into Xia Zhi's eyes and asked directly, "Supervisor, I am willing to join the extreme martial arts hall." Xia Zhi's response was without a hint of hesitation. "I have been practicing martial arts in the hall since the beginning, so of course I want to join the hall now that I can be a martial artist." "Very good." The supervisor was quite pleased with Xia Zhi's resolute answer, and the smile on his face widened even more. As one of the top 3 giants in the martial arts hall of the entire Bay City, providing excellent talented martial artists to the hall every year is a highly weighted task. The greater the potential of the discovered martial artists, the more substantial the rewards they receive. As for new martial artists being guided to join the hall and growing into top-tier powerhouses, the gains are even greater. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall was founded by the world's #1 powerhouse Hong. Both the resources and the martial arts manuals are absolutely the best. You definitely won't regret the choice you made today. After saying this, the supervisor called to the staff standing at the entrance of the reception room saying, "Go draft a contract according to the A-level signing agreement. However, modify one of the clauses. Xia Zhi can choose any movement techniques, guiding methods, or attack manuals, and as long as the price is within 100 million, it will be free. I will cover anything that exceeds the hall's gifting limit." "Yes, supervisor." The staff, surprised by the A-level signing, glanced at Xia Zhi, but dared not say anything. As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, he immediately went out to print the contract. The director beside him was also astonished, mouth agape. Seeing their expressions, Xia Zhi couldn't help but ask, "Supervisor, what is the A-level agreement?" "Generally, martial artists joining our Extreme Martial Arts Hall can choose a villa to live in either Yangzhou City or the main urban area. However, they only have the right to reside and cannot sell it. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall's villa community is exclusively from martial artists of the hall. In addition, they will also receive 2 million in startup funds. Unless a martial artist is recognized as a seed genius by the hall, they will receive higher startup funds and different free quotas to purchase 3 types of manuals: movement techniques, guiding methods, and attack manuals. Those are merely standard benefits. If recognized as a super genius, one can sign the A-level agreement. This is also the most top-level contract that our Bay City's martial arts hall can sign. Afterward, it needs to be reported to the global headquarters for filing and review. An A-level signed martial artist will receive 20 million in startup funds, and a free quota for 3 manuals not exceeding 50 million. This is 10 times the benefits of an ordinary martial artist contract. Additionally, they will receive a recommendation quota from our Bay City headquarters, allowing them to participate in the global headquarters annual elite training camp assessment. If they pass the assessment, they can directly enter the elite training camp and enjoy the cultivation resources from the martial arts hall headquarters, the supervisor explained. The global headquarters annual elite training camp, Xia Zhi asked upon hearing this. Yes, it is what ordinary martial artists refer to as the God of War training camp. Our martial artist levels start from the initial quasi-martial artist level. After passing the assessment to become a formal martial artist, one will become a warrior level martial artist. The warrior level is divided into 3 tiers: junior, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, your physical fitness is just entering the threshold of the intermediate warrior level. Your neural reaction speed is rated as excellent for the advanced warrior level. The level above warrior is the general level, which is also divided into 3 tiers: junior, intermediate, and advanced. As for me, I am currently at the advanced general level. Warrior level martial artists can still be killed by conventional firearms. However, general level martial artists are immune to ordinary firearms. Even if you sweep a heavy machine gun at a general level martial artist, they can easily evade it using their neural reaction and speed. Thus, general level martial artists are already considered remarkable elites among martial artists. Above the general level is the God of War level. The supervisor's eyes revealed a longing as he spoke about the God of War level. Just by the name, one can tell how extraordinary each existence at the God of War level is. To ordinary people, they are akin to divine beings. Each can easily traverse through a hail of bullets, moving as fast as lightning, and can effortlessly destroy tall buildings with a single punch or kick. In battles against monsters, the existence of the God of War level represents absolute high-end combat power. Each one can potentially change the outcome of a battle. God of War, that is the God of War. Listening to the supervisor's narration, the director beside him also began to breathe heavily. Even Xia Zhi, who had read the original work in his past life, couldn't help but reveal a look of longing. Not living in the current world, one wouldn't understand what strength means to a martial artist. The The supervisor shook his head and sighed. They say I am just a step away from the God of War level. However, I still don't know when I will truly cross into that level. The younger one is the faster the growth of strength. Once aging occurs and vitality diminishes, making further progress becomes difficult. At this moment, the supervisor's voice suddenly grew passionate. However, our martial arts hall's elite training camp can cultivate God of War level powerhouses in bulk. That place is the cradle of the God of War, the gathering place for the world's top geniuses. There you can receive top-notch education and the best cultivation resources. There the world's #1 powerhouse, our Extreme Martial Arts Hall founder Hong, often teaches and provides guidance. By signing the A-level agreement, you will have the opportunity to enter and become a reserve for our future powerhouses. Work hard. This world is the best era for us martial artists. The supervisor encouraged Xia Zhi, saying, Xiao Zhi, when you are admitted to the elite training camp and become a God of War level existence, you will be the pride of our entire Jiangnan Bay City. Inspired by the supervisor's passionate and grand tone, Xia Zhi nodded vigorously and said, I will definitely work hard, supervisor. At this moment the staff walked in with the printed contract. The supervisor took the contract and pen and quickly signed his name. The staff then handed the contract to Xia Zhi, saying, Here, you need to sign your name on these lines. Xia Zhi took it and quickly scanned the contract. The terms were very clear, written plainly, without any complicated jargon, and he immediately signed his name. Welcome, Xia Zhi. Welcome to our Extreme Martial Arts Hall family. The supervisor smiled and extended his hand. By the way, my name is Zhuge Tao. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Xia Zhi also smiled and extended his hand, shaking it firmly with Zhuge Tao. Soon your citizen card's identity will be changed to quasi-martial artist. As for your startup funds and choice of manuals, you will only have martial artist permissions after passing the practical assessment and officially becoming a martial artist. At that time you will be qualified to enter our martial arts hall's internal network for selections. Your startup funds will also be directly credited to your martial artist account. Xia Zhi nodded, indicating he understood. Alright, I won't stay longer. Let old Xiang handle the rest for you. Xia Zhi, go back and prepare well. Passing the martial artist assessment is just the beginning, do not be slack. The supervisor said as he stood up. Every year many geniuses participate in the elite training camp assessment, but very few can enter. Zhuge Tao said as he stood up, addressing the director, who had been quietly listening beside him. Old Xiang, you handle. The director hurriedly stood up, saying, Don't worry, supervisor, I will see you out. Watching the departing supervisor, Xia Zhi realized that the resources needed for future advancement had finally arrived, and his grandfather's lives were about to undergo a tremendous change. After seeing off the supervisor Zhuge Tao, the director brought Xia Zhi to his office. Sitting at the desk, he scrutinized him up and down. After a while, just as Xia Zhi was about to speak, the director said, You kid, you are really on the verge of great success. An A-level agreement is something our global martial arts school rarely signs each year. Judging by the supervisor's attitude towards you, he truly holds high hopes for you, even personally covering the cost for you to purchase the secret manuals. Isn't this too extravagant for the supervisor? Upon hearing the director's words, Xia Zhi couldn't help but ask. The director shook his head and replied, Money means different things to people of different levels. An ordinary person can live off an income of over 100,000 a year, but a martial artist can earn much more by slaying a beast soldier-level monster. Not to mention killing beast general or even lord-level monsters. This is just pocket change for the supervisor, but for someone like you just stepping into the martial arts path, it is of utmost importance. Just remember this friendship. I will remember. Xia Zhi also knew that once strength reached a certain level, money would no longer mean much, so he decided not to say more but kept this friendship deeply in his heart. Opening the drawer beside the desk, the director took out a document and handed it to him, saying, From today on you can officially move into the villa community of our martial arts school. All martial artists from our Yangzhou Martial Arts School will reside in the Mingyue community. The facilities there are better, and it is safer for your family to live there. There is also a specialized martial artist club within the community where only martial artists live, creating a better atmosphere. You should move there as soon as possible. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to go over. For the next few days, just focus on preparing for the assessment, and don't get distracted by anything else. The director agreed. Let's call your instructor for a celebration at noon today. At noon, Xia Zhi was warmly led by the director to the instructor's cafeteria within the martial arts school, where he enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Meanwhile, in the western part of Yangzhou City, in a community covering dozens of acres, one could see villas sprinkled throughout the lush landscaped gardens of the community, with one 4-story villa occupying the highest position in the entire area. Surrounding villas encircled it from afar, highlighting the extraordinary status of the owner of this 4-story villa. On the 4th floor of the villa, the lavishly decorated room was now in disarray, with once exquisite and expensive appliances and tea sets shattered, their fragments strewn across the floor. A handsome young man with slightly light-colored hair stood amidst the chaos, his heaving chest expressing his fury. The door, which had been slightly ajar, was gently pushed open by a beautiful girl around 16 or 17 years old who peeked in. Seeing the scene inside, she cautiously said to the young man, "Young master, get in here?" The young man barked furiously, turning to glare at the girl with a ferocious gaze like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Under such a gaze, the girl trembled, her whole body shivering as she slowly walked in. Before she could come closer, the young man stepped forward, grabbed the girl's arm, and yanked her onto the sofa, causing her to fall onto it. Then he pressed his whole body on top of her. "Xia Zhi, you garbage scavenger. Once the practical assessment starts, it'll make you understand that a commoner is just a commoner." It turned out that this young man was Li Wei, who had previously beaten up the original owner, ultimately causing the original owner's soul to dissipate. He recalled the earlier call from his henchman Li Chong mentioning the events occurring at the assessment today. He remembered the past few years in school where he, being a year younger, and from a vastly different background, was always compared due to his martial arts talent. And there was also that person's shadow. Li Wei's anger intensified, and his body movements became even more violent. "You must be feeling quite proud now, but during the practical assessment I will make you die. I will make you die." Ah! At 5 in the afternoon, the hot weather showed no signs of cooling. Outside the waste recycling station in Huainan District, Yangzhou City, dozens of people dressed in tattered clothes gathered from all directions. Yangzhou City has a population of 20 million, divided into 16 districts. Each district has a waste recycling station, providing an opportunity for the unemployed low-income populace to survive through their own labor. A tricycle loaded with several discarded refrigerators and televisions slowly approached. Old appliances were piled high with neatly folded cardboard boxes weighing down the tricycle's tires. With his pants rolled up to his knees, Xia Zhi's grandfather Xia Zhi pushed the tricycle, his taut calves flexing as he pedaled hard, causing his whole body to sway while his right hand firmly grasped the handlebars and his empty left sleeve flapped along with his movements. After a while, Xia Zhi emerged, having sold his goods, pushing the now empty tricycle. Weary from a day's labor, he hunched over, sitting on the tricycle seat, tapping his remaining hand on his waist and letting out a long sigh. At that moment, a motorcycle sped towards him from a distance. From afar, the rider shouted, "Old Xia, your little Xi has passed the martial artist assessment, and the martial arts school has sent someone to help you move." Seeing it was a neighbor from his building, Xia Zhi listened to the words. Xia Zhi, who had originally been hunched over, straightened up at once, his sunburned face flushed with excitement. "Haha, he really passed. Good, let's go home, let's go home." Speaking, he held onto the handlebars with one hand, stood up, and vigorously pedaled the tricycle towards home. Seeing the old one-armed man still needing to ride a tricycle, the neighbor who brought the news said anxiously, "What do you need this old junk for? From now on, little Xi will be a martial artist, and you will be living in a villa. You can't be collecting junk anymore." Upon hearing the neighbor's words, Xia Zhi turned to the side, stopping his tricycle right at the entrance of the recycling station. Right. No more, no more. From now on, little Xi will be a martial artist. I can't let him lose face. Quick, get in the car, it'll take you back," the neighbor called out. Xia Zhi hurried over, taking a big step to get in. With his actions, he seemed to have rejuvenated 10 years. Meanwhile, at the community where Xia Zhi lived, the downstairs was filled with onlookers. When the truck emblazoned with the Extreme Martial Arts School's logo drove into the community and stopped downstairs, the entire neighborhood erupted in excitement. Originally ordinary people moving from a low-rent building to a martial artist villa community is something that would make people envious every year, but only existed in legends. Unexpectedly, at this moment, such a legend was happening right before their eyes. The onlookers were discussing amongst themselves, with some who recognized Xia Zhi greeting him loudly. When he looked over, all he could see were smiling faces. When Xia Zhi arrived, this was the scene before him. Seeing him return, the crowd grew even more animated. "Brother Xia, your little Xi is a martial artist now. Look, the martial arts school has sent people to help you move. Uncle Xia, I told you long ago, little Xi is a child with potential. I knew it from the start. See what?" This was the plump ant living above Xia Zhi's family, who used to look down on the two of them, complaining that Xia Zhi made too much noise practicing martial arts on the roof, disturbing her from drying clothes. Every time they met, she would mock them, calling them old ghosts and one-armed men, not knowing how many times she insulted them in secret. But today her face was beaming with smiles, her tone filled with flattery. Xia Zhi, who had been slightly dazed since hearing the news, responded unconsciously to the crowd's greetings. When he reached Xia Zhi's side, it seemed he said something, but he had no real reaction. He merely stood there with Xia Zhi watching as a few young men in matching black uniforms from the logistics department of the martial arts school swiftly packed and loaded items into the truck. The items they wouldn't take were directly given by Xia Zhi to the neighbors observing the scene. It wasn't until Xia Zhi and his grandfather boarded the vehicle sent by the martial arts school that they drove out of the community. The onlookers continued to express their amazement. "When I get home, I must make my own kid practice martial arts well. Once they become a martial artist, the whole family's fate will change. Good people will be rewarded. This is the blessing earned by Uncle Xia. Raising a child found on the street as one's own, enduring hardship for so many years to raise them. From now on, Uncle Xia will enjoy a good life." What happened today will undoubtedly become a new topic of conversation for people this year, continually inspiring and encouraging more youths to strive for a change in destiny. In the Mingyue residential area, all the warriors who joined the extreme martial arts gym in Yangzhou City reside here. The soldiers stationed at the entrance hold the latest rifles, said to be capable of causing damage to high-level combat class monsters. The greenery inside is exceptionally well-maintained with uniquely designed villas spread across nearly 1,000 acres of land, along with an artificial lake that allows the residents to live a relaxed and leisurely life. As the truck entered the community, the soldier at the entrance conducted a routine inspection upon seeing that it was the logistics vehicle of the martial arts gym before allowing it to pass. Only when it stopped in front of the new villa did Xia Zhi gradually come to his senses. The gym director was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Xia Zhi and his grandfather get out of the car, he smiled and approached them. This is Villa No. 188, one of the best in our community in terms of area and facilities. Each floor has nearly 300 square meters, with a total of more than 900 square meters across 3 floors. If you include the basement and the oversized terrace, the total area exceeds 1,200 square meters. The front yard lawn and the backyard swimming pool are maintained weekly by the logistics team. All the household appliances and facilities are ready. Knowing that you are moving in today, I specially had dinner prepared for you. From now on there will be a meal delivery team coming daily at scheduled times. If you have special taste requirements, just let them know. The martial arts gym's care for its warriors can be described as meticulous, having made all necessary arrangements in advance to prevent any distractions for the warriors. Whether in his past life or this one, it was Xia Zhi's first time experiencing such treatment. Although he knew it was the gym's effort to keep them focused, he couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Xia Zhi could only nod in agreement, unable to utter a single word. Come, let me take you inside to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Settle in early today and get some rest. Tomorrow the warriors from the gym in the community will have a gathering and Xia Zhi can meet other warriors then. As they entered the villa, they saw the red and white colored standalone villa, with a neatly trimmed lawn in the front yard. The interior was luxuriously decorated, filled with the most advanced appliances and top-tier furniture, exuding an air of opulence. Xia Zhi supported his grandfather as they stood in the nearly 100-square-meter living room with his grandfather's hand tightly gripping his arm. The gently trembling arm revealed just how excited he was at that moment. This would be their new home. On the evening of July 31st, a Villa No. 188 in Mingyue residential area. The third floor of the villa, apart from the lounge, contained only a massive training hall. The internal facilities were even more advanced than those in the training halls for elite students at the extreme martial arts gym. In the late hours of the night, with no one around outside, the lights in the training hall illuminated the villa brightly. Click, click, click. The sound of bones clashing echoed throughout the training hall. Dressed in a white training outfit, Xia Zhi lay sideways in the spacious hall, resembling a tiger resting there. His eyes half closed, his body rose and fell with his breathing, and there was an occasional clicking sound coming from him. After a long while he finally opened his eyes, stretched his body, and sat up. After expelling a mouthful of stagnant energy from his dantian, the hall fell silent. The Supreme Body Refinement Arts Bone Refinement chapter has been mastered. My physical quality has improved significantly. Xia Zhi's gaze turned to the wooden stake standing against the wall beside him. He saw 6 black flying daggers inserted side by side into it. The streamlined blades glinted with a cold light under the illumination. The 6 flying daggers quivered lightly and suddenly shot out from the wooden stake. Their ultra-fast speed transformed them into 6 beams of cold light in midair. As they flew towards Xia Zhi, 2 daggers veered toward the sandbags on the left, 2 circled back to the wooden stake, and 2 flew directly in front of him, rapidly swirling around his body. Swish, swish, swish. Regardless of whether it was the sandbags or the wooden stake, they were swiftly cut down by the whirling sharp blades. After everything was completely destroyed, 4 beams of light shot toward him, joining the previous 2 flying daggers encircling Xia Zhi's body and moving rapidly. At times they soared together, at times they dove together, exhibiting remarkable agility. After a moment, the 6 beams of light slowed down and hovered in front of Xia Zhi. The mastery of bone refinement has made my body even stronger. I should now be at the peak of intermediate warrior level strength, ready to enter the advanced warrior level soon. The ability to control objects from a distance allows me to multitask, simultaneously controlling 6 flying daggers. I could easily crush anyone below the war god level, even those at the war general level. During this month of training, Xia Zhi not only brought the Supreme Body Refinement Arts Muscle Refinement chapter to its peak, but also began practicing the Bone Refinement chapter. His main focus was on cultivating his mental power. To approach the 9-tiered pagoda in his sea of consciousness, the strength of his mental power is crucial. Now Xia Zhi was getting closer to the pagoda in his sea of consciousness, believing that the day to uncover the mysteries within his heart was not far off. Tomorrow is the martial artist practical assessment. I should rest early tonight. Li Wei and the others will also participate. Should I look for an opportunity? Xia Zhi pondered. I'll see if there's a chance to act. However, if there is, I will teach him a lesson first. Xia Zhi stood up, and the fragments of the destroyed sandbags and wooden stakes floated up, drifting along with him as he walked out of the training hall. In the western part of Yangzhou City, within the HR Alliance Martial Artist Residential Area, The door to the parlor in a 4-story villa was pushed open, and a beautiful girl walked in addressing Li Wei, who was sitting on the sofa. Young Master Li Chong has arrived. Let him in. Li Wei held a glass of red wine in his hand, staring intently at the liquid that resembled blood. The girl glanced at Li Wei's gloomy face, shivered slightly, and replied in a low voice, "Yes, young master." Before long, Li Chong, with triangular eyes and dressed in a black athletic outfit, walked in. He glanced at Li Wei, whose expression was dark, and asked, "Wei Xiao, why did you call me? Tomorrow is the martial artist practical assessment. Have you successfully cultivated the guiding technique I gave you?" Li Wei continued to gaze at the red wine in his glass as he spoke. "I've entered the basics of it." Hearing Li Wei's words, Li Chong's face flashed with excitement. "Thank you, Wei Xiao. My father said it's better than the guiding technique manuals. He cultivated enough for me to reach the peak of the war general level. I have now nearly tripled my strength, having entered the intermediate warrior level. Ordinary people can only obtain guiding technique manuals from the forces they join after becoming warriors. The manuals require a substantial amount of money to purchase, and cannot be taught privately. However, for the children of warriors, if a relative creates a manual, it can be learned after obtaining permission. However, one must become a warrior to learn it, and private teaching has always been a rule that everyone follows." A fleeting look of contempt flashed across Li Wei's face as he looked up at Li Chong and said, "That's nothing. The faster your strength increases, the easier it will be for my plan to succeed." "Wei Xiao, what is your plan?" Li Chong asked. "For tomorrow's martial artist practical assessment, all the participating candidates will go to Monster Town, where there are monsters prepared by the military. In previous years they prepared only level monsters, but this year I had someone place an level monster inside." Li Wei said, "Doesn't that mean it has high-level warrior strength?" "Wei Xiao, are you going to?" Li Chong said in surprise after hearing this. "I want to make that trash Xia Zhi die. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Is mine, that trash kid hum." Li Wei said, his dark expression making it seem as if water could drip from his face. "You only talked to Xia Zhi a few times, and you hold a grudge like this when the school arranged for assistance to help families in need during a mutual aid group. Once I enhance my strength and use your resources to become a war general, or even a war god level powerhouse, may not necessarily belong to anyone else." Li Chong thought to himself. However, he said, "But I have only improved to the intermediate warrior level at present. Wei Xiao, you know we haven't practiced attack manuals yet. In terms of combat power, I am no match for an level monster. It could easily shred me to pieces." Li Wei's face flashed with anger as he shouted at Li Chong. "You are also a branch of the Li family. How can you be so timid and expect to become strong?" After that his tone softened and he continued, "Don't worry, I have prepared a set of level battle suits for you. They will be enough to withstand several attacks from intermediate war general level monsters. Moreover, that is a hypnotized monster. I had someone place the remnants of Xia Zhi's blood-stained clothes with the monster. When the time comes, lead Xia Zhi to the monster. After it wakes up, it will first chase after Xia Zhi. At that point, all you need to do is run for your life. The town is filled with surveillance cameras. As soon as the monster wakes up, strong warriors will be sent to eliminate it, ensuring your safety. Wei Xiao, what if it is discovered that I led it to him? What about me?" Li Chong was astonished by Li Wei's plan, realizing he had the strength to make such extensive arrangements in the martial artist practical assessment where various forces were gathering their attention. However, he was ultimately more concerned about his own safety. Li Wei seemed to grow impatient. "All you have to do is get close to Xia Zhi, wake up the monster, and run away. How could anyone suspect you? Even if they investigate you, you can just say you don't know. It can't my Li family protect you." "Okay, I understand, Wei." Li Chong nodded in agreement, a ruthless expression on his face as he said, "This time that trash kid must die." Hearing his agreement, Li Wei's expression softened as he said, "Take a seat. If you do well this time, I won't treat you unfairly. After you pass the assessment, I will give you 10 million, enough for you to cultivate to the war general level." "Thank you, Wei Xiao. I will definitely ensure that Xia Zhi does not leave Monster Town alive." Upon hearing there was still 10 million after completing the task, Li Chong's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly promised, "Haha, if I Li Wei want him dead, he will definitely die." Downing the red wine in his glass, he crushed the glass in his hand. On the morning of August 1st at 6 o'clock, the Mingyue community, which had been silent all night, began to bustle with activity. In front of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, 3 buses were parked waiting for the aspiring martial artists who would participate in today's practical assessment. With 10 minutes remaining until departure, the area around the bus was already crowded. The aspiring martial artists, dressed in black uniforms of the martial arts school, gathered around. Many were family members of the martial artists, offering blessings and advice, filling the air with their voices. The head of the martial arts school stood in front of the bus, holding a list of participants. After confirming everyone was present, he shouted to the crowd, "All right, everyone is here. All aspiring martial artists, please board the bus. Family members, you may disperse. They will return after the assessment tomorrow." Though he said this every year, there were aspiring martial artists who would be injured or even lose their lives during the practical assessment. The family members, unable to put their minds at ease, continued to offer countless reminders hoping for a safe return. Xia Zhi and her grandfather were also nearby. Grandfather Xia Zhi looked at Xia Zhi, who was only 18 years old with a slightly childish face. He opened his mouth but made no sound, pouting with red-rimmed eyes. His remaining hand tightly grasped Xia Zhi's hand, and he finally said, "Be careful, come home safely." Xia Zhi nodded and boarded the bus under her grandfather's eager gaze. Until the bus started and drove away, the figure of her grandfather could still be seen standing there. The bus carrying the hopes of the Mingyue community families took Xia Zhi and the other aspiring martial artists to the Yangzhou City train station. There Xia Zhi and the others boarded an armored train. As the train began to move, gradually accelerating, they left the safety of the base city for the outside world. Inside the train, the aspiring martial artists sat in their seats, some chatting in small groups, while others rested with their eyes closed. We interrupt this program for a news update. Qin Yi, who rose to fame with her song Sky of Adolescence, has recently been signed by the strongest domestic entertainment company Huaxu Entertainment. After gaining admission to Jiangnan Music Academy, she has recently been signed by the strongest domestic company Huaxu Entertainment. At the press conference held by Huaxu Entertainment for it was announced that they would tailor something special for her. A news item suddenly caught Xia Zhi's attention on the screen at the front of the carriage. The girl appearing on the screen held a special place in the original owner's memory. The original owner, who had been diligently practicing, had put in unimaginable efforts to one day stand proudly beside this girl. Without any special resources to support him, he had reached the level of an aspiring martial artist by the age of 18. Xia Zhi's intense focus on the screen piqued the curiosity of the person beside her, who glanced over and teased, "Crush in your dreams." "No, just a former classmate. I didn't expect to see her in the news now, a star," Xia Zhi replied, shaking her head. "Haha, my younger brother is 17 this year, and had a huge crush on her a couple of years back. If that kid had half your strength, my deceased parents would rest in peace." The speaker was Yang Ming, whom Xia Zhi had met during gatherings of martial artists in Mingyue community. Yang Ming became an aspiring martial artist last year, but failed the practical assessment that same year after signing with the martial arts school. Fortunately, he had not been injured and spent another year preparing, feeling very confident this year, convinced that he would pass the. Xia Zhi had learned a lot of information about the practical assessment from him. Occasionally, after finishing her practice, they would chat while relaxing in the community. Xia Zhi had signed a contract with the martial arts school, entering into the legendary level agreement. This month, news had gradually spread among the martial artists that as long as Xia Zhi continued on her path, she would undoubtedly be among the strong. Yang Ming was exceptionally close to her. After the news concluded, a figure flashed on the screen. It was Zhuge Tao, the supervisor from headquarters, who had previously shown interest in Xia Zhi. Aspiring martial artists, hello everyone, I am Zhuge Tao, the supervisor of the Jiangnan Base City, for Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall was founded by the world's strongest Hongchuangjian, and is currently the world's leading organization. Once you become a martial artist and join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you can. Hello everyone, I am Wang Jihong, the president of the Jinan Base City, for Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall was founded by the world's second strongest thunder god. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Feng, the president of the Jiangnan Base City, for HR Family Alliance. Our HR Family Alliance is the strongest family union in the world, founded with the most powerful economic consortium. One by one, the high-ranking members of various organizations appeared on screen, introducing the advantages of their organizations to all the aspiring martial artists participating in this assessment. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for aspiring martial artists, who had not yet signed contracts, to understand the organizations, and even Yang Ming, who had already signed, watched with keen interest. Xia Zhi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, but her thoughts had already drifted far away. The girl appearing in the news was not merely her former classmate. The residual memories of the original owner still profoundly influenced her thoughts. She was a very beautiful and kind girl. The original owner, who grew up in a poor family and was subjected to ridicule and scorn, was sensitive and insecure. When he realized that martial artists were highly respected and admired, he trained fervently, determined to become a martial artist. Sensitive as he was, he avoided social interactions, and even when practicing he did so alone. In his teenage memories, everything was gray. Yet the girl beloved by many of his peers was the first to illuminate his gray inner world. Qin Yi, those who knew her liked to call her Yi. She rose to fame in China at the age of 13, with her song Sky of Adolescence. Preferring not to be a child star, she chose to continue her studies at school, laying a foundation for her future. At school, Yi was the dream girl in the hearts of all the boys, with countless people wanting to impress her. Originally, the girl and the original owner were two parallel lines that would never intersect. But during a study group organized by the school, Yi and the original owner were placed in the same group. The original owner, filled with insecurity, merely wished to hide in the corner and watch silently. Thus, the original owner often used indifference to mask himself, facing the kindness from the girl. It was also from that time that Li Wei and his group of arrogant schoolmates began to target the original owner with hostility. Life would have passed like that. Yet, on an ordinary morning, the girl saw the original owner practicing alone in the. You are so amazing. I've never seen a peer with such strong martial arts skills. Do you want to be a martial artist in the future? After watching the original owner practice, the girl approached and asked. The original owner, startled by the suddenly appearing girl, could only nod coldly. The smile the girl radiated left a deep imprint in the original owner's heart. You will definitely become a powerful martial artist. I believe you can do it. It was as if the world suddenly gained color at that moment, and the heart that had been masked with indifference felt its defenses shatter. From that day forward, the original owner trained even harder, not only for himself but also for his grandfather, and for the girl who had given color to his memories. When I become a martial artist, I will truly stand before you. At that moment he made a silent vow. Just then a rough male voice echoed in the carriage. This interrupts your thoughts. The high-speed armored train is beginning to slow down. We have arrived at our destination. Prepare to disembark. Welcome to the Jiangnan Base City Armed Base No. 1049. Welcome to the Jiangnan Base City No. 1049 Armed Base. Now everyone gets off the vehicle. The entire military camp is surrounded by reinforced concrete and military barbed wire. Numerous heavy firearms are densely packed, their muzzles aimed outward. Every kilometer stands a tall tower, its black walls covered with dark red mottled marks, while metal weapons glint brilliantly in the sunlight at the top. More prevalent are the soldiers wielding various fine weapons, each exuding a fierce aura, clearly elite warriors who have survived blood-soaked battles. Xia Zhi and his companions, aspiring warriors participating in the practical assessment, now stand on the training ground at the entrance of the military camp. Look outside, someone shouted excitedly. Xia Zhi turned around to see some famished monsters outside the military camp's warning line, emitting strange cries. Saliva dripped from their crimson tongues, their eyes gleaming with a greenish light, yet they dared not approach the military camp's. Ka-ka-ka. A flock of flying beasts soared high above the military camp, momentarily darkening the clear blue. Indeed, only after leaving the base city can one witness the reality of this world, said Yang Ming beside him. Humans can only live within the base city, protected by the army and weapons. To survive outside the city and fight the monsters, only warriors can achieve that. Everyone a familiar rugged voice. Welcome to the Jiangnan Base City No. 1049 Armed Base. This practical assessment for warriors will take place in our northern military district. You 1742 participants, I hope to see most of you pass the assessment, and I wish for all of you to survive it. The speaker was a burly man standing 2 meters tall, his camouflage uniform stretched tightly over his muscular frame, a single gold star on his shoulder insignia indicating his rank as a major general. I am Dong Hao, the commander of the 72nd Army of the 12th Group Army, responsible for this practical assessment. Warriors who pass will be directly granted the rank of lieutenant. Those who do not pass but wish to join the army can be awarded the rank of warrant officer. In our Huaxia nation, our military strength is undoubtedly the strongest. Join the army and become an honorable soldier, and wherever you are in our country you will have the strongest backing. Alright, now everyone head inside the military camp. The assessment will begin at 6 p.m. As Xia Zhi followed the crowd into the camp, he entered a spacious square with orderly barracks in the distance. The square was bustling with activity, as the camp provided a hearty lunch for the aspiring warriors participating in the assessment. In the afternoon, the 1742 aspiring warriors stood in an open area of the square, while on the high platform in front of them stood personnel from the Northern Military District Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, and some senior members of the HR Alliance. Next, those called should step forward to receive their battle uniforms and weapons. Lu Hong, Li Gan. At least 10 officers were calling out names in the receiving area. Those whose names were called quickly ran out to their respective receiving areas to collect their battle uniforms and weapons. Xia Zhi. A clear, loud voice resonated. Upon hearing his name, Xia Zhi immediately dashed forward. The senior members from various forces on the platform turned their gazes towards the young Xia Zhi as he stepped out. Is this the young man with whom your martial arts school signed an A-level agreement? Major General Dong Hao asked Zhuge Tao beside him. A pretty good young man, Zhuge Tao replied briefly without elaborating. He seems average, certainly not as talented as our school's new genius Zhang Lei. Well, let's see how they perform in this assessment, Zhuge Tao replied with a smile. In the receiving area, the officer in charge of distributing equipment pointed to a pile of gear on the ground and said, "This is your battle uniform and combat boots. This is the Blood Shadow battle blade you requested. The heaviest we can provide is class 2, weighing 98 kilograms. We haven't prepared anything heavier for this time." The officer looked at Xia Zhi with confusion, as it was rare for aspiring warriors to request such heavy weapons, especially a battle blade. This is a communication watch with positioning, communication, and other functions. You can call for help in emergencies. This is a hexagonal shield. Ignoring the officer's puzzled gaze, Xia Zhi smiled slightly at him and quickly ran off carrying the nearly 200-kilogram equipment. Soon all 1742 aspiring warriors participating in the assessment received battle uniforms suitable for their bodies, along with various specifications of weapons they requested. Everyone could only use cold weapons. The battle uniforms were of a uniform model with equal defensive capabilities. This was a requirement for the practical assessment, prohibiting the use of firearms. Under relatively fair conditions, the assessment tested whether each aspiring warrior possessed the strength of a warrior. Once everyone finished receiving their equipment, they dispersed back to their resting areas to change into battle uniforms and combat boots. In the spacious square, laughter filled the air. Xia Zhi wore alloy combat boots and military long pants, while his battle vest and other gear were made from a special material containing Kuro alloy. The hexagonal shield and blood shadow battle blade were strapped to his back, and he was currently with Yang Ming, who had also donned. Yang Ming, fully equipped, held a blood-drinking series long spear in his hand, excitedly said to Xia Zhi, the set of gear costs nearly $1 million to acquire. Xia Zhi, this should be your first time wearing this, right? Don't underestimate this battle uniform. Although it's the lowest grade, it can withstand the claws of the weakest level monsters. Ordinary people in the base city can't see this. Only warriors would have it. Yeah, I've never worn it before. Warriors earn quickly, but they also spend quickly. Xia Zhi remarked as he touched the cool surface of his battle vest. Who can argue with that? After passing the practical assessment, the startup funds provided by the martial arts school are meant for purchasing equipment and studying techniques. Otherwise, going out of the city to fight monsters would be a death sentence. Yang Ming sighed. Xiao Zhi, a voice called out. Xia Zhi looked over to see the instructor from the martial arts school, Zhang Tao, hurrying towards him. Yang Ge, the instructor, is calling me. I'll go over for a moment. Xia Zhi waved at Yang Ming and walked towards Zhang Tao. Seeing Zhang Tao in a black battle uniform, his face showed urgency. Xia Zhi curiously asked, "What's wrong, instructor? Just now Li Chong was inquiring about you with others. I feel something is off, so I came to warn you. This time Li Wei and the others will also participate in the assessment, but I haven't seen Li Wei around. I only saw Li Chong discussing your situation with the warriors in our district. I suspect they might target you during this assessment." "Target me? I was just thinking of settling the score with them. If they want to come, let them all come." After hearing Zhang Tao's words, Xia Zhi quietly pondered. Looking at Xia Zhi, who had changed into combat attire and boots carrying a battle sword, he appeared heroic and upright. After hearing the situation, he described Zhang Tao, who had initially been somewhat anxious, gradually calmed down. Living in the Mingyue community as well, Zhang Tao and Xia Zhi had become increasingly familiar with each other over. Upon learning that Li Wei and his group had severely injured Xia Zhi before the assessment for aspiring martial artists, merely to prevent him from participating, Zhang Tao's vigilance toward Li Wei and his companions increased significantly. Since Xia Zhi's performance in the aspiring martial artist assessment had far surpassed that of an ordinary genius, even catching the attention of the supervisor Zhuge Tao after signing an A-level contract with the martial arts school. Instructors Zhang Tao and director Xiang Zhonghua had both regarded Xia Zhi as their hope, looking forward to the emergence of a top-tier powerhouse from their martial arts school. As for Xia Zhi's sudden surge in power after his injury, he and the two had explained it as a breakthrough in the gene origin cultivation method. This was a precedent within martial artists. Ordinary individuals reaching the threshold of aspiring martial artists could begin practicing the gene origin cultivation method. Through cultivation, one could resonate with the mysterious energies of the universe, absorbing cosmic energy into their body, thus opening the door to evolution. When humans absorb cosmic energy for the first time, their cells absorb the most energy, resulting in the fastest power. Ordinary people might increase their punching power by 200 to 300 kilograms, while some could even enhance it by 50 or double it. Those who could achieve a multiple increase were truly geniuses among humans, indicating that their genetic makeup was particularly suited for cultivation. Once such a genius appeared, major factions would eagerly extend invitations, as it represented the potential for an additional top-tier powerhouse for their faction. Supervisor Zhuge Tao had recognized Xia Zhi's potential immediately after witnessing his performance during the aspiring martial artist assessment. Just a week after Xia Zhi had been an ordinary aspiring martial artist. Without hesitation, he offered the most elite contract within his authority. To enhance his rapport with Xia Zhi, he was even willing to personally spend money to cover any overages beyond the free quota. All of this was based on the potential Xia Zhi had displayed. As for the awakening of psychic practitioners due to their rarity, Zhuge Tao had not considered that direction. Moreover, if he were to awaken as a psychic practitioner, it would be an even more worthwhile investment, indicating that Xia Zhi's potential was stronger and his future combat power would be even greater. Although there is constant monitoring during the practical assessment and mutual combat between aspiring martial artists is absolutely forbidden, I still feel something is amiss. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and then said, "You and I should meet with the director." Hearing Zhang Tao's suggestion, Xia Zhi couldn't help but smile. "Instructor, we don't know anything yet. What will we say to the director? Besides, even if they have a conspiracy, I have my own ways to deal with it." Xia Zhi's tone was decisive. Zhang Tao glanced at the resolute Xia Zhi, nodded, and fell silent. Conspiracy. In the face of absolute power, no conspiracy holds any weight. After a month of training following the aspiring martial artist assessment, Xia Zhi had successfully entered the second layer of the supreme body refinement technique, the bone refining section, and his physical strength had steadily reached the peak of an intermediate warrior. He could feel his strength improving daily, and he was not far from breaking through to the advanced warrior level. A psychic practitioner is inherently invincible at the same level, with their strength being 2 levels higher than that of their physical power. Now, with Xia Zhi's physical strength at the intermediate warrior level, he had already reached the junior battle general level as a psychic practitioner. A psychic practitioner can easily slaughter a group of ordinary martial artists of the same level. Therefore Xia Zhi was fully confident about this assessment. Although his cultivation journey in this world had just begun in this assessment, he would only face the weakest level monsters which posed no threat to him. In the distance Li Chong was talking to someone, when he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. Turning around he was surprised to find it was Xia Zhi. Feeling his newfound strength and confidence, Li Chong glared back fiercely with his piercing eyes. Sensing the malice in Li Chong's gaze, Xia Zhi scoffed in disdain, and turned away ignoring him. Xia Zhi, you piece of trash, once the assessment begins I will make you regret coming here. Li Chong thought of all the arrangements he had secretly made and felt the ordinary-looking yet level combat vest he was wearing, thinking maliciously. In a luxurious room of a guest house by the military camp square, Li Wei, also dressed in black combat attire, stood by the large window, his dark gaze scanning the crowd as he watched Xia Zhi in the distance. Is everything arranged? Li Wei asked in a low voice. On a sofa against the wall of the room sat a shadowy figure, the dimly lit room casting a shadow that obscured their appearance. It's all set, and Flevel Tiger Mastiff King has already been arranged into the assessment town, and its strength is close to that of an 11 junior beast general. Among Flevel monsters its strength is also top tier. The key is that among the tiger mastiffs prepared in the town, if a monster occasionally breaks through to become a dog king, it can be considered a reasonable explanation. Very good. The 30 million cash I promised you will be transferred to your account shortly. Li Wei said, satisfied after hearing the shadowy figure's response. Wei Xiao, why not just have someone take care of that kid? Even if he passes the assessment he will eventually have to leave the city to fight monsters, and there will be plenty of opportunities then. If we tamper with the assessment and it gets discovered, that could be troublesome, the shadowy figure questioned. After all, 30 million in cash for the life of a warrior-level kid was an exceedingly easy task. In the base city, any form of homicide among humans is strictly prohibited, with violators facing execution. However, outside the base city the world lacks laws and security. The survival of the fittest rule was vividly displayed, with many battle general level powerhouses willing to take action for 30 million cash. Ordinary battle general level martial artists, when leaving the city to hunt monsters, find it difficult to accumulate 30 million from spoils. That requires constant life-threatening efforts. Now, however, simply killing a warrior-level kid could yield such a substantial reward, tempting many to take action. I understand, but I can't wait any longer. Li Wei fixed his gaze on Xia Zhi in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. I don't want to see him reveling in his triumph. I want him dead immediately. Suddenly feeling something, Xia Zhi turned to glance at the 3-story small building in the distance, but noticed nothing. Maybe I'm just being sensitive, Xia Zhi thought to himself. The practical assessment is about to begin. All aspiring martial artists participating should gather at the square. A loud voice boomed from the military camp's loudspeaker, and the bustling camp gradually quieted down. All 1742 aspiring martial artists, fully armed, gathered in the square, waiting silently. A group of officers walked out from the military camp, led by the burly officer Dong Hao. He strode directly to the front of the formation, scanning the crowd with his gaze, his rugged voice resonating. Departing to the destination Monster Town. A total of 1742 aspiring warriors followed along, marching vigorously for nearly half an hour before reaching their destination. This was an abandoned town not far from the military camp. The heavy weapons and watchtowers in the military camp had extended their security perimeter to include the town. At this moment, on the walls surrounding the town, numerous soldiers armed with weapons were on guard amidst the dense barbed wire. It was already evening and the sun was about to set. A multitude of searchlights on the walls illuminated the town inside and out, forming a complete isolation zone to ensure separation. Before Xia Zhi and the others had even entered the town, they could already hear the sounds of various monsters echoing from. At that moment, a convoy of heavy trucks arrived, each truck's enclosed compartment filled with the frenzied and angry roars of monsters. The desperate howls sent shivers down the spines of the aspiring warriors who were encountering monsters up close for the first time. Xiao Zhi, good physical fitness and strength do not necessarily equate to actual combat prowess against monsters, said the martial arts school principal accompanying them for the assessment. The practical combat assessment for warriors is both a test and a trial. Only through real encounters with monsters can one truly understand. The knowledge in books is ultimately just knowledge. Xia Zhi, you must adapt to the life and death struggles with monsters. When dealing with enemies, do not show mercy. Understood, Xia Zhi nodded in response. The monsters in this assessment are all the weakest level monsters, equivalent to a beginner warrior's strength. The principal continued, they possess very low intelligence. However, they are bloodthirsty and filled with a murderous rage. Thus, each year during the practical combat assessments, there are always cases of aspiring warriors dying or being crippled. Xia Zhi understood that this was not a game. It was a real battle against monsters, and it was impossible to guarantee complete safety. Everyone, a rough voice rang in the ears of every aspiring warrior. Everyone looked up to see Major General Dong Hao standing on the roof of a dilapidated 3-story building at the edge of the town, addressing them all. This practical combat assessment follows the same rules as before. It will commence promptly at 6:30 this evening, and conclude at 6:30 tomorrow morning. For each monster you kill you must cut off its left ear as proof. The more monsters you kill the more points you earn. Among the 1742 of you aspiring warriors the top 60 in points will qualify as warriors. The bottom 40 will be considered failures and must wait for the next practical combat assessment. Dong Hao's voice grew colder. Which means out of the 1742 of you only 1045 can pass. The remaining 697 will be eliminated. Remember during the assessment all aspiring warriors are absolutely prohibited from killing each other. All your activities will be under surveillance or violators will be executed on the spot. Hearing Dong Hao's words the aspiring warriors around Xia Zhi began to murmur quietly astonished by the 40 elimination rate. Let me remind you usually killing 3 monsters is enough to pass the assessment. If you manage to kill only 2 monsters it will be a matter of luck. Dong Hao's voice resonated in everyone's ears. When the results are equal rankings will be determined based on the time taken to kill the monsters and the extent of injuries sustained. Therefore when you reach a certain number of monster kills exit the town as soon as possible. If you are severely injured and unable to continue the assessment you can press the emergency button on your communication watch. We will send someone to rescue you immediately. However if you are rescued your practical combat assessment will end regardless of how many points you have earned. Dong Hao continued, boys ensuring your own safety is the first lesson I teach you. With that said Dong Hao leaped his immense strength causing the dilapidated building beneath him to shake. Swish! He jumped from the building soaring several meters high. After a few quick movements, he landed at the entrance of the town and waved to all the aspiring warriors participating in the assessment shouting, everyone enter the monster town. The 1742 aspiring warriors surged into Monster Town like a tidal wave. Shut the door. The only gate slammed shut with a thunderous boom. The practical combat assessment for warriors officially began. Within this completely sealed-off Monster Town only the aspiring warriors participating in the assessment and the monsters they were about to kill remained. Xia Zhi and his companion Yang Ming were standing against the wall of a dilapidated residential building in the town. Are you really going to venture into Monster Town alone? Yang Ming asked surprised. Yes, Brother Yang. Although this is an assessment it is also a trial. I want to complete it on my own, Xia Zhi replied looking at Yang Ming. With his current strength Xia Zhi felt no concern for the weakest level monsters in the town. He simply wanted to use this practical combat assessment to sharpen his experience in battling monsters. After all in his previous life on Earth there were no monsters. Moreover the words of instructor Jiang Tao had raised a slight alert in Xia Zhi. If there truly were a conspiracy it would be safer to face it alone allowing him to focus better and act more conveniently. Alright let's split up. Remember to be cautious and not let your guard down. Yang Ming said as he scanned the surroundings for any movements. See you outside the town tomorrow. With that he swiftly dashed into a nearby street and quickly moved away. Xia Zhi also slipped into the shadows of a nearby building. Monsters are classified into Beast Soldier level, Beast General level, and Lord level corresponding to Human Warrior level, War General level, and War God level respectively. Xia Zhi wearing a hexagonal shield on his left forearm, and holding a blood shadow battle knife in his right hand, slowly walked down a dilapidated dust-filled alley. The monsters prepared in Monster Town for the assessment are all the weakest primary Beast Soldier level monsters which are level. In this town the monsters mainly consist of 3 types: the Shadow Cat which excels in speed among feline monsters, the iron-haired wild boar known for its immense strength and defense, and lastly the incredibly agile and powerful dog-type monster the Tiger Mastiff. Suddenly while walking Xia Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, as a palpable killing intent emanated from a monster with fur resembling sharp spikes and standing a height of about 1.5 meters slowly emerged from the shadows ahead. Its enormous tusks protruded from its mouth, reflecting a chilling glint in the dim alley. This was an iron-haired. It was chewing on the flesh and blood of some unknown creature, dark red blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. This one will do. Seeing the iron-haired wild boar which resembled a small tank, Xia Zhi brandished his blood shadow battle knife and advanced directly towards it. Haha! The iron-haired wild boar glared at the human before it daring to approach it, and let out low growls. Realizing this human was unafraid of it, the low intelligence of the boar ignited its rage, and it let out a roar charging towards Xia Zhi with its long sharp tusks resembling 2 giant curved blades. Its sturdy hooves stomped against the cement ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Watching the charging iron-haired wild boar, Xia Zhi tightened his grip on the battle knife, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, as he unleashed all his strength, channeling it directly into his arm holding the knife. Without dodging he aimed directly at the boar's head. The nearly 4,000 kilograms of force allowed the sharp battle knife to cut through without obstruction. Thud! The iron-haired wild boar's entire body was cleaved in half with the separated halves thrown aside due to thanks to the speed of the battle knife, blood only sprayed out once the severed body hit the ground. Xia Zhi sheathed his knife and turned to look at the still bleeding corpse behind him, feeling an unexpected thrill. In his previous life Earth was also an orderly world. Even as a mercenary there were not many opportunities. In this life, within the base city, any kind of slaughter was absolutely prohibited. This was Xia Zhi's first time killing with his current body. Being able to kill a monster so freely made him feel immense satisfaction, having longed for powerful strength. This is the life a warrior should lead. Cultivating powerful strength is meant for battle. I got a bit too excited just now and went all out. After the excitement, Xia Zhi began to reflect. My physical strength is currently too overwhelming. It doesn't serve to hone my skills. From now on I will control my strength to around 1000 kilograms, honing myself with the strength of a primary warrior. Using nearly high-level warrior strength to deal with merely primary warrior level iron-haired wild boars is essentially bullying. The two sides are not even on the same level. From now on Xia Zhi would suppress his strength to make it comparable, allowing for proper honing. After all, it is unlikely that every encounter will be against monsters that are a whole tier weaker. Now let the slaughter begin. As time slowly passed, the 1742 aspiring warriors engaged in their own bloody battles in various corners of Monster Town. Those confident in their strength chose to fight alone. Those concerned about risks opted to team up with familiar Although the level monsters in the town were similar in strength to the aspiring warriors, the advantage of humans lay in the weakest level monsters possess little intelligence, relying solely on some primal instincts. In the chaotic night, the slaughter continued unabated. Some aspiring warriors sustained injuries in their first encounters with monsters, and could only press the button on their communication watch to call for help, choosing to end the assessment. Others turned pale, and were shaken internally after killing monsters. Yet some skilled aspiring warriors after slaying monsters became exhilarated and excited, much like Xia Zhi. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Not far from the town, within a large building, a massive wall was adorned with numerous surveillance screens, displaying everything occurring in various areas of the town. At this moment, Dong Hao, Zhuge Tao, Wang Jihong, and Zhou Feng, high-ranking officials from the military and various factions, were seated on the sofas in the room. Several attendants were serving nearby with red wine and fruits, laid out on the table, while the group observed the images on the screens, engaging in conversation. In front of the surveillance screens, several officers were continuously switching camera angles to showcase the performances of the aspiring martial artists. What a naive display. Major General Dong Hao sighed, watching these youngsters battle with the monsters reminds me of my youth. Look at them, most are barely in their 20s, the very age of youth, yet so inexperienced. Zhuge Tao also sighed, his white hair reflecting his reminiscence of youth. Nearby, Wang Jihong, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts School, glanced at the reminiscing Zhuge Tao and scoffed. Zhuge, what about that kid called Xia Zhi you specially recruited? He hasn't shown any remarkable performance yet. Just now our school's genius Zhang Lei has already single-handedly killed 3 monsters. Zhou Feng, a senior member of the HR Alliance, chimed in. That kid is quite impressive. For his first time fighting monsters, he can exhibit such strength. At this moment, one of the monitoring screens locked onto the genius Zhang Lei, whom the high-ranking officials were discussing. He had just finished a battle with the corpse of a tiger mastiff, still oozing blood on the ground. After severing the left ear of the tiger mastiff and securing it, he swaggered down the street with the blood-dripping ghostly blade, searching for his next prey. He is indeed a good kid. His strength poses no challenge in this assessment. Zhuge Tao nodded in praise as he observed the unmasked figure of Zhang Lei on the screen. Major General Dong Hao looked in astonishment at the screen in the lower right corner, growing more surprised with each glance. Lock onto camera number 32, filming that aspiring martial artist, and switch the screen to the large display. Dong Hao instructed the officer in charge of the screens. Understood. A loud response came from the screen. Wang Jihong, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts School, asked in confusion, Old Dong, what did you see? Old Wang, you'll find out soon. Dong Hao smiled playfully. Soon the large screen displayed the image from the earlier lower right screen. In the image, 6 dark shadows were relentlessly attacking an aspiring martial artist. Those 6 dark figures were none other than 6-class monster shadow cats. The silhouette of a young figure wielding a hexagonal shield and blood shadow war knife seemed unfazed by the assault from the 6 shadow cats, dodging with minimal movement. He barely grazed past the razor-sharp claws of the shadow cats. The effortless grace and absolute confidence in his movements completely captivated the high-ranking officials watching the screen. The martial artist on the screen was none other than Xia Zhi. This kid has turned the martial arts practical assessment into a free opportunity to hone his agility. And look, his agility is remarkable. Dong Hao marveled. It's at the subtle level. Indeed, it's at the subtle. Zhuge Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he intently watched Xia Zhi deftly evade the attacks of the 6 shadow cats. Achieving subtle level agility is something even battle general level experts cannot accomplish. He's only 18 years old, and his agility has already reached the subtle level. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Zhou Feng of the HR Alliance gasped in awe. He turned to Zhuge Tao and said, Zhuge, your extreme martial arts school has struck gold this time. A kid this young achieving subtle level agility will be extraordinary in the future. Zhuge Tao smiled as he watched the screen, saying nothing, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his immense satisfaction. After all, he was gaining face in front of the high-ranking officials, and he felt even prouder of his earlier decisive decision to offer Xia Zhi a level agreement. Humph, what a stroke of luck. Wang Jihong, head of the Thunder Martial Arts School, muttered in resentment. The Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School were established by the world's strongest Hong and the second strongest Thunder God. They were rivals in every aspect, whether in high-end combat power or martial arts students. Competition was everywhere. The genius Zhang Lei, who had just been praised, paled in comparison to Xia Zhi from the Extreme Martial Arts School. The footage on the surveillance screen continued with Xia Zhi evading the attacks of the class Shadow Cats, using his agility, suddenly swinging his arm with the knife. One Shadow Cat, having just missed its pounce, was suspended in front of him when a glint of cold light swept from beneath. The Shadow Cat, propelled by its own momentum, charged forward for quite a distance before its head separated from its body, hot blood spraying out. As if this were a signal, Xia Zhi, who had only been evading, quickly swung his arm, causing the remaining Shadow Cats to emit death cries as 5 jets of blood burst forth, leading to the demise of the remaining 5 Shadow Cats. Subtle level agility is merely the beginning. Using minimal movement to execute the most exquisite evasions, Xia Zhi stood there surveying the ground littered with Shadow Cat corpses, reflecting on the battle he had just concluded. Subtle level signifies a mastery over power and body with exquisite control, achieving the most delicate evasions at minimal cost. The various movements and dodges seem as if calculated by a computer. The difficulty of subtle level agility lies in the impossibility of making mistakes during these small dodges. A single error can easily lead to being hit by a monster. Being hit by a monster generally results in either death or injury. Thanks to the superhuman calculation ability awakened by his mental energy master, and through constant practice against monsters, Xia Zhi felt his agility had improved by more than 1 or 2 times compared to before the assessment. This is the allure of real combat. It tests everything imagined in routine training. Only by truly challenging the limits of one's body can one understand the boundaries of their evasion. If he were to exert his full strength, whether unknown or against multiple opponents with a level higher in power, Xia Zhi could easily slay these low-intelligence class monsters like Tiger Mastiff, Shadow Cats, and Ironford Wild Boars. However, facing 6 monsters attacking a single person with equal strength could easily kill a human. After all, though his body can unleash nearly 4,000 kilograms of punch force, if he cannot evade the monster's attacks, a collision force exceeding 2,000 kilograms can still injure him severely. Ordinary people would not dare train so recklessly, but Xia Zhi dares, because he is a mental energy master possessing mental energy. Once he makes a mistake in evasion and encounters danger, Xia Zhi can immediately apply his mental energy to his shield or blood shadow, war knife, adding an invisible force to himself. This allows him to shift and evade again. Unfortunately, this mental energy can only act on inanimate objects, not directly on the human body. Otherwise, it would simply penetrate inside. Mental energy cannot control humans or animals. It can only control metals, wood, and so on. Otherwise, I could already fly using my mental energy. Xia Zhi lamented that humans must surpass the battle god level and reach planetary level strength to fly on their own. Next, I will continue searching for monsters. At this moment, in the monitoring room of the tall building outside the town, the high-ranking officials were still discussing Xia Zhi, yet no one noticed a figure hidden in the shadows of the corner, quietly sending out a coordinate. In the monster town, in front of a dilapidated 2-story house, a fierce battle was underway. 2 aspiring martial artists were besieging a grade monster, the Tiger Mastiff, which was already covered in wounds, blood dripping from its gaping injuries. The Tiger Mastiff's blood-red eyes fixed on the 2 humans before it, growling lowly. Suddenly it lunged towards the human on the right, its claws gleaming with a cold light, poised to tear off large chunks of flesh if they made contact. At that moment, the aspiring martial artist on the left swung his heavy hammer in a wide arc, aiming directly at the exposed belly of the Tiger Mastiff mid-lunge. With a loud thud accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the Tiger Mastiff was sent flying nearly 5 meters away. Its body hit the ground, twitching, helplessly unable to stand. The aspiring martial artist on the right quickly stepped forward, raising his battle knife high, and struck down hard at the Tiger Mastiff's neck, severing its head. At this moment, the searchlights from the outer wall of the town illuminated the figures of the 2 aspiring martial artists. The one who had just decapitated the Tiger Mastiff was Li Wei, and beside him was Li Chong wielding the hammer. Seeing that Li Wei had dealt with the Tiger Mastiff, Li Chong rushed over to its severed head, which was still oozing blood, and pulled out a small knife from his waist to slice off the left ear, placing it in his backpack. Li Wei shook the blood from his knife, gazing at the corpse of the Tiger Mastiff with satisfaction as he said, "This is the 9th monster. With my strength, these grade monsters pose no challenge in the assessment." Li Chong immediately chimed in, "Wei Xiao's knife skills are too strong. We now have 9 left ears of monsters. Passing the assessment is a sure thing, all thanks to Wei Xiao." However, deep down he scoffed, thinking it's not a big deal to team up against the weakest grade monster. For this assessment, Li Wei's family had specially dispatched a genius aspiring martial artist recruited by the HR Alliance for his safety. At this moment he stood quietly to the side, observing silently. After ensuring he had acquired the ears of 4 monsters to guarantee passing the assessment, he would not intervene unless absolutely necessary, allowing Li Wei and Li Chong to fight the monsters. At this time, Li Wei's communication watch vibrated. He raised his arm to glance at it, and realized he had received a message. After reading it, a fleeting joy crossed his face, as he said to Li Chong, "Only by experiencing the struggle against monsters alone can we grow into true powerhouses in the future. Next we will split up." Li Chong was taken aback. Upon noticing Li Wei's gaze indicating the communication watch, he quickly understood. They had finally confirmed the coordinates of the summer solstice, and the plan in the shadows was about to commence. Wei Xiao, then we will meet outside the town tomorrow morning. After saying this, Li Chong glanced at the message he had just received on the communication watch, and swiftly ran off into the distance. Seeing Li Chong leave, Li Wei looked at the martial artist standing guard beside him, and said, "Let's go, we are leaving the city." This assessment has lost its meaning. With his prominent status, he would never allow himself to be in danger, even if it were just a slight risk. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. On the rooftop of an 8-story building, several dark figures were surrounding the summer solstice, constantly attacking. The summer solstice appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, evading the assaults of 7 monsters without a scratch. That night, the summer solstice was almost entirely focused on honing his agility, training his body to react instinctively, moving as if it were second nature, achieving a level of finesse in his movements. This is not good. The leisurely rhythm was suddenly disrupted. 2 monsters attacked from behind, and after dodging for others, launched simultaneous strikes. Among them, a shadow cat that had been hidden in the blind spot of the summer solstice suddenly appeared before him, its claws poised to strike. Strangely, despite being exhausted, the summer solstice managed to shift laterally by 5 centimeters just in time to— This was the effect of his spiritual force acting on the hexagonal shield on his left arm, generating a push at the critical moment, allowing the summer solstice to evade the attack. That should be about my limit. Let's finish this. The summer solstice had not been attacking. He was merely using the blood shadow battle blade to block incoming strikes now. He quickly swung it. The dazzling blade light combined with his swift movements left the monsters with no chance to resist. The summer solstice dashed past the 7 monsters like a gust of wind, blood spraying. As they fell, all 7 monsters perished on the spot. Under the pressure of grade monsters, further honing is not particularly meaningful. In the future, when we reach the wilderness, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight monsters. The summer solstice smiled slightly. He casually cut off the left ears of the dead monsters and tossed them into his backpack, which was now nearly full of monster ears. These were the spoils he had collected from killing monsters during his training that night. Just as the summer solstice was about to head towards the town's exit, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his line of sight. As it came closer, the summer solstice realized it was Li Chong. Li Chong stared at the pile of monster corpses, his heart trembling. He thought in disbelief, did he kill all of these? Seeing the 7 monster corpses on the ground with warm blood still steaming from their wounds, it was evident that a fierce battle had just concluded. He checked the device in his pocket, which had already been activated, and thought to himself, this trash kid has improved his strength so quickly. Luckily, he is destined to die here today. Li Chong steadied himself and said to the summer solstice, "I didn't expect to run into you here. What are you doing here?" The summer solstice looked at the suddenly appearing Li Chong, feeling a sense of wariness. At this moment, approximately 1 kilometer away from the building where the summer solstice resided, inside an abandoned supermarket, a monster that had been lying on the floor suddenly opened its eyes, which had been quivering, now radiating bloodthirsty and frenzied light. This monster was covered in golden, for its muscles coiled in a way that exuded explosive power. Once it stood up on its 4 limbs, it towered above an adult human, a daunting sight. It was none other than the F-grade monster, the Tiger Mastiff King, whose strength was comparable to that of advanced human warriors, even nearing that of a warlord. It lowered its head to sniff a blood-stained black cloth in front of it, and let out a furious roar. Boom! The large glass window of the supermarket shattered completely as the golden figure charged in one direction. Its powerful limbs pounded the concrete floor, leaving behind a series of shattered pits with its swift movements. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm. A monster exceeding grade strength has appeared in the town. An grade strength monster has appeared in the town. The harsh alarm suddenly echoed in the room, and the previously calm atmosphere inside turned tense. On the walls, numerous surveillance screens flashed red lights, and several screens emitted piercing alarm sounds. The officers controlling the town's surveillance equipment immediately began operating quickly, locking onto the rapidly fleeing golden figure on the screens. Report. An F-grade monster, the Tiger Mastiff King, has suddenly appeared in the town. Please advise. One officer quickly reported to the higher-ups. Immediately notify the emergency rescue team to take action. We must ensure the safety of those participating in the assessment. The Major General Officer Dong Hao, who had already stood up upon hearing the alarm, quickly walked to the monitoring screen, giving orders. Yes, the emergency rescue team has received the order and is expected to arrive in 10 seconds. The officer reported after pressing a button on the device in front of him. Although the emergency rescue team was on standby during the assessment, unexpected situations required time to respond from receiving the order and confirming the coordinates to setting out. Those 10 seconds could determine life or death. How could a monster exceeding grade strength suddenly appear? What is the North Army District doing? Wang Jihong, the director of the Thunder Martial Arts School, questioned loudly. Most of the aspiring martial artists participating in the assessment had only the strength of rookie warriors. Facing an F-grade monster with the strength of advanced warriors would lead to a slaughter for them. Thinking of the many aspiring martial artists from the Thunder Martial Arts School, who were currently in the town Wang Jihong, felt unable to contain his rage. Questioning now is pointless. We must deal with this monster first and investigate thoroughly afterward. Zhuge Tao said solemnly, his eyes icy. The occurrence of such a blunder in the martial artist practical assessment aimed at discovering more human armed forces could not help but provoke the anger of various high-ranking factions. If this was man-made Wang Jihong barely suppressed his anger, but couldn't help but say. Facing the questions and anger from other factions, Major Dong Hao remained silent, his eyes fixed on the Tiger Mastiff King that was leaping at high speed on the screen. In the assessment, being killed by a monster of the same level was due to one's lack of strength. However, if other circumstances led to the unexpected slaughter of these aspiring martial artists, who were the future reserves of human power, that would be a serious issue. I hope it's not too late, he thought to himself. As Xia Zhi pondered why Li Chong had suddenly appeared alone, a beastly roar echoed from a distance. At a speed of nearly 300 meters per second, a golden beast was dashing through the small town, leaping over residential buildings, and sprinting past numerous houses. Hearing the distant roar and seeing the golden beast charging towards him, Li Chong's heart trembled, realizing he had to leave. Monsters do not care who you are, as long as you are human you are their prey. Seeing Xia Zhi still standing there seemingly unresponsive, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. The expression of triumph on his face was captured by Xia Zhi's gaze, and he immediately realized that this must be the trap set by Li Wei and his group. Is this what you prepared? Xia Zhi asked Li Chong. Li Chong, upon hearing this, said nothing but sneered coldly, then darted away in the opposite direction of the approaching beast. He would never admit it. What if evidence was left behind? Enjoy your last battle in life, you useless brat, haha. He thought to himself. Xia Zhi ignored Li Chong, who had already fled far away, instead standing still, and fixing his fiery gaze on the rapidly approaching beast. I just said that an rank beast isn't strong enough to test me. Let me use you to gauge the results of my training. Xia Zhi tightly gripped the blood shadow war knife in his hand, feeling his blood start to boil in anticipation of the imminent battle. Moments later, the golden beast stomped on the street and leaped onto the rooftop of a building nearly 15 stories high, then forcefully pushed off again, soaring nearly 50 meters above Xia Zhi's head, howling as it lunged towards him. As soon as the beast landed on the rooftop, Xia Zhi clearly saw that it was a monster nearly twice the size of an ordinary tiger mastiff. It's the Frank Beast Tiger Mastiff King, he quickly realized. He positioned his six-sided shield in front of his chest, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed his gaze on the charging Tiger Mastiff King. His brain began to calculate rapidly. The speed and power of the charging Tiger Mastiff King were quickly assessed, and his body reacted instantly. Just as the Tiger Mastiff King's claws were about to touch him, Xia Zhi swiftly dodged to the right, channeling all his strength into his left arm. With nearly 4,000 kilograms of force, he charged towards the Tiger Mastiff King with his six-sided shield. With a loud bang, Xia Zhi was propelled backwards several meters by the enormous force of the collision, while the Tiger Mastiff King was sent crashing sideways to the ground. The tremendous impact caused the rooftop of the abandoned building to collapse, creating a large hole in the middle, with concrete debris flying everywhere engulfed in dust. The Tiger Mastiff King emerged from the dust, shaking off the rubble on its body. Clearly, the earlier collision had not harmed it at all. At this moment, its bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes were fixed on Xia Zhi, and with a powerful push of its limbs, it lunged forward again. This time, its massive jaws opened wide, revealing two sharp canine teeth aiming straight for Xia Zhi's throat. Xia Zhi felt a tingling in his left arm and a heaviness in his chest, realizing that his current physical state still lagged far behind the beast-level Tiger Mastiff King. Fortunately, his bone refinement technique had begun to show results, strengthening his entire skeletal structure through training. If that collision had been with an ordinary warrior, the whole left arm holding the shield would have been shattered by the tremendous impact. Seeing the Tiger Mastiff King revealing its canine teeth and lunging at him with its gaping maw, its nearly 2-meter-tall body resembled a speeding assault vehicle. The foul odor emanating from its open mouth assaulted Xia Zhi's sense of smell. It stinks so much. At that moment, Xia Zhi's figure suddenly became as agile as a monkey, swiftly dodging the sharp canine teeth. In the instant, he evaded the blood shadow war knife in his right hand, slashed through the air, directly aiming for the Tiger Mastiff. The Tiger Mastiff King mid-lunge seemed unable to adjust its body quickly in the air. Just as the blood shadow war knife was about to slice through its neck, a golden whip-like shadow suddenly appeared, striking towards Xia Zhi's head. Damn, so fast! Xia Zhi jumped in fright, barely twisting his body to evade the whip's attack. This golden whip shadow was the Tiger Mastiff King's tail, resembling an iron whip. Puff! Puff! As the tail whipped, the Tiger Mastiff King's agility increased again, where its body in midair managed to use the tail's force to rapidly adjust its position. With sharp claws and fangs, the Tiger Mastiff King launched a series of relentless attacks. Utilizing his shield and war knife, Xia Zhi fought back each clash, producing a muffled sound. No way canine monsters are faster than humans. Relying solely on physical speed, I can't keep up with its attack speed. Although his movement technique had reached the micro-level, he still faced danger when the speed difference was significant. Even if his brain could react, his body couldn't match that speed in battle. Feeling the pain of his back being torn open, Xia Zhi's anger surged. He kicked a concrete block that had fallen to the ground, a stone about the size of an adult's head. Beast, you're asking for death. Feeling the pain of his back being torn open, Xia Zhi's anger surged. He kicked a concrete block that had fallen to the ground, a stone about the size of an adult's head, as if it were launched by a catapult, quickly hurtling towards the Tiger Mastiff King. The Tiger Mastiff King showed no signs of slowing down. Facing the flying stone, it simply swiped with its front paw, slicing through the stone, as if it were a few sharp daggers. The split stone fell to either side. As Xia Zhi kicked the stone, he immediately charged towards the Tiger Mastiff. Roar! After the Tiger Mastiff King shattered the stone, it raised its sharp claws again to pounce at Xia Zhi. Die! In that moment, Xia Zhi, fully prepared, used the force of the air to pivot like a butterfly, skillfully evading the beast. Simultaneously, as he dodged, Xia Zhi's blood shadow war knife drew back with a rotational force and struck out in an instant. The blade's arc increased its speed dramatically. The Tiger Mastiff King's tail whipped through the air, quickly attempting to use this force to change direction rapidly, but it seemed to barely avoid the incoming blade. Accelerate for me. At this moment, Xia Zhi poured his mental energy into the striking war knife, doubling the already swift blade's speed. Puff! The lightning-fast blade struck the Tiger Mastiff King's neck, and Xia Zhi could feel through the war knife the toughness of the Tiger Mastiff King's golden-haired skin. Yet, under the enhancement of the mental energy, the already weak neck was still sliced through by the blood shadow war knife. The massive canine head was flung nearly 3 meters away by inertia, spraying bright red blood into the air, creating a curtain of crimson. In that moment, Xia Zhi's figure was enveloped in blood. What? Such agile movement! Such a fast knife! The high-ranking officials in the monitoring room watching the screen exclaimed in surprise. Major General Dong Hao, who had been tense all this time, finally relaxed a bit. Thank goodness! This kid really has some skills. He thought. If this assessment led to a large number of aspiring warriors being slaughtered by the Frank Tiger Mastiff King, as the military supervisor for the assessment, he would definitely bear the responsibility. Haha, well done! Zhuge Tao, who had remained silent and watched the screen from the beginning, laughed heartily at this. Wang Zhiheng, the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, looked at Xia Zhi, now shrouded in blood on the screen, and felt a peak of envy towards Zhuge Tao. What incredible luck! Damn, this kid named Xia Zhi is only 18 years old. Such great physical qualities, astonishing agility, reaching micro-level at such a young age, along with an outstanding combat awareness. What a future awaits him. No, I must recruit him. It's just money and we have plenty. I need to think of a way. Wang Zhiheng's mind raced with countless ideas. As the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School in Jiangnan City, which had always competed with the Extreme Martial Arts School, he absolutely did not want to see such a top genius fall into the hands of an old rival. The battle concluded and Xia Zhi severed the left ear of the Tiger Mastiff King, placing it into his backpack. With a whoosh, 3 figures suddenly appeared, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. At the forefront was an officer adorned with the insignia of a major. The emergency rescue team of martial artists had finally arrived. The major's gaze swept across the rooftop platform, taking in the remnants of the battle, the lingering scent of blood in the air, all indicating that the fight had ended. The headless corpse of the Tiger Mastiff King sent a shudder through him. He looked in astonishment at Xia Zhi, who was slightly out of breath, and asked, "Did you take it down by yourself? Were you hurt?" "It's nothing. Who doesn't get hurt when hunting monsters?" Xia Zhi steadied his breath and replied, "Tonight's battle was exhilarating." He reminisced about the struggle with the Tiger Mastiff King, realizing that if he weren't a mentalist and hadn't reinforced his entire skeleton through the bone refinement technique, he would have perished tonight. Haha, good lad. You have the makings of a martial artist. The major, who had been tense since receiving the rescue order, couldn't help but laugh at Xia Zhi's response. The other 2 officers in the rescue team also smiled lightly, their gazes towards Xia Zhi, revealing a hint of approval. Rescue team, bring the prospective martial artist Xia Zhi and the corpse of the Tiger Mastiff King back to the command room. At that moment, a command came through the major's communication watch. Received. After replying, the major gestured to his 2 subordinates and said to Xia Zhi, "Come follow me." With that, he leaped directly from the rooftop platform, soaring several meters high. Xia Zhi followed closely, and the 2 of them made successive jumps as they quickly headed towards the outskirts of the town. At this moment, within a tall office building 2 kilometers away from the residential building where Xia Zhi had fought the Tiger Mastiff King, the large floor-to-ceiling windows were already shattered, and the cool evening breeze rushed into the room, producing a wailing sound. Li Chong stood by the window, straining to see in the direction where Xia Zhi was. Why is there no movement? At first I could hear the beast's roar, but now there's not a sound. With the body enhancement of a soldier-level martial artist, he could observe from 2 kilometers away under good visibility. However, in the pitch-black night, the residential building where Xia Zhi was located was the shortest structure in the vicinity, and under the shadows of the tall buildings, Li Chong could not clearly see what was happening over there. He must be dead. The class beast, the Tiger Mastiff King, is not much weaker than a human's initial battle general. That useless kid, being just a mid-level warrior, must be no match for it. Haha, if he's dead, I can still pass the assessment. Tomorrow Li Wei will owe me 10 million cash. With that thought, a wave of smugness rose in Li Chang's heart, completely unaware that in the darkness behind him a pair of icy eyes had been watching him for a long time. The thick pads on the paws of the approaching shadow cat allowed it to move without making a sound. The sound of wind filled his ears, and with thoughts of the 10 million cash he would soon acquire, Li Chang finally relaxed his tense mind. At that moment he had no awareness of the danger creeping up behind him. Something's not right. Immersed in joy, Li Chang suddenly felt a very faint breath behind him. Realizing something was wrong, his face turned pale in an instant as he instinctively turned his head. The last image registered in his mind was only a pair of blood-red eyes and the sharp fangs approaching his throat. The abandoned room plunged once more into darkness. In the silent night, the sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed, accompanied by the occasional low growl and chewing of the monster, seemingly filled with delight. Not far from Monster Town, within a large building, after following the rescue team, the major led Xia Zhi inside, where he immediately saw various high-ranking officials from different factions, sitting on sofas, their eyes filled with various emotions converging on him. Zhuge Tao, in charge of the operations, looked at him kindly and gently nodded in acknowledgement when their gazes met. Sitting next to Zhuge Tao was Wang Jihong, the president of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute headquarters in Jiangnan City, sporting a full beard and currently gazing at Xia Zhi with intense eyes. Noticing Xia Zhi looking over, he raised an eyebrow and revealed a meaningful smile. At that moment, the other two officers from the rescue team brought in the corpse and head of the Tiger Mastiff King. The wounds had been simply treated and were no longer bleeding, and the blood on the corpse had been wiped clean. Dong Hao nodded and said, "Well done, return to your posts and stand by." "Yes." The major replied with a salute, and then nodded to Xia Zhi before leading his two subordinates out. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the corpse of the Tiger Mastiff King on the ground, especially the smoothly severed neck with a somewhat delicate air to it. Luo Feng, the president of the Jiangnan HR Alliance, dressed in a designer suit, looked at Xia Zhi and praised, "At just 18 years old, to possess such agility and strength, it is truly incredible." In response to Luo Feng's praise, Xia Zhi merely nodded in acknowledgement and did not speak. The previously silent officer Dong Hao finally shifted his gaze to Xia Zhi and said, "Xia Zhi, you tell us about what happened this time." Seeing Zhuge Tao gently nod at him, Xia Zhi began recounting the events from discovering Li Chang's presence to the sudden attack of the Tiger Mastiff King, and finally the battle that led to its defeat. Upon hearing that Li Chang had appeared and the Tiger Mastiff King immediately attacked, Dong Hao's gaze briefly swept over Luo Feng, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Once Xia Zhi finished speaking, Dong Hao pondered for a moment before directly saying, "We will thoroughly investigate this matter in our military district and provide you with an explanation." He then glanced at Zhuge Tao, who was quietly observing, and continued, "In martial artist practical assessments, the corpses of beasts killed by prospective martial artists traditionally belong to our military district. However, since an unexpected incident occurred this time, the materials from the F-class Tiger Mastiff King's corpse will belong to you. The materials from the entire F-class Beast's corpse are valued at approximately 200,000 Huaxia coins. Given that you single-handedly killed it and directly avoided potentially serious consequences, our military district will purchase it from you for 100,000 yuan." After hearing this, Xia Zhi saw that Zhuge Tao showed no signs of opposition and agreed, saying, "All right, I am willing." Upon hearing Xia Zhi's response, Dong Hao expressed satisfaction and said, "We will investigate this matter alongside the Security Bureau. Xia Zhi, you should go rest now. I believe the monster's left ear you obtained will pass the assessment without issue. Tomorrow morning after the assessment concludes, you will be a true martial artist. Congratulations." "Thank you," Xia Zhi said. He then left the room under the guidance of the nearby officer, making his way towards the temporary encampment, where he saw prospective martial artists who had already concluded their assessments. They gazed at Xia Zhi, who emerged from the building still stained with patches of blood, seemingly just returning from battle, their faces filled with expressions of astonishment. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Xia Zhi. With light yellow hair and a gloomy face, it was Li Wei, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. This was the first time Xia Zhi encountered him since his rebirth in this world. Comparing to Li Wei from the original owner's memories, aside from his increasingly sullen expression upon seeing Xia Zhi, he had not changed much. Seeing Xia Zhi appear unscathed before him, Li Wei felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, and the anger in his heart made him wish to destroy everything in front of him. What is that waste Li Chang doing? How could such a meticulously crafted plan fail? How is it that Xia Zhi, that piece of trash, is still alive? Xia Zhi looked at Li Wei, who was seething with rage yet desperately suppressing it, and smiled contemptuously. Without pausing his steps, Xia Zhi did not look at Li Wei again. As he was about to pass by him, he softly remarked, "The F-class beast, the Tiger Mastiff King, was rather weak." Upon hearing Xia Zhi's words, especially the mention of the Tiger Mastiff King, Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. After speaking, Xia Zhi ignored Li Wei and walked away. Just a mindless second generation. In the martial artist practical assessments, where all factions focus their attention, he dares to play petty tricks. Does he really think everyone is a fool? Staring blankly at the departing Xia Zhi, Li Wei muttered in disbelief. How is it possible? How could this trash withstand the fury of an F-class beast? Where is that waste Li Chong? Why hasn't he come out yet? At 6:30 in the morning, a piercing sound suddenly echoed throughout Monster Town. A rugged voice emanated from the large loudspeaker at the entrance proclaiming, "The assessment time is up. All prospective warriors in Monster Town proceed to the exit immediately." Finally, it is over. I wonder how Yanggu is doing. As Xia Zhi stepped out of the lounge and looked at the small town that had begun to stir because of the announcement, he quickly walked towards the town's entrance. At this moment, the prospective warriors who had completed the assessment began to emerge one after another. Li Wei stood aside seeing Xia Zhi approach. He snorted coldly and walked over to a nearby tree. Half of his face was shaded by the tree, and he fixed his sinister gaze on Xia Zhi. The remaining prospective warriors in the town started to leave. Almost every one of them was stained with blood, some injured being supported out by their companions. Several heavy trucks rolled out of the town with the front trucks piled high with the corpses of monsters. The last truck stopped by the road, but lying on it were the bodies of many humans, some even mutilated with exposed wounds, still showing signs of having been bitten by monsters. These bodies of prospective warriors, those who know them come collect them. A military officer stood beside the truck. His cold voice rang out. "Ah! Old 3. How?" Among the onlookers, some prospective warriors cried out in shock, with others rushing forward to embrace the bodies, crying uncontrollably. "What are you crying for?" The officer's stern voice rang out again. "Do you think fighting monsters is just a game? Fighting monsters always involves casualties. If you choose the path of a warrior, you must be prepared for death. The human society grants warriors so many privileges. Why is that? It's not for you to bully ordinary people, but because it is the warriors who have killed numerous monsters and safeguarded the lives of the people in the base city, contributing to all humanity. That's why you are granted such privileges. Status and power are all earned through hard work. If you can't even pass the most basic combat assessment, entering the wilderness after leaving the city is a sure death." The officer's words silenced the prospective warriors present. "Those who can still move, go to the registration office to submit your tasks." After speaking, the officer no longer looked at the prospective warriors and left directly. Xia Zhi scanned the corpses on the truck, relieved not to see Yang Ming's figure. Suddenly a familiar face caught his eye. It was Li Chong. At this moment he lay among the pile of corpses, his eyes wide open in shock. His throat had been torn apart by a monster, completely severed. His combat uniform had not been destroyed, but from the collar, his internal organs and flesh had been devoured, leaving behind clotted dark red blood smeared across his face and body. Although he had once wished to personally kill Li Chong, seeing someone familiar now lying on the cold truck, mixed among many corpses, struck a chord in him. Xia Zhi felt no joy at this sight. Instead, he felt a tinge of regret. Li Wei had now also seen Li Chong's corpse, glanced at the unblinking face, and bitterly said, "Trash is trash, humph." He turned away without another glance at Li Chong's body. Xia Zhi watched Li Wei leave, thinking to himself, compared to Li Chongyu, who orchestrated this scheme behind the scenes, are the one who truly deserves to die. "Xia Zhi, Xia Zhi." Yang Ming called out to him from the crowd in the distance. "Yanggu." Xia Zhi replied. "How did it go? How many monsters did you kill?" Yang Ming ran over smiling. "I killed 5 monsters, haha. After this night of slaughter, I can feel my strength improving again. Dozens, I lost count." Xia Zhi walked with Yang Ming towards the registration office. "Dozens? Xia Zhi, you really are a freak." Yang Ming, upon hearing Xia Zhi's response, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Those monsters may be the lowest level class monsters, but their instincts are innate. Take the shadow cat, for example. Being a feline, it is naturally agile and fast. I fought like mad for a whole night just to kill 5 of them." Xia Zhi smiled at this, secretly thinking, "If you knew I also killed an F-class tiger mastiff king, wouldn't you be even more astonished? How did you get injured on your back?" At this moment Yang Ming noticed the wound on Xia Zhi's back and couldn't help but. The wound, due to the evolution of a warrior's body, had the cell's activity enhanced, and the scabbing and healing process was far quicker than that of ordinary people. Xia Zhi had treated it simply and felt almost no discomfort. "It's nothing. I was caught by a monster while practicing my movement technique on a few monsters," Xia Zhi replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yang Ming halted his steps, staring at him speechless for a moment. "You really are a freak, practicing your movement technique on assessment monsters, and on several of them at that." Shaking his head, Yang Ming said no more. The two arrived at the registration office, where many prospective warriors had already submitted the left ears of the monsters they had killed. "I am Xia Zhi, a student recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts School. I heard he signed a class contract. I wonder how many monsters he has killed this time. Just now Yang Lei from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School killed 43. At his young age, he surely has little combat experience. It's impressive enough that he can face monsters without wetting his pants, haha." Seeing the two approach, someone who knew Xia Zhi revealed his identity, which drew the attention of the onlookers, discussing the fact that he had been signed by the Extreme Martial Arts School under a class contract. In an instant, all eyes in the registration office were focused on him. "Xia Zhi, right? Hand over the left ears of the monsters you killed. Several officers were standing there at the registration office, some counting the number of monster ears, while others were recording. One officer addressed Xia Zhi. Ignoring the ongoing discussions around him, Xia Zhi took off his backpack, opened the bag, and turned it inside out. A large number of monster left ears tumbled onto the table in front of the officer, filling more than half of the nearly tumter-long table, including a golden ear. The left ear of the Tiger Mastiff King. So many. How many monsters did you kill? The onlooking prospective warriors gasped in surprise. The officer responsible for counting was also taken aback by the sheer number. He then began to tally the monster ears. After gazing at the left ear of the Tiger Mastiff King, for a moment, a smile spread across the officer's face, as he said to Xia Zhi, there are a total of 87 monster left ears. As of now, you have killed the most monsters in this batch. Next. The officer turned to the next person, and Xia Zhi walked away with a smile. Truly a freak. Yang Lei killed 4-3, and Xia Zhi killed 87. I wonder if there is anyone who has killed more monsters than Xia Zhi. Listening to the crowd's astonished discussions, Xia Zhi remained unconcerned. Killing a bunch of class monsters holds little significance. He was simply honing his movement technique, seeking out monsters to practice, and casually defeating them afterward. If it were only about killing class monsters with Xia Zhi's current strength, it wouldn't be surprising to kill over 100 in one night. Having passed the practical assessment as a warrior, I am finally a true warrior now. Xia Zhi felt exhilarated. He had finally taken the first and most crucial step on the path to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Thinking of the exciting challenges ahead, Xia Zhi's emotions surged. A life like this is truly exciting. Returning to the lounge, he first removed his blood-stained combat suit. After a quick rinse, Xia Zhi changed into clean, comfortable training clothes. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found someone already seated in the room. Supervisor. Xia Zhi looked in surprise at Zhuge Tao, who sat there. Zhuge Tao smiled gently at Xia Zhi. You've been through so much tonight. Tired? No, I'm not tired. What brings you here, Supervisor? Xia Zhi asked. If I hadn't come, that bastard Wang Jihong from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall would have sent someone to fetch you, Zhuge Tao said with a smile. Xia Zhi was taken aback, then, after a moment of realization, said, Supervisor, I've already signed a contract with the Martial Arts Hall. The Hall, and you have been so good to me. I won't join any other forces. Hearing Xia Zhi's words, Zhuge Tao looked at the young man before him. Despite the trace of childishness still on his face, it could hardly conceal the fierce aura left from a night of slaughter. Not arrogant, not impatient. Good. Zhuge Tao grew increasingly satisfied with Xia Zhi. He smiled and said, The Security Bureau has already intervened in the matter of the Tiger Mastiff Hound King yesterday. There will be results in a few days. Xiao Zhi, be mentally prepared. I will make the one behind this pay a certain price, but that's where it ends. Xia Zhi looked at Zhuge Tao in surprise. Supervisor, you mean? Although we haven't investigated thoroughly, the mastermind hasn't left much direct evidence of involvement. Moreover, their background is extremely deep. If we push too hard, a cornered beast might lash out, and that wouldn't be good for you. Of course, this time we've intimidated them enough to prevent them from acting rashly, giving you time to grow stronger. I've already reported your performance to the global headquarters. Mastering the micro-level movement technique almost guarantees you a spot in the elite training camp. In a few months, the training camp will begin recruiting new members. Once you enter, by the time you return, you'll be a war god-level powerhouse. By then, you'll truly have the strength to settle your own grudges. As he said this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhuge Tao. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zhi said, I'll listen to you, Supervisor. Come on, let's head back to the base city together. Zhuge Tao said, rising with a smile. Your family must be worried. Thinking of his grandfather waiting for him at home, Xia Zhi followed Zhuge Tao out of the lounge. In Yangzhou City, within the Mingyue residential area, Xia Zhi's grandfather Xia Zhi and an elderly man with white hair were sitting and chatting in a pavilion at the entrance of the residential area. Since moving to the Mingyue residential area, Xia Zhi no longer needed to go out collecting scrap metal every day. With plenty of free time, he joined a few other elderly family members of martial artists in the area, spending their days playing chess and strolling, living a very pleasant life. The white-haired old man was someone Xia Zhi had met while playing chess every day. He had originally come to find Xia Zhi for a game of chess today, but ever since Xia Zhi left for the practical assessment yesterday, Xia Zhi, aside from eating and resting, had basically been waiting at the pavilion by the residential area's entrance. He wanted to be the first to see Xia Zhi return safely. Old Xia, your Xiao Zhi will definitely pass the assessment. The white-haired old man saw him constantly glancing toward the entrance, especially when a car arrived, his eyes filled with anticipation, and couldn't help but offer comfort. Old Lu, is this practical assessment really dangerous? Xiao Zhi says it's not, but I've heard from Old Li that it is dangerous. Xia Zhi asked worriedly. The white-haired old man nodded. There is some danger. In the martial artist practical assessments, there are always some quasi-martial artists who die, get injured, or become disabled. Seeing Xia Zhi's tense expression, he continued. But your Xiao Zhi will definitely be fine. According to my son, the casualties are always among the weakest participants in the assessment. This is the first screening on the path of a martial artist. Your Xia Zhi was already so strong during the quasi-martial artist assessment. With his strength, this assessment poses no danger. The fact that we can live leisurely here, that humanity has a safe living environment like the base cities. It's all thanks to the desperate efforts of martial artists like Xia Zhi. That's true. Xia Zhi nodded, his expression relaxing, but his heart was still filled with anxiety. Suddenly his phone rang. Xia Zhi took it out and saw the caller ID, a look of joy spreading across his face. He said to the white-haired old man beside him, "It's Xia Zhi. Answer it." The white-haired old man urged with a smile. "Is that Xia Zhi?" Xia Zhi asked into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. "Grandpa, I passed the martial artist practical assessment. He'll be home tonight. Don't worry. We'll have dinner together." The familiar voice of Xia Zhi came through. The hand clutching the phone instantly relaxed. Good. Grandpa will wait for you to come home for dinner," Xia Zhi said, deeply moved. After hanging up, he excitedly said to the white-haired old man, "He passed. I need to go prepare. Xia Zhi will be home tonight." "Haha, I told you. Go prepare plenty of good food," the white-haired old man said. Inside Villa No. 188 of the Mingyue residential area. That evening, after Xia Zhi returned home, he happily had dinner with his grandfather Xia Zhi. This home, where only the grandfather and grandson lived, was filled with joy tonight. From this moment on, Xia Zhi was officially a martial artist. Xia Zhi looked at Xia Zhi, whose temperament had clearly matured after the assessment, and was moved to tears of joy. After calming his excited grandfather, the two talked for a long time. The fierce aura from his first killing of a monster gradually soothed in the peaceful and harmonious family atmosphere. After his grandfather fell asleep, Xia Zhi went to the third-floor restroom. "Finally, I can access the internal network of the Limit Martial Arts Hall," Xia Zhi thought with anticipation. In this world, some special internal networks could only be accessed after obtaining a specific identity. Only after becoming an official martial artist of the Limit Martial Arts Hall was one eligible to enter its internal martial artist network. Limit Home. Limit Home. Xia Zhi typed the URL on the keyboard. On one wall of the restroom, a massive screen a full 200 inches materialized. The screen immediately loaded the website Limit Home, with the ultra-fast internet speed causing no delay. Beep. Xia Zhi verified his fingerprint. Soothing, beautiful background music filled the restroom. On the huge screen appeared Xia Zhi's personal page featuring his photo and personal martial artist information. Name: Xia Zhi. Gender: male. Age: 18. Address: Yangzhou City, Jiangnan Base City, Huaxia Nation. Martial artist certificate number 42030-4205408010016. Martial artist rank: warrior level. Initial contribution points 0. Currency balance 21 million Huaxia dollars. 21 million Huaxia dollars. The starting funds promised by the Limit Martial Arts Hall have arrived, plus the 100,000 from the military for the Tiger Mastiff Hound King. Seeing his currency balance, Xia Zhi smiled. At the top of the page was a row of notification bars. Among them, a small envelope icon was blinking incessantly. Moving the mouse over it, a message displayed. "You have 2 new emails." Xia Zhi opened the first email and a video immediately appeared. "Hello, Mr. Xia Zhi." On the huge screen appeared a young woman in a white professional outfit smiling. "I'm Supervisor Zhuge's assistant. The 2 million starting funds promised by the supervisor have, I believe, reached your account. As for purchasing manuals for movement techniques, blade techniques, and guidance techniques, you can buy them through the internal network. Your free credit limit is 100 million. As long as the cost doesn't exceed 100 million, it will be reimbursed directly through the internal network without deducting a single cent from you. If the price of a manual exceeds 100 million, the excess amount will need to be paid by you, Mr. Xia Zhi. Finally, congratulations on successfully passing the martial artist practical assessment, Mr. Xia Zhi." The video ended after playing. I'm a multimillionaire now. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time Xia Zhi had owned so much money. Although he knew that in this world money was merely a number to the strong, and true treasures couldn't be bought with money. But looking at the balance in his account and the 100 million, he was about to spend, Xia Zhi's heart still stirred with. In the lounge on the 3rd floor of the Summer Solstice Villa, after calming the excitement in his heart from reading the first email, Summer Solstice promptly opened the second email. It was another video. "Dear newly promoted warrior, Summer Solstice greetings. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts School, we welcome you to our family." A sweet-looking girl smiled and said, "This is your first time accessing the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School Extreme Home. Let me introduce you to the purpose of Extreme Home. As a platform, Extreme Home is immensely valuable for warriors. Whether it's secret techniques, weapons, potions, or even rare treasures, anything sold by the Extreme Martial Arts School to warriors can be purchased through it. Moreover, the unique contribution point system requires warriors to provide contributions to buy what they need at lower prices. Contribution points can be obtained by selling materials after slaying monsters or through donations. As the sweet girl introduced summer solstice was astonished. He had read the original text in his past life and understood the basics, but he wanted to clarify everything before deciding on his future development path. Summer solstice clicked to enter the warrior forum and selected the database for basic warrior knowledge. A plethora of basic information appeared on the screen, such as essential survival knowledge for the wilderness zone, maximizing escape chances from lord-level monsters, and things to know about royal-level monsters, and various other posts, most of which were shared by warriors themselves on the forum. Summer solstice sought out the essence of these posts to absorb knowledge and enhance his understanding of the wilderness zone in this world. Still, the three major secret techniques of body movement, attack methods, and guidance techniques are the most important. The Supreme Body Refinement Technique I practice merely enhances the physical foundation. I do not know if there will be stronger techniques to advance in the future. Thinking of the Nine-Story Pagoda in his sea of consciousness, Summer Solstice felt a sense of helplessness. His mental power had already reached the level of a battle general, and he was trying to approach the pagoda with his will, yet there was still a distance to cover. I still lack strength. I will continue to cultivate, or I refuse to believe that with my Supreme Body Refinement Technique fully mastered, I won't reach the planetary or stellar level, and still be unable to access you. Disregarding the pagoda in his sea of consciousness, Summer Solstice decided to choose his secret technique first. Currently the strongest techniques on Earth belong to Hong and the Thunder God, and among them the Thunder God's Ninefold Thunder Blade Technique was chosen by Luo Feng in the original text as the foundational technique for foundation establishment. After pondering for a moment, Summer Solstice entered the online shopping page and searched for the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Soon the screen displayed a photo of the technique along with its price. Ninefold Thunder Blade Category Blade Technique. Rating Ultimate. Price 100 billion Huaxia coins, at full price 50 billion Huaxia coins, at half price requirement contribution points, must reach 4-star level. 4-star contribution points require 10 million contribution points. If obtained through donations based on the ratio to Huaxia coins, it amounts to 100 billion. Indeed, to a strong person money is merely a number. Summer Solstice shook his head in resignation. I can't afford the complete version, so I might as well buy it in parts. The price for the first 3 volumes of Ninefold Thunderblade is 200 million Huaxia coins, at full price 100 million Huaxia coins at half price, and requires 2-star contribution points. Seeing the payment prompt on the screen, Summer Solstice clicked confirm directly, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the successful payment notification. Spending 1 billion at once, he had never been so extravagant in 2 lifetimes. Fortunately, the first purchase of a technique can ignore the contribution point limitations. I am secretly relieved. Although 20 million startup funds seem substantial, I should still save as much as Summer Solstice then clicked on the weapon list page, quickly finding the Blood Shadow Battle Blade series. He also opened pages for combat suits, shields, and throwing knives, his brow furrowing tighter. Indeed, earning money is easy, but spending it is even faster. 20 million is barely enough to spend. Oh, with my speed of strength enhancement, it wouldn't take long to reach the high battle general level. Thinking of this, Summer Solstice looked helplessly at the amount on the page. According to the configuration for a high battle general level, a complete set of equipment would cost at least 60 million, even with a 1-star contribution point discount, and that's only for selecting the key items like battle blades and shields. 1 star requires 100,000 contribution points, which translates to 100 million Huaxia coins. Currently, Summer Solstice hadn't even entered the wilderness zone to slay monsters. The startup funds alone were insufficient. Low-level weapons and equipment will soon be unable to keep up with my strength growth. Forget it, I'll choose what I can afford for now, and I'll replace the equipment once I start earning money. Just then, pleasant music rang out in the room, and a video call request appeared on the screen. So late. Who wants to talk to me? He was somewhat puzzled and clicked to agree. Hello, Mr. Summer Solstice. A young woman appeared on the large screen, the same one who appeared in the first email video. The woman smiled at Summer Solstice and said, I am the assistant to Supervisor Zhuge, and I apologize for disturbing you so late. It's all right. May I ask if the supervisor has something to discuss with me? Yes, the supervisor received a notification from Extreme Home and learned that Mr. Summer Solstice has just used the free quota to purchase a technique. I was specifically instructed to inform you not to purchase weapons and equipment yet. Please, come to the headquarters of the martial arts school in the base city tomorrow, as the supervisor wants to see you. Did the supervisor mention what it's about? Summer Solstice was even more puzzled. The young woman in white professional attire replied, It's about the compensation issue from the unexpected incident during the practical assessment. The supervisor instructed me to explain it to you in detail tomorrow. Summer Solstice felt a stir in his heart. It seemed the matter regarding Li Weiss conspiracy had come to a conclusion. Understood, I will go tomorrow, Summer Solstice replied. All right then, I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. After finishing, the video call ended. Thinking of what might happen tomorrow, Summer Solstice lost interest in selecting equipment, turned off the screen, and walked towards the training hall. Ultimately, one's own strength is the most crucial. 2 hours earlier, in the HR Alliance warrior community located in the western part of Yangzhou City. In a room on the 3rd floor, after a low growl echoed within, Li Wei, dressed in a bathrobe, emerged from the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw an old man standing outside the door. Uncle Ing, has Dad also come? Li Wei asked in surprise upon seeing the suddenly appeared old man. After speaking with Zhou Feng, the president of the Jiangnan Base City Alliance, the old master hurried over immediately. Young master, this time you. Looking at Li Wei's bloodshot eyes, the old man said, the old master wants to see you. Hearing the old man's words, Li Wei clenched his fists, following the old man in silence. In the room behind him, faint sounds of a girl's suppressed sobs could be heard. In the training hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose dark blue martial arts outfit sat cross-legged in meditation. With long hair cascading down his cold and indifferent face resembling a rock carving emanated an icy aura even with his eyes closed. He was a globally renowned powerhouse known as the Vulture, a high-level battle god. Upon Li Wei entering the training hall, Li Yao's closed eyes suddenly opened, the temperature in the room seeming to Li Yao exuded a chilling aura. Dad! Under Li Yao's penetrating gaze, Li Wei called out before lowering his head. Looking at his only son before him, Li Yao snorted and a stern voice rang out. You still remember that you have a father? You don't even come home for a woman. Seeing that Li Wei remained unresponsive, his voice grew even harsher. It's just killing an ordinary person. After so many efforts causing such a ruckus, is this how I taught you? I don't want to wait. I want him dead immediately. Li Wei raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted hysterically. Seeing his son like this, Li Yao's tone softened. Alright, come home with me tomorrow, your mother misses you too. Leave the rest to Eagle to handle. The old man standing silently by immediately responded. Yes, old master. I have already spoken to Zhuge Tao. You will handle it tomorrow and first provide some money to resolve this matter. Then make sure to investigate this kid named Summer Solstice thoroughly. Saying this, Li Yao's tone turned sinister. Our Li family's money isn't so easy to take. In the main district of Jiangnan Base City, the towering deep blue skyscraper of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy stands prominently. At this moment, Xia Zhi stands in front of the main entrance, gazing up at the 4 large characters that read Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Outside the walls of the Academy's headquarters, soldiers armed with real guns stand guard at every corner, giving the entire Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters an impression of a monster fully armed to the teeth. Noticing Xia Zhi loitering at the entrance, a soldier on duty directed his gaze towards her. Without waiting for her to approach, Xia Zhi stepped forward, taking out her ID card to register for verification. Seeing that Xia Zhi was so young, yet already held the status of an official martial artist, the verifying officer saluted and personally guided her inside. Upon entering the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters, the vast courtyard resembled a large park replete with small bridges flowing water and rockeries blooming with flowers. The flow of people within the courtyard was constant, and Xia Zhi could sense that all these individuals were likely martial artists. As they continued deeper into the academy building, the officer brought Xia Zhi to one of the elevator doors and said the supervisor's office is on the 19th floor. Assistant Bai is already waiting for you. After thanking him, Xia Zhi entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 19th floor. Many martial artists waited at the other elevator doors, but no one was waiting for the elevator she entered. Upon seeing the astonished glances from the other martial artists waiting for the elevator, Xia Zhi immediately understood that she must be borrowing the identity of Supervisor Zhuge Tao to enjoy such treatment. The elevator did not pause in the middle, but operated at high speed, quickly reaching the 19th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a young woman in professional attire, whom Xia Zhi had seen twice in videos, was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Xia Zhi, she quickly approached and extended her hand, saying, Mr. Xia Zhi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the supervisor's assistant. My surname is Bai. Hello, Assistant Bai. Xia Zhi lightly shook the soft hand she extended and smiled. This way, please. The supervisor is waiting for you in the reception room. Saying this, she led Xia Zhi into a nearby room. Please wait a moment. I will go report to the... Shortly after Xia Zhi sat down, a familiar figure entered the reception hall dressed in a tang suit with slightly graying hair meticulously arranged. Upon seeing Xia Zhi, he burst into a cheerful laugh. Haha, Xiao Zhi, this is your first visit to our academy headquarters, right? The person was indeed Zhuge Tao. Xia Zhi hurriedly greeted him, saying, Hello, supervisor. It is my first time at the headquarters. I didn't expect there to be so many martial artists inside. Hearing Xia Zhi's words, Zhuge Tao laughed heartily again. Jiangnan City has a total population of 200 million. It as the headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy. For the entire base city, how could there not be many martial artists? Zhuge Tao smiled and continued, the sudden appearance of the Flevel monster, the Beast King, has been nearly clarified. A reckless young man and a greedy, audacious deputy chief of staff. Old Lei has already personally executed the deputy chief of staff involved in the incident. Hearing that an officer was involved, Xia Zhi nodded and said, to manipulate the assessment there must be someone involved in the Northern Military District. What about the others? The other young man, if it weren't for his father pressuring the Security Bureau, and the Northern Military District would have also been dealt with. However, now that the executed officer has taken all the blame, as long as we let it go, this matter will be over. Zhuge Tao glanced at Xia Zhi, and then asked, did you use up the 100 million free credit I gifted you last. Xia Zhi, caught off guard by the sudden mention of the free credit, replied, I used it all up. I bought the first 3 levels of the 9-fold Thunder Blade. Daring to buy the ultimate secret technique, the 9-fold Thunder Blade. Good boy, you have ambition, Zhuge Tao said. Now you understand the costs for martial artists, right? Xia Zhi nodded, but did not speak. Seeing Xia Zhi silence, Zhuge Tao sighed without key evidence that kid's family has considerable influence. Even if he were to be executed, it would leave significant hidden dangers for you in the future. For martial artists, enhancing their strength depends on talent as well as resources in the later stages. You saw the prices of items in the online marketplace yesterday. It's extremely difficult for ordinary martial artists to earn enough resources on their own. Even if you have great talent, the support of abundant resources can save you the most precious time. You must know the younger you are, the easier and faster it is to enhance your strength. If you wait until you reach my age, even with more resources, it will be hard to improve and it will be too late to regret. After listening to Zhuge Tao's words, Xia Zhi was deeply moved. From the beginning, this supervisor had treated her exceptionally well. Although one could not rule out the possibility that her talent and potential attracted his attention, and he wished to invest in her future, it was undeniable that Zhuge Tao had executed everything extraordinarily well, making Xia Zhi feel a warm and close connection. I understand, supervisor. Xia Zhi looked into Zhuge Tao's eyes and said, when my strength is sufficient in the future, I will personally return the deserved punishment to them. Good. The old Black Hawk who will come later, I will handle it. You just watch from the side, Zhuge Tao said. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Xia Zhi asked with confusion, who is Old Black Hawk? Just a lackey, an intermediate battle general level spiritual master, but with limited potential. He can't improve any further. How could a spiritual master run around as a dog for someone? Zhuge Tao said disdainfully. Upon hearing that a spiritual master was coming, Xia Zhi's heart stirred. This was her first time truly seeing another spiritual master apart from herself. She couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming meeting. At this moment, an elderly man dressed in a black suit resembling an English butler was walking towards the reception hall under Assistant Bay's guidance. The old man's forehead and cheeks were covered with deep wrinkles, and his prominent hooked nose coupled with his occasionally shifting gaze exuded an aura of coldness and cunning. Upon entering the reception hall and seeing Zhuge Tao, he coldly said, Supervisor Zhuge, long time no see. Lord Liao asked me to convey his regards. Thank you for your master's regards. Our inspector has also asked me to convey his greetings to your master. Zhuge Tao replied, matching his imposing presence. Hearing the mention of the inspector, the old man's eyes twitched, and his tone softened, indicating a deep apprehension towards this inspector. I thank the inspector for conveying his regards to Lord Liao. As the old man spoke, his gaze shifted to Xia Zhi beside him, and he deliberately asked, is this the young martial artist who encountered an accident during the assessment? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi looked up and met the old man's gaze. In that instant, it felt as if everything around her had vanished, and she could perceive nothing else. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Zhi suddenly awakened, cold sweat immediately breaking out on her back. How terrifying! Just a glance put me in a trance. Is an intermediate battle general level spiritual master this strong? This was Xia Zhi's first encounter with a spiritual master, and she was astonished to find that the old man could make her perception vanish just through his gaze. What Xia Zhi did not know was that at this moment the old man felt even more incredulous. For it was known that Xia Zhi's spiritual master level had already reached the beginner battle general level, and the gap between her and the old man was not significant. The key was that the 9-tier pagoda in Xia Zhi's Sea of Consciousness, although still not closed, had such a formidable presence in the Sea of Consciousness that it shouldn't have been shaken by a mere battle general level spiritual impact. How is this possible? He thought in fear. My spiritual secret technique, dark approaching impact, even a high-level battle general would be affected. How could a mere battle level kid recover almost instantly without any reaction? Originally, the old man Uncle Eagle had malicious intentions and planned to secretly impact Xia Zhi's spirit with his spiritual secret technique upon their first meeting, and secretly plant a hidden killing move when her consciousness was shaken. He intended to activate this hidden killing move after the negotiation. His spiritual secret technique, unless facing a significantly higher level spiritual master, was hard for ordinary battle god level experts to notice, making it a true killer in the shadows. Relying on this hidden killing move, Uncle Eagle had succeeded many times before, yet he never expected that this time the spiritual impact he secretly unleashed would have no effect. Instead, his own spiritual will had also been faintly shaken by the rebound. Could it be that this kid's will is stronger than that of a high-level battle general? Inside the headquarters building of the Limit Martial Arts Association's Jiangnan base city, Xia Zhi, Zhuge Tao and the elderly man known as Uncle Ing sat comfortably on the sofas in the reception hall. Uncle Ing spoke first. Director Zhuge, the Security Bureau, and the Northern Military Region have already executed those lawbreakers involved in this matter. Uncle Ing, spare us the empty words, Zhuge. Tao shook his head with a faint smile. This matter runs deeper than it appears. How dare anyone tamper with the martial artist assessment, an event of such paramount importance? If left unaddressed, what will happen next time? He glanced at Xia Zhi before adding, it didn't result in serious consequences, only because Xia Zhi possesses exceptional strength. Had he been slain by the Tiger Mastiff King, we wouldn't be sitting here negotiating with you today. Uncle Ling fell silent, pondering deeply for a long moment. Indeed, Li Yao's power and influence rendered most affairs trivial. But this time his son Li Wei had acted independently, orchestrating foul play during the practical assessment, thereby crossing an unforgivable line. Senior figures across all factions in Jiangnan Base City were watching closely. Even Li Yao's authority could only contain the fallout within Jiangnan City itself. Were the incident to reach Hong, the Grand Master of the Limit Martial Arts Association events, would spiral beyond Li Yao's control. The crux lies with this young man. If he agrees to settle privately, resolution becomes feasible. Fortunately, he wasn't truly killed. Had he perished, no room for negotiation would remain. He inwardly cursed that young Master Wei is a fool, spoiled rotten by his elders. Killing someone should be simple, yet he's turned it into this calamity. This time Li Yao will surely bleed heavily. Turning to Xia Zhi, who had remained silent since the beginning, Uncle Ling asked politely, "Young Master Xia Zhi, how do you propose this matter be resolved to your satisfaction?" Though his tone was mild, his gaze locked onto Xia Zhi like a venomous serpent fixated on its prey, chilling to the marrow. "Elder Uncle Ling," Xia Zhi replied with a gentle smile, "though I suffered no lasting harm, they employed despicable means during the official assessment, attempting covert sabotage against me. Surely such conduct cannot be excused merely by claiming youth and ignorance. What do you intend to do? Speak plainly." Elder Uncle Ying's expression darkened. "One sentence, 10 billion Chinese yuan, and this matter ends." Xia Zhi continued, still smiling. 10 billion. You're demanding a king's ransom. Do you know how much a battle commander level martial artist earns in a year? Do you grasp what 10 billion signifies to you? That sum is exorbitant. Uncle Ling glared fiercely. 10 billion is indeed substantial for a battle commander, but for a battle god tier cultivator it is hardly excessive. Zhuge Tao, observing Uncle Ying's demeanor, frowned and interjected, "Not to mention Li Yao. The battle god himself ranks among the world's most formidable elite warriors." Xia Zhi smiled faintly but remained silent. Long before Uncle Ying's arrival, Zhuge Tao had already briefed him thoroughly. Demanding too little would leave him at a disadvantage. And at a moment when so many high-ranking figures watched intently, underselling would tarnish the Limit Martial Arts Association's prestige. Yet pressing too hard risked igniting fresh conflict. "Young Master Xia Zhi, allow me to offer a counter. 500 million yuan. The Li family grants you this sum and the matter concludes here. Refuse our face and future consequences shall not be pleasant." Uncle Ling fixed Xia Zhi with an unblinking steely stare. After exchanging a glance with Zhuge Tao, Xia Zhi nodded. "Very well. I grant the Li family this courtesy and the matter ends." Zhuge Tao added cheerfully, "An amicable resolution is ideal. After all, escalation benefits no one." 500 million yuan. In cash. Will be transferred to your account today. Let this never be spoken of again. Uncle Ling rose. "Director Zhuge, I have urgent matters. My apologies for the brief visit." Zhuge Tao and Xia Zhi stood as well. "Of course, we'll have someone escort you." Uncle Ling cast one final penetrating glance at Xia Zhi before turning and departing. "Ha, Xia Zhi. You rarely see that old eagle humbled. Though the affair has settled, exercise caution whenever you enter the wilderness zone." Recalling Uncle Ying's shock at hearing 10 billion and his furious concession to 500 million, Zhuge Tao chuckled warmly. "Once you depart the base city, you'll understand just how terrifying beasts can be and how swiftly peril strikes. Moreover, I fear the Li family won't let this rest." Zhuge Tao added, "I've already forwarded the video footage of your subtle-level combat techniques from the practical assessment to headquarters. A special examiner will arrive shortly to oversee your evaluation. Once admitted into the elite training camp, you'll face no further threat. I've assigned you an elite squad led by a battle commander, the finest in reputation, integrity, and capability among all martial artist teams. First, diligently cultivate the manuals you purchased. When the squad contacts you, you'll join them for wilderness trials. By the way, have you acquired your weapons and equipment?" Xia Zhi, deeply moved by Zhuge Tao's thoughtful arrangements, shook his head. "Not yet. I browsed the marketplace last night. Funds were insufficient, and contribution points are required. But once the 500 million arrives, all will be covered." Zhuge Tao laughed. "That's simple. Just inform Assistant Bai of your desired armaments. I'll procure them for you. Your contribution points fall short, but mine do not. You may reimburse me later." Manuals cannot be purchased on another's behalf nor shared after mastery, lest one incur severe penalties for unauthorized copying or dissemination, violating the rights of the manual's rightful owner. Without purchase, cultivation remains forbidden. Yet weapons, armor, and consumables carry no such proprietary restrictions. Step out now and relay your requirements directly to Assistant Bai. Upon purchase, I'll arrange delivery straight to your residence, Zhuge Tao said. "Thank you, Director." Xia Zhi expressed heartfelt gratitude. Zhuge Tao rose. "Go ahead. Your squad will contact you before departure. Until then, never slacken. Strength remains the sole foundation of all things." Xia Zhi nodded solemnly, then departed to meet Assistant Bai, leaving behind the details of his requested arms and gear. Outside the building, Uncle Ing paused, gazing back at the towering sapphire blue structure, bearing the bold inscription Limit Martial Arts Association. 500 million. Let's see whether you live long enough to spend it. He mused grimly that youth's spiritual fortitude is extraordinary. Whether as a martial artist or psychic, adept, his potential is immense. I must report to the Patriarch immediately. This threat must be eliminated without delay. The thought of Xia Zhi's youthful visage, concealing such coveted promise, intensified his resolve to eradicate him without hesitation. With that, he adjusted his attire and strode briskly toward the waiting vehicle at the entrance. In the Mingyue community of Yangzhou City, within Villa No. 188, Xia Zhi returned from the headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy in the main urban area, and found a stranger sitting in the living room, accompanied by his grandfather Xia Zhi. Upon seeing him return home, the stranger handed over a sealed alloy box. Mr. Xia Zhi, this is the secret manual you purchased. It can be opened using your fingerprint. Xia Zhi took it and ran his finger across the top of the box. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. A synthesized electronic voice announced, and the alloy box opened to reveal books and a CD inside. On the cover of the book, about 1 centimeter thick, were inscribed 4 ancient characters, Ninefold Thunderblade. Seeing these 4 characters, the stranger looked at Xia Zhi with a hint of envy. Mr. Xia Zhi, please confirm and sign here. The Ultimate Secret Manual Ninefold Thunderblade. It was authored by the world's second strongest, the Thunder God, and ordinary martial artists could hardly afford it. After the inspection, the stranger left, and after greeting his grandfather Xia Zhi, eagerly took the manual to the martial arts hall on the 3rd floor. He opened the first page of the Ninefold Thunderblade manual. Quick! The large character on the title page flashed like a blade of light, striking directly towards Xia Zhi, causing his heart to shudder. It was known that this was merely a copy of the original Ninefold Thunderblade manual, not written by the Thunder God himself, yet just this one character made Xia Zhi's heart tremble, illustrating how terrifying the creator's power was. When speed reaches a certain level, even a column of water can pierce steel, and a piece of paper can cut through it. Quickness can catch the opponent off guard. Quickness can render your blade indestructible. Whether from the perspective of exploiting weaknesses or absolute strength, making your blade fast is the best method. In the manual, the Thunder God's description was filled with endless confidence. The Ninefold Thunderblade I created grants me the fastest blade in the world. It also grants me the fastest speed and the strongest physique in the world. Xia Zhi nodded silently. In all martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is invincible. After reading, Xia Zhi gradually understood the Ninefold Thunderblade. The entire manual contained a complete set of body techniques, the Ninefold Hunyuan Guiding Method, and a complete set of blade techniques, the Thunderblade. Among them, the Ninefold Hunyuan Guiding Method is fundamental. Only through guiding techniques can one cultivate their physique and enhance their strength. Identity and blade techniques are skills that serve as vehicles to express one's inherent power. The Ninefold Thunderblade technique derives its immense power from a unique method of force application. When a practitioner of the Ninefold Thunderblade strikes, they only use 70% of their strength. As they exert force, they enable their body to produce a second layer of force, also containing 70% of their strength. The combined force amounts to 14 times the original strength. The Ninefold Thunderblade consists of 9 layers, with each layer capable of releasing an additional hidden force. Successfully cultivating the first layer allows one to exert 14 times their original strength. Upon reaching the ultimate 9th layer, along with the additional 9 hidden forces, one can unleash 10 layers of hidden force, allowing them to exert 70 times their original strength, which is equivalent to 7 times their inherent power. What does this mean? It implies that if Xia Zhi comprehends the 9th layer of the Ninefold Thunderblade, without considering the opponent's skill enhancements, he could almost rival a mid-level warrior using only his punch. This represents a complete leap across a tier of strength disparity, showcasing the power of the Ultimate Secret Manual's martial arts. This blade technique appears to have heavily borrowed from the ancient martial arts of China, and the force application methods of ancient Indian yoga, requiring exceptionally strong physical attributes. Without outstanding physical qualities, one cannot cultivate it. No wonder it is called the Ultimate Secret Manual. Flipping through the manual in his hand, Xia Zhi followed the descriptions and movements, occasionally demonstrating with his hands, gradually producing a series of cutting wind sounds, even while merely slicing the air with his palm. The 18 techniques of the first layer guide the practitioner to experience force application gradually. Once the first layer is comprehended, success is achieved. Yes, it should be like that. With this thought in mind, Xia Zhi suddenly swung his right arm forward rapidly. Just as his strength was about to wane, and his speed was slowing down, another layer of force surged from within his body. Initially reaching peak speed, the palm strike unexpectedly doubled its speed. Swish! A sharper sound erupted. I did it. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. If he hadn't purchased this manual and relied solely on his own research, it would have been difficult to realize the physique characteristics cultivated through the Supreme Body Refinement method. At this moment, Xia Zhi deeply felt the convenience of standing on the shoulders of predecessors. Humanity's continuous ascent to the pinnacle of the Earth's biological chain relies on the passing down of knowledge through generations, enabling evolution and development to accelerate. Continue. Xia Zhi, having just mastered the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, was eager to continue practicing the second layer of the blade technique. Soon the martial arts hall was filled with the sounds of air being torn apart. This state continued until his grandfather called Xia Zhi downstairs for dinner, interrupting his training. Seated at the dining table, he still had the trajectories and mysteries of the blade techniques vivid in his mind. Subconsciously chewing his food, Xia Zhi pondered the energy application method of the ninefold Thunderblade is very similar to the layering technique in internal martial arts. I have already mastered the second layer of the blade technique, but the requirements for the third layer are too high for my body. Even with my peak mid-level warrior physique, it cannot support the third layer of force. Indeed, the guiding technique is fundamental. I should focus on cultivating the guiding technique to quickly enhance my physical strength. Recently, Xia Zhi's physical enhancement has been slowing down. The Supreme Body Refinement method demands a significant amount of energy, yet he only has the world's most ordinary gene energy cultivation method available. Except for the first time, the speed at which his body absorbs energy has been decreasing with each practice. Therefore, he was eagerly anticipating the ninefold Hunyuan guiding technique, which is claimed to be the best in the world, hoping it would bring him a breakthrough. Xiao Zhi, can you hear me? His grandfather, noticing Xia Zhi's lack of response, tapped his arm. Coming to his senses, Xia Zhi asked, "What's wrong, Grandpa?" "I was just thinking about my training. I wanted to tell you that the boy from your grandfather Wang's family, who just became a martial artist, got married and the following year had a grandson." Xia Zhi looked at Xia Zhi and said, "You see, your grandfather Wang had someone select many photographs of girls for you. Take a look to see if you like any of them. In this world, since the Great Nirvana, the remaining nations have re-established order. Due to the RR virus and the subsequent monster attacks, the human population has drastically decreased, resulting in countries lowering the legal marriage age to 18. Moreover, being a martial artist entails risking one's life to battle monsters in the wilderness, with no one able to guarantee that accidents won't occur. Thus, it is quite common for martial artists to marry shortly after becoming one. At 18, Xia Zhi has reached the marriageable age, and having become a martial artist at such a young age, he has also attracted the attention of the Martial Arts Academy and signed an 11 contract. Everyone knows that as long as he grows, he is destined to become one of humanity's strongest. Therefore, whether by inquiring or taking the initiative to contact Xia Zhi, has recently become the most popular person in the community. Feeling the intense gaze of his grandfather, Xia Zhi felt a slight sweat forming on his back. Just as he was planning to make an excuse to slip away, the doorbell rang. "I'll go open the door," Xia Zhi said quickly, and his figure vanished from the dining table, utilizing the body technique he had just learned. Xia Zhi watched the empty chair, shaking his head and chuckling. This child, now a martial artist, is still so impulsive. Upon opening the door, it was the same man who delivered the manual earlier, now accompanied by 6 strong young men, each carrying alloy boxes, some even requiring 2 people to lift. "Mr. Xia Zhi, hello. The weapons and equipment you ordered from the Extreme Home online store have arrived. Where would you like them delivered?" It turned out to be the supervisor Zhuge Tao, who had purchased the weapons and equipment for him. "Please take them to the martial arts hall on the 3rd floor," Xia Zhi instructed. The man signaled the young men behind him to carry the boxes into the villa and up to the martial arts hall. Observing the luxurious and spacious room decor along with the several hundred square meters of dedicated martial arts hall, the delivery boy's eyes reflected intense desire and envy. The man handed over the delivery slip, saying, "Please sign here." After completing the handover, he politely added, "We won't disturb you any longer." Soon the group left. Xia Zhi looked at the alloy boxes arranged on the floor, and excitedly began to open them one by one. Even with Zhuge Tao's 2-star contribution value, the weapons and equipment cost nearly 400 million presented before. A row of 5 boxes, all crafted from alloy, shimmered with a silver-white glow under the light. Xia Zhi first took out the Blood Shadow battle blade from the long rectangular box. His fingers grazed the scabbard, reportedly made from the hide of high-grade Lord-level wyverns, and with a soft hiss the battle blade was drawn. This A8 series Blood Shadow battle blade measures 112 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 96 centimeters, a width of 58 centimeters, and weighs 118 kilograms. The blade, made primarily from 5th-level crow alloy, is already sharpened. It is capable of slaying most Lord-level monsters without fearing weapon damage, and even the defenses of mid-level Lord monsters struggle to withstand its incredibly sharp edge. Xia Zhi bought it for half price using Zhuge Tao's 2-star contribution value, spending a full 100 million. In this world, the classification of monsters is similar to that of humans, with Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord level corresponding to Warrior, War General, and War God levels. The next level up is Sranked, also known as King level monsters, which corresponds to the Transcendent Warrior level among humans, equivalent to planetary level powers. It should be noted that different types of monsters possess unique characteristics. Most are born with scales armor, and fur for defense, far surpassing humans of the same level. Lord-level monsters are so resilient that even missiles cannot kill them. A battle blade capable of inflicting damage and remaining undamaged in combat against War God-level experts speaks to the high material requirements for the weapon. A full-price battle blade costs 200 million huaxia coins, which is reasonable. After examining the battle blade, Xia Zhi took out other equipment and laid them on the floor. The The B9 series hexagonal shield costs 1.2 billion Huaxia coins at full price or 60 million Huaxia coins at half price and is indestructible by most Lord-level monsters. 10 E8 series flying knives were purchased at half price for 7.5 million Huaxia coins, each crafted from 5th level crow alloy, and can easily pierce most high-level Lord monsters if the wielder is strong enough. 2 E9 series flying knives were bought at full price for 60 million Huaxia coins, but the half-price requirement is a 3-star contribution value which even Zhuge Tao cannot reach. Xia Zhi's full-price purchase was meant to be a trump card crafted from 6th level crow alloy, which is currently the strongest alloy that Earth's technology can produce. If strong enough, it can harm most strength monsters. Among all the equipment for martial artists, the most expensive is the combat suit. The D7 level combat suit can withstand the claws of primary Lord level monsters, and together with the arm guard's combat boots and other components costs a staggering 2.8 billion Huaxia coins. The half price is 1.4 billion. Adding in the backpack combat communication watch and other auxiliary gear, Xia Zhi spent a total of 4.4 billion Huaxia coins, leaving assistant by astonished, even drawing the attention of Zhuge Tao. Haha, spending someone else's money to enhance myself is truly delightful. Xia Zhi thought excitedly as he gazed at the equipment, each priced to leave an ordinary person in shock. Let me try it on. Before long, looking at himself fully armed with the sword in hand in the large mirror hanging on a wall of the martial arts hall, Xia Zhi suddenly felt as if he had purchased a divine outfit in a game. Spending is necessary, true treasures cannot be bought with money. Reflecting on the original work where Hong's collection was all about trading items, Huaxia coins hold no allure for top-tier experts. However, for ordinary martial artists, money is also a resource that can be exchanged for equipment to enhance their strength, allowing them to hunt stronger monsters, earn more money, and gather resources to boost their own capabilities. After the initial excitement wore off, Xia Zhi removed his gear and sat cross-legged back on the floor. Ultimately, one's own strength is the foundation. He opened the introduction to the guidance technique in the Ninefold Thunderblade manual and began his training. The Ninefold Huan Yuan, created by the Thunder God with the world's most powerful body, has an absorption speed of cosmic energy, far beyond that of basic primal energy cultivation methods. Interestingly, this guidance technique is remarkably similar to the Taishang body refinement technique, both involving various body postures combined with specialized breathing methods to achieve miraculous effects, with the Ninefold Huan Yuan guidance technique showing significant traces of Indian yoga. After beginning his training, according to the manual, Xia Zhi felt a long-lost thirst in all his cells. Through the guidance technique, countless pores across his body absorbed cosmic energy, greatly accelerating the rate at which energy entered his body. Coupled with the Taishang body refinement technique, which requires vast amounts of energy for body cultivation, he felt a clarity in his strength enhancement like never before. His fascia, skin, muscles, and bones. All his bones seemed to absorb cosmic energy as if they were. When the bone cells were nearly saturated and could absorb no more, the evolution of all his bones began under the effects of the second-level bone refinement chapter. Pain, itch, soreness, and numbness all emerged coming from deep within his bones. However, Xia Zhi resisted the various pains with remarkable willpower, rapidly improving through this relentless training. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by in training. Xia Zhi had hardly stepped outside, spending every day in his cultivation. The combination of Ninefold Huan Yuan and Taishang body refinement technique showed the most obvious results. He had mastered the third level of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, allowing each strike to deliver an additional threefold power. In the silent martial arts hall, Xia Zhi sat cross-legged, his body rising and falling with his breath, while suddenly a sound like flowing water echoed from within him. The sound of flowing water grew louder and his complexion became increasingly rosy. As time passed, his breathing became lighter and the sound of water lessened until the martial arts hall was once again silent, at which point his eyes slowly opened. I have finally entered the final chapter of the Taishang technique, the blood refinement chapter. Achieving mastery in the bone refinement chapter has allowed me to break through to the primary war general level. Now that I have begun the blood refinement chapter, I should be very close to the strength of a mid-level war general. This half-month of focused training represents the greatest improvement since Xia Zhi's rebirth. The perfect compatibility of the guidance technique and the Taishang body refinement technique has propelled his progress immensely. My spiritual master level is now at the peak of the advanced war general level. Once my body reaches the mid-level war general level, I will be able to break through to the initial war god level spiritual master. Thinking of his spiritual master level, he couldn't help but recall the Ninastery pagoda in his sea of consciousness. I am very close now. I can almost touch the gate of the pagoda. Currently, Xia Zhi with his mental will can stand before the gate of the pagoda in his sea of consciousness, just a step away. Xia Zhi understood that the moment his spiritual master level reaches the war god level would be the true time to come into contact with the Ninastery pagoda. Today is August 18th. The day our Golden Gun squad members are meeting for the first time. There is still some time left, so I will set off early to test my current strength at headquarters. 10 days ago, Zhuge Tao contacted Xia Zhi to arrange for him a martial artist team, led by a high-level war general named Qin Feng. The team is called the Golden Gun Squad. Today is the gathering day as informed by Captain Qin Feng. They have agreed to meet at noon at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the main city. After getting to know each other, they will venture into the wilderness area to hunt monsters. This will be his first time hunting monsters in the wilderness. Over the past half-month, his strength has rapidly increased, but he has yet to test his specific data. Xia Zhi understands that only by fully knowing where his strength lies can he ensure that no mistakes will occur in crucial. Any slight mistake in battle may lead to irreversible consequences, a lesson learned from the blood of countless martial artists. Thinking of this, he wasted no more time and silently began putting on the combat trousers, securing 12 flying knives at the outer sides of his legs. He wore alloy combat boots, a combat vest, bare arms with wrist guards on both hands, and a communication watch fixed on. After strapping on his martial artist backpack and securing the hexagonal shield and blood shadow battle blade to the weapon clips on the outside of the backpack, Xia Zhi, fully armed as a standard martial artist, checked himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Inside the main district's Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the tranquility of the training area was frequently disrupted by the sound of heavy objects colliding, accompanied by a series of beeping electronic sounds. In front of the punching force tester, a figure was using both hands to strike left and right, their fists raining down on the punching target like raindrops. The tester, capable of measuring the strength of advanced combatants, occasionally emitted electronic sounds to announce the test data of the puncher. Ha! The combination of the guiding technique and the supreme body refinement technique has truly enhanced my strength over the past 10 days. My physical fitness is already very close to the lower limit of an intermediate combatant, 16000 kg. Next, let's see the power increase of the ninefold Thunderblade's force output. As Xia Zhi was rapidly throwing punches, his body suddenly halted, retracting his right arm to gather strength before striking once more. The immense force caused the muscles of his entire right arm to bulge. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the target, his internal bones and tendons vibrated, unleashing a triple force that combined with his original power to strike the punching target. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as several tons of punching force testers quivered under the impact, emitting creaking sounds. 38649 kg, the electronic voice announced. Upon seeing the power of his punch, Xia Zhi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Having mastered the second part of the supreme body refinement technique, the bone refinement section, Xia Zhi had already begun the final blood refinement training. The enhancement of his physical fitness finally allowed him to unleash the power of the ninefold Thunderblade's third-level dark force. As the ultimate sword technique created by the Thunder God, the ninefold Thunderblade encompasses a complete set of sword techniques, guiding techniques, and body techniques. The core skill allows a trained martial artist to exert double the power using only 70% of their strength. The first level can unleash 1 dark force, the second level can unleash 2, and the third level can unleash 3 dark forces. After successfully cultivating the third level, Xia Zhi can add an extra 3 dark forces to his attacks, combining 4 force outputs at 70% to unleash an astonishing power equivalent to 28 times his original strength. Once a martial artist reaches the rank of combatant, the differences in combat power between various ranks will become exponential. Surpassing the respective level's minimum value only indicates that one can exert the combat power of that level. However, to confirm a martial artist's rank, they need to present the corpses of 2 monsters of the same rank to elevate their status. The numerical division is merely a scientific reference. The punching force of a junior combatant is 8000 kilograms with a speed of 100 meters per second. An intermediate combatant has a punching force of 16000 kilograms and a speed of 150 meters per second. An advanced combatant has a punching force of 32000 kilograms and a speed of 200 meters per second, and the rank of a war god is yet another level altogether. Simple data has become insufficient for classification, as war god level experts can easily exert hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force with a single punch. The variations in techniques can result in vast differences in strength. Xia Zhi, whose physical strength was already nearing the level of an intermediate combatant, exceeded the minimum punching force requirement for advanced combatants through the dark force techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade. This is the power of the ultimate technique, enabling individuals to exceed their limits and engage in battles across ranks. It's a pity that I only have the first 3 levels of the technique. I've already made speculations about the 4th and 5th levels. I'll wait until I have the money to buy the subsequent techniques, so I can verify my speculations. My body is still too weak. I can't seem to trigger the 4th level dark force at all. Thinking about my training in the ninefold Thunderblade, Xia Zhi felt quite helpless. It's challenging for other practitioners to comprehend the techniques in the manuals without continuous practice. Yet Xia Zhi was unable to execute them due to insufficient physical strength. This situation was something even the creator, the Thunder God, would not have anticipated, as he had far surpassed the War God level when he created the ultimate technique. Most other practitioners only began cultivating the second level after reaching the War God level, making Xia Zhi's situation. Xia Zhi next tested his speed, achieving a final score of 143 meters per second. However, when utilizing the dark force techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade in conjunction with the flowing light body technique, his speed astonishingly surged to an incredible 398 meters per second, exceeding the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. However, the burden on his body was too great to maintain for long, so it could only be used as a burst of speed in combat. Haha, now I can achieve supersonic speed just with my body. In combat, a sudden burst of speed combined with strength results in a multiplicative increase in power. The surge in strength filled Xia Zhi with growing confidence about meeting the Golden Gun Squad, and his first venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. In the rest area on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters, after finishing his tests and fully grasping his current strength, Xia Zhi sat waiting for the arrival of the other members of the Golden Gun Squad. The floor of the rest area was spotless. The seemingly simple decorations around were anything but After all, this was the headquarters of the entire Bay City's Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Even the temporary resting area had attendants bustling about, each wearing a smile like a breath of spring. As the agreed meeting time approached, Xia Zhi began to observe the martial artists passing by. At that moment, a male and a female martial artist approached him. Both were fully armed in combat attire. The man carried 2 golden shotguns on his back, while the woman had just a large-caliber Desert Eagle handgun tucked in her belt without any other weapons. Upon seeing the man, Xia Zhi stood up and greeted, "Captain." It was none other than Qin Feng, the captain of the Golden Gun Squad. At just 30 years old and standing at 185 meters tall, he had already reached the advanced combatant level, and was a well-known powerful martial artist within the entire base city. His weapons were 2 shotguns, and with these golden shotguns, he earned the nickname Golden Gun General, which also inspired the name of the squad. "You've arrived quite early, Xia Zhi." Upon seeing Xia Zhi already waiting, Qin Feng greeted him with a smile, and said to the female martial artist beside him, "This is Xia Zhi as introduced by the supervisor." After that, he introduced Xia Zhi to her, saying, "This is also a member of our squad named Liu Yan." The female martial artist smiled brightly at Xia Zhi upon hearing the introduction. "I'm older than you, just call me Sister Yan." Xia Zhi replied, "Hello, Sister Yan. I am Xia Zhi." After the initial greetings, Qin Feng promptly said to both of them, "All right, now that we've met, let's get going." He then added to Xia Zhi, "There's one more person in our squad. He has already gone to the military supply station outside the city to prepare supplies. I'll introduce you to him once we arrive. Let's go." On the way to the outskirts of the city, noticing Xia Zhi's confusion, the warm-hearted Liu Yan explained to him that their original plan was disrupted because the squad received a new commission task. Originally, the squad planned to introduce the members to each other before heading to the wilderness for a trial battle to adapt to the environment before hunting monsters. Now they had to change their plans and complete this commission first. However, this mission isn't too dangerous, and the reward is decent, which is quite good. Liu Yan said with a smile, her eyes crinkled from her smile, indicating her satisfaction with the upcoming task. Hearing her words, Qin Feng, who was walking in front, chuckled. "Haha, it seems we are benefiting from your luck, Yan." Listening to their conversation, Xia Zhi couldn't help but feel more curious about the task they were about to undertake. The trio then fell silent as they headed to the station, preparing to take the fully armed train to the supply station in the wilderness outside the city. "I wonder what kind of mission it is. With my current strength, even under the threat of a war god level expert, I am confident I can hold my own against any challenge. Bring it on." Xia Zhi sat in his seat on the fully armed train, thinking to himself. Several hundred miles north of the Jiangnan base city, there lies a military district. A fully armed warrior stepped out of the carriage, one after another, and dozens of warriors naturally formed into small teams. Lian pointed ahead at a tall iron tower standing over 50 or 60 meters high, saying, "Do you see that tower? Across the entire Huaxia nation, indeed the whole world, every military district will designate a special area as a supply base for warriors, specifically for our rest. This supply base usually has a lighthouse like that. It signifies illuminating the path home for us warriors." Many warriors, upon seeing the beautiful Liu Yan, some bold ones whistled at her, while others loudly flirted, saying, "Beauty, going to the wilderness district is so dangerous, let me take you." Suddenly, the atmosphere at the military district's disembarkation point became lively. Warriors who had long battled in the wilderness against monsters found the number of female warriors scarce, let alone a stunning beauty like Liu Yan. "All right, if you can withstand one shot from me and not die, then I'll let you take me," Liu Yan replied boldly. Nearby warriors burst into laughter in response. "Enough!" Qin Feng suddenly shouted. "If you're so bored, come find me to practice." Qin Feng, who stood at a height of 1 meter, 90, frowned slightly, showing impatience at the flirts from the surrounding. "That's the Golden Spear General Qin Feng." "It's Qin Feng, stop talking nonsense." Those who recognized Qin Feng quickly silenced their teammates who were about to say more. "Let's go to our base's rest point first to meet with Shitu," Qin Feng said, no longer paying attention to the supply base for warriors is situated within the military district, featuring tranquil small buildings with a very pleasant environment. At Building 9 of area, a 2-meter-tall, incredibly muscular man stood at the entrance waiting. Upon seeing Xiangji and the others, he greeted loudly, "Captain Sister Yanzi. This is Su Kuei, our team's defense specialist. Just look at his build, he charges through monster hordes like a..." Lian introduced to Xiangji. "He wields an axe just like Li Kuei from Water Margin, we call him Black Whirlwind." Upon hearing Lian's introduction, the man named Su Kuei grinned and said, "I'm not black, my name is Su Kuei, not Li Kuei. The captain and the others call me Shitu." After the train stopped, a dozen warriors stepped out and quickly formed several small teams. Alright, now that we're all here, let's go inside and talk. Captain Qin Feng, after the two introduced themselves, walked ahead into the small building. An ordinary warrior team can be called a battle team as long as there is one war general level warrior. However, the Golden Spear team has always followed an elite route requiring all members to be war general level warriors. Originally there were 4 members, but one team member retired due to age, so the Golden Spear team has been down a member and has rested for a month. Until Xia Zhi was arranged by Zhuge Tao to join the team. At this moment all 4 members of the team were seated in the living room of the small building. Captain Qin Feng glanced at the other members before speaking first. Since old Lu applied for retirement, our Golden Spear team has rested for a month. The member recommended by the martial arts school this time is Xia Zhi. After a pause, seeing everyone's gaze focused on Xia Zhi, he continued, Xia Zhi, 18 years old, has signed a level agreement with the martial arts school. This year personnel from the global headquarters will be sent to assess him for entry into the elite training camp. During the wait for the assessment, he will join our Golden Spear team to hunt monsters. As Captain Qin Feng introduced him, his eyes lit up at the mention of the elite training camp, revealing a hint of desire, and his gaze towards Xia Zhi was filled with envy. Haha, Xia Zhi, you are a genius. Only the most extraordinary talents can enter the elite training camp. When you come out, don't forget about your sister. Lian teased Xia Zhi with her crisp voice. Su Kuei, standing beside her, chuckled good-naturedly, nodding in agreement at Lian's words. Xia Zhi, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, How could I forget Sister Yanzi? Enough joking, let's introduce ourselves. The better we understand each other's strengths, the better we can cooperate. Captain Qin Feng smiled, saying, I am Qin Feng, 30 years old. My weapon is dual guns, and I serve as the main attacker of the team at the advanced war general level. Luyen then added, You already know my name. I'm 27 this year, serving as the team's firepower specialist, excelling in long-range sniping at the advanced warrior level. Don't be fooled by Yanzi only having the strength of an advanced warrior. She has a record of single-handedly sniping advanced beast generals. Captain Qin Feng interjected. Among humans there are those with less talent who use firearms as their primary combat method. Even at their peak, they can only reach the initial war general level, as firearms generally only threaten initial beast general level monsters. Lian's achievement of sniping advanced beast general level monsters with firearms shows that her combat power is among the elite among firearm warriors. Finally, Su Kuei raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, muttering, I'm Su Kuei, everyone calls me Shitu. I'm 25 years old. My weapons are a shield and an axe, serving as the team's defender at the initial war general level. Upon hearing Su Kuei finish speaking, Captain Qin Feng added, Shirtu practices the mystic armor shield, a defense-type technique. Coupled with his innate divine strength, even mid-beast general-level monsters find it difficult to breach his defenses. Seeing that all the team members have introduced themselves, Xia Zhi stood up and first saluted everyone before introducing himself. I'm Xia Zhi, 18 years old. My weapons are a sword and a shield. Outside the Jiangnan base city, a railway line stretches forth with armed fortresses erected every kilometer for defense. On both sides of the railway, dense electric fences and obstacles are arrayed to ensure the route remains clear and safe from monster attacks. A fully enclosed armed train is racing along the tracks. Among one group of train cars, unlike the surrounding passengers dressed as warriors, there are 2 women sitting in their seats wearing sunglasses. One of the women appears to be around 23 or 24 years old, her neat short hair complementing her exquisite features, radiating an air of professionalism. At this moment she is scolding the other woman seated opposite her, saying, With technology so advanced now, there's really no need for our MV to be shot on location. The company should not have agreed. Not only would the production costs increase several times, but going out to the wilderness area is also so dangerous. The girl being scolded is younger, probably only 17 or 18, with long hair tied back in a ponytail. Hearing the short-haired woman's reprimand, she stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Sister Xia, I've never left the city and have never seen the wilderness area or monsters. When singing this song about the great struggle of the world, how can I grasp the emotions properly? If the emotions are off, how can we move the audience? This time we are targeting a group of warrior listeners, and I must perform at my best. Hearing the girl's words, the short-haired woman, known as Sister Xia, said helplessly, Did you really use this excuse to convince Mr. Li from the company? Qin, I still don't know you. You clearly just want to leave the city, don't you? The girl Qin obediently nodded and said, Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Sister Xia. Since it's already like this, remember to listen to me once we go out. The short-haired woman rolled her eyes at the girl and continued, The warrior team we've chosen this time is an elite squad of battle generals with a good reputation. The key is that there is a female warrior in the squad, which is quite rare. A female warrior, huh? Hearing Sister Xia's words, the girl cheered excitedly. Is she like the sword saint from another world, possessing powerful sword skills and riding a unicorn? Qin, I told you to stop watching those bizarre things. The short-haired woman felt as if her forehead was covered in dark lines at that moment. Oh, I stopped watching those a long time ago. I'm just trying to find some emotions for this song about the struggle between warriors and monsters. The girl Qin mumbled softly. The wilderness area is not a place for fun. It's a place where laws and regulations cannot monitor. Although we have reported and received consent from the extreme martial arts school, anything could happen outside the base city. You must listen to me this time, the short-haired woman urged with concern. She is very fond of the girl. Gentle, kind, studious, and smart. Yet curious about the strange fantasy world outside the safe base city. Seizing the opportunity, she managed to persuade the higher-ups in the company to facilitate this outing. Got it, Sister Xia. The girl pouted. At 3 in the afternoon at the military district station platform, Xia Zhi and Yang Yan stood watching the train slowly arrive. After the train stopped, a dozen warriors stepped out and quickly formed several small teams leaving the platform. Sister Yan, this is the correct train, right? Xia Zhi asked Yang Yan, who was scanning the area. The two came here to meet the client for this task. Qin Feng went to make the final preparations for entering the wilderness area, while Yang Yan was responsible for liaising with the other party, bringing Xia Zhi along, because he thought his appearance was suitable. As for not bringing Su Kuei, Yang Yan said it was because of his physique. He was afraid it would scare the client. To this, Su Kuei could only respond with a silly smile. This is indeed the right train, Yang Yan remarked, looking around to see if anyone else was getting off. At this moment, two women walked out from the train, both dressed in outdoor travel gear, standing out among the fully armed warriors. They should be the ones. Let's go greet them. Yang Yan's eyes lit up upon seeing the two women. Hello, I'm Yang Yan from the Golden Gun Squad. May I ask if you are Ms. Ai Lin? Yang Yan asked the two. Seeing Yang Yan approach, her tall and curvaceous figure was not obscured by the warrior combat outfit she wore. Rather, her years of training and combat fostered a certain vigor, making her radiate in a different light. Yang Yan's beautiful face and gentle tone quickly endeared her to the two women. The short-haired woman smiled at her and said, Hello, I am Ai Lin, and this is Qin Yi. This is the ponytailed girl I'm introducing, she said, pointing to the side. Yang Yan replied, Hello. Our other squad members are waiting for you at the rest point. Once we gather, we can prepare to set off. By the way, this is Xia Zhi, a member of our Golden Gun Squad, who will also participate in this task. The girl Qin Yi, who had been secretly observing Yang Yan, suddenly turned her head in surprise when she heard the name Xia Zhi, realizing it truly was the person she recognized, and exclaimed, Xia Zhi, is that really you? Since seeing the familiar figure from her memories get off the train, Xia Zhi's gaze had been glued to the girl. This ponytailed girl is none other than Qin Yi from the original host's memories, the one who once inspired him to become a warrior and stand before her one day. Long time no see, Qin Yi. I didn't expect to meet you here again, Xia Zhi said, looking at the girl's delicate face. Although his tone was calm, his heart raced uncontrollably. The memories left by the original host were too profound, as Xia Zhi had envisioned countless times what it would be like to meet her again. Yet, he had never anticipated that after just becoming a warrior and participating in a squad's first mission to the wilderness area, the client would be her. Yeah, I heard you didn't take the college entrance examination. I didn't expect you to have already become a warrior. I always said I hadn't seen anyone as strong as you among our peers, and I was right, wasn't I? Looking at Xia Zhi, who was dressed in combat gear and carrying a battle blade, Qin Yi's eyes sparkled. Xia Zhi, have you killed monsters in the wilderness area before? What does it feel like to kill a monster for the first time? Are you scared? Perhaps unexpectedly discovering a familiar classmate among the warriors accompanying her, an excited Qin Yi kept asking. Seeing Xia Zhi's awkward expression and Ai Lin's already exasperated look, Yang Yan smiled to ease the situation, saying, It seems you and our Golden Gun Squad are truly fated to meet. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's head back to the rest point first. Ai Lin quickly tugged at Qin Yi beside her, apologizing to Yang Yan. We'll follow your arrangements. Let's go. Qin Yi, slightly unhappy with Ai Lin for interrupting her, said to Xia Zhi, you must tell me all about it later. You're the first friend of mine to become a warrior. Sure. Xia Zhi replied with a smile. Looking at the girl beside him, curiously observing everything around her, he couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming task. 30 kilometers north of the military district's rest point, the asphalt road, long abandoned since the Great Nirvana, has become overgrown with weeds, with a few remnants of houses that have been deserted for many years still visible. The rumble of engines echoed from afar as an armed Hummer sped towards them. Measuring 52 meters in length, 238 meters in width, and 196 meters in height, with a wheelbase of 36 meters and a chassis clearance of over half a meter, this HJ8 model Hummer, known as the king of off-road, boasted nearly 1,000 horsepower. Under Su Kuei's control, it swiftly dodged one obstacle after another on the road, and when evasion was impossible, he simply slammed on the accelerator and crashed through. Occasionally excited shouts from the driver's seat could be heard. Su Kuei, who seemed earnest and simple upon first meeting, unexpectedly revealed such an animated side. Hey Rockhead, stop fooling around and drive steadily. Our clients Miss Eileen and Miss E are just ordinary. Standing in the back seat, Yang Yan had her upper body protruding through the open top of the vehicle, gripping the handle of a Vulcan series heavy machine gun. Her vigilant gaze surveyed the surroundings. The gun barrel, thicker than a child's thigh, contrasted sharply with her perfect figure and fierce demeanor, creating an unusual allure. At that moment, E's eyes were glued to Yang Yan. Had it not been for Ailin's tight grip on her, she would have jumped up to strike a pose like Yang Yan. Captain Qin Feng, seated in the front passenger seat, smacked Su Kuei, who was still shouting excitedly, and said, "Stop playing around. We're getting farther from the military district's warning line, stay alert, and be ready for battle." "Haha, Captain. I feel like I'm suffocating after a month in the base city. It's so refreshing to be out here." He then shouted loudly to Yang Yan in the back. "Sister Yan, don't tell me you don't want to fire around with that Vulcan cannon. Usually we rely on our legs when we go out. How can driving be so enjoyable? Weapons like the Vulcan cannon are only used in small-scale military operations. No one in a small squad would ever bring one along. When a martial artist squad ventures into the wilderness, the military usually transports them to the edge of the warning line, and they rely on their legs for the rest of the journey. After all, battles can erupt at any moment in the wilderness, so driving is convenient, but in critical moments it also makes you a target. Ordinary beast-level monsters can easily damage an armored vehicle, and if they were to enter the city every time with the intention of sacrificing a vehicle, the cost would be exorbitant. Therefore, unless in special circumstances, few squads drive into the wilderness. This Time-ease commission task is indeed a special circumstance. Considering neither girl is a martial artist, they would undoubtedly struggle with the long trek, and since the task only required finding several suitable locations near the warning line for filming, Captain Qin Feng specifically rented this Hummer from the military district and had a Vulcan cannon mounted as defense. Hearing the conversation, Xia Zhi, who was accompanying the two girls in the back seat, curiously asked, "Why do we have to come to the wilderness to film an MV?" He smiled. "The new song the company prepared for me portrays the struggle between martial artists and monsters for survival in the post-Great Nirvana world. I want to see what the real world outside the base city looks like, so I can better convey the emotions when I sing." Xia Zhi nodded, seeing her earnest expression, and giggled. "Just kidding. The company wants to hype this incident to gain traction in the martial artist fan market. I genuinely want to see what real monsters look like. So here we are." Xia Zhi looked helplessly at Eileen, who was covering her forehead, looking defeated. Just as they were joking, Yang Yan, who was on alert in the back seat, suddenly shouted, "At the 2 o'clock direction, a group of unidentified flying monsters is approaching us at high speed. It's in-class flying monster, the sharp-beaked sparrow. Sure to turn left. Yan Zi, open fire machine gun sweep. Xia Zhi, keep an eye on E and Ailin's safety." With the strongest power and the furthest vision, Qin Feng quickly spotted the group of monsters in the distance. "Got it." Su Kuei replied and swiftly turned the steering wheel left the front of the vehicle, quickly changing direction as it roared forward. As the vehicle turned, Yang Yan had already pressed the design button on the handle. The Vulcan cannon had a firing rate of nearly 7,000 rounds per minute, and with a box of 1,000 rounds it could be exhausted in under 2 minutes. As the fiery tongues spewed forth, the enormous recoil shook the entire cabin and shell casings flew everywhere. "Haha, come here, little sparrows!" Yang Yan exclaimed excitedly. After flying for a few kilometers, the sharp-beaked sparrow flock, having left behind a ground littered with carcasses, cawed and flew off to another location. That was exhilarating. These sharp-beaked sparrows are quite timid. After some slaughter, they won't dare to return. Yang Yan noticed the two girls in the back seat, whose faces were pale from witnessing battle for the first time, and smiled as she explained. "Up ahead is the first filming location. Let's execute the task quickly." Captain Qin Feng reminded from the front. The task proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with only a few small-scale class monster attacks. In less than 5 hours, Xia Zhi and the others arrived at an abandoned bridge, which was the last filming location in the plan. The Golden Gun Squad spread out around E, who was now in combat attire. Eileen had used special effects makeup to create a battle-scarred look on her face, and under Ailin's guidance she posed for various shots to be captured as material. In the wilderness at night, having not been polluted by human industrial waste for decades, the bright moonlight and countless stars illuminated E's perfect features. As Xia Zhi observed the scene, he recalled a morning from the original owner's memory, when a girl had lit up his world, and he momentarily fell into nostalgia. No one noticed that in the shadows cast by the bridge, a pair of pale green eyes were fixated on the girl at that moment. Engrossed in his memories, Xia Zhi suddenly sensed something was off. His keen awareness as a mentalist made him sensitive to his surroundings in a way ordinary martial artists could not compare. At that moment, Captain Qin Feng, who had experienced countless battles, shouted loudly, "Something's not right, everyone stay alert. Xia Zhi, go to E and Miss Ailin's side." Xia Zhi quickly moved towards the position of the two girls, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, as he approached with his right hand, reaching behind his back, gripping the handle of the Blood Shadow battle blade. Just then, a monster hidden in the shadows, disturbed by the squad's reactions, finally decided to no longer wait. With powerful hind legs propelling it, its entire body lunged towards the two girls on the bridge, a distance of several dozen meters. Hearing the noise, Xia Zhi's eyes instantly locked onto the source of the sound. It was a giant wolf nearly 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall. Its fur was gray-black, and even with the naked eye, he could feel the murderous aura emanating from this giant wolf. The giant wolf, propelled by its powerful hind legs, charged with incredible speed, now within less than 10 meters of the two girls. The massive figure created a powerful airflow, causing E and Ailin's hair to blow backward. Under the shadow of the giant wolf, the two girls gasped, their faces ashen, wide eyes staring at the giant wolf that was now so close, with its extended claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. In that critical moment, Xia Zhi unleashed all his strength. The muscles in his legs bulged as the power of the ninth layer of Thunder Blade sent him hurtling forward, his speed surpassing that of sound, rendering his figure almost a blur. In a flash, Xia Zhi crossed over 10 meters and appeared before the two girls. Seeing him suddenly appear, their hearts soared with joy like a roller coaster. With no time to draw his blade, Xia Zhi, seeing the wolf claws closing in quickly, raised his left arm's hexagonal shield to block the giant wolf's lunge. The shield collided with the sharp claws, producing a deafening screech. The B9 series hexagonal shield could withstand the majority of attacks from Lord-level monsters, and this collision left it unscathed. Then Xia Zhi kicked out with his right foot, the alloy combat boot, striking fiercely against the giant wolf's soft abdomen, sending it flying several meters away with explosive force. Whoosh! A cold light passed through where the giant wolf had been. It was Qin Feng who threw his short gun at a critical moment. Had it not been for Xia Zhi kicking the giant wolf away, the short gun would have pierced its throat. Captain Qin Feng then appeared beside Xia Zhi, glancing at the giant wolf that had been kicked away, and said to Xia Zhi, "You haven't fought against a battle general level monster yet, have you? Killing this primary beast general level phantom wolf alone should serve as proof of your strength to join our golden gun squad." The massive wolf that was kicked away was a shadow wolf, and a rank beast general equivalent to a human primary war general in strength. The shadow wolf's pale yellow eyes fixed on the human before it, especially the faint yet menacing aura emanating from the one wielding twin guns, which made it deeply uneasy. Having reached the beast general level, its intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. It bared its fangs to intimidate the human, while slowly retreating, seeking an opportunity to escape. Lu Yan and Su Kuei had also arrived by then, escorting the still-shaken Yi and Ai Lin toward the off-road vehicle parked in the distance. "Xia Zhi, this is your first battle in the wilderness. Don't take it lightly. This shadow wolf is far stronger than the caged beasts you faced in your assessment," Lu Yan warned sternly. Hearing this, Yi, who was walking back, couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Zhi. Seeing him locked in a standoff with the shadow wolf, she asked worriedly, "Sister Yan, is Xia Zhi alright?" "He's fine. Xia Zhi is already a primary war general on par with this shadow wolf. We humans have weapons, equipment, and secret techniques. Dealing with a small wolf is no problem." Lu Yan reassured her, though a trace of concern lingered in her heart. After all, this was his first battle against a wilderness beast, and he was starting with a beast general level shadow wolf as his trial. Wolf-type beasts were top predators even among monsters of the same rank. Even if Xia Zhi's strength matched the shadow wolf's, how much of it could he actually bring to bear in his first encounter with a wilderness creature? Ai Lin and Su Kuei were also watching Xia Zhi. With a sharp sound, he drew his blood shadow battle blade. Sensing the worried gazes behind him, he said without turning back, "Captain Sister Yenny, watch me skin this shadow wolf." With that, he advanced toward the shadow wolf, which had already retreated more than 20 meters. When the distance between them shrank to less than 10 meters, the shadow wolf let out a low growl. Captain Qin Feng's murderous glare had been fixed on the shadow wolf, preventing it from turning to flee. As the blade-wielding human approached, recalling the pain of the kick to its belly, it roared and lunged at Xia Zhi. Watching the shadow wolf pounce, Xia Zhi made no hasty move to dodge. Wolf-type and canine monsters, though far more powerful than pre-cataclysm beasts due to evolution, still relied on basic attacks like lunging and biting. Having slain dozens of tiger mastiffs and shadow cats, he was confident in handling such creatures. With the triple hidden force of the ninefold Thunderblade, Xia Zhi's strength was enough to directly confront a drank beast general. This shadow wolf was nothing in his eyes. As the wolf's claws neared his eyes, his micro-level footwork, amplified by 28 times speed, left even a faint afterimage in place, which the shadow wolf's body passed straight through. The shadow wolf, thinking the human was frozen in fear and ripe for tearing apart, suddenly found him gone. Before it could react, a sharp pain struck its throat, its lower body went cold, and its strength drained away as its body crashed heavily to the ground under inertia. The three members of the Golden Spear Squad, watching from afar, saw Xia Zhi move, appearing to the shadow wolf's right. His blood shadow battle blade slashed diagonally upward through its neck, then continued downward, gutting it completely. Wolf blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Xia Zhi had won this battle with ease. "Captain, Xia Zhi's combat prowess is impressive, isn't it?" Lu Yan smiled. "I was worried he might have a rough time." Captain Qin Feng, who had been watching with a stern face, nodded with a slight smile. "He's indeed good. Killing a primary war general beast so effortlessly shows Xia Zhi's remarkable adaptability. He doesn't seem like someone entering the wilderness for the first time." Su Kuei nodded in agreement. "His reaction speed is fast and his footwork is excellent. His strength rivals that of an intermediate war general." Captain Qin Feng smiled. "This only makes our squad stronger." Yi and Ai Lin stared dumbfounded at the shadow wolf that had nearly killed them moments ago, now easily gutted by Xia Zhi. Yi murmured, "Xia Zhi is so amazing." "Captain, the wolf pelt." Xia Zhi ran over with the skin he had flayed. "You killed it, so the pelt is yours," Qin Feng stated. Xia Zhi nodded and didn't refuse. Among monsters, materials from beast soldier ranks were generally worthless. Elite squads like the Golden Spear Squad didn't even bother collecting carcasses of ordinary beast soldiers to save backpack space. Only beast general level monsters were worth some money, and even then they only took the most valuable parts. This Shadow Wolf pelt could fetch about 100,000 from a martial arts hall, or up to 180,000 from the HR Alliance. Lu Yen remarked with a smile. You're making money this trip, kid. When we return to the base city you're treating us. Sure, no problem. Xia Zhi agreed with a laugh. Let's go. The mission's done. We need to get Miss EE and AI Lin back quickly. The wilderness is too dangerous and attacks can happen any time. Qin Feng urged. Yes. We've finished our location scouting. Let's hurry back. Still shaken by the attack, AI Lin responded hastily. The journey back was uneventful, as if the bad luck had ended with the Shadow Wolf's assault. The Humvee racing toward the military rest point encountered almost no monster resistance, leaving Lu Yen manning the Vulcan cannon, declaring it too dull. Back at the rest point, EE after a brief rest was dragged by the eager AI Lin to catch the night train back to the base city. Xia Zhi and Lu Yen saw them off at the station. Before boarding, EE still pouted, expressing her extreme displeasure at being pulled away by AI Lin, without fully experiencing her first trip outside the city. Seeing the sulking girl, Xia Zhi smiled. I'll tell you about every battle I have afterward. It'll be like you experienced it yourself. I'll also take lots of photos for you to see. E's eyes lit up. Alright, Xia Zhi, don't forget to tell me after every battle. If I'm rehearsing, just leave me a message. No problem. Xia Zhi promised with a smile. After seeing E and AI Lin off as the train slowly departed, Lu Yen noticed Xia Zhi still gazing at the vanishing train. She teased. Xia Zhi boy, have you developed feelings? No, we're classmates, just friends. Heck, classmates and friends are perfect for dating. Go for it, Xia Zhi. Win over our big star Qin EE. On the train seated AI Lin and EE were also discussing Xia Zhi. Little girl, have you fallen for him? AI Lin asked. E's face flushed at the question. She denied it, saying, I just want to know more about fighting monsters. Maybe I can write about it someday. AI Lin, seeing EE's red face, pressed on with a smile. If you haven't fallen for him, why are you blushing? It's not that. The carriage is so stuffy. I'm just hot. E refused to admit it. Seriously, EE. Xia Zhi is so young and strong. If you two were to have something, it wouldn't be bad. What, us two? We're just classmates, E argued. Oh, classmates, huh? AI Lin teased. Ugh, sister Xiao AI. I'm ignoring you. E turned away petulantly, but in her heart she recalled Xia Zhi suddenly appearing before her when the Shadow Wolf lunged. Thinking of his promise to describe every battle to her, the corners of her mouth curled up and she couldn't suppress her smile. Meanwhile, in a quiet room at a small building in the military rest point, a weasel-faced man spoke to a holographic projection from his communication watch. Elder Hawk confirmed. It's Xia Zhi. He's joined the Golden Spear Squad and is at the rest point now. Good. Keep watch. I need to know their route into the wilderness. The figure in the projection was the old man Elder Hawk who had negotiated with Xia Zhi before. You can count on me, Elder Hawk. I'll keep a close eye on him. The man quickly replied. Elder Hawk nodded approvingly. The money I promised will be given when I arrive. Be careful not to get... Understood, Elder Hawk. The projection faded and the room fell silent once more. In the prolonged war between monsters and humans spanning several decades, the monsters discovered that if they lived in open desolate areas without cover, human armies and warriors could lock onto them from a distance and launch long-range attacks using heavy sniper rifles or even missiles. In the urban area, numerous buildings stood tall. As long as the monsters hid within densely built-up areas, whether facing warrior squads or human armies, any attempt to attack the monsters would force them to enter the city and engage in urban combat. At that moment, the monsters relying on their physical prowess as their main means of attack would hold a significant advantage. Thus, the current wilderness areas are mostly roamed by lower-tier monsters. Occasionally, a beast general-level monster may appear, but such occurrences are rare, as those in the open wilderness are usually cleared out immediately. The cities of humanity before the Great Nirvana, particularly those densely populated areas, were the paradise for monsters. At this moment, the Golden Gun Squad quietly infiltrated the outskirts of the city codenamed 012. As a prefecture-level city that was once an economic center in China before the Great Nirvana, it was over 300 kilometers from the northern military district. Xia Zhi, over the past couple of days, we've been traveling along the highway, which leads through desolate areas. Lu Yen lowered her voice, saying, now we are entering the outskirts of the city. Once we reach the main urban area, that's where the real danger lies. We have previously roamed the outskirts, occasionally reaching the city perimeter, but this time let's head straight to our first destination. Everyone proceed with caution, and try to avoid combat. Captain Qin Feng reminded the group. Yes, Captain, the other three nodded in agreement. The outskirts and city areas are very different from the desolate regions outside where monsters are much more numerous. While traveling through the desolate areas like Highway Xia Zhi, and the others were quite carefree, able to kill at will without worrying about alerting other monsters. However, once they entered the city, causing a large commotion could easily result in being surrounded by monsters. If a large number of beast general level monsters were drawn out, even a war god level powerhouse would have to flee. In terms of physical capabilities, the gap between humans and monsters is enormous. Cautiously navigating through the clusters of buildings, avoiding numerous encounters, Qin Feng and Xia Zhi struck out in succession, swiftly killing 6 beast soldier level monsters and 1 initial beast general level monster before the squad finally reached their first destination, a tech building in the original high-tech zone of City 012. Should to protect Yanzi, Xia Zhi, and I will clear the monsters inside the building first, but let's keep the noise to a minimum, Qin Feng whispered to the group before entering the building. This 37th Street Tech building was the tallest structure within a 5-kilometer radius, and the 4 members of the Golden Gun Squad continued to ascend the stairs. Grr, a low beastly roar echoed faintly within the floors, and the 4 furrowed their brows. The foremost Qin Feng whispered, "It should be above us, so everyone stay alert." Everyone held their weapons ready to strike at any moment. Lu Yan, who wielded firearms, had drawn her pistol with her left hand, and held a tiger-tooth military knife in her right, while Su Kuei guarded nearby with his shield and axe. Xia Zhi suddenly spotted a shadow cat monster nearly 2 meters tall with long shaggy fur, resembling a lion darting out from the corner of the stairs ahead. Upon seeing the humans, the shadow cat monster let out a low growl and lunged forward with a gust of foul wind. Seeing the charging shadow cat monster, Qin Feng, who was in front, rushed forward with guns in both hands. Just before their bodies collided, his right-hand shotgun transformed into a phantom spear, piercing through the shadow cat's eye and exiting its skull. His left-hand shotgun swept in, and in an instant the shadow cat's corpse was gently laid down on the ground, the entire process executed swiftly and silently. During their ascent, the Golden Gun Squad encountered a total of 5 monsters, one of which charged up from the lower stairs. At that moment, Lu Yan and Su Kuei were at the back of the squad, and Su Kuei swiftly turned and struck, decisively killing this level monster. Finally reaching the rooftop, stepping out of the stairwell, the 4 could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In such a narrow stairway, encountering a powerful beast general level monster would have been a serious threat. Close off the stairwell to prevent any monsters from rushing up from below, Qin Feng instructed. Understood. Xia Zhi and Su Kuei quickly found an iron rod to jam the iron door at the staircase. Finally able to relax, Lu Yan rarely displayed a smile. Throughout their journey into the city, as a user of firearms, she had refrained from shooting at will, for fear of alarming monsters, keeping her nerves tightly wound. At this moment she sat down on the rooftop floor, taking high-energy food and water from her backpack. Everyone take a break as soon, we will pull out the binoculars, and check the edge of the rooftop to see if we can spot any beast general level monsters. Remember, do not expose your body too much over the edge of the rooftop. If the monsters below catch sight of you, it would be troublesome. Qin Feng said. The rooftop of this 37th Street Tech building is generally difficult for ordinary monsters to ascend. Even if beast general level monsters led large hordes rushing up the stairs, the narrow stairway would not be easy to navigate. Xia Zhi and the others had ample time to escape. Thus, when the warrior squad kills monsters in the city, they always seek high ground first before searching for suitable targets. Upon discovering a target, they would formulate a corresponding killing plan, prioritizing their own safety in all actions. Begin searching for beast general level monsters. Shitu, look carefully. Rest assured, Yan Jie. Xia Zhi also pulled out binoculars, crouching at the edge of the rooftop to observe below. The excellent visibility allowed them to survey the situation within several kilometers around the urban outskirts. Below, the streets were filled with numerous monsters. In one particular street there were at least hundreds of monsters. Indeed, the number of monsters in densely built areas is 10-fold or even 100-fold compared to the wilds. Looking at the multitude of monsters below, Xia Zhi sighed inwardly. Even with my current strength, if I were surrounded by hundreds of monsters, I would likely need the capabilities of a mentalist to escape. Captain Yan Jie, they are all beast soldier level monsters, Su Kuei stated. I haven't seen any beast general level ones appear on my end either. Xia Zhi replied. Don't rush, being able to search for targets here in peace is much better than randomly hoping for luck down below. Continue searching and don't miss anything. Qin Feng said. This is the easiest method for the warrior squad to kill beast general level monsters in the city. Being at a high point allows for a far view. This is significantly faster than searching for beast general level monsters on the streets, and the safety factor is also very high. Captain, let me know when you find a target. I'll take a nap first. Unlike the others who searched for targets, Lu Yan assembled a nearly 2-meter-long heavy sniper rifle, hugged it, and began to doze off. While the Golden Gun Squad of 4 was hiding on the rooftop searching for beast general level targets at a rest point in the Northern Military District, a 4-member warrior squad had just exited the doors of a fully enclosed armored vehicle. Upon seeing the 4 emerge, a man with a deer-like head hurried over. Eagle Lao, you are here. The leader of the warrior squad was unexpectedly an elder known as Uncle Eagle. Seeing the man who came to greet him, he grunted in acknowledgement and asked, Are you sure the Golden Gun Squad has gone to the wilderness area? Yes, Eagle Lao. I have investigated thoroughly. The man continued, the recent actions of the Golden Gun Squad have all been within the range of City 012. And based on their direction of movement, they are indeed heading there. Very well, let's return to the rest point. Give me detailed information on the Golden Gun Squad, the elder Uncle Eagle said before leading everyone out of the bus station. On the rooftop of the 37th Street Tech building in the outskirts of District 012. Aside from Lu Yen, who was resting with her eyes closed behind them, Xia Zhi, and the other two were each peering downward through binoculars. Brother Su, is this how we search? Xia Zhi asked Su Kuei beside him. Don't rush. Su Kuei lowered his binoculars and said in a low voice. Our squad follows an elite path taking down the most valuable beast general level monsters. On this rooftop we have the high ground, a clear view, and can see far. Plus it's safe here and we can rest. This is the best strategy in the city. Xia Zhi nodded and continued scanning through his binoculars, determined not to miss a single corner. Hey Captain, we've got a big catch. Not long after, Su Kuei suddenly exclaimed in delight, pointing toward a certain direction below. Xia Zhi and Captain Xinfeng rushed over, raising their binoculars to carefully examine the area Su Kuei indicated. Through the binoculars they spotted at an intersection in the northeast corner, a massive herd of rampaging ferocious bulls and black-haired ferocious bulls suddenly appearing. As they kept moving this way, several hundred came into view and the number was still growing. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up. A bizarre bull-like monster with a strange bronze-colored body, as if clad in heavy armor, slowly emerged, surrounded and followed by a crowd of bull-type beasts. Is this a heavy armored ferocious bull? Xia Zhi was startled. The heavy armored ferocious bull clan ranked among the top of the bull-type monsters. From the lowest level rampaging ferocious bull to the advanced soldier level black-haired ferocious bull, and the initial general level ironhide ferocious bull, the higher the grade the stronger the hide's defense. Among monsters of the same rank, this clan ranked in the top 3 for defense. They were innately violent and extremely irritable. A charge of several hundred was like hundreds of tanks ramming simultaneously with devastating destructive power. Captain, its scales are bronze-colored, so it should be an intermediate general level close to advanced general level. Can we take it on? Su Kuei asked. Captain Xinfeng carefully examined the herd and said, this bull herd must be the local tyrant. No wonder we haven't seen general-level monsters for so long. About 400 in total, mostly rampaging ferocious bulls with a few black-haired ferocious bulls, and 4 initial general-level ironhide ferocious bulls. Captain, this is a real jackpot. Su Kuei said urgently. Yanzi Qinfeng called out to the back without answering. Hearing the captain's voice, Lu Yen opened her eyes and stood up with a smile. Found a target. Come see, Qinfeng replied with a grin. Lu Yen walked over, picked up the binoculars, and exclaimed in surprise, Ha! A heavy armored ferocious bull, ranked second among bull-type monsters. This thing has incredible defense and they always move in herds. If we ran into them on the street, we'd have to turn back. Looks like I'll need to show my skills first. Then hurry up. Try to take it down in one shot, Qinfeng urged. Lu Yen moved swiftly, rushing to the ammo box and taking out 3 blood-red shell casings to replace the bullets in her sniper rifle. She stood before the meter-high concrete ledge at the rooftop's edge, placing her left foot on it. The nearly meter-long heavy sniper rifle was propped up on it, its barrel gleaming in the sunlight. She extended her palm to gauge the current wind speed and direction, then adjusted the optical sight. Xia Zhi and the others dared not make a sound beside her. Suddenly, bang! A low, forceful sound rang out. The immense recoil jolted Lu Yan's entire body, sending dust on the concrete ledge flying in all directions. In an instant, the bullet tore through space, speeding toward its target. The heavy armored ferocious bull moved slowly along the street. Beneath its half-meter-long horns, its crimson eyes darted left and right, surrounded by a throng of monsters patrolling its territory. At the spot where the bull's horn met its ear, sparks flew as a hole suddenly burst open. The bullet forced its way through. Moo! The heavy armored ferocious bull bellowed in pain. The immense force of the bullet yanked its body, making it stagger sideways 2 steps. Once it steadied itself, it let out furious roars. Instantly, the previously scattered horde of monsters went wild, converging on it. Blood was already seeping from the wound near the heavy armored ferocious bull's ear. It bellowed in rage while the surrounding bulls lowered their heads, erecting their horns and shaking them around. But they had no way to determine where the bullet had come from. The armor-piercing sniper round was devastating, traveling several times the speed of sound. The sonic boom reached the herd only after the bullet had already struck. The searing pain kept the heavy armored ferocious bull roaring, throwing the entire herd into chaos, unable to pinpoint the attack's origin. Sister Yen, excellent shot. Su Kuei grinned and gave a thumbs up. Xia Zhi was also in awe. This heavy armored ferocious bull is covered in scales dozens of centimeters thick. Even if a bullet penetrates, it wouldn't do much damage. Qinfeng praised. Yanzi, that shot was incredible. You sent it right through the gap in the hardest skull bone. That beast's brain is definitely pierced by now. Without that shot's success, killing the heavy armored ferocious bull amidst a herd of hundreds would have been far too difficult. Ignoring their praise, Lu Yen continued aiming into the herd, now targeting another monster beside the heavy armored ferocious bull, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. It was a black-haired ferocious bull covered in black fur. As it panted heavily through its snout, a bloody hole suddenly burst open at the corner of its eye. Its head wobbled a few times before crashing to the ground with a thud. This sent the herd into a frenzy. Led by a few initial general-level iron-hide ferocious bulls, they charged down a side street. In an instant, under the pounding hooves of over 100 bulls, the buildings on both sides began to tremble. "Stop praising me." Xueying finally lowered the gun and stood up chuckling. "Now you need to figure out how to get the heavy armored ferocious bull's corpse. There are still over 200 monsters over there. And if we're too slow, another martial artist squad might snatch it and well lose out." "Don't jinx it," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Everyone pack up. Let's head down and secure the corpse. Shitu, carry the ammo box for your sister Yen." Qin Feng instructed. "Xia Zhi, and I will spearhead the assault. You two cover the flanks. Stay sharp." "Yes, Captain." Xueying was now disassembling the heavy sniper rifle and storing it in a wooden case. Then she opened another iron box and pulled out a menacing machine gun. She wrapped long belts of ammunition around herself with one end of the belt connected directly to the gun. Su Kuei helped her carry another ammo box, holding a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right. Impressive, Xia Zhi couldn't help but marvel. "Never seen this before, kid." Xueying shot him a glance upon noticing his awe. "My sister Yen, a true warrior woman." Su Kuei chuckled beside them. High-grade firearms were still highly effective when facing monster hordes. For instance, taking down the heavy armored ferocious bull with one shot. Without the sniper's decapitation strike, relying on martial artists to charge and kill would require immense strength and be extremely dangerous. When besieged by large numbers of monsters, a high firepower machine gun could provide significant suppressive effect. Thus, nearly every squad equipped a hot weapon gunner. This was also the easiest way for martial artists with low cultivation talent to enhance their strength. "Let's move head down." Seeing everyone ready, Qin Feng gave the order. The 4 members of the Golden Spear Squad immediately followed the stairs, descending swiftly. 10 minutes later, Xia Zhi and his group had arrived at the alley next to the intersection. Su Kuei observed the situation outside and turned to the others, saying, "The heavily armored barbarian bull has fallen dead." "Sister Yen, that shot was impressive." Xueying replied with a proud expression. "There are still over 200 beasts around the bull's corpse. Shitiyu, protect Yenzi, suppress fire and attract the beasts. Let's strike together amidst the chaos." "I will retrieve materials from the corpse," Captain Qin Feng said after assessing the situation outside. "Xia Zhi, while I go in to collect materials, you guard the right flank for me." Qin Feng instructed Xia Zhi. "Don't worry, Captain. I won't let any beasts get past me," Xia Zhi assured. This was his first time participating in an operation against a horde of beasts since joining the Golden Spear Squad. "Let's go, move out." After giving Xia Zhi a deep glance, Qin Feng ordered the group. The 4 of them suddenly burst out from the hidden alley, quickly discovered by the horde of barbarian bulls on the street. The place where the heavily armored barbarian bull lay dead was about 200 meters away from Xia Zhi and the others. Without any other beasts blocking the way, they could reach it in less than 3 seconds. However, with the horde of beasts in the way, reaching the corpse to extract materials would require breaking through their blockade and withstanding the beasts' attacks to buy time for collection. The closest dozen or so enraged barbarian bulls had already lowered their heads and raised their horns, preparing to charge at the invading humans. Whoosh! As they ran, 2 shadowy figures flashing red suddenly shot from Xueying and Su Kuei's hands, darting like lightning into the beast horde over 100 meters away. The beasts that noticed the shadows cautiously moved aside. The shadows were 2 oval-shaped timed explosives, and as they landed, the red timer displayed on top immediately hit 0. Boom! 2 violent explosions occurred, simultaneously unleashing a thick cloud of white smoke. The barbarian bull horde was thrown into disarray by the sudden blasts, creating a narrow gap in the previously crowded beasts. At that moment, the 4 assailants reached the front of the beast horde. Captain Qin Feng wielded his twin short guns, manifesting countless streams of light. Several beasts blocking his path were pierced by the beams, and with a few muffled sounds their heads were penetrated, instantly killing them on the spot. The prowess of a battle general was unmistakable. Xia Zhi also unleashed all his strength, following closely behind Qin Feng. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade sliced through the air, its power enhanced 28 times by the 9-fold Thunder Blade, making it impossible for these mere beast soldier-level enraged barbarian bulls to withstand it. In no time, the 2 carved a bloody path. In under 5 seconds, the 2 reached the corpse of the heavily armored barbarian bull. Captain Qin Feng sheathed his right-hand short gun in his back and drew a dagger from his waist, directly leaping onto the bull's corpse to begin dissection for materials. On the opposite side of the corpse, over a dozen beasts led by an iron-skinned barbarian bull roared as they charged forward, resembling a convoy of tanks. Looking for death, Xia Zhi charged toward the beast horde, delivering a powerful strike with his blade at the leading junior beast, General the iron-skinned barbarian bull. The A8 series Blood Shadow Battle Blade, capable of injuring Lord-level beasts, seemed to come alive in his hands. After cleaving through half of the bull's head, the angled blade light sliced open a large gash on the neck of a nearby black-haired barbarian bull. Simultaneously, he executed his movement technique with precision, his micro-level agility perfectly showcased as he flickered among the dozen beasts, avoiding their attacks effortlessly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the blade light swept through, blood spurted from the necks of 4 beasts, their massive bodies staggering before collapsing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Xia Zhi aimed to eliminate the surrounding beasts as quickly as possible, ensuring they could not reach Qin Feng. Great footwork, Lu Yen praised from behind, guarded by Su Kuei. Seeing that the two had reached the corpse, Lu Yen, who was 10 meters behind, began firing her machine gun, armor-piercing rounds flashing out madly from the gun's muzzle. The specially purchased armor-piercing rounds were expensive, and could cause damage to high-level beast soldiers, posing a threat even to beast generals. Suddenly, a cacophony of painful cries erupted from the surrounding beasts. Attracted by the fiery tongues of the machine gun, the pressure on Xia Zhi lessened, allowing him to swiftly kill the last few barbarian bulls before returning to guard Qin Feng. At this point, Captain Qin Feng was also in the final stages of extracting materials from the corpse of the heavily armored barbarian bull. Rumble! Suddenly, from around the street corner, hundreds of barbarian bulls charged in, led by 3 iron-skinned barbarian bulls, causing the buildings on both sides of the street to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. "Captain, hurry!" Lu Yen shouted, adjusting her gun and unleashing a torrential fire of bullets toward the charging beast horde. The beast soldier-level monsters were struck by the armor-piercing rounds, their heads exploding as brain matter splattered. However, the armor-piercing rounds merely left shallow dents on the leading 3 beast general-level iron-skinned barbarian bulls. When they hit bone, it was as if striking steel, creating sparks. The armor-piercing rounds could not penetrate their hard bones. As the beast horde drew closer, Xia Zhi lunged forward, his body surging as his shield slammed against the body of the leading iron-skinned barbarian bull. Suddenly struck from the side by this tremendous force, the bull twisted its hooves, its massive body colliding into the nearby beast, momentarily slowing down the assault of the entire horde. "All right, Yanzi Su Kuei, clear the path," Qin Feng shouted in a low voice after successfully collecting the materials. At this moment, Xia Zhi was already surrounded by the barbarian bulls, with beasts attacking from all sides, trampling hooves and goring horns coming from all directions. Qin Feng wielded his 2 short guns, instantly killing 4 beast soldier-level barbarian bulls and driving back 3 more, but they were now dangerously close to Xia Zhi. Just then, after slaying a beast general-level monster and dodging the attacks of 2 barbarian bulls, Xia Zhi found 3 more bulls charging at him from behind. 6 sharp horns lunged at him like daggers, the sharp airflow they generated striking Xia Zhi's back, sending shivers. "Xia Zhi, be careful," Captain Qin Feng shouted, noticing the dire situation. In this critical moment, Xia Zhi relied on his micro-level agility to perceive everything around him, as if he could see it clearly with his naked eyes. As the imminent attack approached with a loud bang, his mental consciousness expanded, making everything within a 10-meter radius incredibly clear. The flow of the wind, the tremors of the ground. Everything in the world slowed down. Xia Zhi took 2 incredible steps, dodging the 6 bull horn attacks, while his right hand brought down the battle blade harshly toward one of the iron-skinned barbarian bulls. Puff! The blade light swept past, sending the junior beast general's head flying, while the remaining body crashed to the ground. Perfect level agility. Qin Feng, who had rushed over, exclaimed in astonishment, "Hurry, Xia Zhi!" The 2 of them fought fiercely against the beasts in front of them, killing and driving them back before quickly retreating in the direction where Lu Yen and Su Kuei had gone. "This way," Lu Yen called out at the mouth of an alley. The alley was narrow, and the massive bodies of the barbarian bulls could not charge in 2 at a time. They would be easily killed one by one. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Zhi and the others swiftly maneuvered through the dense buildings in one narrow alley after another, quickly shaking off the enraged horde of barbarian bulls. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of the 37th Street Tech building, Xia Zhi and a group of people returned here. Team leader Qin Feng said with a smile, "It's impressive to have such achievements on the first day. Today, with Yan Zi's shot, we have achieved a great start. I estimate that after a month our gains will be substantial. Xia Zhi is truly remarkable, single-handedly withstanding the charge of the herd of savage bulls. He truly is a genius valued by the headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy." Lu Yen praised with a smile. "The stronger the team members, the stronger the team becomes, making it easier to slay monsters, and naturally the rewards will be greater, which is good for everyone. Speaking of which, Xia Zhi, your evasion technique from earlier must have reached the micro level, right?" Qin Feng asked in astonishment. "Isn't that the perfect level of evasion?" Su Kuei exclaimed. "I have some insights, but it's not very clear yet. It requires a lot of practice to grasp that feeling," Xia Zhi replied. "You're truly monstrous. How old are you?" "No way, Sister Yen will have to rely on you from now on. I need a strong support," Lu Yen joked. Xia Zhi, Qin Feng, and the others all laughed. "Everyone just fought hard and used a lot of energy. Now let's resume at 4 this afternoon." Team leader Qin Feng made the decision. "Understood." The 4 of them leaned or lay on the rooftop, starting to rest. At this moment, Xia Zhi glanced at the combat watch on his wrist and wondered, who sent the message? The combat communication watch will not disturb warriors even if someone calls them. Only by checking the watch can a warrior find out if someone has called. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a message from Qin Yi. "I've already returned home feeling so bored and will have to go to rehearsal soon. Xia Zhi, did you go to the wilderness area to hunt monsters?" We arrived in City 012 today, just finished a battle against a herd of heavily armored savage bulls, where Sister Yen took down the bull leader with a single shot from her sniper rifle, marking a great start. After sending the message shortly after, another message from the girl came. Wow, Sister Yen is amazing. I'm so envious of a woman with such strength. Hurry and tell me all about it. Xia Zhi smiled and vividly described the thrilling and exciting process of today's events to the girl, prompting frequent exclamations of surprise and a continuous smile on Yi's face. While the Golden Gun Squad was resting on the rooftop of the tech building, Uncle Eagle was leading another squad of warriors away from the military district's rest point, heading towards City 012. A group of 4 was swiftly moving along an abandoned highway. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly flew in from the distant sky. Stop! Uncle Eagle stretched out his hand and everyone else halted. The shadow was rapidly approaching the squad, and as it got closer it turned out to be a bird-like monster. When it flew above the squad, its wings spread wide, slowing down, and it landed on Uncle Eagle's outstretched left arm. This bird monster was not large, standing less than half a meter tall on Uncle Eagle's arm. Its black feathers had a metallic appearance, and its 2 golden eyes were piercingly sharp. It was a grade of Iron Feather Eagle, a high-level beast soldier. Iron Feather Eagles are among the most ordinary bird monsters, with the highest grade being only high-level beast soldiers. However, they are fast flyers and their vision is excellent, allowing them to spot tiny objects on the ground from several kilometers up. After the eagle landed on Uncle Eagle's arm, he closed his eyes momentarily, and then said to the squad, "We are less than 100 kilometers away from City 012. Everyone remember, our only goal this time is to eliminate the target Xia Zhi. Therefore, we must not provoke other monsters in this county. If we can avoid them, we should. If we can escape, we should. It's best not to engage in battle. It will be troublesome if we get injured. Uncle Eagle, as long as we don't happen to encounter those few Lord-level monsters in City 012, can't we roam freely?" Yes, Uncle Eagle is an invincible psychic master of the same level, while the Golden Gun Squad's leader is just a high-level warrior. The others are at most mid-level warriors, and Uncle Eagle could wipe them out by himself. "Indeed," said another squad member who carried twin blades. Seeing my companion so unconcerned, another warrior with a similar appearance to the previous one frowned and said, "Don't underestimate any opponent, old heir. After all these years, have you not learned this lesson?" In Uncle Eagle's squad, the warrior with twin hammers is named Gao Xiang, while the one with twin swords is a pair of twins, the elder brother named Zhang Lei, and the younger brother named Zhang Lei, both renowned high-level warriors in the HR Alliance. This time, to hunt down Xia Zhi, Uncle Eagle utilized Liao's background in the HR Alliance and offered a large sum of money to hire the 3 to act together, ensuring that there would be no mistakes and that Xia Zhi would be eliminated before he could grow. Every time he thought of Xia Zhi, who could easily resist his psychic secret technique, during their first encounter, Uncle Eagle's killing intent surged. Only warriors of that level can withstand his secret techniques. If he were given a few years, he would ultimately become a disaster. He and the Li family share glory and disgrace. Harboring such a potentially limitless enemy, without eliminating him early on, will always leave him uneasy. Let me remind everyone once more, the target Xia Zhi is registered at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's global headquarters. If we truly act rashly, none of us 4 can withstand the wrath of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. As he thought of the Supreme Powerhouse Hong, who instills fear across the globe, everyone's expressions became serious. Zhang nodded, and Gao Xiang and Zhang Lei also put away their joking demeanor. Seeing everyone respond seriously, Uncle Eagle revealed a satisfied expression. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the 4 of them quietly and swiftly advanced. The wilderness area is different from the base city. The base city is a city controlled by humans where there are laws. There is government control. However, the wilderness area is a place where monsters dwell, and there are far too many dark, chaotic, and bloody events. Because of a single priceless monster corpse, there have been numerous instances of warriors within squads turning on each other. Among the warriors in the wilderness area, many die at the hands of monsters, but many also fall to the hands of other. At this moment, the members of the Golden Gun Squad, after resting, were on the rooftop, occasionally looking down with binoculars, unaware that an assassination was about to unfold. "It's been 2 hours. We've already spotted 3 beast general level monsters," Su Kuei said helplessly. Unfortunately, each beast general level monster is surrounded by numerous beast soldier level monsters. The city area is better. In the city area, although there are more beast general level monsters and even lord level monsters exist. However, ordinary beast soldier level monsters are mainly concentrated around lord level monsters and powerful beast general level monsters. Many beast general level monsters are solitary. Previously, Lu Yen had fired 2 shots with her sniper rifle. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side. These 2 shots hit 2 beast general level monsters. 1 bullet struck the scales and barely caused any damage. Although the other hit a vital spot, due to a slight error, the monster did not die. Most importantly, both beast general level monsters were protected by numerous ordinary monsters. With hundreds of monsters surrounding them, charging at the beasts to kill the leading beast general level monster, and quickly retreating would be too dangerous. In the end, Captain Qinfeng decided to abandon the mission. The suburbs have this disadvantage. Even ordinary beast general level monsters can lead a large group of monsters. Lu Yen said helplessly. But it's safer. Qin Feng chuckled. There are only 1 or 2 high-level beast general level monsters over here. Moreover, they are surrounded by a large number of ordinary monsters. We will not encounter them at all. As for ordinary monster groups, with our strength we can escape even if we charge in. We don't have to fear suddenly encountering several beast general level monsters attacking us. In the main city area there are many beast general level monsters, but it can also easily attract multiple beast general level monsters to attack us. If we make too much noise and alert those few lord level old monsters, it will be a problem. This is Xia Zhi's first time entering a monster city. After a few days to adapt, we will enter the main city area. Captain, are there many lord level monsters in this city? Xia Zhi asked. In the entire city 012, the place we absolutely cannot go is the Northern Sports Arena, which is the territory of the mid-level Lord level Earth Bear King. Last year when our squad ventured into the main city area, we were fortunate to witness a battle between 2 divine warrior level powerhouses, and the Bear King Qin Feng recounted in a low tone. Almost all surrounding buildings were destroyed by the battle's aftermath, and in the end only one of the 2 divine warrior level powerhouses escaped with injuries. Lu Yen took over the conversation and continued. Xia Zhi, if you haven't seen a battle at the divine warrior level, you cannot imagine the scene of destruction it brings. The tech building we are hiding in, even at 37 stories high, cannot withstand a single charge from a lord level monster. It is a beast that can survive a nuclear strike. Unless it is our top human powerhouses, otherwise. Qin Feng did not finish his sentence, but Xia Zhi already understood. For a moment everyone fell silent. Ha! Su Kuei suddenly picked up the binoculars and looked carefully below. Is that a beast general level monster? More than 10 monsters suddenly appeared at the edge of the street below. These more than 10 monsters had spots on their bodies resembling tigers at first glance. They were from the feline monster family, known as the tiger cat tribe. Each of these tiger cats was over twice the size of the shadow cat Xia Zhi had slain during the practical assessment. The largest one among them had an astonishing 3 tails. 3 tails. Mid-level beast general level. Su Kuei exclaimed in delight. In the feline family, many measure their power level by the number of tails. If it had 9 tails, it would be classified as an S-level 9-tailed cat king, a terrifying existence among monsters on Earth. Captain, look, a mid-level beast general level tiger cat. Su Kuei shouted. Tiger cat. Immediately the others rushed over to carefully look through their binoculars. In the tiger cat tribe, a double-tailed cat is an initial level beast general, a 3-tailed cat is a mid-level beast general, and 5 tails, or more, are lord level monsters. It's really a tiger cat. Tiger cats do not like to live in groups as rumored. Surrounding the beast general level tiger cat, there are only 16 ordinary beast soldier level monsters. Ha ha ha, let's prepare to act. Qin Feng said with a laugh. There are only 16 ordinary monsters. I can take care of it alone. Su Kuei chuckled, and both Xia Zhi and Lu Yen felt relaxed. Let's go, Qin Feng commanded. With that, Xia Zhi and the others immediately left the rooftop, this time not firing their guns in advance for fear of scaring it away. Xia Zhi and the group quietly lurked in a nearby alley, partially collapsed walls concealing the figures of the 4 members of the Golden Spear team. Su Kuei peered through the broken wall, and spotted more than a dozen tiger cats still wandering in the street ahead. Remember, we must act quickly, Qin Feng advised the team after his observation. Swallow, don't shoot unless it's an emergency. I will handle the 3-tailed tiger cat. The remaining 16 ordinary tiger cats should be killed as swiftly as possible. Xia Zhi, Su Kuei, you two take care of that. Xia Zhi and the others nodded in agreement. Let's move. Whoosh. The 4 figures almost simultaneously dashed out, transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged towards the tiger cats. Lu Yen, wielding a gun in her left hand and a tiger-tooth military knife in her right, followed closely behind the leader of the tiger cat group. The 3-tailed tiger cat saw the human figures, and its fur bristled, letting out an immediate roar. The surrounding 16 tiger cat beasts also screeched and lunged at the appearing humans. Xia Zhi observed 2 tiger cats pouncing towards him, swiftly dodging as he crouched beneath them. His blood shadow battle knife transformed into a cold arc of light aimed at the throats of the 2 tiger cats with a precise upward slash. The pouncing tiger cats had no time to react, their heads were instantly sent flying. Blood gushed forth as the 2 tiger cats comparable to calves fell to the ground, cracking the cement beneath them. Watch out! Lu Yen shouted from behind. The 3-tailed tiger cat surprisingly evaded Qin Feng's double gun assault. It lashed out with its whip-like tails, striking Qin Feng, who barely managed to block the blow with his guns crossed in front of his chest, but was still sent flying by the immense force. The 3-tailed tiger cat, having knocked Qin Feng aside, saw Xia Zhi instantly kill 2 of its subordinates, and roared angrily as it lunged towards him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Damn, so fast! Xia Zhi jumped in shock, using his mental force to push off the shield in his left hand, swiftly dodging to the side. Damn it, just a bit more. The claws of the 3-tailed tiger cat nearly grazed his body. Be careful, this beast's strength is nearing the advanced beast general level. From a distance, Qin Feng, having just regained his breath after being knocked away, shouted a warning. Swish! As the three-tailed tiger cat missed its pounce, Xia Zhi seized the moment and slashed at the three tails exposed before him. The blade struck directly against the center tail of the three-tailed tiger cat. The sharp blood shadow battle knife could cut through the defenses of a lord-level monster, and the nearly 2-meter-long tail was instantly severed, causing the tiger cat to let out a howling scream of agony. Well done, Su Kuei praised from the side. The remaining 2 tails of the tiger cat, now on the ground in pain, dug their claws into the cement, creating 2 holes, their crimson eyes fixed intensely on the human who had severed its tail. Beast? The Captain Qin Feng, realizing his earlier negligence had nearly caused injury to his team, charged in from the side, his short gun tracing a peculiar trajectory aimed at the tiger cat's vital points. But the three-tailed tiger cat had eyes only for Xia Zhi, roaring as it charged at him like a tank. Seeing the tiger cat barreling towards him, Xia Zhi swung his 6-sided shield on his left arm and struck it fiercely. Bang! The shield collided with the claws, causing the three-tailed tiger cat to stumble its attacking body momentarily. At the moment of impact, Xia Zhi directed the force into the cement ground beneath his feet, creating 2 holes with his alloy combat boots. Having strengthened his body through the Taishang body refinement technique, Xia Zhi was far stronger than ordinary warriors. The huge impact only caused him to grunt without any injury. Having strengthened his body through the Taishang body refinement technique, Xia Zhi was far stronger than ordinary warriors. The huge impact only caused him to grunt. The remaining 2 tails of the three-tailed tiger cat swished out, creating illusions as they lashed at the attacking Qin Feng. I've been waiting for you, Qin Feng shouted, using his left-hand shotgun to block the tail strike, while transforming his right-hand shotgun from a smash into a thrust, stabbing into the still bleeding wound where the tail had been severed. A woo! A scream of pain louder than its previous roars erupted from the three-tailed tiger cat. Its massive body writhed as it opened its large mouth to bite at Qin Feng's right hand. Puff! Seizing the moment as the three-tailed tiger cat turned its head to bite, Qin Feng's left-hand shotgun flashed and plunged into its mouth, piercing through its brain. White brain matter mixed with bright red blood flowed down the gun barrel. The three-tailed tiger cat's wide-open eyes remained fixed on the human before it, yet it could no longer let out a roar. Haha, well done, Captain. The remaining 14 tiger cats were wiped out by Su Kuei and Lu Yen, and the street was stained red with the blood spilled by the tiger cats. Pulling out his shotgun, Qin Feng glanced around and said, "Hurry and gather the materials. The stench of blood here is too strong and monsters will be attracted soon." "You did well," he praised Xia Zhi. Just now, had Qin Feng not been careless and been knocked away by the three-tailed tiger cat, if Xia Zhi hadn't held firm once Lu Yen or Su Kuei were targeted by the tiger cat and surrounded by ordinary tiger cats, the situation would have turned dire. Just as the 4 members of the Golden Spear team were in high spirits preparing to dissect the materials from the corpses, a thunderous beast roar suddenly echoed from afar. Roar. Following that was the booming sound of collapsing buildings. Though they couldn't tell how far away it was, some of the old dilapidated buildings on either side of the street where Xia Zhi and the others were located were directly shaken to the ground by the immense noise. "This is bad run." Captain Qin Feng's expression changed instantly. He stood up and told everyone, "Forget the materials. Swallow when the beast horde charges. Don't worry about anything, just clear the path with the machine gun." "Captain, what do you mean?" Su Kuei asked. "The sound is too loud. It will easily attract a beast tide in the city." Lu Yan's expression also changed, her voice turning sharp. "Run." At this moment, Xia Zhi heard a rumbling sound in the distance like a mountain flood surging. Ahead in the street appeared a massive herd of iron-haired cattle, each one enormous, with hundreds of them thundering past, creating a sensation akin to an earthquake. The members of the Golden Spear team were startled. Just as they were about to change direction, they also heard violent tremors from behind. An even more astonishing herd of beasts charged in, containing not only wild boars but also many lion dogs. The combined number of monsters from both sides easily exceeded 1,000. "This is a huge problem." The expressions of everyone in the Golden Spear team changed dramatically. "Climb over the wall and into the alley," Qin Feng commanded. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 of them rushed at top speed back towards the alley they came from. The beast horde, disturbed by the aftermath of the distant battle, turned towards the panicking monsters ahead, and the leading beast instantly changed direction, causing the herd to chase into the alley where the Golden Spear team fled. Rumble. The iron-haired cattle lowered their heads, their sharp horns crashing against the walls and buildings blocking their path. Structures that had stood weathered for decades collapsed almost instantly under the force. The Golden Spear team looked back, their expressions changing drastically, and quickened their pace to escape. Just as they were about to burst out of the alley, several hundred beasts appeared ahead, charging towards them under the leadership of several beast general-level leaders. Damn it, what caused such a commotion and triggered the beast horde? While fleeing, Captain Qin Feng shouted with bloodshot eyes. "This time we're in a life-or-death situation. Let's fight for our lives and break through. If we can get out, we'll split up and escape. One survivor is..." With a rapid succession of gunfire, Lu Yen unleashed a torrent of bullets from the machine gun in her hands towards the monsters charging from behind, shouting, "Captain, I'll hold them back with sure too. You guys clear the way." As she spoke, she tossed out 2 high-explosive grenades, causing a violent explosion that disrupted the beast horde, momentarily halting their advance. Su Kuei also shouted, his axe spinning like a windmill, as he swung it at the monster lunging at him, causing a splash of blood and dismembered limbs. Charge! Captain Qin Feng roared, dashing towards the group of monsters like lightning. He wielded 2 handguns, striking at the lower limbs of the beasts. With 2 loud thuds, the forelimbs of 2 monsters were smashed to pieces, their bodies collapsing to the ground, and the momentum of the beasts behind them was momentarily slowed. Xia Zhi unleashed all her strength, her blood shadow battle knife dancing, as she quickly followed Qin Feng's side. The monsters that had fallen after their forelimbs were smashed were then swiftly dispatched as Xia's blade sliced through their throats. In that moment, the 2 of them worked in unison, carving a gap through the approaching horde. Sister Yen, brother Su, hurry up! Xia Zhi called back. Su Kuei was currently swinging his axe, having just killed 2 tiger mastiffs, when 3 more furious beasts roared and charged at him. Not good. After blocking the first monster's charge with his shield, Su Kuei's expression changed. In the chaos, he failed to notice that this was a beast-level monster. The immense force of the impact sent him staggering, and his shield was knocked aside, leaving his body exposed to the monster. Roar! Another iron-skinned bull charged in, its sharp horns like daggers instantly piercing Su Kuei's left arm that held the shield. Ah! Beast! Su Kuei cried out in pain, his muscles tightening around the bull's horns, while his right hand swung the axe at the iron-skinned bull. Sure too. Seeing Su Kuei's arm impaled by the bull's horns and 2 monsters preparing to attack him, Lu Yen shouted loudly, turning her gun to spray bullets, riddling the 2 raging bulls with gaping wounds. With the machine gun suppression lost, the horde behind surged forward, the leading monsters roaring as they charged towards Lu Yen and Su Kuei. Don't worry about us, Xia Zhi, you and the captain go ahead. Every life counts. Lu Yen shouted back, refusing to look away. After killing the iron-skinned bull with his right-hand axe, Su Kuei swung his axe again towards the monsters charging from behind, shouting, "Captain, you all go first. If we don't hold them back, none of us will escape." Faced with over 1,000 attacking monsters, even a top-tier warrior would only be able to flee in disarray. Being trapped here, surrounded from all sides, even an elite team like the Golden Spear Squad could only be overwhelmed by the constant tide of beasts. Seeing the wound on Su Kuei's left arm revealing bone, a wave of guilt surged in Xia's heart. She should have acted sooner when she first spotted the horde, using her mental power to control the flying knives to break through so Su Kuei wouldn't have gotten hurt. The flying knives strapped to Xia's thigh instantly took flight, swirling around her body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 flying knives transformed into phantoms, with 6 flying towards Lu Yen and Su Kuei, and the other 6 towards Qin Feng. Thud! The flying knives pierced the skull of a charging monster, and under Xia's mental control, the 12 flying knives swiftly dispatched over 40 of the closest beasts. Monster blood splattered as the flying knives struck, and the alley seemed to be stunned by this abrupt scene, falling silent. The 40 or so monsters that had been racing forward collapsed as they were instantaneously killed by the flying knives, their bodies sliding along the ground for over 10 meters due to inertia, leaving the Golden Spear Squad surrounded by the fallen carcasses. "Captain, Sister Yen!" Xia Zhi shouted fiercely, "Follow me. We must leave together." Lu Yen and Su Kuei, who had already resigned themselves to death, and were prepared to fight desperately to buy Xia Zhi and Qin Feng a chance to escape, were momentarily stunned as the monsters before them were suddenly killed by the flying knives. Su Kuei even forgot about the wound on his left arm, wanting to rub his eyes. Indeed, the flying knives were being controlled by an invisible force, creating phantoms in the air, as they accurately pierced each monster. Mentalist. Telekinesis. Xia Zhi is a mentalist. Thoughts flashed through Lu Yen and the others' minds, their previously pale faces turning red with excitement, and Lu Yen screamed, "Xia Zhi, I love you. Charge forward." Xia Zhi shouted lowly. Captain Qin Feng yelled, "Listen to Xia Zhi." Rumble. The frenzied herd of bulls surged forward again, nearly 300 bull monsters thundering ahead, each as large as a small truck, their massive hooves striking the concrete ground, causing the buildings on either side to shed fragments of plaster and brick. Xia Zhi led the charge at the front, with the remaining 3 members of the Golden Spear Squad following her into the rushing bull horde, compelled by the oncoming pressure to grit their teeth and charge forward. Buzzing. The 12 flying knives transformed completely into streaks of light. Xia's gaze was icy as she ignored the bull horde in front of her. Any monster within a 20-meter radius of her would be instantly pierced by the flying knives, with none able to reach them. Qin Feng, Lu Yen, and Su Kuei following behind were all stunned. "I heard on the forum that mentalists are powerful, but this is just too insane. What are we even running from? 1,000 monsters aren't enough for Xia Zhi to kill by herself." Lu Yen added, "Stop chatting. The longer we delay, the more monsters will be attracted." Qin Feng scolded with a smile. "If she can kill 1,000, what about 5,000 or 10,000? Do you think Xia Zhi doesn't consume mental power?" Surrounded by beasts attacking from all sides, they still had the composure to chat, demonstrating that, under the protection of Xia's flying knife domain, the rest of the Golden Spear Squad felt no pressure at all, with all approaching monsters turned into phantom knives and killed. Finally, they reached the end of the alley, and under Xia's lead, they broke through the bull horde of over 300 monsters and rushed onto the street. Xia Zhi quickly surveyed her surroundings and shouted to the others, "This way." Although many monsters had been killed, the remaining ones, crazed with bloodlust, charged forward without fear. With no more monsters obstructing their path, Xia Zhi and the others' speed surged, and after the pursuing monsters were killed by another nearly 100 flying knives, the Golden Spear Squad turned a corner into the distant street, and then scaled the wall into an adjacent building, finally shaking them off. At this moment outside on the street, the roar and the collapse of buildings from the beast tide escalated, with many monsters even charging towards the wilderness beyond the city. It was as if there were a great threat in the city, causing them to flee desperately. Just as the Golden Spear Squad was in a critical moment facing the beast tide, the warrior squad, led by Uncle Eagle, also reached a small hillside at the edge of the city suburbs, preparing to enter City 012. They had chosen to take a detour and planned to enter the city from the north, find a vantage point in the city center, and then search for traces of Xia Zhi and the others. At that moment, the tremendous roar from within the city, along with the deafening sounds of large-scale destruction of buildings, also reached their ears. What's going on? Zhang Lei, the elder of the twin brothers in the squad, frowned and asked. Gao Xiang, carrying dual hammers on his back, warily took them off and held them in his hands. After observing for a moment, he said to the group, to produce such a roar and cause such a commotion from this distance, even an ordinary war general-level monster couldn't manage it. I wonder if a war god-level powerhouse has come to slay a lord monster. Uncle Eagle, please trouble your Iron Feather Eagle to go and check it out. Zhang Lei's younger twin brother Zhang Lei said to Uncle Eagle. Standing on the hillside, Uncle Eagle gazed into the distance at City 012, with its forests of tall buildings. In the direction of the sound, dust and debris filled the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene. He gently stroked the Iron Feather Eagle perched on his shoulder, which was restless and uneasy from the terrifying roar. Go Xiaoyu! The Iron Feather Eagle spread its wings and flew toward the city. With a piercing cry, it vanished from sight in an instant. Stay alert, everyone. We're entering the city. With that, he took the lead and dashed toward the city. Inside an ordinary residential building, Xia Zhi and his group quickly rushed to a room on the 5th floor. Crack! The kick-in door jammed shut. Quick, treat sure to wound first, Qin Feng urged. Lu Yen said to Su Kuei, who was lying on the ground. After cleaning out the bone fragments and cloth scraps from the wound on his left arm, she applied trauma medicine and bandaged it simply. Sure to take this to replenish your energy. Qin Feng took out a pill and placed it into Su Kuei's mouth. The intense pain from the wound treatment caused cold sweat to stream down Su Kuei's face, and his teeth ground audibly, but he didn't utter a single groan. Only after the bandaging was done did he let out a long breath. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Su Kuei's face was pale from blood loss, but he smiled and said, I owe this one to Xia Zhi. I thought I was going to die there. I should have acted sooner. Facing Su Kuei, Xia Zhi felt deeply guilty. Before he had the confidence to protect himself, he didn't want to reveal his identity as a spiritual psychic. After all, what remains unknown is a trump card. What is known becomes a vulnerability. Don't blame yourself. It's very wise to hide your abilities when you're weak to protect yourself. Captain Qin Feng comforted him. Su Kuei also quickly said, Xia Zhi brother, Su owes you his life this time. He'll repay you someday. And I owe you one too, Xia Zhi. You really are a spiritual psychic. Lu Yen, having finished treating the wound nearby, discarded the blood-stained gauze. Xia Zhi knew that the moment he controlled the flying daggers to slaughter the beast horde, and led everyone to break out, the secret of his being a spiritual psychic was exposed to the entire squad. I'm sure you've all guessed it by now. I admit it. Xia Zhi revealed a helpless smile. I am a warrior and also a spiritual psychic. Haha. Lu Yen laughed joyfully. Xia Zhi, I always said I'd rely on you in the future, and Qin Feng and Su Kuei also wore smiles. A spiritual psychic. Our Golden Spear Squad actually has a spiritual psychic. Captain Qin Feng nodded with a smile. From now on we can walk tall in these suburban cities. Once Sure Tu recovers from his injury, we'll venture into the main urban area. Haha, ordinary monster hordes won't be enough for Xia Zhi alone. If we really run into trouble, we can escape. Every warrior knew the terror of a spiritual psychic. Against a spiritual psychic of the same level, warriors would be swept away. No matter how skilled you were with spear, shield, or movement techniques, a spiritual psychic could stay far away and attack swiftly with remotely controlled flying daggers. Flying daggers controlled by spiritual power could change direction at will with incredible speed. And they could control multiple daggers to attack from different directions simultaneously. How could a warrior of the same level contend? After the squad's moment of joy, Lu Yen asked, Captain, what do we do next? Well, hide here for now and let Sure Tu rest. Once the commotion from the beast horde outside dies down, we'll head back to the city. Qin Feng said, glancing at Su Kuei, who was lying on the ground with his left arm bandaged. Sure Tu injury needs proper medical attention back home, so it doesn't leave any lasting damage to his future strength. Captain, I hope everyone can keep this a secret. Don't reveal that I'm a spiritual psychic. Xia Zhi spoke up then. Of course. Since you chose to reveal it to save us from now on, this will be the secret of our entire warrior squad. Qin Feng said solemnly. Right, rest assured, Xia Zhi. Every spiritual psychic was highly valuable and could spark contention among various factions. Moreover, with the looming threat of Li Wei and Liao father and son, if they learned he was a spiritual psychic, even more deadly assassination attempts might follow. My physical strength is on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate war general level. By then my spiritual psychic power will also reach the elementary war god level, giving me basic self-protection. When my body breaks through to war god level, my spiritual psychic power will reach the advanced war god level, and then I won't have to worry about the Li family father and son anymore. Thinking of Li Wei's repeated targeting of him, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Xia Zhi's face. Little did he know that Uncle Eagle, who had come specifically for him, had already led his warrior squad into this very city. At the base of a dilapidated residential building, massive monster corpses lay scattered, and a thick stench of blood permeated the air. The earlier battle had caused devastating destruction to buildings within nearly a kilometer around this building. Roar! Another earth-shaking bellow rang out, filled with intense excitement. A giant brown bear standing beside the remaining three-story residential building was even taller than the structure itself. Its brown fur was soaked with blood, and some patches were charred black as if scorched by flames. Beneath its bare paw, as large as a door, lay a white tiger-like monster 6 meters in length. The tiger's head had been brutally crushed, its brains splattered, and its corpse lay at the giant bear's feet. The giant bear surveyed the ground littered with monster corpses. Not far away, a monster 5 meters long with a tail of equal length covered in deep sai, and scales like a colossal lizard lay limp in the rubble with shattered scales and blood scattered everywhere. After its roar subsided, the giant bear turned, grabbed 2 monster corpses, and trudged away. As its massive body moved, a huge torn wound on its back was revealed. The heaviness in its steps made it clear that this battle between monsters had left it severely injured. It made its way to the massive stadium ahead. In the square outside, nearly 100 various monsters were gathered. Seeing the giant bear return, they all crouched low until it passed, then rose again, packing the front square to capacity. The giant bear walked all the way into the stadium. On one side of the 10 softmetershai open air stands a soft beast den, had been piled up with plants, human cotton wadding, and other materials. Only upon returning here did the bear let out a few low-pained whimpers, revealing the immense agony it was enduring. It lay on its back in the den, its 10-meter-tall body filling half the stands. Its paw rested on its swollen belly as it emitted several more pained roars. As the roars grew louder, the giant bear's massive body rolled a few times, causing debris to fall from the concrete stands. Finally, with one last roar, it grew still. When it shifted its body, a cub covered in mucus appeared. The bear stopped thrashing and slowly turned over to lift the slimy cub, then opened its mouth and began licking the mucus off the cub with its tongue. At that moment, the giant bear failed to notice that an iron feather eagle only half a meter tall was watching everything clearly through an opening in the stadium's roof. Uncle Eagle and his group were weaving through a street in City No. 012, with the twin brothers Zhang Lei and Zhang Lei, as well as Gao Xiang wielding double hammers, all bearing injuries. Dozens of monster corpses lay haphazardly on the street, while 4 flying daggers hovered in front of Uncle Eagle, who was slightly panting. Damn it! Are the monsters in this city going insane? There are beast hordes running everywhere. This is the 3rd batch we've encountered. Gao Xiang's combat suit was torn by some monster's claws with blood seeping out. Find a building, let's take refuge on the rooftop. Well, no, once Xiao Yu comes back, Uncle Eagle said after glancing at the others behind him. Fortunately, the spiritual abilities of Elder Eagle are unparalleled, otherwise we would have perished today. The twin brother Zhang Lei exclaimed in admiration. Let's hurry. The 4 swiftly entered an abandoned residential building, and finally relaxed after reaching the rooftop. The 3 other members of the team tended to their wounds, while Uncle Eagle stood at the edge of the rooftop closing his eyes in silence. Before long, a hawk's cry echoed, and the iron feather hawk flew in like a phantom, charging toward them. It opened its wings before Uncle Eagle, slowing down to land on the concrete steps at the edge of the rooftop. After exchanging glances with the iron feather hawk, joy flashed across Uncle Eagle's face as he exclaimed, "The Bear Lord gave birth. The ice crystal white tiger and the crimson flame giant lizard have been killed." What? The earlier roars and the monsters' rampage in the city were because those few Lord-level monsters were fighting each other. Gao Xiang said in disbelief upon hearing Uncle Eagle's exclamation. According to reports, City No. 012 has a total of 4 Lord-level monsters: the mid-level Lord Earth Bear Lord, the low-level Lord Ice Crystal White Tiger, the Crimson Flame Giant Lizard, and the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Are there really 2 of them killed by the Bear Lord? Zhang Lei murmured in astonishment. Damn it, it seems we are about to get rich. Elder Eagle brother, let's seize this opportunity before too many people know about it, and see if we can take advantage of it. Zhang Lei, filled with excitement, spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. Just getting one of these Lord-level corpses could make us rich. The materials from Lord-level monster corpses start at around 500 million Huaxia coins, which can only be hunted by war god-level powerhouses. Battle general-level fighters wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Many martial artists may not earn as much money in their lifetime as a single Lord-level corpse is worth, and thinking of this made everyone's breathing grow heavier. Imagining the images transmitted by the iron feather hawk, the piles of monster corpses, the ice crystal white tiger, the crimson flame giant lizard, and the scene of the bear lord giving birth, Uncle Eagle's heart grew even more fervent. Fortunately, I gathered these people to ambush that brat Xia Zhi. I can take them along now, and they will make good scapegoats in case of danger. Once the plan succeeds, 3 martial artists at the battle general level can be easily killed in a surprise attack. As Uncle Eagle's thoughts churned, he made up his mind. Zhang Lei Gao Xiang. This opportunity is rare. After such a fierce battle with the bear lord, it is likely that it is at its weakest now since it just gave birth. As long as you help me get its offspring, I can forgo everything else. What do you say? Uncle Eagles, let's do this. After this job, I am confident I can become a war god within 5 years. Zhang Lei immediately shouted. Zhang Lei and Gao Xiang remained silent, but the rising and falling of their chests revealed the fierce turmoil within. Let's do it. Wealth and honor come from risks, either we die or we enjoy life for a lifetime, Gao Xiang agreed. Seeing the fiery gazes of the others on him, Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and said, Then let's do it. Elder Eagle, you decide how we proceed. We brothers will follow your lead. There's no need to talk about splitting things now. Once we succeed, you can decide how to divide it, and we will go with that. In a moment of surprise, Gao Xiang instantly understood and added, Yes, if we succeed, Elder Eagle, you can decide how to divide it, and I won't have any objections. Uncle Eagle was very satisfied with their attitudes, and said with a smile, Good. As long as you help me get the cub, everything else is negotiable. For Uncle Eagle, whose potential had reached its limit with little chance for further enhancement, obtaining that cub that would surely grow to lord level meant he could possess battle prowess comparable to a war god by taming it. This temptation was so great that it made him forget about his plans to eliminate Xia Zhi. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must take a gamble, he thought to himself. With unanimous agreement among the group, they hesitated no longer and under Uncle Eagle's lead quickly descended the building and rushed toward the stadium. The square outside the stadium was covered in dust, with many dried bloodstains faintly visible on the whole tiled floor. The bustling crowd that once filled it during major sports events before the Great Nirvana had vanished, leaving it as a paradise for monsters. This was the lair of the most powerful lord-level monsters in the entire city. Nearly 100 beast general-level monsters roamed the square, surrounded by a massive number of ordinary monsters. Roar! A sudden frenzied roar from the monsters erupted in the distance. A horde of massive bloodthirsty tank monsters along with a group of one-horned wild boar monsters charged over the sound of nearly 1,000 monsters running, shaking the entire stadium. Monsters that had been lying quietly outside the stadium suddenly became agitated, roaring one after another. In front of over 100 beast general-level monsters, a giant bear seemingly engulfed in flames was particularly unsettling. This bear was covered in fiery red fur with no trace of any other color. As it roared in anger, sparks erupted from its open mouth. The flame-exploding bear, one of the top 3 clans among bear-type monsters. Even the weakest flame-exploding bears are mid-level beast general level, while this one is at the high-level beast general level. It is just one step away from reaching lord-level monsters. A woo! Accompanied by a wolf howl. A hazy phantom appeared behind the frenzied horde of beasts. It was a giant wolf nearly 7 meters long, entirely black except for a tuft of white fur on its forehead. It was the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, one of the top 3 wolf-type monsters. Upon seeing the emerging demon wolf, the flame-exploding bear snorted angrily, releasing 2 plumes of smoke from its nostrils, its eyes fixated on it. After the appearance of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, the bloodthirsty tank monsters crashing into the stadium became even more frenzied, engaging in a bloody battle with the guarding monsters in the square. This was a massacre among monsters, and the square in front of the entire stadium was in complete chaos. 1 kilometer away from the square, in a residential building, Uncle Eagle's team quietly crept here, observing the scene with binoculars from the rooftop on the 12th floor. What a great opportunity! The monsters are actually engaged in a frenzied battle, Gao Xiang exclaimed in delight. Monsters have a strong territorial instinct, or it's common for them to kill each other for territory and food. This must be because the bear lord is about to give birth. To avoid being killed by other lord-level monsters during its weakened state post-birth, it must have taken the initiative to eliminate the other lord-level monsters. I didn't expect that cunning demon wolf to survive the bear lord's attack, and now take the opportunity to lead the monsters in an assault, Zhang Lei said, while watching with binoculars. Look, that flame-exploding bear is about to collapse, Zhang Lei shouted. What should we do? In the square, the flame-exploding bear fiercely engaged in battle with the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, as it tried to block its charge into the stadium. However, it was no match for the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, which had already reached lord level for years. With each injury, the flame-exploding bear was on the verge of collapse. Although the bear lord is weak after giving birth, its strength as a top mid-level lord is not easily slain. Let's go, we'll sneak around from behind and grab the cub amid the chaos before running away. Uncle Eagle spoke urgently. As the members of the Golden Gun Squad rested and healed in the abandoned residential building, a distant roar echoed, causing the monsters outside on the street to become increasingly restless. Today feels strange. What exactly is happening? Lu Yen quickly moved to the window to check the commotion outside upon hearing the noise. I'm not sure if a god-tier warrior has come to slay the Lord-level monsters, or if the monsters are fighting among themselves. Team leader Qin Feng also stood up to take a look and said, "Everyone be careful and stay prepared to retreat at any moment." "Captain, can the monsters really kill each other?" Xia Zhi asked, having only briefly browsed the extreme home form before focusing his thoughts on cultivating the ninefold thunderblade and the supreme body refinement technique, leaving him not well informed about other details. In this world, humanity must evolve, requiring cultivation and various resources like rare treasures. For us, monsters are not just a danger, but also an opportunity. Similarly, for monsters, higher-level creatures are excellent food that can help them evolve in strength. Their mutual killings are all for the sake of their own evolution. Only by being stronger can one occupy a larger territory, command more monsters, and ensure survival, Qin Feng remarked. I wonder what exactly is battling. If Lord-level monsters are killing each other, we might profit from it. That would be a big windfall. After resting for half a day, Su Kuei, replenished with energy, and recovering his pale complexion from blood loss, spoke with anticipation. The materials from Lord-level monsters start at least from 500 million. Wake up, oh, don't let money cloud your judgment. Lu Yen laughed after hearing this. Even if you can fly, you won't escape. The body speed of high-level beast generals far exceeds the speed of sound. If you fly too slowly, you can't get away. If you fly too high, the sky is ruled by aerial monsters. Stop overthinking. This situation is strange, and our priority is to ensure our safety first, Qin Feng said in a low voice. Hearing the conversation, Xia Zhi's heart stirred. With his mental power, he could definitely use objects like shields to make himself fly, and with his enhanced strength from the third level of the ninefold thunderblade, he felt confident facing high-level beast generals directly. Moreover, with his already advanced mental power and those 10-8 series flying knives and 2-9 series flying knives, he could penetrate the defenses of Lord-level monsters. Perhaps he could truly gain some benefits. At worst, Xia Zhi was confident that alone he would be more agile, and he had a good chance of escaping relying on his own strength. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and said to Qin Feng, "Captain, I'll go take a look. Find out what exactly is happening." Qin Feng hesitated. "Are you sure? There are restless beast hordes outside now. Even if you are a mentalist, your mental power is ultimately limited. If you asked me to kill a Lord-level monster, I would have no confidence whatsoever. But escaping, I am absolutely sure of that." Xia Zhi smiled, controlling his metallic battle boots with his mental power, causing himself to float. "Even against a Lord-level monster, as long as it can't fly, I'm confident I can escape. The most envied ability of a mentalist is their ability to fly by stepping on objects. Mental power can only act on inanimate objects, but by controlling battle boots, shields, or other items one can fly. Even god-tier warriors can only helplessly envy this. This is also one reason why mentalists are coveted by various factions. After all, below the god-tier, only mentalists possess the ability to fly. Wow, I'm so envious. I wish I could fly," Lu Yen said with envy. "Alright, Xia Zhi, be careful. If you feel confident, go for it. But if you find the situation too dangerous, don't push yourself. Safety first." "Don't worry," Xia Zhi replied with a smile. He then held his shield and blood shadow battle blade, and leaped directly from the 6th floor of the residential building. Whoosh! Xia Zhi plummeted rapidly. A strong warrior at the battle general level could withstand the impact from the height of 6 floors, but Xia Zhi had no need to endure it physically. With the invisible yet powerful force of mental power acting on his battle boots, Xia Zhi's descent speed sharply decreased, allowing him to land lightly on the ground without making a sound. Whoosh! Xia Zhi immediately dashed outward, his mental power continuously applying to his battle boots, allowing him to move far faster than an ordinary battle general like a nimble monkey. In just 2 leaps, Xia Zhi vanished from the sight of the others. This is Xia Zhi's true strength. Lu Yen couldn't help but exclaim, "Mentalists are indeed one of the most fearsome groups among warriors. It's simply terrifying. With mental power at their disposal, their speed, agility, and so on can reach an unbelievable level. Plus, they can manipulate objects from a distance, which is even more abnormal." "It is indeed abnormal." Su Kuei nodded in agreement, saying quietly, "So you should be happy. From now on, we'll have a mentalist as our trump card beside us." Hearing this, Lu Yen and Su Kuei both laughed. Whoosh! Xia Zhi transformed into a blurry figure, swiftly advancing toward the northern part of the main city. Those roars came from the north. 10 miles ahead is the stadium, the lair of the Earth Bear King. Xia Zhi decided while running, "I'll hide in a building 3 miles away, and observe the situation first." As he ran through the concrete jungle of the monster city, Xia Zhi utilized his mental power, sometimes sprinting, sometimes when encountering ordinary monster groups, he would avoid them. If he couldn't, he would control his flying knives to swiftly eliminate them. Except for stopping to harvest the most valuable materials from beast general level monsters, he couldn't be bothered with the materials from beast soldier level monsters. Overall, he was moving quite fast. Using mental power to assist his actions for the first time brought him a sense of freedom that made him want to howl with joy. Fortunately, he stayed alert. In this monster city, filled with danger, even a mentalist shouldn't be too arrogant. 10 minutes later, Xia Zhi, entered the 16th floor of an 18-story residential building. Xia Zhi smiled as he gently pushed open a locked door. However, under the influence of his invisible mental power, he easily controlled the door lock to open the entire door. This room is locked and hasn't been forced open. It seems that no warriors or monsters have come in here for a long... Upon entering, he locked the door behind him. The items in the room were neatly arranged. Apart from being covered in dust, there were no signs of disturbance. He pulled off the dust cover from the sofa, revealing a relatively clean leather couch underneath. He ran to the balcony, opened the glass window, and looked outside. This residential building was the tallest nearby, and from the 16th floor, he had an excellent view of the surroundings for several miles. That is, Xia Zhi was astonished to see that the buildings west of the stadium, which were originally clustered together, had all been destroyed, with monster silhouettes appearing amidst the ruins of the skyscrapers. It seems the previous battle occurred there, so close to the Bear King's lair, who was fighting against it. The destruction could only have been caused by a being of god-tier strength. Xia Zhi firmly believed that such a battle occurring near the lair of the Lord-level monster, the Earth Bear King, could not be unrelated to that ancient beast. Are the monsters attacking each other outside the stadium? Suddenly a wolf's howl rang out, and Xia Zhi turned his gaze toward the sound, spotting a massive black wolf appearing in front of the stadium's plaza, leading nearly 1,000 monsters surging toward the square. Haha, it turns out the monsters are fighting amongst themselves. I must watch carefully. I can't miss the chance to profit. Xia Zhi couldn't help but feel delighted when he saw the clash between two Lord-level monsters. If god-tier human warriors came to slay Lord-level monsters, he would worry about potential trouble if he tried to take advantage of the situation halfway through. But for monsters, if there's an opportunity, he would seize it. Oh, what's that? At this moment, 4 human figures appeared in Xia Zhi's line of sight. They had bypassed the fighting monsters in the plaza and were stealthily approaching the massive structure of the stadium from the side. That's Uncle Eagle from Li Yao's team. What is he doing here? And he brought a small squad. Xia Zhi finally recognized the 4 human warriors in the distance, realizing that the one at the forefront was Uncle Eagle, whom he had negotiated with at the martial arts headquarters. Is it a coincidence? Or is it something more? Before the massive entrance of the stadium, the flame bear let out a mournful roar before its towering body crashed to the ground, its skin torn and blood flowing, revealing a gaping hole in its chest where its heart had vanished. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf chewed a few times before swallowing the heart of the flame bear. A savage gleam of pride shine. Monsters at the beast general level possess high intelligence, and those at the lord level are no less intelligent than humans, resembling the mythical creatures of ancient China. Many high-level lord monsters can even articulate human speech. It is no wonder it felt proud. Wolves are inherently cunning, and upon reaching the lord level they become even more treacherous. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf has experienced countless battles, and has seen many monsters stronger than itself perish by its jaws, serving as sustenance for its power. As the strongest monster lord in the vicinity, the Earth Bear's actions have drawn the keen attention of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. It had sensed something unusual from the bear's actions 2 weeks prior, and had taken precautions. The Ice Crystal White Tiger, the Crimson Flame Giant Lizard, and the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf are the only 3 primary lord monsters in this city subordinate to the Earth Bear. They had established an agreement to fend off the mid-level Lord Earth Bear together, maintaining their survival until now. This time when the bear launched a surprise attack, it fled, without a fight, using the other 2 lord monsters to distract the bear, while it made a hasty escape from the city, presenting an appearance of fleeing from the world. However, it hid in the shadows, watching as the other 2 monsters were slaughtered by the bear. It calculated that once the bear eliminated the surrounding threats, it would inevitably rush to produce cubs, and would gather the monster horde to attack again, seeking to take advantage of the chaos. Imagining that this city would eventually become its own territory, and that it would evolve further after obtaining the flesh and blood of 3 lord monsters, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf let out a triumphant howl. With a howl, its massive form transformed into a shadow and darted into the stadium. Upon seeing the bear's figure and the cub behind it still glistening with fluids, it noticed the remnants of the Ice Crystal White Tiger and the Crimson Flame Giant Lizard on the nearby stands, most of which had already been devoured. Upon witnessing this, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's eyes gleamed with desire. With a thunderous roar, the Earth Bear rose to its hind legs, nostrils flaring with rage, as it fixed its gaze firmly on the charging Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. The Earth Bear could sense its current weakness. It turned to glance at the cub beside it, which still had not opened its eyes. Could not flee. It had to fight desperately and end this quickly. With a low growl, the Earth Bear surged with a mist of blood, its nearly 10-meter-tall body swelling like an inflated balloon, suddenly growing even larger. Its eyes bloodred, it suddenly charged at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, creating an astonishing sonic boom as it ran. Boom! Boom! With a violent clash, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf let out a scream, realizing in terror that the Earth Bear was even stronger than before. After being struck on the back by the bear's paw, it turned to flee. The prepared Earth Bear lunged towards the stadium entrance, first sweeping its massive paws like door panels, and striking the fleeing Shadow Moon Demon Wolf on the head. Thud! The ground shattered under the enormous force of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's fall. Immediately after landing, the earth bear opened its maw wide and clamped down viciously on the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's throat. The already cracked ground was further destroyed by the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's frantic struggles, its sharp claws, slashing wildly at the earth bear, blood spraying from the torn wounds. A woo! Gradually the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf ceased to move, and only then did the earth bear release its grip, having bitten through the wolf's throat. It gasped heavily, its massive body now deflating like a punctured balloon, quickly returning to its original state. Covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, its eyes reflected deep fatigue and pain. With its limbs on the ground, it slowly crawled towards the bear den, its staggering figure revealing immense weakness, having battled fiercely, and then enhanced its power through fury. At this moment the aftereffects appeared, making it the most vulnerable point. Now's the time, go! A human voice startled the earth bear. Two shadows darted towards it at incredible speed. They were two flying daggers. Uncle Ing had led a group of warriors to seize the opportunity to attack. Two shadows darted towards it at incredible speed. They were two flying daggers. Uncle Ing had led a group of warriors to seize the opportunity to attack. When they saw the bear unleash its potential and swiftly kill the demon wolf, becoming even weaker, their long-suppressed attack could no longer be contained. Uncle Ing controlled the two flying daggers to strike at the monster bear, while Gao Xiang and the Zhang brothers charged towards the cub, and the corpses of the ice crystal white tiger, and the crimson flame giant lizard on the stands. Seeing the human warriors rushing towards its cub, the enraged bear swiped its right paw downwards, grabbing a chunk of the broken cement from the battle, and hurling it at Gao Xiang. The nearly 1-meter-high cement block flew through the air at supersonic speed, reaching Gao Xiang in an instant. He smashed it with his hammer, but the enormous force still made him spew a mouthful of blood. Uncle Ing! Gao Xiang cried out in agony. After throwing the stone, the bear ignored the incoming flying daggers and sped toward the stands. Uncle Ing paid no mind to Gao Xiang's cries for help, redirecting the daggers to target the bear's back. Boom! Gao Xiang was instantly struck by the 10-meter-tall bear, crashing against the stadium wall. With a thundering sound, he smashed through the cement wall and fell outside, no longer making a sound. After killing Gao Xiang, the bear swung both paws, creating a phantom strike. Zhang Lei, the elder brother of the Zhang brothers, fell sideways to evade the blow, but the immense force from the strike still forced a groan from him, blood trickling from his mouth. The younger brother Zhang Lei was not so fortunate. His upper body was directly struck by the bear's paw, exploding like a balloon, his body parts and blood flying everywhere. Brother! Zhang Lei cried out in despair at the sight of his brother's tragic death. Old Eagle! Just as his anger peaked, he was crushed by another furious paw from the earth bear, collapsing a large section of the stands. At this moment, Uncle Ying's controlled daggers finally arrived at the bear, piercing through its back wound, rapidly destroying its internal organs before exiting through its chest, spewing forth a spray of blood. Boom! The earth bear's massive body collapsed onto the stands, dust filling the air. Ha ha! Uncle Ing laughed heartily as he approached. What a harvest of nearly 10 billion. It's better that they're all dead, haha. What Li family, what so-called war god? From now on I will be the war god. Haha. Summer solstice, you come and kill me yourself, I won't serve anymore. Seeing the earth bear's cub beside him, Uncle Ying's face twisted with rage as he roared, venting years of pent-up frustration. In this moment he felt it would be the most glorious starting point of his life. So your purpose in coming to City 012 was to kill me? Who? Suddenly hearing a cold voice amidst his euphoria, Uncle Ing turned in surprise, only to see a streak of light approaching rapidly. Puff! The 8th series of flying daggers could pierce through the scales of mid-level lord monsters so naturally they posed no obstacle to the hardness of a human skull. Uncle Ing, with his brain splattered, never imagined that the target he planned to ambush would end all his endeavors at the last. Summer solstice landed on a hexagonal shield flying down from the gap above the stadium. Surveying the scene before him, even someone as composed as he was could feel his heart racing. Now this is a real fortune. In an abandoned residential building, where the Golden Gun Squad was hiding, Su Kuei had already fallen into a deep sleep against the wall. Captain Qin Feng stood by the living room window, using the curtains as cover to observe the situation outside. After the initial chaos of the monsters, the aggressive beast horde on the street gradually calmed down, and returned to their territories under the guidance of their respective leaders. After Xia Zhi left, they had to take refuge in this residential building, due to Su Kuei's injury. They had already suffered 2 monster attacks and had no choice but to find another abandoned room as their hiding place. Captain, are you still worried about Xia Zhi? Lu Yan walked over and said to him, his mental strength is even stronger than yours and Xia Zhi is cautious by nature. He will definitely be safe. It has been quite a while. There were beast roars from the north earlier, but it has been almost an hour without any noise. I am a bit worried. Supervisor Zhuge arranged for him to join our squad with the intention of having us watch over his growth. If something were to go wrong, there will definitely be no problem. You haven't rested for so long. You should take a break. I will keep watch here. Haven't you already sent him the coordinates? Once you rest for a bit, Xia Zhi will return. Lu Yan advised. Qin Feng raised his wrist to check his combat watch and said, I wonder if Xia Zhi has seen the coordinate information. Just then the combat watch displayed an incoming call request. and the name on it was Xia Zhi. Qin Feng answered, and Xia Zhi's excited voice came through the combat watch. Captain, this is Xia Zhi. You all need to hurry to my coordinates. I have made a great haul. What happened? Xia Zhi, are you injured? Qin Feng pressed for more information. It's not something I can explain in a few words. I'm moving there, so hurry up. Throw away anything useless in your backpacks. Xia Zhi replied, and then the call ended, sending a location coordinate. Qin Feng saw that the coordinate was at the junction of the main urban area and the suburb where there used to be an industrial park filled with factories. Due to the low number of monsters, few warriors would choose to hunt beasts there. When they had previously roamed the main urban area of City 012, they had hidden there for a while to recuperate, so they were quite familiar with the area. Captain, what should we do? Lu Yan, who had also heard the call, asked Qin Feng. It seems Xia Zhi has made a big haul this time. Wake up, sure too. We need to hurry to support him. Qin Feng decided. The 3 members of the Golden Gun Squad quickly packed up and left their hiding place, cautiously heading towards the coordinates Xia Zhi had sent. In a concealed alley between the buildings of the main urban area, more than 10 monster corpses lay on the ground, each head pierced and instantly killed. Xia Zhi took a deep breath. The coolness of the evening air slightly revived his fatigued spirit. He had killed no less than 300 monsters on this journey, not to mention the frantic escape from dozens of beast general-level monsters under the Great Earth Bear King's command. At the stadium, he had quickly collected everything on site at the fastest speed, but he was still overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty tank group of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, which rushed in to defend the beast general-level monsters. He tried to fly away directly using his mental force from above the stadium, but under the supersonic speed of the beast general-level monster, Xia Zhi exerted a lot of effort, and only managed to escape after killing over 20 battle general-level monsters. As he stealthily traversed hidden paths, he was constantly discovered by monsters due to carrying too much, leading to relentless attacks. At this moment, a profound fatigue washed over him, and all Xia Zhi wanted to do was lie down and have a good sleep. My mental power is almost depleted. Thankfully, the coordinates I sent to the captain aren't far away now. He reached the alley's exit, glanced at the situation outside, and quickly dashed in one direction after reorienting himself. Behind him, a bulging backpack resembling a small mountain nearly 4 meters high and wrapped in the black fur of a monster seemed to be resting on his back. In reality, it was levitating, controlled by his mental force, following him closely to maximize his speed. In an abandoned factory within the industrial park, Qin Feng and the others who had arrived cleaned up the surrounding stray monsters and stood guard waiting for Xia Zhi to arrive. About 10 minutes later, Qin Feng spotted a shadow about 4 meters tall appearing ahead and quickly whispered to Lu Yan and Su Kuei, "Be careful, there's something unusual." As they got closer, Qin Feng could finally see Xia Zhi's figure beneath the giant package in the dim light. The group hurried to meet him, and upon seeing his teammates, Xia Zhi felt a sense of relief. Boom! The giant package behind him fell to the ground as it lost the support of his mental force. "Captain, Sister Yen, Brother Su," Xia Zhi said tiredly. "I finally see you all. Xia Zhi, what have you gotten yourself into? Did you rob the Great Bear King's den?" Lu Yan asked, noticing Xia Zhi's disheveled appearance. He was covered in blood, his eyes vacant, his hair soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead. His arms, exposed outside his combat vest, bore several claw marks from beasts, looking utterly disheveled. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Xia Zhi chuckled and said, "Sister Yen, you're quite perceptive. I did rob the Great Bear King's den. Take a look at what I've brought back this time." As he spoke, he stepped forward to cut the nylon rope that bound the beast's skin wrapping with his combat knife. As he lifted the beast's skin, the monster materials inside were immediately revealed to everyone. "This is..." Lu Yan stared in amazement at the monster materials before her. Could this bear paw be? Su Kuei looked at the pair of bear paws the size of a small door in front of him, bewildered. Qin Feng turned to stare into Xia Zhi's eyes and said solemnly, "Xia Zhi, is this really?" "That's right," Xia Zhi replied with a smile. "It's the paw of the Great Earth Bear King. There's also the materials of the Ice Crystal White Tiger, the Crimson Flame Giant Lizard, and the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. I've brought back all the most valuable parts. The skin wrapping the materials is indeed from the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. And look," Xia Zhi said as he opened his backpack, revealing a cub from the Great Earth Bear King, which was currently soundly asleep inside. "This is the cub born by the Great Earth Bear King. It's still alive." Xia Zhi exclaimed excitedly. Heavy breaths escaped from the mouths of Qin Feng, Lu Yan, and Su Kuei. The sight of these materials worth tens of billions left the 3 of them momentarily speechless. After a long while, Qin Feng finally spoke. "Xia Zhi, according to our warrior squad's rules, when we venture into the wilderness, even if you obtain something yourself, you must share 20% with the others in the squad." Upon uttering these words, Qin Feng was startled by the hoarse sound of his own voice. After regaining his composure, he continued, "Though there is this rule." Qin Feng was interrupted. "Captain, let's just follow the rules. There's no need for you to say more." Lu Yan, having regained her senses, chimed in. "But Xia Zhi..." "All right, everyone stop talking. I seized this rare opportunity, and since the amount is too large, let's not split it this time. What if you all have a big opportunity in the future? Su Kuei silently nodded in agreement, not speaking. This was a monster material worth nearly 10 billion. After Li Wei's death in the original story, his father Liao went mad and offered a 1 billion bounty. How many god-level warriors went insane over it? For him, understanding the future plot trajectory meant that he would definitely enter the universe and venture through the vast starry sky. The money on Earth was of little concern to someone like him who aspired to the peak of the universe. Moreover, he was confident in himself. With the dark golden sphere in his sea of consciousness, which was even more than Luo Feng's, and his stronger potential as a mental strength master, earning money would be exceedingly easy. However, one must guard against human hearts. In the face of a fortune worth billions, even if Xia Zhi was willing to share 20% with everyone, what if someone wanted it all to themselves? Can the Golden Gun Squad resist temptation? He had to be on guard. Although he appeared utterly exhausted, his mental force remained strong enough for, in fact, after seeing everyone's astonished expressions where envy was present, but not greed or jealousy, Xia Zhi felt a significant weight lift off his mind. He smiled and said, "Without everyone I wouldn't have come here. I can't carry all these things by myself. You can't just leave me to handle it alone." Captain Sister Yen Brother Su. Xia Zhi looked at everyone and declared firmly, "We are a team. We fight and struggle together regardless of how large the hall is. Everyone should have their share." Seeing Xia Zhi like this, Qin Feng was also moved and said, "All right, let's first find a way to get this back, then we'll discuss the distribution later." Yes, haha. Xia Zhi, what you gained this time is probably more than what we would earn in a lifetime. You have to treat us when we return to the base city. Lu Yan's laughter broke the slightly heavy atmosphere. Yes, you definitely have to treat us. Let's feast this super-rich person. Su Kuei chimed in. Of course I will treat you all. Once we sell the materials and divide the money, won't you all also be wealthy? You all have to treat me too. Xia Zhi chuckled. The entire Golden Gun Squad began discussing how to package the materials for the return to the base city, and bursts of excited laughter occasionally filled the abandoned factory. Early the next morning, the Golden Gun Squad quietly departed from City 012, heading down the dilapidated highway towards the military district rest point. In the northern military district of the Jiangnan base city, at the rest point base, the sun had just risen. Many teams returning from their outings were seen at the base gate with several warriors bearing injuries, some even being supported back by their teammates. Many warriors with bulging backpacks wore smiles, evidently pleased with the substantial monster materials they had collected. Seeing such warriors, the material merchants who had been waiting at the base entrance rushed forward, some handing out business cards, others greeting, turning the morning lively and bustling. "Old Zhang, this haul is quite good. It's all right. This time we killed 2 junior beast general-level windshadow leopards. Then you must have made over 10 million this time, impressive. Haha, not bad, not bad." Familiar warriors discussed each other's gains, and joyful smiles erupted from the crowd from time to time. After surviving in the monster-infested wilderness, returning to the supply base within human territory allowed many warriors to finally relax their tense nerves. Many were eager to exchange their materials for money, and enjoy some well-deserved relaxation. Oh, it's the Golden Gun Squad. It seems they might have encountered some trouble this time. Someone noticed Xia Zhi, Qin Feng, and the other 4 from the Golden Gun Squad at the entrance. Su Kuei's left arm bandaged, while the others also bore injuries. Look at how full their backpacks are. Even if they faced trouble, they made it back alive with so many materials. Every backpack is stuffed. What a significant haul. Indeed, at this moment, even though Su Kuei's left arm was bandaged, the backpack on him was also packed to the brim. Old Qin, your haul this time is considerable. Don't forget to sell any good materials to our military district. The gatekeeper greeted as Qin Feng and the others approached, letting them through. Don't mention it. Damn it, we ran into a monster swarm that went berserk. We desperately killed dozens of ordinary monsters, and only managed to kill 1 beast general-level monster. We took a big loss this time. Qin Feng cursed. Encountering a berserk monster swarm, it's already a miracle that the squad made it back alive. The materials from beast soldier-level monsters are still worth something. The gatekeeper replied, "My brother can't wait. We plan to take a short rest and head straight back to the base city. After such bad luck, we need to rest well before heading out again." Dealing with the gatekeeper's idle chatter, Qin Feng and the others avoided the approaching material merchants and quickly returned to their squad's small building. During the last 2 days of travel, each one carried monster materials worth tens, or even hundreds of billions, keeping their hearts in a knot. It wasn't until they entered the door that the anxiety of the group finally eased. Both the base city and the military district have government military backing. The supply base is a small area, designated by the military district, responsible for safety and other aspects. No matter how much warriors might hate each other, they wouldn't dare to fight within the military district, as the consequences could be dire. Let alone fighting over wealth or killing each other. Returning here means entering a safe zone governed by laws and regulations. Everyone enjoyed a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes before catching a train back to the base city that afternoon. The train is about to arrive. Please prepare your items for disembarkation. The recorded voice of the train attendant echoed through the carriage, and with a whoosh the carriage door opened. Let's go. Qin Feng, Xia Zhi, Lu Yan, and Su Kuei stepped out of the station in succession. We're back. Finally returned to human cities. The shopping streets around the train station bustled with activity, with crowds of pedestrians filling the streets. In Jiangnan Bay City, the main urban area has a population of over 100 million, making the train station one of the busiest and noisiest places in the city. In this moment, Xia Zhi was equally stunned by the scene before her. It was her first trip to the wilderness area, which had lasted only 7 or 8 days. However, the cities in the wilderness area were desolate and dilapidated, with monsters lurking everywhere. Every moment required caution, and nerves were constantly on edge. Any slight negligence could pose a significant threat. Only in the base city, only returning to the safe base city, only here can one truly relax. Xia Zhi could feel that her spirit and soul were exceptionally comfortable. The base city is humanity's last stronghold. A spark of enlightenment arose in Xia Zhi's heart. Even for the safety of this human society, those warriors with greater strength should indeed step forward. I can easily kill ordinary beast soldier level monsters, and even junior beast general level ones. However, for ordinary humans, even with weapons, facing off against beast soldier level monsters is extremely dangerous. Why does the National Society grant privileges to warriors? Why does the whole world encourage warriors to hunt monsters? Because the more monsters they kill, the more secure the human base city becomes. Seeing that others in the squad were on calls with their families, Xia Zhi also dialed her home phone, briefly informing her grandfather Xia Zhi that she had returned to the base city, and was currently handling matters in the main urban area, not to wait for her return. After ending the call, the group boarded the special vehicle arranged by the HR Alliance, which was waiting at the train station to pick up warriors. Sitting in this large, comfortable business vehicle, Qin Feng said to Xia Zhi, among the major forces in the country, the HR Alliance offers the highest prices for purchases. If we want to sell at a high price this time, we should go to the HR Alliance. It seems that you warriors have made quite a significant haul this time. Our HR Alliance will definitely offer you a satisfactory price. If you know anyone familiar, I can make introductions. The driver, sensing the opportunity, pitched in. No need. We've already made contact. Qin Feng declined. There are many managers responsible for acquisitions within the HR Alliance, and this time we're looking for Old Feng, who only takes on transactions above 100 million. It is said that Old Feng is a member of the Feng family within the HR Alliance with a decent status. The key is that he has a great reputation and is very discreet, Lu Yan explained to Xia Zhi beside her. Moments later, the dedicated vehicle arrived directly at the entrance of the HR Alliance Mall. Mr. Qin Feng, Manager Feng is already waiting for you upstairs. A young woman with a charming appearance and short hair, looking sharp and competent, stepped forward with a smile. Upon entering the first floor hall, many warriors were seen conversing in the bar area. Seeing the Golden Gun squad with their bulging backpacks, the short-haired woman led them directly to the VIP elevator, attracting envious and jealous glances from others. As the headquarters of the HR Alliance Mall in Jiangnan Bay City, the entire building is extremely luxurious. The vast majority of ordinary people have never set foot in such a building in their lifetime. The VIP elevator is reserved for clients with transaction amounts exceeding 100 million Huaxia coins, and most warriors will never have the chance to ride it even once in their lifetime. The first floor of the HR Alliance Mall building is a reception area. The second floor is an ultra-luxurious restaurant, and above that is where the mall sells its goods. The higher the floor, the greater the transaction amounts, and the VIP elevator can directly reach the 15th floor and above. Ding! The elevator doors opened and the Golden Gun squad entered. The woman stood at the elevator door, pressed 21, and aligned her pupils with the scanner. Beep, permission granted. Welcome, Miss Lu. Manager Feng is waiting for you on the 21st floor. The woman with the surname Lu said with a smile. Xia Zhi and the others nodded and followed her into the elevator. The VIP elevator ascended rapidly without stopping, and with a ding the elevator doors opened to reveal the 21st floor of the HR Alliance Mall building. As the Golden Spear squad stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by an oversized rest lounge. The lounge alone spanned nearly 300 to 400 square meters, with several people already seated on sofas awaiting an audience with Manager Feng inside. Yet they watched as Xia Zhi and his 3 companions bypassed the wait, entirely led directly by the woman surnamed Lu toward Manager Feng's office. Stepping into the office, the interior decorations were crystal clear, and the floor beneath their feet was paved entirely with tempered glass, beneath which a small stream flowed with a few fish swimming leisurely. What extravagance, Xia Zhi muttered to himself. Seeing them enter, a bald, round-faced old man came forward with a beaming smile. Qin Feng, it seems you've made a major haul this time. His gaze fell upon the bulging combat packs on their backs, and his eyes lit up instantly. Come have a seat over here. Let's talk while seated. The group sat facing each other on the nearby sofas. After the woman surnamed Lu served tea, she exited and closed the door behind her. So what goods do you have this time? Bring them out and let me see. The round-faced old man smiled. Your squad hasn't contacted me for months now. Old Feng, I know you have a big appetite. If it weren't something special, I wouldn't come to you. Qin Feng laughed. Though you host many warrior squads as a big manager, I doubt you've encountered a hall like this. Today it'll broaden your horizons. With that, Qin Feng shot the group a meaningful glance. It was clear that now that they were back in the base city, he had completely relaxed. Lu Yen cast a playful look at Qin Feng, set her pack down at her feet, and then pulled out the fur of the Shadow Moon Magic Wolf from within. When the entire pelt was spread out flat, it resembled a flattened Shadow Moon Magic Wolf with the fierce and domineering aura of a Lord-level Wolf King faintly visible. Shadow Moon Magic Wolf. Manager Feng exclaimed, rising to his feet in shock. Qin Feng, this is quite a move. This Shadow Moon Magic Wolf is Lord level, isn't it? Even a warrior at the War God level would find it difficult to catch and kill one. Lord-level monsters dwelled in their territories, commanding hordes of beastly subordinates. To slay one, even a War God-level powerhouse needed a thorough plan and a stroke of luck. If a Shadow Moon Magic Wolf chose to flee its speed as a Lord-level monster was astonishing. TSK Tisk, with this wolf pelt alone you've hit the jackpot this time. Manager Feng's eyes gleamed. The fur of top-tier monsters was among the most premium materials for clothing in the upper echelons of the world, commanding exorbitant prices. That's nothing yet. Old Feng, don't rush. Qin Feng said with a grin. Bring it all out. Don't dawdle, hurry up and show me everything. Manager Feng urged cheerfully. Su Kuei, Lu Yen and Xia Zhi exchanged smiles before starting to pull out monster materials from their packs one by one. Tiger hides, bear pelts, bear paws, peculiar eyeballs, sharp claws, fangs, bear gallbladders, tiger bones. Good. Manager Feng stared in astonishment as they produced item after item until the 200 square meters of his office floor were nearly covered. Though untested, his years of honed expertise told him that not a single material among them was ordinary. Give me a moment. Manager Feng dashed over to his desk, quickly retrieved a safe from the bookshelf behind it and carried it back. He then pulled out a set of precision instruments. After entering the password and activating the device, a red beam shot out from its top, sweeping over the materials on the lines of data flashed across the small screen. Manager Feng scrutinized the data with a grave expression, simultaneously inputting information via a virtual keyboard. As the data grew, his breathing quickened and his eyes nearly bulged out. These materials. After a long pause, he said incredulously, are all these materials from Lord-level monsters? Earth Bear, Lord Ice, Crystal White Tiger, Crimson Flame, Giant Lizard, Shadow Moon Magic Wolf. Heavens, how did you manage this? As he finished, Qin Feng laughed. Just lucky. We stumbled upon Lord-level monsters fighting among themselves, and they all died letting us scoop up the spoils. Lucky. What incredible luck that must be. Manager Feng's emotions took a while to settle. Some of these materials are quite damaged. How about this? Name your price. The Golden Spear squad exchanged glances and Qin Feng gave Xia Zhi a subtle nod. Xia Zhi asked with a smile, Manager Feng, if you were to set a price, what would you consider fair? The battle among the several Lord-level monsters had been fierce, leaving each with varying degrees of damage. The first to die, the Ice Crystal White Tiger and Crimson Flame Giant Lizard, had even been partially devoured, leaving only remnants. The Earth Bear Lord and Shadow Moon Magic Wolf were relatively intact, though not without some damage. Only pristine materials could be utilized to their fullest and thus fetch the highest prices. Before coming, the Golden Spear squad had estimated the value of these materials, but without professional instruments they couldn't determine exact figures. However, Xia Zhi had already decided that selling was the goal. Even if Old Fang's offer fell short, they could get an accurate appraisal here and seek other buyers, refusing any price lower than that. Alright, these materials are indeed fine. 100 billion Chinese yuan. Manager Feng took a deep breath and after careful deliberation stated the figure. Even for him, such a large deal was rare. But if he clinched this year's performance would be enough for a promotion. Old Feng, that price seems a bit low. Qin Feng frowned. A basic Lord-level monster usually goes for 5 to 10 billion. An intermediate Lord level is worth 50 to 100 billion. We've got for here, and you're only offering 100 billion. Qin Feng, what you're referring to is the intact corpse of a Lord-level monster. Manager Feng said with a wry smile. The Earth Bear Lord's materials are worth about 80 billion. The Shadow Moon Magic Wolf is relatively intact, so he'll offer 10 billion. For what's left of the Ice Crystal White Tiger and Crimson Flame Giant Lizard, he'll add another 10 billion. That's 100 billion in total. Really, it's not a small sum. Xia Zhi smirked inwardly. Manager Fang's offer of 100 billion had already exceeded their expectations. Qin Feng's haggling was merely to push the price higher. In a deal worth nearly 100 billion, an extra few billion could mean a lifetime savings for an ordinary warrior. Well then, Manager Feng. Seeing his silence, Xia Zhi stood up and said, add this to the mix and give us a satisfactory price. Otherwise, I doubt you're the only one in this HR Alliance mall building capable of handling a 100 billion level deal. With that, he opened the pack that had remained untouched at his feet, revealing the cub of the Earth Bear Lord. Xia Zhi had deliberately poked a few holes in the pack with a throwing knife to allow air in, ensuring the cub wouldn't suffocate. What's this? Manager Feng stared at Xia Zhi in surprise. Is this the cub of a Lord-level Earth Bear Lord? Xia Zhi nodded. Yes. With this cub included, How much can you offer Manager Feng? Last year at an auction in Europe, a cub of an intermediate lord-level frost explosion bear sold for 15 billion Chinese yuan. But that was an auction price. Manager Feng sat there pondering, his fingers twitching unconsciously as his mind raced through calculations. 230 billion. Manager Feng finally declared. Beside him, Lu Yan and Su Kuei bit their lips hard, afraid that an involuntary gasp would disrupt the negotiations between Xia Zhi, Qin Feng and Manager Feng. Hearing the amount reach 230 billion, their breaths grew more rapid. Xia Zhi and Qin Feng exchanged a smile and said to Manager Feng, "All right, deal. You people are truly ruthless," Manager Feng remarked as he processed the transfer. "Come on, old Feng, I came straight to you as soon as we got back." Qin Feng laughed. "I haven't even let word out to anyone else. You've had your luck and am not doing so badly today either." Manager Feng revealed a hint of a smile. Just then, Xia Zhi's communication watch received a balance change notification, informing him that 230 billion Chinese yuan had been added to his account. "All right, young friend, the money's in. For future big deals like this, you'll have to look out for me." Manager Feng offered a slight smile. "Sure," Xia Zhi agreed. "Please keep it confidential for us, Manager Feng." "Don't worry, Qin Feng knows my reputation," Manager Feng assured them wholeheartedly. The Golden Spear Squad then took their leave, taking the elevator to the ultra-luxurious restaurant on the second floor of the building, where they directly requested the largest private room. Once inside with the door closed, the well-insulated room barely contained the muffled, unrestrained cheers that echoed. After more than half an hour of revelry, the excited members of the Golden Gun team finally calmed down. They weren't in a hurry to eat, sitting around the large round table in the private room beginning to divide the spoils. This time, in order to accommodate these lord-level materials, we discarded the beast general-level monster materials that we couldn't carry, and I will deduct this portion from my share, Xia Zhi said. The corpses of several lord-level monsters were large, and to fit them all, the four had utilized all their backpacks and other items, discarding everything else of little value. Team leader Qin Feng nodded in agreement. It was only fair to settle accounts clearly among close brothers, as had been agreed in advance. This time we sold our haul for 23 billion Huaxia coins. Although it was Xia Zhi's opportunity, according to our martial artist team's rules, we need to give 20, which is 6 billion Huaxia coins to the others. The monster materials we previously discarded were worth about 20 million. The portion belonging to the three of us from that 20 million will also be deducted from Xia Zhi's remaining 4 billion, which is about. Captain, I'll just take out 7 billion to distribute. Xia Zhi suddenly spoke up. "Haha, you the wealthy one look down on this little money now. Let's go with that," Captain Lu Yan also said. After Qin Feng saw that the others agreed, he nodded and said, "All right, let's keep it simple. This 7 billion Su Kuei and Lu Yan, you each get 6 billion and I'll take 5 billion. No objections, right?" Qin Feng asked. "No objections?" Everyone responded. The distribution rules for the martial artist team usually depended on contributions and strength, but this time, since everyone was receiving a share from Xia Zhi's gain, they did not bother with the detailed rules. Su Kuei and Lu Yan were treated the same, and as the captain, Qin Feng usually killed battle general level monsters mostly by his own efforts. Therefore, over the years, Qin Feng had earned multiple times more than the others. So generally it wasn't a matter of principle, and he would often let the others gain a bit more. "Then let's divide the money, and today's meal is on Xia Zhi," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Right, let's take a big bite out of this wealthy guy," Lu Yan shouted. "There's not just one rich guy here, everyone in this room is now a millionaire," Xia Zhi said with a smile. After a burst of laughter, Xia Zhi quickly initiated the transfer. Ding! Transfer successful. Beeping notifications continuously sounded from the communication watches. Xia Zhi looked down to see his balance reduced by 7 billion Huaxia coins, and the others also received notifications of the transfer. Soon after, the excited members of the Golden Gun team ordered a feast, eating and drinking while chatting casually. Every time they returned from the wilderness area, it was like walking out from the edge of death. Being able to return safely to the base city with such a large fortune, everyone needed alcohol to relax. "Cheers! Come on, let's have a toast. Cheers, thanks to Xia Zhi, we can still return alive and make a fortune of over 1 billion. Let's raise another glass to Xia Zhi." The celebration continued until after 9 at night, before they moved to a nearby tea room, ordering a cup of tea and taking a break to discuss their future plans. "Speaking of which, when I was surrounded by the rampaging monsters, I was already prepared to die there," Lu Yan said suddenly, her face flushed from drinking. "Captain Xia Zhi, sure too. I want to retire." After looking around at everyone, she continued, "Initially I chose the path of a martial artist to provide a better life for my family. Thanks to Xia Zhi, this time I earned more money than I ever dared to imagine before. I don't want to fight hard anymore. I'm too tired after these years. It is indeed harder for women to be martial artists fighting against monsters. I have seen how much hardship you have endured, Yan Zi, over these years. I support your decision," Qin Feng said solemnly. "Sister Yan, if you want to retire, then retire. It's not difficult to find a stable job teaching at a martial arts school." Su Kuei spoke up. A martial artist with battle general level strength can easily find a high-paying job in the base city without having to kill monsters, though it cannot compare to the income from monster hunting adventures. Shitu, what about you? Qin Feng asked Su Kuei. Su Kuei smiled and said, let me retire now. I can't stand staying in the base city. I need a few more years. When I can't kill monsters anymore, I'll think about it. Alright then, you take care of your injuries and we'll act later. Qin Feng, noticing Xia Zhi hadn't spoken, smiled and asked, what about Xia Zhi? After glancing at everyone, Xia Zhi spoke. For the short term, I don't want to leave the city. I want to rest for a while and focus on my cultivation. I'll leave the city when I need to fight. Implicitly, Xia Zhi also indicated that he wouldn't be joining the team in the near term. Ever since revealing his strength as a spiritual manipulator, feeling the freedom and joy of wielding his power without restraint, Xia Zhi had decided he wanted to go solo in the future. Additionally, apart from the first half-month, he hadn't properly cultivated during his time out of the wilderness area. Xia Zhi could already feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. While both cultivation and real combat are important, martial artists usually engage in brutal training to improve slowly before they hunt in the wilderness for resources, using life-and-death battles to hone themselves. Now, with his strength still in a period of rapid growth, he preferred to cultivate freely, and when he wanted to test his skills in battle, he could venture into the wilderness area. Alright, Xia Zhi is a spiritual manipulator, and he is currently in a period of rapid growth. Additionally, Xia Zhi is a spiritual manipulator, and he is currently in a period of rapid growth. Additionally, the global elite training camp will send envoys for assessment, so it's wise to stabilize for now. Then, seeing Lu Yan's expression shift, wanting to speak, he waved his hand and said, sure, too is healing, and I also want to buy manuals to cultivate. No matter what, improving our own strength is key. We are teammates and brothers for a day, and we will be for a lifetime regardless of our future identities. Alright. Everyone agreed, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Then they continued chatting until late at night, before parting ways at the HR Alliance Mall, taking the train back to their homes. In Yangzhou City, in front of Villa number 188 in Mingyue Community, Xia Zhi, who had been away for 7 or 8 days, finally returned home. Using the fingerprint lock, he opened the door and entered the courtyard, only to see the living room lights on and his grandfather Xia Zhi quickly walking out. Grandpa, didn't I tell you I would be back late? You should have rested early and not waited for me. After returning home from the wilderness area, where monsters were rampant and danger abounded, seeing his grandfather again brought tears to Xia Zhi's eyes. This was his closest family in this world. It was already deep into the night, and because he was waiting for his expected grandson to return, Xia Zhi had been waiting just to see him home safely. Seeing Xia Zhi, who was wearing battle gear and had lost some weight after being away for a few days, his tears began to flow. As long as you're back safely, that's good. Let's go home. For the past few days, Xia Zhi had been worried about Xia Zhi's first trip to the wilderness area. Now that he had finally returned looking unharmed, the tension in his heart finally eased. Once home, Xia Zhi could finally relax completely. That night he didn't cultivate, but instead enjoyed a hot bath in the spacious and comfortable tub, allowing himself to unwind both mentally and physically. From tension to relaxation, Xia Zhi could even feel that he was just a step away from a breakthrough. Once he broke through physically, he would enter the intermediate battle general level. Moreover, a spiritual manipulator being 2 levels higher than the physical level could reach the initial battle god level. He had a vague feeling that when the spiritual manipulator broke through to the battle god level, there would be a different change. By the picturesque little lake in Mingyue Community, Xia Zhi accompanied his grandfather, and the two strolled leisurely along the lakeside path. On the way, they encountered other elderly individuals who were also out for their morning exercise. Those familiar with Xia Zhi praised Xia Zhi a few times, and the long-awaited time spent together brought a smile to the grandfather. After accompanying his grandfather for morning exercises and having breakfast together at home, Grandpa Xia Zhi went out to meet with his chess friends. It was evident that this carefree lifestyle made him exceptionally content, and Xia Zhi felt a growing sense of tranquility within. Carrying this sense of calm, Xia Zhi arrived at the martial arts hall, directly sitting cross-legged in the center, beneath the enormous skylight, remaining there for an entire day. As the sky grew darker and nightfall gradually approached, the silvery moonlight poured through the skylight and illuminated Xia Zhi, as if he were absorbing the very essence of the moonlight. With a steady rhythm, his breathing became increasingly slow, while the sound of blood flowing through his body grew ever. At this moment, Xia Zhi felt exceptionally well. After just starting his practice today, his body, honed through battles in the wilderness, felt as if every cell was ravenous, drawing in cosmic energy. The primordial energy generated from his genes was immediately consumed, and his cultivation speed was increasing with every moment. Once every cell in his body reached saturation, he began to practice the blood refining chapter of the Supreme Body Refinement Technique, condensing his blood and tempering every hidden corner of his body. His physical qualities were on the rise. Until he reached a certain critical point, boom! Xia Zhi felt as if a barrier in his sea of consciousness had been breached. He quickly immersed his awareness into the sea, where 2 dark golden spheres, one large and one small, hung amidst endless swirling mist, yet now the smaller one had vanished. In the boundless sea of consciousness mist swirled and spread infinitely. Rumbling. The surging stream of mental energy flowed like an ocean within Xia Zhi's mind, with the remaining dark golden sphere, suspended above the ocean remaining steadfast amidst the tumultuous waves below. At this moment the Ninastery pagoda, which had been shrouded in endless mist in the depths of his consciousness, appeared above the ocean of mental energy. The entrance of the pagoda generated a massive suction force drawing in the mental energy fluid to form a stream of water dragons, into which dark golden fragments could occasionally be seen mixed. Finally, there is some movement. Xia Zhi's awareness observed the actions of the Ninastery pagoda, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Only when the ocean formed by the endless mental energy fluid had noticeably diminished did the pagoda cease. It floated above the ocean alongside the remaining dark golden sphere. Let's see if I can approach it. Seeing the pagoda was still, Xia Zhi controlled his consciousness and moved closer. Having tried numerous times before but always unable to get close this time, he easily arrived before the Ninastery pagoda. Oh, there is a plaque on the entrance of the pagoda. Xia Zhi was astonished to discover that having previously observed the entire structure of the pagoda many times, he could not have missed it before. It must have appeared after the pagoda's unusual activity. Tower of Taiyu. Is this the name of the Ninastery pagoda? Just as he was secretly guessing, a tremendous suction force struck him, and before Xia Zhi's consciousness could react, he was sucked into the pagoda. Xia Zhi was astonished to discover that having previously observed the entire structure of the pagoda many times, he could not have missed it before. It must have appeared after the pagoda's unusual activity. Standing in this mysterious space, he appeared to be amidst a chaotic void, surrounded by swirling mist with countless light points in the distant void emanating different colors of light. A golden light point shot swiftly toward his manifested body from a remote time and space within this mysterious space, moving at an unbelievable speed, crashing into him with a boom. Countless pieces of knowledge transformed into streams of information that were transmitted to him, overwhelming him with a deluge of textual content and graphic information. He felt a faint headache, clearly indicating that the influx of memories had reached the limit of his soul's capacity. How much knowledge is this? How long has this been going on? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. These pieces of information surged in like an unending tide, continuously flowing in. Various types of knowledge flashed by and completely merged into Xia Zhi's soul, leaving him no time to discern. Under such pressure, he dared not think excessively, fearing that his soul might not withstand it and eventually collapse. Huff, it's finally over. Only when the last bit of information was integrated did Xia Zhi feel a wave of relief wash over his soul, which had been operating at full capacity. Let me take a look first. Xia Zhi was very curious about the Tower of Taiyu, which had caused his reincarnation. What is this? Xia Zhi murmured in disbelief. Great fortune, great fortune. This is indeed great fortune. This is the inheritance of the Taishang Dao sect, so miraculous. Each generation has one direct descendant, and the supreme body refinement technique that I received is the introductory foundation establishment method of the Taishang Dao sect. This is an inheritance that leads directly to the other shore, transcendence. In this life I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the unparalleled, haha. After being excited for a long time, Xia Zhi gradually calmed down, not knowing which time and space of the original Earth the Taishang Dao sect belonged to. The ancient scroll he last saw, the patterns within were precisely those evolved from the supreme sacred texts of the Taishang. The direct lineage's supreme sacred texts of the Taishang Dao sect directly elucidated the true meaning of the cosmos, representing the peak application of the laws of space and time. The four corners of the heavens and earth are referred to as the universe. The Tower of Taiyu condenses the original law of space, a tangible treasure serving as the protective artifact of the Taishang Dao sect, both tangible and substantial. What is referred to as time throughout history is represented by the patterns of the bronze bell, which is a manifestation of the original law of time. It is an intangible law that exists only in the river of time, past, present, and future, without form or substance. After obtaining the protective artifact, the Tower of Taiyu, one must only practice the foundational body refinement technique and meet the minimum requirements for recognizing the master of mental energy to attain the direct lineage status of the Taishang Dao sect, gaining this accumulation of countless years. This space is the core of the Tower of Taiyu, and the foundation of the Taishang Dao sect, housing a myriad of Dao scriptures encompassing all and everything. However, the most precious is the supreme gold seal, which can only be cultivated by those of direct lineage. This is the supreme secret text that points directly to transcendence and reaching the other shore. The internal core comprises the Hongmeng Golden Body Technique and the Tao of Time Understanding Technique, two major cultivation methods. One for cultivating the body, the other for refining the spirit. 9 is the ultimate number of both major techniques, are divided into 9 levels. The Hongmeng Golden Body Technique is the supreme secret text for body cultivation, divided into 9 levels, each level representing a transformation, unlocking countless acupoints within his body, able to elevate his genetic level. Moreover, upon reaching the final level, his body could achieve the Taishang Hongmeng body, which is indestructible through countless tribulations. Haha, a secret technique capable of actively evolving the Buddhist genes. In the original story, only Luo Feng practiced the 9 tribulations secret technique. Now I too possess the Hongmeng Golden Body Technique to enhance myself, and this is the Supreme Body Refinement Secret Text. Once achieved at the highest level, the Taishang Hongmeng body can claim to be indestructible through tribulations. It certainly won't be weaker than the strongest treasures. In the endless space far from Earth, an old man with white hair sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, suspended in the chaotic void. Wisps of gray mist constantly emerged and vanished in the emptiness, exuding a mysterious aura. When the Taiyu Tower absorbed the vast mental energy from the summer solstice's sea of consciousness, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction in the void, exclaiming, "Oh! Tai!" Scenes began to unfold in the old man's eyes, as if the cosmos had momentarily reappeared before him. Reincarnation. The legacy of Tai. The old man suddenly smiled and extended his hand, where a crimson gold plate appeared inscribed with profound characters that were easily comprehensible, depicting the word boundary. With a snap of his fingers, the crimson gold plate instantly traversed vast distances, crossing through endless time and space, directly entering the magnificent universe. Upon entering the universe, it transformed into a point of crimson gold light streaking across infinite time and space, heading straight for the Milky Way, where it vanished upon reaching Earth. The most powerful beings in the universe, even the primal laws of the cosmos, were completely unaware of this event. In Mingyue community within Villa 188. What? How can I not cultivate? At this moment Xia Zhi was extremely anxious. After recognizing the Taiyu Tower in his sea of consciousness and receiving the direct lineage legacy of the Taishang Dao sect, he eagerly returned his consciousness to his body, beginning to cultivate according to the records of the Hongmeng Golden Body technique. Yet the fiery passion within him felt doused by a bucket of cold water, as no matter how he followed the secret technique, he could not even reach the basics. Ha! Taking a long breath, the frustration of being unable to cultivate seemed to dissipate with the exhalation. I am still too weak. He carefully recalled the contents of the first level of the Hongmeng Golden Body technique deep within his soul, finally realizing that to cultivate he must first master the foundational body refining technique before completing the final 100 days of foundation establishment and undergoing a physical transformation. Sigh, I can see it, but can't grasp it truly. Xia Zhi thought helplessly. To reach the third part of the body refining technique, my physical quality must be at the God of War level, and after 100 days of foundation establishment, only then can I reach the threshold to cultivate the Hongmeng Golden Body technique. Also there's the Zhaoji understanding technique. I wonder how it refines the spirit. My mental energy has already broken through to the God of War level. Let's see if I can cultivate that. Reluctantly setting aside his desire for the Hongmeng Golden Body technique, Xia Zhi began to cultivate according to the records of another secret technique, the Zhaoji understanding technique. This was a cultivation method resembling the visualization techniques of Taoism from his past life on Earth. However, the object of visualization was not a Taoist immortal or a deity, but the bronze bell known as the Zhaoji bell. As Xia Zhi silently visualized according to the guidance of the technique, the image of the Zhaoji bell became increasingly clear in his spiritual consciousness. It not only emanated a profound and majestic aura, but also had many swirling inscriptions that were deeply enigmatic. These characters danced upon the bell layer upon layer, as if they were swimming through time itself. The melodious sound of the copper bell suddenly resonated in Xia Zhi's ears, and those characters swirling in layers seemed to take him on a journey through the vast void. It felt like a long time had passed, yet also just a fleeting moment. Xia Zhi perceived nothing from the outside world. His spiritual consciousness seemed to reach the edge of time, faintly resonating with the fluctuations of the primordial laws operating within the depths of the universe. This light and ethereal sensation, is this the wind? And this heavy and stable feeling, is this the earth? Is this the primordial laws of the universe? Heavens! I can directly perceive and comprehend the primordial laws. The fleeting thoughts that arose in Xia Zhi's mind vanished completely as the sound of the bell rang, leaving only the comprehension of the primordial laws of the universe. In the martial arts hall of Villa 188, the supervisor Zhuge Tao along with the branch manager of Yangzhou City Xiang Zhonghua and Xia Zhi's grandfather Xia Dahai were all gathered here. When Xia Zhi did not come downstairs on the first day of his cultivation, Xia Dahai did not pay it much mind. Previously, when Xia Zhi entered a meditative state to practice his guiding techniques and martial skills, it was common for him to remain upstairs for a day, and he had already advised his grandfather not to worry during his cultivation. However, after 5 days had passed, Xia Dahai could no longer sit still. He went up to check on Xia Zhi, only to find him sitting motionless, his breathing weak and barely audible. In shock, he sought out Xiang Zhonghua. After the branch manager observed the situation, he comforted Xia Dahai, explaining that it was quite normal for a martial artist to enter a state of enlightenment immersed for several days without eating or drinking. Moreover, such opportunities were rare, and interrupting could be detrimental to Xia Zhi. Thus, after half a month of meditative cultivation, Zhuge Tao was finally alarmed and came specifically to check on him. Observing Xia Zhi's calm demeanor and rosy complexion, and noting that he was continuously practicing the guiding techniques, absorbing cosmic energy into his body even after half a month without food, there were no signs of distress. Brother, you needn't worry. Xia Zhi must have experienced some breakthrough in his cultivation and attained enlightenment. This is a rare opportunity that cannot be sought after. After carefully observing Xia Zhi's condition, Zhuge Tao reassured the worried Xia Dahai. Manager Xiang Zhonghua also advised him, "Old man, as our supervisor said, you can rest easy. Old Xiang, please keep a close eye on Xia Zhi during this time and contact me if anything arises. Notify me immediately when he wakes up." After Zhuge Tao finished speaking to Xiang Zhonghua, he turned to Xia Zhi saying, "Brother, don't worry, he will be fine. This is a good thing." Life continued to pass calmly, and 5 days later, during the deep night of Xia Zhi's 20th day of cultivation, he slowly opened his eyes. Having immersed his spiritual consciousness in the fluctuations of the primordial laws for such a long time, he felt a bit dazed after opening his eyes. When he noticed his grandfather sleeping on the couch beside him, he realized that his immersion in cultivation had spanned quite some time. Looking up at the electronic clock on the wall, he was shocked to find that 20 days had already passed. This was because it was his first time practicing the understanding technique, leading him into a deep state of enlightenment which only occurred at the beginning. The duration would be much shorter in subsequent cultivations where he could control the time of enlightenment. After standing up to stretch his somewhat stiff limbs, he quietly used his mental energy to move his grandfather back to his room, letting him return to his own bed to sleep. Looking at his grandfather, who had aged noticeably due to worry during this time, Xia Zhi secretly vowed, "Once I find Mist Island and obtain the essence of the plants, I must return to help my grandfather restore his health." After settling, his grandfather Xia Zhi returned to the martial arts hall. Swish! Swish! He repeatedly practiced his knife techniques in the hall, whether it was slashing, lifting, or striking. The 20 days of sitting in meditation made him feel as if his body was almost rusted and unable to contain himself. He began to practice his swordsmanship. Each time he executed a knife technique, he employed the power method of the ninefold thunderblade, with each strike embodying 6 kinds of force. His muscles would instantaneously unleash 5 hidden energies. In executing the slashes, he would instantaneously release several hidden energies. This placed a tremendous burden on his bones, muscles, and cells. Before this round of training, with his initial warrior-level strength, coupled with the enhancements from the Taishang body refining technique, he could only utilize the 3rd level of the ninefold thunderblade. However, after 20 days of enlightenment, his body, under the state of comprehension, continuously operated the guiding techniques and body refining techniques, now astonishingly reaching the 5th level, capable of unleashing 5 hidden energies, which combined with his own power allowed him to exert strength exceeding 42 times his own. Exhausted, yet it felt exhilarating. After practicing the knife techniques for an hour and a half, Xia Zhi was so tired that he sat cross-legged on the ground, unable to move any further. The power required for the ninefold thunderblade places an enormous load on the finer aspects of the body. However, this burden stimulated the rapid evolution of the cells within his body, accelerating the enhancement of his physical qualities. The genetic energy I absorbed today is nearly double what I used to absorb. After practicing the knife techniques, he was astonished by the speed at which his body absorbed cosmic energy while running the guiding techniques. The Thunder God's secret manual states that the deeper the cultivation of the ninefold thunder blade, the more energy the body absorbs. I never knew it could be this much. No wonder he is the strongest among humanity on Earth now. This time, receiving the legacy of the Taishang Dao sect, the greatest gain was the Taishang Golden Chapter. The Zhaoji understanding technique can actually allow one to enter a state of enlightenment and directly feel the primordial laws of the universe. It's truly extraordinary. Reflecting on his experience of visualizing the Zhaoji bell and entering a meditative state of enlightenment, Xia Zhi was deeply astonished. Ordinary people may never have the chance to achieve enlightenment in their lives. Does that mean I can attain enlightenment any time in the future? This is incredible. Haha, I need to take a shower. After 20 days, I've definitely developed a smell. That night passed in Xia Zhi's excitement and exhilaration. In Yangzhou City, at the Mingyue community, after an exciting night, Xia Zhi comforted his grandfather for a long time. In the morning, after making phone calls to the curator and the supervisor to report his safety and express his gratitude, he walked alone to the small lake in the community. Standing under the willow tree by the lake, feeling the refreshing breeze, he felt exceptionally comfortable. The wind is lively and formless. This time my understanding of the fundamental laws has reached its peak with regards to the wind. It must be due to my previous breakthrough in body technique, which gave me a faint insight. In City 012, during the encounter with the fierce bull herd, Xia Zhi's body technique broke through to the microscopic level, catching a glimpse of the essence of perfect level body technique. Perfect level body techniques require one's mind to reach the unity of heaven and man, mastery described in ancient Chinese texts to be grasped. Essentially, it means that the martial artist begins to comprehend a fragment of the universe's laws, able to harness the powers of nature and integrate them into their body technique, merging themselves with the environment. Once this realm is surpassed, further training will gradually lead to an understanding of domains as one's comprehension of the laws deepens. In the entire universe, even super geniuses usually only come into contact with stellar-level understanding, while ordinary cosmic humans only comprehend domains upon breaking through to the domain master level. Of course, different ranks manifest vastly different powers of comprehension. However, only individuals like Hong, who have studied Earth's philosophical thoughts for many years, can comprehend domains at the planetary level. Currently, Xia Zhi at the apprentice level can begin to understand the fundamental laws of the universe, which is truly astonishing thanks to the supreme inheritance of the Zhoutian enlightenment. So early there shouldn't be anyone at the martial arts hall. I'll test my current strength and see the results of my insights over the past 20 days. With that thought, Xia Zhi turned and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the early morning there are very few people at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Xia Zhi went directly to the 6th floor, which is designated for War General Level martial artists. As a training facility for martial artists in the community, all the equipment is exceptionally well maintained. Last month, before my first trip to the wilderness zone, my test results showed a speed of 143 meters per second with a punch strength of 14050 kg, which could reach 39200 kg under the explosive dark energy of the Nine Heavens mystic art. After a month of insights, I'm curious about how much my physical qualities have improved. Xia Zhi turned on the punch strength testing machine, and the screen lit up instantly. I won't use the explosive method of the Nine Heavens mystic art yet. I'll use the normal method first. Xia Zhi adjusted his breathing slightly, and then his entire being surged forward like a raging beast with his right shoulder, an arm carrying a powerful momentum, as he punched forward like a drill bit. Boom! A deep collision sound echoed as the punching target shook violently, and the display of the punch strength testing machine immediately showed a line of numbers. 39981 kg. Oh, that's quite an increase. Looking at the number, Xia Zhi couldn't help but smile. Last time it was 14050 kg. In this month, I broke through from the intermediate war general level to the advanced war general level, increasing my punch strength by over 25000 kg. This number was actually within Xia Zhi's expectations. After experiencing battles in the wilderness zone, and then spending 20 days in contemplation, his physical qualities had now reached the advanced war general level. The baseline punch strength for advanced war generals is 32000 kg, with a speed of 200 meters per second. At this point, Xia Zhi's punch strength had already surpassed this value. With a smile, Xia Zhi gathered his strength again. This time he was prepared to use the dark energy method of the Nine Heavens mystic art. Let's see how much power I can unleash with the 5th level. Ha! Xia Zhi let out a low shout. His breath burst forth like an arrow from his mouth. At the moment he shouted, his right arm sliced through the air, accelerating in rapid succession, breaking the sound barrier, and producing a terrifying sonic boom as his powerful punch struck the target. Bang! The punching target shook violently and fell back before rebounding. Refreshing. Xia Zhi looked at the display screen. The display screen paused momentarily before showing a line of numbers. 188652 kg. Haha, as expected. With the 5 levels of dark energy combined with his own strength, a total of 6 forces, he could ultimately reach 48 times his original punch strength. Xia Zhi was very satisfied with this data. A punch strength of 187200 kg was incredibly formidable. That is a power of 180 tons in a single punch. What kind of concept is that? A truck only weighs a few tons, so one can imagine how heavy this punch is. According to physical quality data, punch strengths ranging from 32000 kg to 128000 kg all belong to the advanced war general level. However, even among advanced war generals, those barely reaching the baseline of 32000 kg, and those at the peak of the advanced war general level differ by a factor of 4 in punch strength. Now, with the method of the Nine Heavens mystic art, if Xia Zhi were to strike, he would definitely be considered top tier among advanced war generals. For martial artists at the initial war god level, without considering skills, this is roughly the level of power they possess. Sonic boom. Xiang Zhonghua was meditating in a quiet room on the 5th floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As the director of the Yangzhou branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he often came to this location. When he suddenly heard the sonic boom from the 6th floor, he was taken aback. Which expert is here so early in the hall creating a sonic boom? Without further speculation, his body transformed into an afterimage, rushing up the stairs to the 6th floor training hall. Inside it was empty except for one person, Xia Zhi. At this moment he was still in front of the punch strength testing machine, contemplating his current level of strength. Ha! Xia Zhi turned around and saw the director. Damn, was it you who created the sonic boom? Let me see how heavy your punch is. Xiang Zhonghua was astonished to see Xia Zhi. However, when his gaze fell upon the punch strength testing machine's display screen, and saw that line of numbers, his eyes widened in shock, as he exclaimed, 188652 kg. After staring blankly for a moment, he turned to Xia Zhi, as if he had transformed from a monster. Did you really achieve this? Don't tell me you've broken through to the war god level already. No wonder. Xiang Zhonghua said that. The strength range for advanced war generals is between 32000 kg and 128000 kg, while Xia Zhi's punch strength of 180000 kg clearly exceeds even the top tier of advanced war generals. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Xia Zhi laughed. But my physical quality isn't that strong. Is it due to the Nine Heavens mystic art? Xiang Zhonghua immediately guessed it right. He already knew that Xia Zhi had purchased the Nine Heavens mystic art manual. However, many powerful martial artists and wealthy individuals had bought this manual, but most couldn't even reach the entry level. Even with the Nine Heavens mystic art, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Xiang Zhonghua pressed on. What is your normal punch strength now? How many levels have you reached in the 9 heavens mystic art? Xia Zhi replied with a smile, my normal punch strength is around 40000 kg, and I've reached the 3rd level of the 9 heavens mystic art. After this period of contemplation, I've gained new insights, allowing me to unleash techniques similar to the 5th level's dark energy. Regarding the speed at which he practiced the 9 heavens mystic art, Xia Zhi had no intention of hiding it. At the age of only 18, his rapid rise in strength was bound to draw some attention. Exposing a few merits can be beneficial. It can help him gain higher recognition within the martial arts hall and avoid many unnecessary troubles. As for his identity as a mentalist, Xia Zhi would not reveal it for now. Globally, mentalists are much rarer than martial artists. Having an additional mentalist, especially one with exceptional potential, can often disrupt the balance of power among various organizations. Without a certain level of self-protection, it's best not to expose oneself easily. Moreover, having lived a second life, he understands that keeping a trump card is essential for survival. Once he enters the elite training camp and leaves a true impression on the headquarters of the martial arts hall, he can elevate his strength without worrying about exposure. You freak, you're too much of a freak. A monster, simply a monster. Hearing that Xia Zhi had mastered the first 3 levels of the 9 heavens mystic art, and that this insight allowed him to unleash a power comparable to the 5th level, Xiang Zhonghua felt utterly stunned, repeatedly mumbling these 2 phrases. A prodigy. It took Xiang Zhonghua a while to regain his senses, and he couldn't help but punch Xia Zhi on the chest, saying, I knew you were quite talented. After all, you were summoned early by our extreme martial arts academy. Your physical quality has grown to the level of a senior battle general. Although it sounds exaggerated, I wasn't too surprised. There are others who are faster than you. But how long has it been? You've already cultivated the 9-fold Thunder Blade to the 3rd level. Now you can even surpass the strength outlined in the manual and unleash even greater power. This is truly monstrous, a real monster. There are indeed many people in the world whose physical quality improves rapidly. In just a few years they have grown to such a level. One could say the speed of evolution is extremely abnormal. It's important to know that for martial artists, the further you go, in just a few years they have grown to such a level. One could say the speed of evolution is extremely abnormal. It's important to know that for martial artists, the further you go, the harder it is to improve. Upon reaching the war god level, being stuck at a bottleneck for many years without progression is quite normal. However, the cultivation of a manual like the 9-fold Thunderblade really depends on comprehension. Xia Zhi's physical quality has improved so rapidly, and he has even cultivated the 9-fold Thunderblade to the 3rd level, subtly exceeding the manual scope. This is definitely the level of a prodigy. Such a prodigy is hard to find globally. Quick, let's test the speed again. Xiang Zhonghua excitedly turned on the speed testing device, looking even happier than Xia Zhi. Whoosh! Xia Zhi's entire figure erupted with speed, in an instant, like an arrow released from a bow, whizzing past before coming to a stop. The speed testing device also displayed a line of numbers. 223 milliseconds. Not bad, that's a relatively normal standard for a senior battle general, Xiang Zhonghua said with a smile. Xia Zhi was also quite satisfied with this number. He understood very well that as a martial artist's physical quality improves, their strength will continuously rise. The strength is fine, but the speed becomes increasingly difficult to improve. Because the faster the speed, such as when running, dodging, or moving, the incredible speed also generates terrifying air resistance. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance, making it increasingly difficult to enhance speed. Currently my physical quality yields a speed of 223 meters per second, with a punching power of about 39981 kg. Relying on the 9-fold Thunderblade for power, it amplifies by 42 times, resulting in a burst speed of approximately 930 meters per second, and punching power of around 180000 kg. Haha, that's about the level of a war god. Plus I have already reached the strength of an intermediate war god level mentalist. When I encounter the Earth Bear King, I am absolutely confident in single-handedly defeating it. Let's head back and prepare, then continue to the wilderness area to hunt monsters for training. Only through practical combat combined with hard training can one improve their strength the fastest. I want to enhance my abilities as quickly as possible and cultivate the Hongmeng Golden Body Technique. Thinking of the supreme secret technique in the Taishang Golden Volume that can enhance the body and improve genetic levels, Xia Zhi felt a surge of heat in his heart. It's visible yet can't be practiced. It's so frustrating. After chatting with Xiang Zhonghua for a while, he bid farewell and prepared to continue to the wilderness area to hunt monsters, honing his movement techniques. To perfectly integrate with the unity of heaven and man and maintain his movement at a perfect level, he still needed a lot of battle practice. Wilderness Area, City No. 012. Previously Xia Zhi had come to City No. 012 with the Golden Gun Squad. The original 4 Lord-level monsters were all obtained by them after the Earth Bear King gave birth and caused a bloody massacre, netting over 10 billion Huaxia coins. Recently City No. 012 has seen continuous conflicts and bloodshed. There are incoming Lord-level monsters from other cities vying for vacant territories, as well as local newly promoted Lord-level monsters defending their domains. The frequently raging monster groups have caused many martial artists who were used to exploring City No. 012 to give up on coming here recently. However, this suited Xia Zhi just fine alone without companions facing ferocious monsters. He couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment, always prepared for battle, and all this deeply intoxicated him. In a rundown community basketball court, a giant bull-like creature, seemingly forged from steel with a fiery red body, was furiously attacking that human it despised the most. A young man who circled around it like a fly. This bull monster belongs to the iron-armored bull clan, known for its incredible defense. And with its red scales, it is clearly a monster of the senior beast general level. The other two intermediate beast general level iron-armored bulls it led were lying on the side, their blood staining a large air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xia Zhi's erratic movements appeared slow, but were actually as fast as lightning, playfully toying with the enraged iron-armored bull. The iron-armored bull already bore several wounds, but unfortunately they hardly affected it. Poochie. A cold light flashed like a bolt of lightning. A spray of blood erupted as the blood shadow battle blade struck upward from beneath the iron-armored bull's neck, cleaving through its thick armor directly into its throat, going in at least halfway, followed by a lightning-fast sheathing of the blade and retreat. The iron-armored bull let out a low, unwilling roar, its throat slashed, making its voice weak and gasping. Thud! Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the entire ground, and the dust and blood-stained concrete of the basketball court cracked open a fissure. Controlling my physical quality at the ordinary senior battle general level, without using the dark strength of the ninefold Thunderblade, I can already handle 1 or 2 senior battle general level monsters with ease. Xia Zhi knew that if he utilized the dark strength of the ninefold Thunderblade with a 42-fold increase in power and speed, he could even one-shot such senior lord level monsters, but that would not serve to hone his movement techniques and combat skills. The Floating Willows technique is a basic level movement technique he found among the vast collection of manuals in the Taiyu Tower's inheritance space, which he can use at this stage. Using this technique allows one to align with the fluctuations of the wind's principles, enhancing the comprehension of the fundamental laws, and it is very practical in combat. Continue searching, this time find a larger group of monsters. I need a bit more pressure. After quickly harvesting the most valuable materials from the iron-armored bulls, Xia Zhi swiftly departed. The sky was gloomy. Xia Zhi walked alone, one hand holding a shield, and the other a battle blade, strolling through the alleys of City No. 012, not hiding his figure at all. The monsters attracted by him could not withstand his dreamlike movement techniques, as cold light flashed and monster blood and severed limbs were sent flying. Xia Zhi intentionally used himself as bait, arrogantly luring monsters to attack him, often challenging his limits by charging into groups of monsters for combat. Through repeated efforts to push his movement techniques to the limit, he utilized other monsters and the surrounding environment to assist him, seeking to comprehend the harmony between his mind and the natural world and the subtlety of the cosmic fundamental laws. After a long while, only when Xia Zhi felt sufficiently fatigued, did he manipulate the shield with his mental power to quickly fly away, ending the battle. For the pursuing monsters, he directly used his mental power to control flying blades to resolve them. Having reached the intermediate war god level mental power, Xia Zhi was not afraid of any monsters in the city, even when surrounded. This is why he dared to be so arrogant in honing his hidden strengths. On the 6th floor of an abandoned residential building in City 012, one apartment has been thoroughly cleaned by Xia Zhi, serving as his foothold in this city. Upon returning, Xia Zhi first went to the kitchen, taking out the beast general level monster materials from his backpack and laying them on the ground. At this moment, the monster materials on the floor were nearly piled up. Having been out in the wilderness for almost a month, Xia Zhi returned to the base city roughly every 7 days to process the monster materials, and then went home to spend time with his grandfather, alleviating the old man's worries. Thus Xia Zhi immersed himself in the slaughter of monsters in the wilderness, returning home each day covered in blood, as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. His movement technique, swordsmanship, and physical attributes gradually improved at a certain speed through this frenzied training. However, the relentless killings also intensified the killing intent within Xia Zhi. Yet which true strong person has not experienced overwhelming slaughter and fought their way through? Only by returning home once every 7 days to visit his grandfather in the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere of home, and occasionally chatting with Qin Yi, could Xia Zhi ease the growing killing intent in his heart. Looking at the combat watch, there was only one unread message from the girl. The new song is about to be recorded, and we have rehearsals today. So annoying. Xia Zhi smiled as he replied to the girl's message, and after waiting for a while, without a response, he decided. During this time, whenever there was a moment, Xia Zhi and Qin Yi would chat. Xia Zhi fulfilled his previous promise, perfectly sharing the highlights of his daily battles with the girl, and occasionally discussing his gains and progress. Qin Yi would also share some happy or unhappy events happening around her, as if they were in entirely different worlds. One filled with monsters and slaughter, while the other was a safe and stable school life. This wonderful feeling made both of them look forward to their daily chats immensely. During his last return to the base city, Xia Zhi even made a special trip to find Qin Yi, and they shared a lunch together, chatting for a long time. Xia Zhi increasingly liked the girl, and Qin Yi seemed to have a good impression of him as well. However, neither of them had the intention to break through the barrier of their relationship. Perhaps this is what first love feels like, Xia Zhi thought with a hint of amusement. After all, he had never been in a relationship in both of his lives. After tidying up the monster materials and cleaning the blood off his body, Xia Zhi entered the adjacent bedroom. The walls around were already transformed by him using level 3 Kuro alloy, creating a secret room, so he wouldn't have to worry about monsters suddenly intruding during his training, at least giving him some time to react. The empty room had been thoroughly cleaned of clutter with only a mat on the floor. After placing down his shield, backpack, battle knife, and flying daggers, Xia Zhi began practicing the guiding technique. So refreshing. Every time my body is pushed to the limit, practicing the guiding technique makes my cells tremble, as if they are alive. Xia Zhi felt extremely pleased. The greater the consumption of his Buddha cells, the hungrier he became, and similarly the stronger his devouring ability, allowing him to absorb more genetic primal energy. Why does strength improve faster amidst life and death battles? It's precisely because when teetering on the edge of life and death, the subconscious strives to tap into every ounce of potential within the body. During this time, battling and honing my skills daily in the wilderness should have improved my physical attributes. Previously, my test results showed that without using the hidden power of the ninefold Thunderblade, relying solely on my own strength, I only reached the level of an ordinary warrior who just broke through to the high-level battle general realm. However, after nearly a month of training, I can feel that I am improving every day. While Xia Zhi was fiercely honing his skills and enhancing his strength in City 012, others were discussing him at the same time. At the small helipad on top of the Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters building in Jiangnan Base City, the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association and two of his subordinates, the three major leaders of the Extreme Martial Arts in Jiangnan Base City, were currently waiting in the waiting area. Since the Great Nirvana era, there have been numerous aerial avian monsters, and only beings surpassing the battle god level can fly. However, in the air, the speed difference between humans and avian monsters is like night and day. Therefore, for humans to move long distances or even undertake intercontinental travel, they need to take passenger planes capable of withstanding aerial avian monsters, with each passenger plane's cost being more extravagant than that of aircraft carriers before the Great Nirvana. Each flight incurs astronomical maintenance and upkeep costs. Thus, today's passenger planes are far removed from the ordinary populace. A ticket for a passenger plane is a sky-high price for an ordinary person. Even a billionaire would hesitate to buy a plane ticket. Thus, those who can fly are no ordinary people. They are all elites among humans who can afford it. President, do you know who the special envoy dispatched by the headquarters this time is? Zhuge Tao was currently asking a burly man in front of him. This man, known as Iron Hand, was Zhou Zhengyong, the president of the Extreme Martial Arts in Jiangnan Base City, a mid-level battle god-level powerhouse. Hearing the question from his capable subordinate behind him, Zhou Zhengyong smiled and said, after you reported the situation regarding that little guy Xia Zhi, the headquarters took it very seriously. This time it should be a special envoy surpassing the battle god level. We'll know when they arrive. After Xia Zhi's physical qualities were tested in the association and reported to Zhuge Tao, it was promptly relayed to the global headquarters. The response from the headquarters was unusually swift, and a special envoy would be dispatched soon for an assessment. Just then, boom! The air suddenly vibrated. A purplured streak of light appeared above everyone in the blink of an eye, then quickly slowed down, passing through the city defense system before gently descending. It was a purplured triangular warplane, its surface reflecting a haunting purplured light. Is it the blood-red warplane that the master's personal guards are on? Seeing the appearance of the purplured triangular warplane, Zhou Zhengyong exclaimed in a low voice, "Master." The mere mention of this word made the expressions of the two major subordinates beside him, including Zhou Zhengyong, turn solemn. Only one person could be referred to as the master by Zhou Zhengyong, the president of the Extreme Martial Arts in Jiangnan Base City. The undisputed strongest being on the entire earth, the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts Hong. A powerful figure of boundless charisma, the current undisputed strongest human on earth. As personal guards of the strongest individual, each of them is a being surpassing the battle god level. Moreover, at certain moments their actions represent Hong's will. Beep. The hatch of the warplane opened, extending a staircase passage. The three major leaders of the Extreme Martial Arts immediately walked to the staircase passage. We welcome the special envoy. Under Zhou Zhenjiang's lead, the three giants of Jiangnan Base City bowed in greeting. A man dressed in a gray robe, radiating a cold demeanor like a mountain, and wearing a golden mask, stepped out. Seeing the three below, he nodded and said to Zhou Zhengyong, this time, I am responsible for reviewing the elite training camp application quota reported by your Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Association. You can call me Ice Mountain. We have met the Ice Mountain Special Envoy. The three of them again paid their respects. In principle, even for the elite training camp of the global headquarters, although the quota is extremely precious and requires a special envoy surpassing the battle god level to make the final decision. However, for the review it would only require a special envoy at a high battle god level, which would suffice. Yet this time the reported situation regarding Xia Zhi was particularly unusual. At just 18 years of age, not only had his physical attributes reached the high-level battle general realm, but he had also managed to cultivate the ninefold Thunderblade to a level comparable to the 5th level. It is known that many battle god and even surpassing battle god level powerhouses have trained the ninefold Thunderblade without achieving the 5th level. If all of this is true, then the youth named Xia Zhi possesses a comprehension level of an unparalleled genius. It is said that even the headquarters Master Hong was shocked, curious about this young man who could grasp the subsequent hidden techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade merely through the first 3 levels of the manual and achieve effects comparable to the 5th level. At this moment, as Ice Mountain, one of the 3 personal guards of the Master, appeared here, it seems that the rumors about Hong being disturbed are not unfounded. In the large conference room of the Extreme General Association building in Jiangnan Base City, from these materials it can be deduced that Xia Zhi has excellent cultivation talent. During the practical assessment, his physical quality reached the level of a mid-level warrior. Moreover, during the assessment he demonstrated subtle body techniques. Therefore we reported to headquarters and applied for him to participate in the elite training camp assessment. Furthermore, Xia Zhi is also very diligent. Having been a warrior for just 2 months, he has already killed over 50,000 beast soldier-level monsters. He has also taken down nearly 1,000 war general-level monsters. His high-level war general strength is undoubtedly achieved through his own efforts. President Zhou Zhengyong introduced the already printed materials on Xia Zhi to the Ice Mountain sitting at the main seat. Glancing at the Ice Mountain's face concealed by a golden mask, which showed no expression, Zhou Zhengyong asked Zhuge Tao beside him, "Is the branch office in Yangzhou City arranged?" The branch's director Luo Feng is online, and can report to the envoy at any time. Zhuge Tao replied with a smile. Zhou Zhengyong nodded, and quickly activated the 3-dimensional virtual projection device. In the center of the conference room a 3-dimensional projection formed. The director of the Yangzhou Extreme Association Xiang Zhonghua appeared on-site, as if he were a real person, the only difference being a faint halo around his body. "I have seen the envoy president and supervisor." After Xiang Zhonghua clearly observed the situation in the conference room, he first bowed in greeting. "Lao Xiang, you must know the purpose of my visit." President Zhou Zhengyong said to him, "You are the overall person in charge of the Yangzhou Extreme Association. Xia Zhi resides in the Mingyue community. From the preliminary warrior assessment, practical assessment, to the report just a few days ago, you were responsible for it all. You should be quite familiar with his situation." "Yes," Xiang Zhonghua nodded. "This time the headquarters has sent an envoy to review Xia Zhi's materials. There must not be any discrepancies. Report to the envoy about the process in which you discovered Xia Zhi's strength and his daily performance." "Understood," Zhou Zhengyong instructed. "Yes." A hint of pride appeared on Xiang Zonghua's face, as he said, "Xia Zhi is arguably the strongest genius in Yangzhou City in the past 20 years. This is some important data and information I know." Quickly Xiang Zhonghua finished introducing the information he knew. A brief silence fell in the conference room. After exchanging glances, Zhuge Tao and President Zhou Zhengyong turned to the silent envoy, the Ice Mountain. "Where is he? I want to see him." The Ice Mountain finally spoke. In the virtual 3-dimensional projection, Xiang Zhonghua slightly bowed, and replied, "Envoy Xia Zhi has been battling in the wilderness area, recently returning to the base city once every 7 days. At this time he should still be in the wilderness area." "Yes." President Xiang Zhonghua bowed slightly. The 3-dimensional projection dissipated and Xiang Zonghua's figure. "Yes." President Xiang Zhonghua bowed slightly. The 3-dimensional projection dissipated and Xiang Zonghua's figure vanished from the conference room. Zhuge Zhou Zhengyong turned to Zhuge Tao and instructed, "Since you are familiar with Xia Zhi, please inform him by phone, and have him return as soon as possible." "No need. I will go to the wilderness area and arrange the assessment." The Ice Mountain spoke again. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tao immediately replied, "Yes, I will contact him right away. After confirming his location, I will have him stay put and wait for Envoy Ice Mountain to arrive." In the 012 Monster City, the sky gradually darkened and dark clouds filled the air, occasionally lit up by flashes of lightning. Xia Zhi was meditating with his 5 hearts facing the heavens, cultivating the gene original power. The omnipresent cosmic energy rapidly surged into his body through the 5 channels of his palm soles and Bai Hui point at the top of his head, which was then ravenously devoured by his cells long starved for energy. After the cells absorbed the energy, they began to evolve and divide rapidly until every cell in his bones, muscles, and other areas was completely saturated, at which point he exhaled deeply and stood up with renewed spirit. The 9-level Hunyuan guidance technique, combined with the Taishang body refinement method, is incredibly effective for physical cultivation. I am on the verge of mastering the blood chapter. The time to break through to the war god level is not far away. I wonder what miraculous effects will manifest when I cultivate the Hongmeng golden body method, such an unrivaled secret technique. As he pondered, he suddenly felt his watch vibrate slightly. Looking down, he saw a satellite positioning system map on his watch, which indicated a green dot. An emergency rescue signal. It can't be more than 2 kilometers away from me. In the wilderness area, when encountering danger, one can send out an emergency rescue signal through the communication watch. This signal is indiscriminately sent to all warriors within a 10-kilometer radius. If it is from the same martial arts school, the signal appears red. If from a different martial arts school, the signal appears green. Since the communication watch is bound to each person's warrior card, it can automatically identify whether they belong to the same martial arts school. A green signal? It is not from our martial arts school, but it's close enough. As fellow humans, we should lend a helping hand. Xia Zhi quickly donned his gear, grabbed his weapon, and rushed out of the landing point. In the 012 city, about 2 kilometers from Xia Zhi's location, there was an abandoned luxury villa area. Elegant buildings stood in clusters, but these grand structures had long been dilapidated before the Great Nirvana. The miracle squad belonging to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School was swiftly moving through the internal streets of the community. Each member of the squad bore injuries and looked quite disheveled. "Captain, they shouldn't be able to catch up with us, right?" one member suddenly asked. "Yeah, we're almost 10 kilometers away now. If we go a bit further we'll be out of the city, and they definitely won't catch up," another member replied, presumably the captain of this warrior squad. "Haha, we might strike it rich this time. This treasure could fetch several hundred million, right?" the member asked again. "At least that much. If sold to the HR Alliance, even $1 billion is possible," the captain said proudly. "Phew, $1 billion. This time risking our lives was worth it." At this moment none of the miracle squad members noticed that from the dilapidated buildings of the community, a group of tiger cat monsters began to emerge. They must have been startled by the noise made during their actions, alarming the monster group residing in the community. Roar! A tiger roar startled the miracle squad of 5, who then realized that a massive group of tiger cat monsters had appeared in the surrounding darkness, completely surrounding them. The tiger cat monster group was mostly made up of ordinary beast soldier-level monsters, numbering over 500. Among them were over 30 beast general-level tiger cats, some having 2 tails and others 3. In the end there even emerged a 4-tailed tiger cat, clearly the leader of the monster group, who slowly strolled out from the shadows. The double-tailed tiger cat was a primary beast general level. The 3-tailed tiger cat was of intermediate beast general level. The 4-tailed tiger cat was of high-level beast general. A high-level beast general tiger cat is undoubtedly a nightmare for an ordinary warrior squad. Zhang Lei quickly used the combat watch to call for help. The captain of the miracle squad, a warrior holding a spear, shouted, "Brothers, we have fallen into a den of beasts today. We have to fight for our lives. Everyone follow me and charge. Use all our trump cards. Help will arrive." The squad member assigned to call for help was none other than Zhang Lei, the genius who participated in the assessment at the same time as Xia Zhi, and was specially recruited by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. After quickly sending out the emergency rescue signal, he raised his ghost head knife and charged toward the group of tiger cat monsters following the captain's lead. However, at this moment his heart felt icy cold. "I might die here today." The captain of the miracle team wields a long spear possessing the strength of an intermediate warrior. Originally there was also a senior martial artist of the junior warrior level in the team, but he perished during this adventure. Zhang Lei has now reached the level of a high-level warrior, ranking 3rd in the team, only below 2 warrior level fighters. He has now become the 2nd strongest just after the captain. In his future plans, he aims to become the vice-captain, obtaining a higher share of resources from the team's bounty distribution, which would naturally accelerate his strength. Once he reaches the warrior level, he would be qualified to form his own martial artist team. Everything was supposed to be beautiful, but the sudden appearance of a horde of tiger cat monsters shattered all his fantasies about the future. The tiger cat is a type of beast belonging to the tiger category. With the ferocious strength of a tiger-like beast and the agility of a cat-like beast, they are extremely troublesome. Not to mention the leader of these monsters is a 4-tailed beast, a high-level beast general. The strongest fighter in their team, the captain wielding a spear, is merely at the intermediate warrior level. Monster City No. 012 has been in constant turmoil recently, and many martial artists have already fled. Although a distress signal has been sent out with hundreds of tiger cat monsters in sight, Zhang Lei knows very well that unless a miracle occurs or a super expert happens to pass by or a few elite warrior level teams arrive, otherwise even a couple of ordinary martial artist teams would meet the same fate. "Ah, Captain, save me." A small-statured martial artist wielding 2 curved blades was knocked down by a 3-tailed tiger cat, letting out a cry of despair. Monster City No. 012 has been in constant turmoil recently, and many martial artists have already fled. Although a distress signal has been sent out with hundreds of tiger cat monsters in sight, Zhang Lei knows very Pooh! Suddenly it was as if a light breeze had swept by. The 3-tailed tiger cat that had pounced on the martial artist named Monkey suddenly burst forth with a spray of blood from its neck, its body collapsing to the ground. Then beside the corpse of the tiger cat, a figure wielding a knife appeared. It was Xia Zhi. Glancing at the martial artist on the ground, whose throat had already been bitten through, and was now lifeless, he chose to ignore. The captain of the miracle team, seeing the sudden appearance of Xia Zhi, exclaimed in ecstasy, "Brothers, reinforcements have arrived, we are saved." Upon hearing that reinforcements were coming, Zhang Lei and the others were overjoyed. However, when they realized that there was only one person, despair washed over them once more. With a horde of over 500 tiger cats and a leader possessing high-level beast general strength, even an elite team of all warriors would need to tread carefully around them. One person. So young, do you think you are a war god? Or are you just here to offer yourself as a meal, because there are too many tiger cats? Zhang Lei and the others scolded inwardly, yet the newcomer was here to save them. Just as the captain was about to call out, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Blood splattered as the heads of the tiger cat monsters flew up, and the massive corpses collapsed, instantly blocking the streets of the abandoned district. Most of these tiger cat monsters are of the beast soldier level, with only a few being 2-tailed tiger cats and very few being 3-tailed. As for the 4-tailed tiger cat, there is only one. Xia Zhi thought to himself, The threat is not great and no need for flying knives, I can handle them with just my movement and blade techniques. He moved like a butterfly, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught of tiger cats. The charge of the monster horde is terrifying. Once knocked down by one beast, it is easy to be trampled to death by countless others. However, Xia Zhi's movement was exquisite. He even used the bodies of fallen tiger cats or the bodies of some running beasts nearby to block incoming attacks. He positioned himself to avoid collisions while only facing a small number of monsters. Roar! The four-tailed tiger cat leader, seeing this human swiftly slaughtering its subordinates, let out a furious roar. The remaining tiger cat monsters all rushed towards Xia Zhi. The members of the miracle team saw Xia Zhi killing the monsters with exceptional ease. His movement was incredibly exquisite, and he attracted the attention of the vast majority of tiger cats all by himself. Just as they were in awe, they saw the tiger cat leader leading the monsters to attack him. The captain, in a panic, grasped his spear and prepared to help. No need to help, you all leave first. I will hold off these beasts for you. Xia Zhi noticed that the captain was about to step forward with his spear, and quickly called out to stop him. Seeing Xia Zhi still managing deftly under the assault of the monsters, occasionally slashing down a tiger cat while the four-tailed leader's attacks were deftly avoided by him, it was infuriating yet utterly helpless. He shouted back, "Thank you, brother. Our miracle team will always remember this life-saving grace. Please leave us your name." Xia Zhi from the Extreme Martial Arts School. While slashing down two beast soldier-level tiger cats that lunged at him, Xia Zhi replied, "Hurry and leave. There's no time to waste. Brother Xia Zhi, be careful. When we return to the base city, the brothers will treat you to drinks." Seeing that their situation had become dire, the captain no longer hesitated. After assisting his teammates in killing the monsters, he protected everyone and quickly dashed in the opposite direction away from the tiger cats. Meanwhile, after the four members of the miracle team dashed away, Xia Zhi stood in the middle of the road, unleashing a massacre. Any tiger cat attempting to pass him was swiftly cut down by his blade. The four members of the miracle team ran at full speed and quickly reached the walls of the district. This area was already on the edge of Monster City No. 012. Once they scaled this wall and ran for a bit, they would leave the city and enter the wilderness. "Captain, can that amazing person escape?" asked a team member while running. "He should be fine. That young brother named Xia Zhi, given his speed and strength, can easily toy with the four-tailed tiger cats. Even among high-level warriors, he is a top-tier expert. Moreover, his movement is definitely at an exquisite level. Even if he cannot kill all these tiger cats, he is absolutely capable of escaping." Incredible. One person holding back hundreds of tiger cats, and he doesn't look very old. "He must be a super genius at the Extreme Martial Arts School," said another martial artist. "Indeed, he is a super genius," Zhang Lei murmured. Thinking back to the time he and Xia Zhi participated in the martial artist practical assessment together, he felt very displeased when the director first said he was not as good as Xia Zhi, vowing to compete with him at another opportunity. Little did he expect that not long after he would soon reach the warrior level at his age, feeling somewhat proud. Meanwhile, the person he once viewed as a rival had long since surpassed him, now standing at a height he could only look up to, one that he could no longer see. As he climbed over the wall, Zhang Lei couldn't help but glance back. The young martial artist held a hexagonal shield in one hand and a blood shadow warblade in the other. He appeared like a ghost, constantly dodging and weaving through the horde of monsters, his movements graceful and elegant yet frighteningly fast. Zhuge Tao, puzzled, held his phone and said to the chairman Zhou Zhengyong, "The call won't connect." No one answered and didn't call back. "Where is he now?" Zhou Zhengyong asked. After glancing at the phone's display, Zhuge Tao replied, "He is in Monster City No. 012. Based on the phone signal, it's easy to determine the location. Even ordinary phones have this feature. I will go." The icy figure wearing a golden mask stood up and left the meeting room, returning to the rooftop helipad, where he entered his purpler triangular fighter jet. The fighter jet quickly took off, flying out of the city's defense system toward the outskirts of the base city, supersonic speed, covering several hundred miles in an instant. Inside the fighter jet, the icy figure looked at the aerial view of Monster City No. 012 displayed on the screen. He coldly ordered, "Scan the area within 20 miles below for martial artists and locate Xia Zhi's position." "Scanning now." 8 kilometers to the northeast, there is a martial artist currently in battle, confirmed to be Xia Zhi. An electronic synthesized voice responded. "Proceed to project the battle footage," the icy figure commanded again. "Yes." With a flicker of light on the screen, the battle footage below appeared. Roar! The furious horde of tiger cat monsters was frantically charging at Xia Zhi, their claws wildly swinging. Many beasts even leaped up to pounce on him, as if a wave were trying to engulf him. However, no matter how frantically the monsters attacked, his movements had reached an artistic level. Each step was supremely exquisite, and every turn or shift of his body was visually pleasing. Moreover, there was an indescribable charm to it. Gradually, Xia Zhi felt that each of his movements seemed to blend with the breeze in the air. Every beast's attack brought forth a gust of wind, allowing his body to dance with the flow. It was seen that Xia Zhi even closed his eyes, relying solely on perception to execute his movements. The seemingly terrifying and crazy siege of the monster horde appeared clumsy before his steps, almost like a joke. The icy figure wearing the golden mask who had always been indifferent suddenly changed expression. Perfect level movement. A master realm of unity between man and nature. In the dim sky, the blood of the tiger cat gathered on the ground, forming a small stream that flowed toward the lowlying area under the howling cold wind. With a thunderous roar, the leading four-tailed tiger cat signaled the entire tiger cat beast horde to retreat swiftly under its command, as if the tide were receding, quickly vanishing into the darkness of the night, leaving behind over 200 corpses. As they departed, the tiger cat leader's eyes were filled with ferocity and hatred. However, it was evident that it understood that even sacrificing the entire beast horde would likely not be enough to eliminate this human warrior, for his ghostly movements were too terrifying. Immersed in the art of movement that flowed with the wind, perfectly attuned to the natural world, Xia Zhi sensed the cessation of the surrounding tiger cat attacks, and came to a stop, opening his eyes. At that moment, a purpler triangular warplane suddenly appeared in the air, capturing his attention. This was the first time he had seen a warplane from this world, clearly of a technological level higher than that of Earth in his previous life. The warplane hovered silently above, with only the infrared detector below emitting a flickering red light. A purpler triangular warplane. It doesn't look like a commercial aircraft. Could it be the envoy from the global headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy? At this moment, he noticed a missed call from his supervisor Zhuge Tao and called back. Xia Zhi, the envoy Lord Iceberg from the global headquarters has arrived. He couldn't reach you earlier and has gone directly to you, came Zhuge Tao's familiar voice, which revealed a hint of urgency. Did the envoy arrive in a purplered triangular warplane? Xia Zhi asked. I believe he has already. Yes, Lord Iceberg is one of the 3 personal guards of the headmaster, a being beyond the war god level. Xia Zhi, you must show respect to the envoy, Zhuge Tao advised quietly after hearing Xia Zhi's response about Iceberg's arrival. I understand, supervisor, no worries. At this moment, inside the warplane, the envoy Lord Iceberg, wearing a golden mask, was also in conversation. On the screen in front of him, images of Xia Zhi's agile movements among the tiger cat beasts played, and as the footage came to a halt at the last second, Iceberg's originally cold tone now held a hint of respect. Headmaster, the situation is as follows. I have arrived at Xia Zhi's location. What do you think? This young man named Xia Zhi should come to the headquarters in 3 days. I want to meet him personally. The voice of the man referred to as the headmaster came deep and resonant. It seems increasingly interesting. This is an elite training camp. Iceberg was astonished that the headmaster intended to meet Xia Zhi personally. He knew that even among the best of the elite training camp, only the one with the highest score each year could meet the headmaster and receive guidance. Seeing that there were no further instructions from the other end, Iceberg respectfully bid farewell and ended the call. Even as one of that man's personal guards, now possessing strength beyond the war god level, he still felt genuine respect when facing him, as if encountering a deity. Indeed, the other party in the conversation was the world's strongest being, revered as a god by the people of this world, the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Headmaster Hong. To have piqued the headmaster's interest and to be summoned personally indicates that the earlier movement technique was indeed of a perfect level, having reached the realm of unity with heaven and man. With this thought, even he who was usually indifferent couldn't help but sigh at such a young age, truly a prodigy. He resolved to meet this prodigy. Below the warplane, seeing the lack of movement for a while, Xia Zhi hesitated briefly before ignoring it, proceeding to dissect the corpses of the beast general-level tiger cats on the ground, and stuffing them into his backpack, which was already nearing its limit. Whoosh! The cabin door opened automatically. A figure flew out, and the warplane shut its door again, while continuing to hover in midair. Indeed, a planetary-level powerhouse beyond the war god level. The newcomer, without any assistance, descended slowly from the air, wearing a golden mask exuding an aura as cold as a mountain. Xia Zhi, familiar with the original work, clearly understood that in terms of strength ranking within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Iceberg, as one of Hong's 3 personal guards, had a unique technique designed personally by the strongest being, making him far more formidable than any other inspector, definitely the top combat strength of the Academy, capable of intimidating Earth. I have seen Lord Iceberg, the envoy, Xia Zhi said, bowing slightly. Lord Iceberg merely nodded, remaining silent, his gaze resting on Xia Zhi, especially lingering on his youthful face. Xia Zhi, Lord Iceberg spoke. The Jiangnan branch has reported your special training contract, and the headquarters has approved it. You have 3 days to prepare. Go to the global headquarters in 3 days. As for the headmaster Hong's meeting, Iceberg did not disclose it to him at that moment. Let's go. I will take you back to the base city now. After Iceberg finished speaking, he waved his arm lightly, and a beam of light descended from the hovering warplane, enveloping both Xia Zhi and Iceberg. With a gentle pulling force, they were drawn into the warplane. Xia Zhi and Iceberg appeared inside the dimly lit cabin, where a floating light screen displayed a 360-degree real-time view of the outside of the warplane. Return to the Jiangnan City headquarters, Iceberg instructed the screen ahead. What a pity about the materials I collected over the past few days at my resting point. Seeing the cold-faced, golden-masked Iceberg, Xia Zhi chose to remain silent. At his resting point in the city, he still had the beast materials collected over the past few days, valued at over 500 million. And this was selling to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If sold to the HR Alliance, it would at least start from 1 billion. During this time of frantic cultivation, the beast materials obtained were all sold to the Martial Arts Academy. Not lacking money at the moment, he chose to sell them to the Academy to increase his contribution value, and his contribution value was nearing 3 stars. I can only wait to tell the captain and Sugu to go collect them. Whoosh! The purplured triangular warplane transformed into a streak of purplured light, vanishing at the horizon, soon flying over the Jiangnan base city, and then slowly descending to the helipad on the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With a whoosh, the cabin door opened automatically, and Xia Zhi followed iceberg out of the warplane. A burly man with hands like fans was standing there waiting for them, behind whom stood Zhuge Tao, the supervisor familiar to Xia Zhi. After some casual greetings, the burly man was none other than President Zhou Zhengyong, who accompanied Iceberg for a rest and meal before sending him off. As a being beyond the war god level, Iceberg's time was precious, and he would not wait here for 3 days. He informed Xia Zhi to report directly to the headquarters in 3 days, where someone would specifically attend to him. Finally, only Xia Zhi and Zhuge Tao remained as they entered the supervisor's office. Sitting on the comfortable leather sofa, Zhuge Tao exhaled and said, "I didn't expect the headquarters would send Lord Iceberg over, indicating they place great importance on you. Xia Zhi, if there are any tests arranged, when you go to the global headquarters, remember to give it your all. Don't worry about exposing your strength. The elite training camp is the #1 training camp in the world, attracting only the geniuses among geniuses. The people around you will be monstrous students. Your teachers will at least be war gods. Not to mention there will be inspectors, even beings beyond the war god level serving as inspectors. Even the world's strongest being Hong will go to the training camp. The second strongest thunder god will also be. The most monstrous students gather, the best teachers converge, and the best equipment is all centralized. This is the #1 training camp in the world. As long as you don't die, you can say that everyone in the future will be war gods. In such a place, set aside modesty and caution. Your strength must be displayed. Only then can you earn the respect of others. In martial arts, strength is what matters, and you must remember that. Go now, spend some time with your grandfather, and take care of any matters quickly. The elite training camp has a 5-year training period. Unless you reach the war god level, you cannot end it early, or otherwise you can only wait for holidays to come back." Xia Zhi nodded, and after bidding farewell to Zhuge Tao, headed directly back to Yangzhou City. As the departure for the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute approached in 3 days, Xia Zhi spent almost every day at home keeping company with her grandfather. Upon receiving the news that Xia Zhi was heading to the global headquarters to enter the elite training camp, Qinfeng, Lu Yan, and Su Kuei from the Golden Spear Squad made a special trip to visit her. The members of the squad gathered at the best restaurant in Yangzhou City, where Xia Zhi shared the coordinates of her lodging in City 012 with Qinfeng. After Lu Yan chose to retire and Su Kuei recovered from his injuries, Captain Qinfeng selected 3 familiar martial artists to reassemble the Golden Spear Squad, as they were set to head to the wilderness region soon. Refusing the money that Qinfeng insisted on giving, Xia Zhi suggested he sell it, ensuring everyone would get their share, and just transfer her portion. That night, the Golden Spear Squad drank together until deep into the night before parting ways to return home. During this period of rebirth, Xia Zhi had focused solely on training and battling in the wilderness, having no friends apart from the squad. The original owner had a reclusive and self-deprecating personality, lacking friends. As she contemplated the journey to the global headquarters tomorrow, she felt a tinge of worry for her grandfather, who would be alone at home, even though there were logistics staff from the institute to take care of him. After some consideration, Xia Zhi decided to seek her instructor Jiang Tao, asking him to keep an eye on her grandfather's well. Jiang Tao was the chief instructor at the Yangzhou branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, who would guide advanced students in a public class once a week, and today was one of those class days. Riding in a specially assigned Hummer vehicle from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, Xia Zhi gazed through the window at the residential buildings and storefronts of Yangzhou City, observing the hurried crowds bustling about in their daily struggle for survival. This Hummer was specially allocated to her by the Jiangnan headquarters, with a dedicated driver on standby 24 hours a day, making her travels convenient over the next 3 days. People are not equal in this world. Although it is said that everyone is equal, some people are born with everything without any struggle, while others, even after a lifetime of effort, end up living in mediocrity. In this universe, power is everything. With strength, one can rise above and become a divine being capable of destroying millions of stars and countless lives with a mere thought. To seize my own destiny, I must grow stronger, unbound by the decisions of others, becoming a king, achieving immortality, ruling the universe. It's hard to imagine that on this seemingly insignificant earth, akin to a speck of dust in the cosmos, there exists a young martial artist whose thoughts transcend countless realms, envisioning a future beyond many years ahead. However, at this moment, Xia Zhi's eyes shone brighter, her soul purer, and she seemed to be in a state of transcend. Beep! The Hummer arrived at the Yangzhou branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, and upon seeing the license plate, the guarding soldier waved them through without inspection. The driver's horn snapped Xia Zhi back from her distant thoughts, signaling that they had arrived at the Yangzhou branch of the Today was the time for the public guidance class by Chief Instructor Jiang Tao, and almost all advanced students from the Yangzhou branch would gather to avoid missing the opportunity to receive pointers from a seasoned martial artist. After finishing class at school, Luo Feng headed straight for the institute to improve his family's living conditions and create a better environment for his disabled brother and hardworking parents. Luo Feng had been the most diligent and hardworking in his training. In his final year of high school, this year Luo Feng had just been awarded the title of advanced student by the institute and had caught the attention of chief instructor Zhang Tao, who had taken the time to give him extra guidance. There are so many people already. Upon entering the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, Luo Feng noticed that the grass and paths were filled with students, considering that there were about 30 to 40,000 students at the entire Yangzhou branch. Fortunately, after each public class, there are also smaller targeted classes for advanced students at night, where the number of people can be fewer. Coming from an ordinary family and living in affordable housing, Luo Feng had no martial artists around him to guide his training. The weekly martial artist classes at the institute were precious opportunities for him. Walking along the path inside the institute, Luo Feng made his way directly to the advanced students' teaching building. Beep! The low honking of a car horn echoed. Ha! Luo Feng turned his head only to see a fully black Hummer SUV slowly driving into the institute, the guard at the entrance not checking it, and merely saluting to allow it to pass. As the Hummer approached the advanced students' teaching building, it passed by Luo Feng, who took a closer look and gasped. That license plate looks like a special one belonging to the institute. Could it be an important figure from the headquarters? It's a special license plate of the institute. I've heard it comes with privileges. No one in the entire Jiangnan Bay City dares to stop a vehicle with such a plate. I wonder if it's a big shot from the headquarters who has come. The students gathered in small groups waiting for the class to start were all drawn to the scene. Riding in such a vehicle is a symbol of status. Other sports cars can be bought if one has money. Just then a familiar figure rushed out from the teaching building, and upon seeing the Hummer approaching hurriedly went to greet it. It's the director. The director personally came out to greet them. It must be a significant figure from seeing the director of the Yangzhou branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, Xiang Zhonghua, personally welcoming them. The students who recognized him couldn't help but murmur, growing more curious about the identity of the person inside the vehicle. The Hummer stopped at the entrance of the advanced students' teaching building. The door opened and a short-haired young man dressed in loose martial arts clothing stepped out. He appeared to be under 20 years old. He casually swept his gaze around, glancing over the ordinary students before pausing slightly on Luo Feng, then smiled, and exchanged a few words with Director Xiang Zhonghua before entering the teaching building. He's a martial artist. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. And very young. He looks to be around my age. But his strength is extraordinary. Even just his casual gaze made me feel pressure, carrying the unique intent of a martial artist forged through numerous life-and-death battles. It's Xia Zhi. I saw him during the last preliminary martial artist assessment. He just became a martial artist this year, and seems even more formidable now. I live in the Mingyue community too, my dad said. He is about to go to the global headquarters of the institute, and he will definitely become one of the peak powerhouses of our institute. He is now a pride of all martial artists in Yangzhou City. Luo Feng heard the discussions around him, silently thinking, Xia Zhi. The person who rode in the Hummer was indeed Xia Zhi, who intended to find her former instructor Zhang Tao to ask him to look after her grandfather, while she was away for a few years. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, Xiang Zhonghua had already come out to greet her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she was invited by Xiang Zhonghua to the reception room to meet Zhang Tao. Since it was confirmed that Xia Zhi would enter the elite training camp, Xiang Zhonghua no longer viewed her as a junior, but treated her as a true high-level figure of the institute. He was well aware that once Xia Zhi graduated from the God of War preparatory camp, also known as the elite training camp, she would undoubtedly reach a God of War level. At that point, whether returning to the Jiangnan Bay City or remaining at the headquarters, she would be someone he had to look up to. In the entire Jiangnan Bay City of Yangzhou, with a population of nearly 20 million, there had only been a handful of God of War level figures. Each God of War is the pride of the entire Yangzhou city, and the young person before him would also become such a figure in a few years. Treating her with any courtesy now would not be excessive. Facing the enthusiastic Xiang Zhonghua, Xia Zhi's mind was still lingering on the slender figure with bright eyes and youthful aura that she had seen earlier at the entrance. Is that him, Luo Feng? Does this mean the original plot is about to begin? She thought. After chatting for a long time with Xiang Zhonghua and Zhang Tao at the Yangzhou branch, and having a meal together, Xia Zhi finally left the martial arts school, with both of them promising to look after his grandfather. Zhang Tao even said that he would have his wife report to the old man daily, assuring him to not worry. Until he left, Xia Zhi did not inquire about Luo Feng, and calculating the time the official warrior assessment next year would mark the true beginning of the storyline. That young man, who had also been affected by headaches since childhood, but possessed the strongest mentalism talent as described in the original work, was about to embark on his legendary life. Time flew by like water, and soon it was the day Xia Zhi was to leave Jiangnan Bay City. On the morning of November 29, 2055, at the airport of Jiangnan Bay City, Supervisor Zhuge Tao, Vice President Xiang Zhonghua, Instructor Zhang Tao, and members of the Golden Gun team including Qin Feng, Lu Yan, and Su Kuei all came to see him off. Grandfather was left at home by Xia Zhi, so he didn't have to travel back and forth. During this time Qin Yi was at the headquarters of an entertainment company in Kyoto-based city. Last night Xia Zhi made a special trip to accompany the girl for dinner and bid farewell. Hearing that they might not see each other for years, Qin Yi felt a bit down. After they agreed to video call whenever they had time, she perked up again. However, neither of them intended to break this ambiguous relationship. Alright, the time is almost up, let's go, Zhuge Tao said. Xia Zhi nodded. After hugging everyone, he immediately walked toward the security checkpoint in the distance, swiftly leaving along the exclusive passage under everyone's gaze. It was Xia Zhi's first time on such a large passenger aircraft, and he curiously observed the interior structure of the plane. The interior of the aircraft appeared quite dreamy, as the overall shape was that of a flying saucer, dividing the cabin into upper, middle, and lower levels. The upper level was the first-class cabin, while the middle and lower levels were ordinary cabins. This time, the ticket was purchased by the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, naturally placing him in the upper-level first-class cabin. It is worth noting that a single ticket for first class costs 20 million huaxia coins, and even an average rich person with a net worth of over 10 billion would hesitate to spend it just once. However, for Xia Zhi, not to mention having over 20 billion in savings, 20 million was just the equivalent of a low-level beast to him. Therefore he ignored the curious glances from the beautiful flight attendants, settled into his seat, closed his eyes, and silently planned for the upcoming trip to headquarters. An hour and a half later, the passenger plane landed steadily at the airport of the Extreme Martial Arts School's global headquarters in Hongning Bay City. After exiting the airport, Xia Zhi directly boarded the special car sent to pick him up. Inside the extended Cadillac, Xia Zhi gazed out the window, marveling at the scenery. The entire Bay City was exceptionally beautiful, with an architectural style completely reminiscent of ancient Chinese buildings. Pavilions and towers were everywhere, making him feel as if he had traveled back to ancient Huaxia. Seeing Xia Zhi curiously observing the street scenery, the young black driver began to introduce him, speaking fluent Huaxia language. During the Great Nirvana period, the master led his followers to build a simple human base on this land, allowing many refugees to find shelter here. People called it Hongning Bay City because it was the Master Hong who brought peace to their homes. As time passed, the Hongning Bay City grew larger and larger. Our Hongning Bay City is considered the safest Bay City in the world thanks to the master being here, said the smiling black driver. Every year, many wealthy individuals and warriors apply to join our Bay City. However, the master has always controlled the population of the Bay City, and currently there are only 8 million people here. If it weren't for the master's control, having a population of 200 or 300 million would be completely normal. But quality is more important than quantity. Our Hongning Bay City has the highest ratio of warriors produced in the world. We have yet to have a king-level monster dare to disturb us. Even Xia Zhi, as a transmigrator, couldn't help but feel astonished. The fact that Hong personally controlled a Bay City, along with the incredible power of the Extreme Martial Arts School he commanded, and most importantly his unmatched strength. He was undeniably the #1 person on Earth today. The strongest in strength, the most powerful in influence. 20 minutes later, we have arrived. This is the global headquarters of our Extreme Martial Arts School. The car stopped, and the young black man proudly said to him. Once Xia Zhi got out of the car and saw the building before him, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. What he had only seen as a mere description in the book now seemed utterly different. When a massive structure resembling a giant spaceship hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long truly appeared before him, the shock was beyond words. This giant spaceship-like building had a massive entrance several dozen meters wide, allowing people to enter. Outside this giant building, a large number of soldiers were stationed, making the defenses appear very strict. 2 individuals in black uniforms emerged from the giant entrance and quickly approached Xia Zhi. Mr. Xia Zhi, the master requests your presence. Please follow us, said the woman among them. The master requests my presence, Xia Zhi asked in surprise. The black-clad man beside him looked at the young man in confusion and said, do you not know why you are here? Damn, that ice queen really is an ice queen. She didn't mention that Hong wanted to see me at all. Xia Zhi thought to himself. He had initially believed he would simply join the elite training camp, and even if he had the opportunity to meet Hong, it would be later. To his surprise, after getting off the plane, he was directly taken here by the special car to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, thinking that everyone entering the elite training camp would first report to the headquarters. He never expected to be summoned by Hong immediately. Seeing Xia Zhi's expression, which seemed genuine, the pair in black uniforms couldn't help but smile. As personnel at the outer office of the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, although they only performed errands and miscellaneous tasks, they had seen many strong individuals come to the headquarters. However, someone like Xia Zhi, who appeared clueless at the entrance, was truly the first. They were initially puzzled about who could warrant a summons from the master, only to find that he looked like a naive young man. Let's go, only a few high-ranking individuals have permission to enter the headquarters. Those without permission will be killed by the defense system. Follow us quickly inside. The 2 who had already received orders to wait and pick someone up urged him along. Xia Zhi, unaware that he was being seen as a naive young man, nodded in agreement and followed the 2 inside. At this point, I can only go along with it, he sighed inwardly. The huge entrance passage was filled with a silvery white hue, and after quickly passing through it, they entered the headquarters. The entire internal space was extremely spacious, constructed of unknown alloys, and the layout resembled the structures of spaceships seen in some sci-fi movies. After passing through several doors, 2 individuals in blue robes greeted him with smiles. Mr. Xia Zhi, please follow us. Almost everyone in the headquarters wore blue robes with very few in red. This is the lounge, Mr. Xia Zhi, please rest here and wait. The master will summon you shortly. The blue-robed girl smiled and spoke fluent Mandarin before quickly leaving. There were already 6 people waiting in the lounge. Xia Zhi politely acknowledged them and took a seat in the corner. Although he didn't know them, the menacing aura exuding from these individuals clearly indicated that they were all strong, at least at the God of War level, which ordinary warriors could not reach. The 6 individuals who had arrived earlier were surprised to see the young Xia Zhi entering, and they too were waiting for a summons from Hong. They directed their attention toward him, pondering who this young man was to warrant such an audience. Ha! Xia Zhi ignored the probing gazes, and was still unaware of the reason for Hong's sudden summons. However, thinking about meeting Hong soon made him feel a bit excited. After all, in the original work, he was one of the more important characters, the leader among the 3 heroes of Earth, the current strongest on the planet Hong. In the waiting room for less than 10 minutes, a sudden voice echoed. Xia Zhi, the master summons you. A man in a red robe appeared outside addressing Xia Zhi, who was seated in the corner of the waiting room. The expressions of the others changed slightly. They had been waiting for a long time, yet Hong was meeting a young warrior-level figure first. Their curiosity about Xia Zhi intensified, and the smiles on their faces grew more pronounced. Regardless of the circumstances, being valued by Hong meant that even an ordinary person would be anything but ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zhi stood up and followed the man in the red robe down the corridor. Soon they arrived outside a quiet room where the man slightly bowed before departing. Come in, a deep voice sounded. Yes, Xia Zhi responded. This simple reception room was empty and dark with only 2 cushions. It was hard to imagine that the strongest individual on Earth, possessing the highest power, influence, and wealth, would receive guests in such a simple setting. Once Xia Zhi entered, his gaze was drawn to the figure sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Clad in black with long hair and a slender frame, it was none other than Hong. Upon seeing Xia Zhi enter, he looked up, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes, and gestured to the cushion before him. Sit. Yes, Xia Zhi replied and stepped forward, sitting cross-legged on the cushion just like Hong. In front of Hong, the sheer invisible pressure made one instinctively lower their head, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Perhaps it was akin to an ant in the presence of a divine dragon. The vast disparity in power rendered one incapable of raising their head. Isn't it strange why I want to meet you? Hong spoke, his tone carrying a hint of amusement, indicating that he was already aware of the conversation between Xia Zhi and the man in black at the door. Yes, Xia Zhi replied softly. The video of your battle against the Tiger Cat group was shown to me by Ice. At the age of 18, you can unleash the 9-fold Thunderblade with power comparable to the 5th level, showcasing a perfect level of agility, and you have begun to grasp the master realm of the unity of man and nature. I sensed a hint of Wind's essence in the footwork you employed at that time. Did you create it yourself? Hearing Hong's words, Xia Zhi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, Hong's exceptional understanding allows him to achieve his current strength through self-exploration. Even possessing a domain, he could discern the subtle essence of the wind's fundamental laws just by watching the video. Yes, that footwork is called drifting with the wind. It was an accidental creation inspired by my comprehension of the wind's agility after my enlightenment. Thereafter I fought in Monster City to refine my footwork. Xia Zhi responded. Upon learning that it was created by Xia Zhi, Hong's eyes brightened and the warmth in his gaze intensified. At the warrior level, you can perceive the mysteries of nature and incorporate them into your martial arts. Your understanding is indeed remarkable. That's wonderful. I wonder if you would be willing to teach your created footwork to all warriors. Teach? Xia Zhi asked, puzzled. Yes, teach. Hong nodded. Now that we have established a base city and humanity has a safe haven, the land beasts have reached an agreement with us. However, the ocean remains the most expansive area on Earth, with an endless variety and number of sea monsters. No one knows when a more powerful monster might evolve. Humanity is still far from safety. Each year the casualties among the troops and warriors defending against oceanic monster incursions reach tens of thousands, even over 100,000. Therefore, every warrior should contribute their strength for the safety of all humanity. My World Destruction and 9-fold Thunderblade are both willingly taught to all warriors and available for purchase. The establishment of the elite training camp is also aimed at cultivating more peak combat power for humanity to counter the increasingly formidable threat of monsters. Your footwork can enable warriors to harmonize with nature during their training, grasping the essence of the wind, which significantly aids in enhancing their power. I hope you can compile it into a manual for all warriors. As he spoke, Hong fixed his gaze on Xia Zhi's eyes, allowing him to ponder. After hearing Hong's words, only 4 words surged in Xia Zhi's mind. Passing down the flame. From ancient times, humanity, whose physical capabilities were far inferior to beasts, evolved step by step to reach the pinnacle of the biological chain on Earth. What enabled this? It was the passing down of the flame. The experiences and techniques of our ancestors became knowledge handed down through generations, allowing later generations to avoid redundant research, based on centuries, even millennia of exploration by their predecessors. This is the true essence of the evolution of the entire race. However, the reality is that not all warriors are willing to share their unique skills with others. As warriors who isn't fearful of others learning their unique techniques, surpassing them, or being targeted by enemies due to a deeper understanding of their skills, do you not see how in the old society of the Huaxia nation many martial arts masters even had the ancestral teaching of passing down only to sons not daughters? The result was a decline in each generation. Now with the threat of monsters Hong and the Thunder God as the strongest, emphasize the cultivation of the overall combat power of humanity by passing down their unique skills. It is no wonder they are the leader figures on Earth in the original work. This sense of responsibility and commitment is truly admirable. Master, I am willing. Xia Zhi nodded earnestly. Excellent. Once you enter the elite training camp, people from the martial arts school will contact you to record video. Once the manual is completed, it will be sold on our Extreme Homes online mall, and all proceeds after deducting necessary maintenance costs will belong to you. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's agreement, Hong's attitude became increasingly gentle. Looking at the young Xia Zhi before him, Hong pondered for a moment and said, "Today I mainly wanted to meet you. Go train well in the training camp. I look forward to your growth, becoming a new pillar for humanity." "Thank you, Master," Xia Zhi said gratefully. "Go on." Hong closed his eyes and said no more. Xia Zhi bowed respectfully and left the reception room. After he exited, Hong, with his eyes still closed, gently shook his head. "I initially wanted to take him as my direct disciple, but he holds only respect for me in his heart with no other emotions. He is quite an arrogant young man. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the highest authority in Hongning Bay City, Hong's time is incredibly precious." When he saw the video sent back by Ice Mountain, he was already contemplating taking Xia Zhi as his direct disciple. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the highest authority in Hongning Bay City, Hong's time is incredibly precious. When he saw the video sent back, thus when he saw the footwork containing the mysteries of the wind in the video, he was moved by the youth's comprehension within the video, which led him to invite Xia Zhi to meet him at headquarters. Otherwise, disseminating martial arts and recording videos could easily be handled by a planetary-level inspector, and that would suffice for Xia Zhi. However, unexpectedly in Xia Zhi's gaze, he sensed an underlying arrogance. This was not someone who would easily submit to others. With such strong comprehension, he is still a mentalist. "Let's see how far you can go. I look forward to you standing before me soon." As if recalling something, endless worry filled the eyes of the strongest individual in the world. Alas, the headquarters vehicle continuously delivered Xia Zhi to the spacious entrance of the elite training camp. "I am Jiang Feng, the guiding teacher of the elite training camp. You must be Xia Zhi. Over the next few years you will train under my group." As she approached, the woman in purple spoke to Xia Zhi, her seemingly delicate demeanor giving off an aura sharp. "Hello, Teacher Jiang, I am Xia Zhi. Let's go inside," Jiang Feng said, giving him a deep look before beckoning Xia Zhi to follow her. "Hello, Teacher Jiang, I am Xia Zhi. Let's go inside," Jiang Feng said, giving him a deep look before The giant black dragon, nearly 50 meters tall, had large dragon eyes fixated on Xia Zhi, who had just stepped through the door. The overwhelming aura of darkness immediately pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. The dragon's scales, towering at 50 meters, were actually small electronic display screens. Each screen displayed a name: NO1 Renatus Bridge, NO2 Eben Pass, NO3 Zhuchang, NO82 Jacqueline Burner. From top to bottom, each scale bore a name totaling 82. Seeing Xia Zhi momentarily regain his composure under the pressure of the black dragon's aura, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile, saying, "Your spirit is commendable. No wonder you were specially recruited by the elite training camp as a genius." The elite training camp recruits new members every March, and now it was already late November. For Xia Zhi to enter at this time, and be directly assigned to her teaching group by the headquarters, piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. "Did you see the names on this black dragon? This is the monthly ranking list for student points in the training camp. Currently there are 182 students in the elite training camp, all the top geniuses from around the world. Each month rankings are assigned based on individual combat points from high to low. Xia Zhi, you must work hard to earn a higher rank. The higher your rank, the more benefits you will receive." "Teacher Jiang, what kind of benefits are those?" Xia Zhi couldn't help but ask as he looked at the names on the towering black dragon scales. With a smile, Jiang Feng replied, "There are many. Every year major factions on Earth are willing to spend hundreds of billions of Earth coins to send their geniuses to the elite training camp. Why do you think that is? Our extreme martial arts school is led by the strongest on Earth, Master Hong, which guarantees that the most top-tier treasures, the extraordinary artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins, are abundant in our school. What you find in this training camp is far beyond your imagination." Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration at the mention of Hong. "Do you think entering the elite training camp means you can enjoy these benefits for free? That's a joke. The competition intensity in the elite training camp is much higher than elsewhere. Do you think entering the elite training camp means you can enjoy the—" Jiang Feng continued, "What those benefits are will become clear to you later. However, even if you are specially recruited, you must still pass the level test. Let's go. I'll take you to check in first. As Xia Zhi gazed at the names on the towering black dragon scales, he thought to himself, ranking huh. No wonder the supervisor warned me to strive to stand out here. The more attention I attract, the more resources I will receive. After passing through the square and circling around the giant black dragon sculpture, they truly entered the heart of the elite training camp. Although it was called a training camp, it resembled a breathtaking ancient palace complex. With various precious flowers, trees, and babbling brooks aside from a few main palaces, there were elegantly designed pavilions where young men and women in loose training outfits could be seen coming and going. These youths included Caucasians, African Americans, and Asians. At the very center of the training camp stood a towering 9-story building. That is the 9-layer building where all students study and train. Some special training rooms are also located there. Zhang Feng introduced to Xia Zhi, "Let's go, the level test will also take place in the 9-layer building." Each floor of the 9-layer building is about 10 meters high. Although it has only 9 stories, it is comparable to a typical 30-story building in height. Moreover, the building spans over 300 meters in both length and width, making it an enormous tower. The exterior of the tower appeared classical, but the interior was filled with advanced technology, with a hard alloy floor that echoed with the sounds of students training, the explosive energy and shouts ringing in the air. "Come follow me." Xia Zhi followed Zhang Feng into the elevator. Ding! The elevator moved quickly, reaching the 9th floor. This was the highest level of the entire 9-layer building. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves in an expansive hall with some mats on the floor. Several young men and women were casually chatting using various languages including English, French, and even Mandarin. When Xia Zhi stepped out of the elevator with Zhang Feng, many turned to look at him. Those who recognized Zhang Feng called out, "Teacher Zhang, who is this? I haven't seen him before. Isn't the recruitment period supposed to be over? Why are there new students now?" Zhang Feng casually responded to the students' inquiries, ignoring the discussions behind her. Someone waved at Xia Zhi, a bald young man, cheerfully asking, "Brother, are you from Huaxia?" "Yes, I am from Huaxia," Xia Zhi replied with a smile and a nod. "Great. Now that you're here, we have another student from Huaxia." The bald young man cheered. "Dream on," scoffed a few young men with Western appearances nearby. "Even if there's one more person, what can a rookie just joining do?" Ignoring the slightly provocative looks from those few, Xia Zhi followed Zhang Feng directly to a small dimly lit room. At bang! The lights turned on. Inside the room were only 2 sofas and 2 azure helmets placed on. These helmets were crafted with considerable effort by our human scientists, mimicking the consciousness sensors from virtual space devices unearthed from ancient ruins. Zhang Feng pointed at the helmets and explained, "The level test will be completed in virtual space. Now lie back on the sofa and put it on." Virtual space. Xia Zhi looked at the azure helmet, excitement bubbling within him as he thought, "Finally I can experience what it's like to enter virtual space. Once I can enter the virtual universe, that will be truly exhilarating." Upon entering virtual space with the helmet on, they found themselves on an endless silver ground. 2 figures appeared one after the other, Xia Zhi and Zhang Feng. "So amazing, this is virtual space." Xia Zhi looked around, and the sky above was a cosmic starry expanse with countless stars illuminating the silver ground with a dreamy glow. He crouched down, tapping the ground with his fingers, producing a metallic clang. Both the tactile sensation and sound felt exactly like in the real world. The only building visible in the entire virtual space was a massive tower rising 7 stories high in the distance. The entire tower was adorned with intricate carvings of various monsters. "That is the only building in this virtual space, the trial tower," Zhang Feng said to Xia Zhi as he noticed his gaze drawn to the tower in the distance. "That is also where you will undergo the level test. Once consciousness enters virtual space, each of us will receive a body of equal strength, with everyone at the level of an initial junior warrior possessing a punching power of 100,000 kg, speed of 100 meters per second, and a neural reaction speed of superior junior warrior grade. In virtual space, everyone is equal, regardless of how powerful your physical form is. In the real world, it is the same here." The trial tower looms high and immense, with Xia Zhi and Zhang Feng standing at the entrance, appearing like 2 ants. "Look at that stone pillar." Zhang Feng pointed to a black stone pillar on the left side of the trial tower's entrance, where words were engraved: name Xia Zhi, gender male, status elite, training camp preparatory student, trial tower level 1. On the right side of the entrance was another black stone pillar with similar engravings: name Zhang Feng, gender female, status elite, training camp senior war god instructor, trial tower level 41. Xia Zhi was astonished. He hadn't expected this young teacher Zhang Feng to be a high-level war god. Truly, the war god preparatory camp is formidable with such strong instructors. Do you see the trial tower level? That represents the number of floors you've reached in the tower. For example, my level is 41, meaning I've reached the 4th floor. As for you, since you haven't entered yet, your level is just the original one, indicating you haven't achieved anything. Xia Zhi nodded. The trial tower has a total of 7 levels. So far no one has reached the 7th level. Even our main instructor Hong can only reach the 6th level. He is the strongest in the world. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled as she said, "This is the gap. Even using the same body I can only reach the 4th level, while the instructor can reach the 6th. Suddenly an electronic voice echoed throughout the virtual space. "Xia Zhi, please select your battle suit and weapons. After you are done, enter the trial tower, within 1 minute, to accept the first level test." His trial was about to begin. After quickly selecting his equipment and weapons, Xia Zhi stepped into the dark entrance of the trial tower. It felt as if the space was shifting, and upon passing through the entrance, he suddenly found himself in a vast, desolate grassland. The electronic voice echoed across the entire grassland. "Preparatory trainee Xia Zhi. The level test is to kill 100 primary level beast general grade wild bulls that attack you within 30 minutes. If you die midway you will fail. If you do not kill 100 wild bulls after 30 minutes it is also a failure. This is your first time entering the trial tower and you have 5 minutes to prepare. 100 wild bulls all at the primary beast general level." Xia Zhi smiled and said, "It's just right to continue honing my movement techniques. This time I promised Hong to record the windswept fluff movement technique as a manual for dissemination. In the wilderness area where can one easily find monsters that are all beast general level? Although there are many beast packs encountered in the wilderness area, most of them are beast soldier level monsters, with beast general level monsters being rare leaders. Unless it is a super lord level monster, there would be a group of beast general level monsters under its command. However, to challenge such a powerful monster with just physical prowess would be far too dangerous. Now there is a rare opportunity. For others it is a difficult test, but for him it is a valuable practice chance." He quickly moved around using his movement technique to dodge and shift, swinging the Blood Shadow Battle Blade a few times to adapt. Not bad, relying on the 5th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade's dark energy. The physical quality of a primary level battle general can rival that of a high level battle general at 42 times. I will mainly use my movement technique and cannot exert full strength. Level test start. The electronic voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the entire grassland world. On the grassland 100 meters ahead appeared strong bull-like monsters nearly 3 meters tall. These were the wild bulls, known for their unity and pack behavior among bull monsters. Their long hair covered their bodies like iron plates with sharp curved horns and reddish eyes. They were indeed primary level beast general grade ironhide wild bulls. With a roar, 100 ironhide wild bulls, each larger than a tank, charged towards Xia Zhi, their red eyes glaring, nostrils exhaling white mist, and hoofs trampling the grassland. The ground trembled with a rumble. The distance of 100 meters was closed in an instant before the charging herd of ironhide wild bulls, like a tsunami threatening to overwhelm Xia Zhi. As the wild bulls charged, Xia Zhi's figure moved. His steps were graceful, and as the leading wild bull collided, he smoothly evaded it, riding the wind created by its charge. Then he continuously flashed among the herd. As the wild bulls either leaped or charged wildly, Xia Zhi floated like a piece of willow fluff, completely unaffected. As time ticked away, Xia Zhi utilized the bodies of the wild bulls to block attacks, maneuvering through the gaps. 10 minutes passed and not a single wild bull was able to touch this constantly flashing human. Swish! The Blood Shadow Battle Blade flashed. With a force of 10000 kg paired with the speed of the strike, the sharp blade cut through the neck of an ironhide wild bull, still causing fatal damage. Blood sprayed from the neck of the first ironhide wild bull. First one. Using his movement technique, feeling the fluctuations of the wind in the air, that sensation of merging with the surrounding environment intoxicated him. There was no need to calculate directions. He relied solely on instinct, cleverly utilizing the speed boost from his body movements to strike at the most suitable angles with ease. With each bullhead sent flying, blood gushed forth as the number of ironhide wild bulls rapidly decreased until finally the entire grassland was left littered with bull corpses. Time taken 28 minutes and 6 seconds. All 100 wild bulls killed. Level test passed. Congratulations, trainee Xia Zhi. The divine-sounding electronic voice echoed across the grassland. With a deeper understanding of the windswept fluff movement technique, Xia Zhi couldn't help but complain. A few more wild bulls would be great. 100 is a bit too few. In 5 seconds you will automatically leave the virtual space. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The synthesized electronic voice ignored Xia Zhi's complaints and continued to announce. Elite Training Camp, 9th floor of the 9-fold building. When Xia Zhi and Zhang Feng stepped out of the trial room, there were still more than a dozen trainees waiting to enter the trial. A bald trainee from Huaxia asked, "Hey brother, did you pass the test?" "I passed." Zhang Feng answered for him. "It'll take him to handle the paperwork. It's almost 1 p.m. You can proceed with the trial now." Instantly the spacious hall was bustling as over 10 people either chatted with Xia Zhi or discussed excitedly. The two went to the 2nd floor in a row of office-like rooms. One of the doors had a nameplate that read, Zhang. The room was elegantly decorated with fine furniture. After Zhang Feng had Xia Zhi sit down, he took out a printed contract from the desk and placed it on the table in front of him. "Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign at the back." Zhang Feng said, "This was sent to me by headquarters today. After so many years, it's the first time I've seen a contract from our martial arts academy's headquarters being offered right after entering the training camp. The terms of this contract were drafted by the Academy head, personally, so none of them can be changed. Xia Zhi, as long as you are not eliminated after entering the training camp, a glorious future is destined for you. Many forces around the world will surely compete for you to join, but I want to remind you that our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, as the world's #1 force, can offer you something that money cannot buy. Xia Zhi nodded and picked up the contract on the table. This was the official recruitment contract of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, different from regular contracts. The previous contract he signed with the Academy only indicated he belonged to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, but provided no salary or earning money, relied solely on hunting monsters with little requirement. But this contract offered power and benefits. Yet it also came with responsibilities. Annual operational funding, 5 billion Huaxia coins. On the first page, Xia Zhi saw that the operational funding provided by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy equated to an annual salary. This amount was not high. He could earn more than this from hunting monsters in the wilderness area for a year. In the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, salaries are based on status, and the contract also specifies various levels of funding. Even the highest-ranking inspector among the war gods receives only 10 billion per year. However, those who join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy usually do not seek wealth. Indeed, upon flipping to the last page, his eyes brightened. If Party BS combat power amplitude reaches 10 before June 1st, 2056, they will receive an S-level combat suit, a complete set of weapons, and any complete set of manuals valued at 30 billion jade. If Party BS combat power amplitude reaches 12 before June 1st, 2056, they will receive an S-level combat suit, a complete set of weapons, and any 3 complete sets of manuals valued at 80 billion dragon blood. If Party BS combat power amplitude reaches 16 before June 1st, 2056, they will receive an S-level combat suit, a complete set of weapons valued at 80 billion dragon blood, and any 3 complete sets of manuals along with a set of the Ancient Ming Relics Black God set. There are a total of 3 reward clauses, each with time and strength requirements. Every reward is quite enticing. Among them, the Ancient Ming Relics Black God set especially caught his eye. This is a must-have artifact for survival in the early stages. It can even be used with stellar-level source energy battlesuits. As someone familiar with the original work, he had long been pondering how to acquire a set. Teacher Jiang, how is the combat power amplitude assessed? Xia Zhi asked. Jiang Feng had naturally seen this document before. Upon hearing his question, she smiled and said, "It's already the end of November, and you only have half a year, yet they require you to reach such a high combat power amplitude. The Academy head truly has high expectations for you. You'll understand the combat power amplitude once you complete the paperwork and read the trainee guidelines in your room. Just know that a combat power amplitude of 12 is primary level. Generally, trainees like you who just entered the elite training camp are mostly at primary level. A combat power amplitude of 24 is intermediate. Trainees who have trained for a year and a half usually reach intermediate level. A combat power amplitude of 48 is high level. This is the standard for qualified trainees in the elite training camp. Everyone's abilities can rival ordinary war god level warriors. A combat power amplitude of 816 is superior. This is the standard for excellent trainees in the training camp. Those who reach above 12 can consistently rank in the top 20 among trainees each month. A combat power amplitude greater than 16 is special, also known as super special. Even Hong and the Thunder God would compete to take on disciples, and major powers around the world are willing to pay a hefty price to invite you. You would be an unparalleled figure. Even in the elite training camp, it is often very difficult for a single individual to emerge in 5 years. Hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, Xia Zhi thought, I have to push myself to reach heights that many trainees may not achieve in 5 years within just 6 months. If I exceed this time, there will be no rewards. Thinking of the seemingly divine Hong he just met, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, so harsh. So what do you think? Do you dare to sign? Jiang Feng, seeing Xia Zhi lost in thought, couldn't help but tease him with a smile. Sure, I'll sign. I love challenging limits. Xia Zhi nodded and immediately signed the contract. Good. As a teacher, Jiang Feng's favorite students are those with drive. The more she looked at Xia Zhi, the more she liked him. Choose a code name for yourself. This will accompany you throughout the training camp. Today is November 29th. So you officially join the training camp on December 1st, 2055. Therefore, the first 4 digits of your code name must be 5512. As for the last 2 digits, you can choose any 2 numbers. Then let's go with 01. If I'm going to do it, I want to be the first. Xia Zhi replied. Good. Your trainee code name is 551201. Jiang Feng nodded. The other procedures can be completed soon. On the Black Dragon carving leaderboard of the world's #1 training camp, the 183rd name appeared that day. No one, 83 Xia Zhi 551201. This news almost instantly spread to the 5 major powers worldwide and various base cities. Some special departments of government forces and the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, along with dozens of important families, quickly received this news. Soon on that very day, every intelligence department under each institution and organization received an order from above. Gather detailed information about Xia Zhi, everything related to him. Investigate and report immediately. In an instant, the calm-based city in Jiangnan Huaxia stirred with hidden currents. On this day, all the top-tier individuals around the world took notice of the 18-year-old young man named Xia Zhi. In a corner of the elite training camp, there stands a cluster of buildings with white walls and black tiles, each courtyard spanning several dozen square meters. On one of the walls there is even a dragon carving and a large plaque at the main entrance with the striking golden characters Jiangnan. Within the courtyard there are 3 pavilions. On the balcony of the one on the right stands a young man dressed in loose martial arts attire, Xia Zhi. After signing the recruitment contract for the Extreme Martial Arts School with Zhang Feng yesterday, he was sent to this pavilion, which serves as accommodation for students from Jiangnan Bay City. This will be his residence for the coming years of training camp life. The staff at the Extreme Martial Arts School are exceptionally efficient. Just the afternoon before yesterday, he completed the check-in procedures, and within 2 days a recording team arrived to collaborate with him in filming the wind-drifting body technique into a visual manual. Once the post-production is completed, it will be released as quickly as possible, accessible to all martial artists of the Extreme. Today is December 1st. The first day Xia Zhi officially joins the elite training camp. Teacher Zhang Feng informed him yesterday that she would come to teach him today. After finishing his morning practice, he is contemplating the rewards stated in the recruitment contract he signed. Whether the annual funding is 5 billion or 10 billion, it doesn't matter. As a mental energy master, I can defeat monsters at least 10 times faster than martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, once the wind-drifting body technique is listed on the Extreme Family's online store, the martial artists who wish to learn will pay in Huaxia coins, all of which will be my income. Considering the martial arts school has priced my technique at 200 million Huaxia coins, and a contribution point can be purchased at half price with a 1-star rating, there are over 3,000 martial artists at the God of War level worldwide. However, the number of warlord level martial artists exceeds nearly 1,000 times that. There are plenty willing to invest in enhancing their strength. A threshold of 100 million Huaxia coins is not high, suggesting that even more people may choose to buy. If 1,000 martial artists purchase it, that would amount to 100 billion, which is equivalent to the annual salary from my recruitment contract for 20 years. The key concern is the combat power amplification. I've only been given half a year to reach 16 or attain the top ranking within 3 months to earn the Black God set. Hong truly has confidence in me. Xia Zhi couldn't help but secretly scoff at the wicked humor of the world's strongest man. Originally Hong intended to directly accept him as a personal disciple, but changed his mind at the last moment. However, the target for combat power amplification deduced from my 9-fold Thunderblade and body technique poses a challenging task for me. If I can achieve the reward, it will prove my potential for further development. Yet unaware of all this, Xia Zhi still thinks it is merely Hong's wicked humor. As for the evaluation criteria for combat power amplification and the rules for points ranking, Xia Zhi has already understood them clearly from the student manual. It is quite simple. The martial artist's punch power level multiplied by the trial tower level yields a number which represents the martial artist's combat power amplification. For instance, after passing the level test of the first layer of the trial tower, Xia Zhi's trial tower level is 16. Through the hidden strength of the 9-fold Thunderblade, he can achieve a 42-fold increase in strength, which means his punch power level is 42. 16 multiplied by 42 equals 672, which is Xia Zhi's current level of combat power amplification. Student points ranking is calculated by multiplying the student's achievement points by their combat power amplification. The final result gives the student points. With 183 students, they rank according to their points, and at midnight on the 28th of each month student points are reset to 0. Achievement points are obtained by students from defeating monsters and submitting them to the training camp. Aside from monetary rewards, there are also achievement point rewards somewhat akin to contribution points in the Extreme family. The higher the level of the monster, the more achievement points are awarded. A low-level beast general will count as 1 achievement point, while a mid-level beast general counts as 10 achievement points. A high-level beast general counts as 100 achievement points, and a low-level lord-level monster counts as 1,000 achievement points. However, no one will submit lord-level monsters because doing so would classify them as God of War level, necessitating graduation from the training camp. Currently among the 183 students, at least half possess God of War level standards, yet they do not graduate, all for the sake of gaining better opportunities for improvement in the training camp. For Xia Zhi with a combat power amplification of 672. If his achievement points are 1,000, then his points would be 6,720. In comparison, combat power amplification is far more important. 2 students with similar achievement points may have a final point difference that could be double or even more due to their different combat power amplifications. Xia Zhi, take your sword and follow me. Lost in thought, Xia Zhi is awakened by Zhang Feng's voice. Seeing her holding a curved sword in each hand, he hurriedly replies, quickly returning to fetch his blood shadow battle blade, slinging it over his back, and follows Zhang Feng out of Jiangnan Pavilion. As they walk within the training camp, Zhang Feng smiles and says to receive the recruitment contract from the schoolmaster upon entering the training camp indicates that the master has high expectations of you. Xia Zhi, demonstrate your sword technique and attack me. I will use no more power or speed than yours. Xia Zhi, eager to test the disparity between himself and the god of war level, suddenly lunges forward. Using the momentum from his charge, he draws the blood shadow battle blade and slashes diagonally at Zhang Feng. Yet Zhang Feng does not move. She merely uses her left hand's curved sword to block the incoming blood shadow battle. As the two blades are about to collide, the blood shadow battle blade suddenly shifts downward, and the originally direct blade light seems to transform into wind, evading Zhang Feng's curved sword and slashing towards her neck. Interesting. Zhang Feng's eyes brighten as her right-hand curved sword swiftly meets the oncoming blood shadow battle blade. The two engage in a back-and-forth exchange within the training camp. After a dozen exchanges under the relentless wave of Zhang Feng's blade intense, Xia Zhi finds his center wide open as the blade light grazes his neck before retracting. Not bad. Zhang Feng smiles and says again, yes. Xia Zhi attacks once more. As they continue their exchange while walking, Zhang Feng's mastery of sword techniques is impressive. During their spar, she guides Xia Zhi's sword skills to continuously improve. After just a few pointers, Xia Zhi feels that the rate of improvement is exponentially faster than his previous solitary training against monsters in the wilderness. Your sword technique carries a unique essence, embodying the lightness of the wind. This is rare. Many god of war level experts lack such an artistic conception. However, she adds, looking at Xia Zhi with confusion, I truly do not understand how you practice this. Your foundation is too weak, and although the profundities align with the natural laws of the universe, the power you unleash remains limited. Xia Zhi feels a sense of shame. Since his rebirth, he has focused more on physical fitness and the cultivation of his body technique. Previously, he trained more with the moves of the Ninefold Thunderblade, primarily on increasing strength and speed. The artistic conception Zhang Feng spoke of is something he began to comprehend after cultivating the Dao insight technique and sensing the laws of the universe, an insight he unconsciously applies to his sword techniques. It's alright, or just practice the basic sword techniques diligently. Moreover, this will benefit you. Only with a solid foundation can you go further in the future, and the same applies to sword techniques. Seeing Xia Zhi's expression of embarrassment, Zhang Feng comforts him, saying, come follow me. With that, Zhang Feng retracts her dual swords and leads Xia Zhi towards the majestic Ninefold Tower. Within the 90th tower, the most important locations are the challenge room, the trial room, and the gravity room on the 9th floor. The trial room is equipped with consciousness sensors that allow students to enter the virtual space of the trial tower for testing and cultivation. The challenge room also leads to the virtual space, but it serves as a martial arts arena for students to compete against each other. The gravity room, on the other hand, is specifically for physical training, and at this moment Zhang Feng brought Xia Zhi here. This is the gravity room discovered within the ancient Ming ruins. Zhang Feng introduced. Xia Zhi observed the walls and floors, which were made of a mysterious alloy of yellow and black. Zhang Feng approached a switch on the wall and began to operate it. Your physical quality is at the high-level warrior grade. 20 times gravity should be close to your limit. As she spoke, Zhang Feng quickly pressed a button to increase the gravity, and the numbers on the display began to change. 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz. An invisible force instantly enveloped every part of his body. Inhaling felt like dragging a block of iron into his lungs, making it impossible to exhale. The gravity value quickly rose from 10 to 20, and Xia Zhi felt darkness closing in before his vision, his heart racing, as if it was about to leap out of his chest, the sound of blood flowing like a river. Everything felt so clear. How does it feel? Zhang Feng asked, looking at Luo Feng. After a while of adaptation, Xia Zhi managed to stand up, his face pale, his body swaying dangerously. I feel extremely heavy, my heart is uncomfortable, breathing is difficult, every part of me feels distressed. At this moment, the blood shadow war knife on his back weighed nearly 2,000 kilograms under 20 times gravity. Yet carrying such weight was not as painful as his internal organs and blood vessels suffering under 20 times gravity. Do you know the importance of the gravity room for martial artists? Zhang Feng, being a battle god level expert, still chatted casually. Under 20 times gravity, the gravitational force acts on every part of your body. Your bones, blood vessels, internal organs, down to the cells, even the molecular level. Zhang Feng stated gravity is omnipresent and will naturally affect even the minutest areas. So within the gravity room, especially under your extreme gravity conditions, Zhang Feng smiled, even if you just stand still, every cell in your body is subjected to gravity, resisting it. This is far more effective than any amount of cultivation you could do. Zhang Feng added with a smile, of course, if you combine it with guiding techniques, the effect will be even better. You could say that 2 hours in extreme gravity is equivalent to 10 times the training speed in a day. 10. Xia Zhi's eyes sparkled. This is exactly what I need for my body refinement technique. The Supreme Body Refinement Technique involves using cosmic energy to refine every cell and molecule in the body. If combined with this gravity room, the improvement will definitely be faster and more pronounced. Perhaps within a month my physical quality could break through to the battle god level. However, there is only one gravity room like this. Zhang Feng continued, therefore, the higher your ranking as a student, the more time you can use it. Our scientists on Earth have replicated a gravity room with a range of 1 to 3 times gravity. In other words, you can only use up to 3 times gravity at most. Here the gravity can reach 11,000 times. The closer it is to your limit, the better the effect. So Xia Zhi, since you are new on the even-numbered days in December, you will accompany the other students to the wilderness area to hunt monsters. Earn achievement points. On the odd-numbered days you will stay at the training camp to study and cultivate, especially focusing on the basics of swordsmanship, Zhang Feng instructed. Yes, teacher, Xia Zhi nodded. Throughout the day he practiced swordsmanship under Zhang Feng's guidance, who said what you lack now is a solid foundation. Don't aim too high. First solidify your basics. As a new student, Xia Zhi's rank was 183, the last one. This month training in the gravity room is limited to only 1 hour, and once the time is up they will practice in the replicated gravity room by Earth scientists. Even the maximum of 3 times gravity is better than nothing. Even so, the cost for 1 hour of use is a staggering 1 million. If one were to train here all day, it would cost 24 million a day, over 700 million a month, and nearly 100 billion a year. The next day, December 2nd, Xia Zhi followed 91 other students to the wilderness area approximately 300 kilometers from the training camp where there was a monster city. City 1001, a designation personally assigned by Hongning, the founder of the Hongning base city. All students must kill monsters in this monster city. Additionally, there is a satellite specifically monitoring City 1001. There are strict rules in the training camp. 1. Anyone who privately trades monsters, or gives monster materials to other students to increase their achievement points will be expelled upon discovery. 2. Engaging in mutual killing or killing other students will result in execution upon discovery. Swish! The blood shadow war knife sliced through the head of a mountain-sized mountain deer. In the wilderness city, Xia Zhi felt like a fish in water. He practiced his movement techniques among the beast herds, while other students worried about being besieged by beasts. He was completely unfazed. At this point, Xia Zhi no longer cared about keeping his identity as a mental energy master a secret. He just habitually hit his trump card, knowing that in desperate situations it would be his ace. Thus, Xia Zhi's efficiency in killing monsters was very high and the achievement points he earned were substantial. Even though they were all beast generals, they couldn't match his speed, and he dared to charge in no matter how many monsters there were. Many students in the training camp called him the god of slaughter behind his back because he came to the wilderness area just to kill. Xia Zhi was like a sponge, desperately absorbing nutrients in this training camp, making significant progress in all aspects including physical quality and swordsmanship. This speed of improvement was far faster than when he practiced alone in the past. This is the benefit of having teachers providing systematic guidance. Even if you have secret manuals, following them correctly is always standard, isn't it? Many mistakes are hard to notice by oneself, and even teachers who lack sufficient strength may not be able to detect them. Furthermore, there are many battle god-level teachers frequently giving classes in this training camp. There are even planetary-level council members coming to the training camp to give lectures. However, it wasn't long before the peaceful days came to an end as Xia Zhi noticed that students from different nationalities, such as Europeans, Americans, and Chinese, were forming little circles based on their nationalities and races. As a newcomer, Xia Zhi inevitably faced occasional small troubles created by students from other circles. As time passed and this situation intensified, he realized something was amiss, and that someone was definitely plotting. In the elite training camp within a building of the European Pavilion, a tall, slender man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, had just emerged from the shower. His eyes were cold, and his gaze naturally exuded a sense of nobility, making him reminiscent of the vampire race in Western mythologies. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed a flashing video chat request on his laptop. The name displayed was Wanina Polina's, and the IP address was from within China. The man clicked to accept the chat invitation and smiled as he saw the image of a woman on the screen. And on the other end of the video was a beautiful, dignified-looking Western woman dressed like an elegant European noblewoman. Seeing the man on the video, she warmly greeted Candace. "My dear, it's been a long time." Candace Polina's shared a close bond with her aunt. Due to her parents' troubled marriage, Candace was raised by her aunt Wanina after their divorce. For Candace, Wanina was both an aunt and a mother, and her entry into the elite training camp at such a young age was also due to her aunt's intentional guidance and education. "Darling, you seem a bit off," Wanina remarked. "I haven't congratulated you yet. Last month you ranked 42nd among the students." "Yes, a little. I've been training quite hard lately," Candace nodded. "This month I want to break into the top 30. Candace, my dear, if you make it into the top 30, our Polina's family will be proud of you." Wanina smiled. "Don't worry, aunt. My combat power amplitude has already exceeded 10. I'm confident I can make it into the top 30 this month." "Aunt, how's that Chinese kid named Xia Zhi who recently joined your training camp? How is he doing now?" Wanina's expression turned slightly grim as she replied on the video, "Your brother Wei has been in hiding in Europe for a while, due to that Xia Zhi. I only let him come home recently. Now he knows that Xia Zhi has entered the elite training camp. Your brother Wei is insisting on going to the wilderness area to fight and train. I can't stop him, so I had to send warriors to protect him while he enters the wilderness area. All of this is caused by that damned Xia Zhi." "Don't worry, aunt." Candace smiled, saying, "Although I can't teach him a lesson in the training camp, I've arranged for someone to make trouble for him. He's a newcomer with few achievement points and a low rank, so he won't have many cultivation resources. I won't let him comfortably improve. Candace, my dear, Wenina smiled. Thank you. Rest assured I will fully support you in taking over our Polina's family. I will work hard, Candace nodded. Her aunt and uncle are both battle god-level powerhouses, making them strong supporters in her family. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night, dear. Wenina smiled and said goodbye. Good night, aunt. The video call ended and Candace stared at the computer screen, momentarily speechless. He disliked his useless brother Li Wei very much, feeling that the emergence of that waste made his beloved aunt no longer dote on him as she did when he was younger. However, his uncle Liao, one of the battle god-level powerhouses in the world, and his aunt Wenina, the executive president of the HR Alliance in the Chinese region, held significant influence in the entire Polina's family. I can only target you now, Xia Zhi. Thinking of that poor new student, Candace shook his head and soon at the entrance of the elite training camp. Xia Zhi had just returned from the wilderness zone and was gazing at the massive black dragon statue, while processing the materials harvested from monsters. His attention gradually searched among the names on the dragon scales, and soon he found his own name. No. 128 Xia Zhi 551201. Hey Xia Zhi, you're back. A petite girl with short hair whose only flaw was her darker skin and smaller eyes entered alongside a boy and greeted Xia Zhi, who was standing in front of the black dragon statue. Zhao Ruyu and senior brother Shijiang are back too. Xia Zhi turned around and greeted them. Senior brother Shijiang. Zhao Ruo and Shijiang were also from Huaxia and hailed from the Jiangnan base city. The three of them were from the same hometown, living in Jiangnan Pavilion, and Xia Zhi usually focused solely on his cultivation, making him more familiar with them compared to other peers. Zhao Ruo had entered the elite training camp this year through selection from the basic training camp, making her a contemporary of Xia Zhi. However, she had joined the elite training camp 8 months earlier during the normal recruitment in March. Currently ranked 106th among the trainees, she was of average standard, but among the new recruits this year she belonged to the top. Shijiang had been sent by the government army in 53, joining the elite training camp 2 years earlier than Xia Zhi and Zhao Ruo. He could consistently maintain a position in the top 20 among the trainees. This month he ranked 18th, making him one of the key figures in the small Huaxia group within the training camp. Shijiang stood just over 1.7 meters tall. Despite his lean figure, he exuded a robust presence. It was as if his entire body was forged from steel, with his eyes holding a restrained intensity, occasionally bursting forth with a sharp gleam that could instill fear. Zhao Ruo looked up at the trainee rankings on the dragon statue and said to Xia Zhi, "Have you forgotten to call me senior sister? Although we're the same age, I joined 8 months earlier and my ranking is higher. From now on you must call me senior sister, got it?" Xia Zhi simply chuckled in response, not replying. How could he call someone younger than himself senior sister? He's not going to do that. Shijiang, who had been silently scanning the ranking, smiled and said, "All right, junior, I remember your ranking was only 160 in your first month, while junior brother Xia Zhi has already reached 128 in his first month. If you don't work harder, it won't take long for him to catch up to you." Zhao Ruo was undoubtedly a bit intimidated by Shijiang. When he became serious, his imposing presence, according to teacher Zhang Feng, the top 20 trainees, disregarding physical fitness, were already approaching the level of high-tier war gods in terms of combat power. At this moment, another group of trainees entered, mostly Caucasians with a few black trainees mixed in, led by a youth who had a distinctly vampiric aura and a typical European face. Seeing them enter, a cold light flashed in Xia Zhi's eyes. This group had been a constant source of trouble for him in the wilderness zone recently. Although there were strict rules in the training camp against infighting, petty theft of monsters, and causing disruptions during battles were troublesome and despicable tactics that went unchecked. "Hey, isn't that Xia Zhi? Wow, impressive. You've made it to 128th place. Said a youth with slightly curly golden hair. The speaker was named William, also from the European Union, currently ranked 142nd, his strength not particularly. However, he always wore a gentle smile, making him the most insidious one, as he loved to trick new recruits into betting in the challenge room, humiliating them after winning. If it weren't for his constant flattery towards the top trainees from the European Union, those elite recruits would have been dealt with long. Previously, he had intentionally sought to challenge Xia Zhi, but upon seeing him practicing with a knife in the wilderness zone, he promptly dropped the idea, though he was the one causing Xia Zhi trouble several times. The youth with a distinctly vampiric aura was Candace Polainas, the first heir of the Polainas family, one of the top families in the European Union, and a member of the HR Alliance's 9 major families. Due to this status, he was surrounded by a large number of trainees from the European Union in the training camp. Today is already the 26th. Only 2 days remain until the monthly ranking deadline. "It seems quite difficult for you, Xia Zhi, to break into the top 100 in your first month," Candace said with a smile. "However, achieving 128th place in your first month is already quite an impressive feat. What do you think? Would you like to join my Polainas family? You can freely request money and beauties." Candace's demeanor was that of a standard European aristocrat, yet those words carried a deep contempt. "Humph, pretentious. If it weren't for you, how could Xia Zhi only be in 128th place now?" Zhao Ruo said, angrily, unable to stand by. Xia Zhi smiled, ignoring the European trainees, and said to Zhao Rua, there are still 2 days left until the final deadline. Who knows what the final results will be? As he spoke, he glanced at Candace's ranking on the Black Dragon statue, which was surprisingly 33rd, very close to the monthly trainee rankings in the elite training camp, were the best opportunity for them to showcase their potential and strength. Top forces around the globe had dedicated personnel monitoring the dynamics of trainee rankings. Being in the top 30 meant that the trainee was considered elite in this training camp. This represented a significant boost to one's status within their family. Furthermore, achieving a place in the top 100 in the first month as a new recruit was an extraordinary accomplishment. Throughout the long history of the elite training camp, only 3 super newcomers had achieved this feat, or 2 later reached high-tier war god levels, and 1 had even surpassed the war god level. Haha, I wish you all the best, Xia Zhi. Aim for the top 100 in your first month. Candace said, then politely nodded to Shi beside him before leaving with his group. After they left, Shi, who had been silent, smiled at Xia Zhi and said, don't worry. Breaking into the top 100 in your first month doesn't mean much. Although the 3 predecessors who achieved it in history later had great accomplishments, many other trainees surpassed them in achievements. It's just a monthly ranking after all. I understand, senior brother Shi, Xia Zhi said gratefully. Let's go back to cultivate the day after tomorrow on the 28th. We can still go to the wilderness zone. Xia Zhi, let's do our best. Zhao Rua said with a smile. Alright. After returning to Jiangnan Pavilion, Xia Zhi sat in front of his laptop, looking at the reservation time for the trial room in the internal network of the training camp. He directly chose to reserve the time slot from 2230 to 2330 on December 28th. The trainee points reset at midnight and the trainee rankings would no longer change. As he was in his first month in the training camp, his default ranking from the previous month was at the bottom, ranked 183rd. So both the gravity room and the trial room had only 1 hour of time limit this month. The training time limit for the gravity room had already been used on the first day with Zhang Feng. As for the trial room, he hadn't attempted it since the level trial and had kept it until now, so his trial tower level remained at 16. If Candace, Zhao Rua and Shi were to find out that Xia Zhi had not gone to the trial tower for assessment again, relying solely on his monster hunting achievements to climb to 128th place, they would surely be astonished. Currently Xia Zhi was at trial tower level 16, multiplied by a punching power of 42, giving him a combat power amplitude of 672, which was already considered top tier among new recruits. However, this month, after undergoing the training camp systems training, and with his own intense honing, he felt a dramatic transformation within himself. He'll head to the trial tower on the last day. I wonder how far I can climb. The top 100. What I want is the Black God set. On the morning of December 28th, Xia Zhi, along with 91 other trainees, left the training camp to venture into the wilderness, once again to hunt monsters and earn achievement points. As he departed from the training camp, Xia Zhi noticed that his ranking had dropped to 132, a decline of 4 positions. Clearly the return of the 91 trainees who had gone out to hunt monsters the previous night had caused significant changes to the leaderboard. Shaking his head, Xia Zhi chose to ignore the fluctuations in the rankings and walked out of the training camp without looking back. Throughout the entire day of the 28th, Xia Zhi worked hard to hunt monsters. It was not until close to 10 p.m. that he returned to the training camp. Xia Zhi, you had quite a good harvest today. On the ride back to the training camp, in the dedicated vehicle, staff members from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute were purchasing the materials he collected, depositing money into his card, thereby increasing his contribution points to the institute and also awarding him achievement points from the training camp. In the final moments, your ranking should improve a few more spots. But in the beginning, don't worry too much about the rankings, one of the staff members said with a smile. It seems even the staff were aware that Xia Zhi aimed to break into the top 100 in his first month. Thank you for the Xia Zhi smiled widely, saying little more. At the main entrance of the training camp, he glanced at his ranking. After a day's efforts, he had risen to 116. It was now 10 p.m., and most of the trainees who had gone out earlier were back. With 2 hours left until the point cutoff, barring any surprises, the final rankings would likely remain stable. Seeing Xia Zhi return, many trainees gathered around the Black Dragon statue greeted him. Although he had not entered the top 100, achieving 116th place in his first month had earned him recognition for his potential. However, a few trainees from the EU looked at him disdainfully. Ignoring these individuals whom he regarded as foolish, he turned and headed towards the 90th tower. The time for his appointment was approaching quickly, and he had only 1 hour left. Every minute was precious and could not be wasted. Outside the training camp, within a residential building about 3 kilometers away, a European man yelled, "Quick, set up the cameras." His subordinates were swiftly preparing the equipment. "Captain, it's ready." After speaking, a large screen on the wall of the room displayed the leaderboard, which was currently the same as that on the Black Dragon statue. "Very good." The European man nodded, saying, "When it hits midnight and the leaderboard freezes, we need to relay the news back to headquarters immediately. By the way, the higher-ups have ordered us to pay special attention to Xia Zhi from Huaxia." "Understood," the others replied cheerfully. Not only this team, but also many intelligence agents from various organizations in Hongning Bay City, especially around the elite training camp, were keeping a close watch on the Black Dragon leaderboard. On the 28th of each month, not only the trainees at the elite training camp focused on this leaderboard but major organizations around the world also paid significant attention to it. For every trainee on the leaderboard, these organizations had a series of intelligence reports. Xia Zhi, who had just joined the training camp this month, was undoubtedly the most intriguing trainee to all organizations, being specially recruited into the training camp midway, and with insiders aware that he had even met the renowned first powerhouse Hong before entering the camp heightened the interest. Every organization was particularly curious whether the young man named Xia Zhi could break into the top 100 in his first month. At 10:20 p.m. outside the testing room on the 9th floor of the 9th-tier tower, only 3 black trainees had just finished their training, chatting and sparring. "Hey Xia Zhi, what are you doing here?" One of the black trainees who spoke Mandarin called out, while the other 2 could not understand. The proportion of black trainees from Africa who understood Mandarin was relatively low, but they maintained good relationships with the trainees from Huaxia, forming a close-knit group. "Just some business." Xia Zhi smiled at the 3 and walked towards the testing room. The room scanned his body, confirmed his identity, and the door opened for him to enter. The testing room. It's the last day. How can he still enter the testing room? He shouldn't be allowed in. He defaulted to the last rank last month. He should have used up his hour of testing time by now. This black trainee spoke in a fast pace in his native dialect from Africa with a unique rap flair. Could it be he hasn't done the assessment for the testing tower this month? One of the black trainees suddenly realized and exclaimed, he definitely hasn't been assessed. Oh, otherwise trainees without testing time can't enter the testing room. Oh my god, if he hasn't been assessed in the testing tower and he's already at 110 on the Black Dragon leaderboard, how high will he climb after the assessment? Could it be that he can really make it into the top 100? A newcomer reaching the top 100 in the first month. Quick, let's hurry to the Black Dragon leaderboard. It's bound to refresh the ranking soon. As the door opened, Xia Zhi, dressed in a deep green training outfit, lay down on the sofa, donned the virtual helmet once more, and entered the virtual space. Arriving at the entrance of the testing tower, a message about him appeared on the left pillar of the tower. Seeing the assessment marked as 16, he chuckled, saying, "Let's begin. Let's see how high I can go." The last level assessment was not satisfying enough. He then entered the testing tower, materializing in the vast grassland he had visited last time. "Trainee Xia Zhi." A mechanical voice echoed across the grassland. "You have passed the first layer stage test. The next step is the stage test. The goal is to kill 200 rampaging bulls within 50 minutes. Among these monsters, there are 190 low-level beast generals and 10 mid-level beast generals. Good luck." Seeing the monsters appear, Xia Zhi remained calm. Throughout the month, he had already familiarized himself with the tests and conditions for passing each layer of the testing tower, and the challenges of the level assessment were not merely due to the increased number of monsters. Although there were only an additional 10 mid-level beast generals among them, the monster herd would effectively have a leader no longer scattered, and their combat power would multiply, making the difficulty of passing significantly higher. Whoosh! Suddenly 200 rampaging bulls appeared on the grassland, among which the 10 mid-level beast generals had fiery red horns, and were significantly larger than the nearby low-level beast generals. "Come on." Xia Zhi, wielding his blood shadow battle blade, charged proactively towards the herd of bulls with a smile. Meanwhile, in the wilderness area of City 1001, within a dilapidated residential building, Candace Polenas, dressed in black combat gear, was packing all the monster materials he had collected that day into his backpack. Looking at his combat watch, it was already 10:30 p.m. He thought to himself, it's about time to head back. This time I should be in the top 30 without any issues. Personal strength is the most fundamental. Everything else is just superficial. Yesterday he was ranked 30th. But until the very last moment, no one could guarantee that it would remain unchanged. Although he was the first heir of the Polenas family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, Candace had never relaxed his standards. On the final day, the 28th, he had worked hard until the very last moment. 30 minutes later, upon returning to the training camp entrance in the Extreme Martial Arts Institute's dedicated vehicle, he first looked up at the leaderboard on the Black Dragon statue, searching for his ranking. When he saw he was in 30th place, he breathed a sigh of relief. Changed again. Xia Zhi's ranking has changed. Suddenly Candace heard a loud commotion. Dozens of trainees and more than a dozen battle god instructors were all excitedly exclaiming, "What's going on? Xia Zhi's ranking changed. Could it be that he really made it into the top 100? Candace incredulously searched for Xia Zhi's name on the leaderboard, but could not find it at the 100th position. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly spotted it. No. 58 Xia Zhi 551201. What? 58th place. On the 3rd level of the trial tower, amidst a desolate wilderness, 190 low-level beast general-grade golden eagles and 10 mid-level beast general-grade golden eagles appeared in the sky, forming a dark cloud that surrounded Xia Zhi. "Only 5 minutes left. I refuse to believe I can't kill you beasts." Xia Zhi was filled with fighting spirit. In the hour since he entered the trial tower, Xia Zhi had been allowed to continue trying after each failure. Unlike the last trial, this time there was no limit to the number of attempts. However, once the time was up, regardless of failure or success, he would be immediately expelled from the virtual space. In front of these golden eagles he had already died 3 times. The flock of avian monsters was far more terrifying than the herd of terrestrial beasts. Just the thought of being torn apart by a group of carrioneating beasts sent chills down his spine. With the wind-flowing technique, he could feel his skills had improved tremendously in just these few minutes. Indeed, life and death scenarios can truly unleash one's potential, but dying once is far too unpleasant. The 100 authenticity of this virtual space is no exaggeration. Die! 200 golden eagles, whether diving or charging, surrounded him from all directions in a deadly assault. Xia Zhi's figure darted through the fierce winds of each attack, his sword light, seeming like gentle breezes brushing past the bodies of the golden eagles. With a 42-fold increase in strength, delivering 42000 kilograms of power, the golden eagles swept by his sword light were all struck down. In an instant it was as if a rain of avian creatures fell around him. Puff! A curved sword light sliced through the air, and as the last 3 golden eagles plummeted from the sky, an electronic synthesized voice echoed across the wilderness. Time taken 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Killed 190 low-level beast general grade golden eagles, and 10 mid-level beast general grade golden eagles. You have passed the level stage of the 3rd level. Congratulations, student Xia Zhi. With the electronic voice fading, all the corpses of the golden eagles vanished, and all the scars on Xia Zhi's body disappeared, restoring him to perfect condition. Shall we begin the level trial of the 3rd level? Let's start. Xia Zhi replied quickly. There was only 1 minute left. Having passed the level stage, his trial tower rating was now 36. If he could endure through the level stage, his rating could rise even higher. With each percentage increase, his combat power amplitude would increase further, so of course he wanted to continue. The goal is to kill 300 golden eagles within 50 minutes, including 200 low-level beast general grade golden eagles, 90 mid-level beast general grade golden eagles, and 10 high-level beast general grade golden eagles. Good luck! Upon seeing the 300 golden eagles that suddenly appeared around him, Xia Zhi turned pale. I hate flying beasts. He then used all his speed and cunning, desperately managing to kill 46 golden eagles. In the end, he was captured and suspended in the air by the golden eagles under the command of high-level beast generals, torn apart by their sharp claws. By the time ran out and he was expelled from the virtual space, he still felt numb all over. Ultimately, Xia Zhi's trial tower level was 37. Meanwhile, the world outside the trial room had gone crazy. At 1106 p.m., when Xia Zhi passed the level stage of the 2nd level, with a rating of 30, his name had disappeared from 58th place and reappeared in 19th. OMG! Oh my god! All the students and teachers were left dumbfounded. Candace stared blankly at the freshly updated ranking. No. 19 Xia Zhi 551201. From 58th to 19th place, this leap was simply too outrageous. Moreover, he bitterly noticed that he had originally been ranked 30th, but was now 31st. Instantly, the nearly 100 students gathered there erupted in commotion. This ranking leap was simply unbelievable. A student immediately shouted, "Cheating, this must be cheating." They could hardly believe that it was already extraordinary for a newcomer to break into the top 100. How could anyone possibly enter the top 20 in their first month? It's not cheating, he's in the trial room right now. A voice rang out. He was in the trial room at 1030 p.m. We saw him go in. It was the 3 black students who had come from the 9-story tower speaking. Instantly, the previously noisy group of talented students fell silent, wondering what kind of genius this was. Since the establishment of the elite training camp, there had never been a case of someone breaking into the top 20 in the first month. Just when it was thought that the rankings would not change anymore, unexpectedly, a few minutes later, the rankings changed again, and Xia Zhi's name appeared in 9th place. Heavens! He's still challenging the trial tower. Everyone, whether students or teachers, stared blankly at the leaderboard on the black dragon statue. No matter what, it seemed that Xia Zhi was about to create a miracle, and everyone was waiting to see what the final result would be. At 1129 p.m., as Xia Zhi passed the level stage of the 3rd level, with a rating of 36A, his ranking had astonishingly risen to 2nd place. At that moment, in front of the massive black dragon statue, over 100 people were silent. 1 more minute passed, and as the time reached 1130 p.m., everyone silently observed as the leaderboard changed again. This time, only the top 2 positions changed. The original first place had been pushed to 2nd. And in first place was clearly no. 1 Xia Zhi 551201. This scene seemed to make everyone doubt whether they were witnessing a miracle. Now, with only 30 minutes left until the final cutoff at midnight, the students who had gone out to hunt had already returned, and everyone had used up nearly all their time in the trial room for the sake of pushing their rankings. If the trial tower level could be increased, it would have already done so. There was no chance left for a ranking change. This meant that Xia Zhi's ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard for January was confirmed to be 1st place. This is serious. Where on earth did this Xia Zhi come from, this monster? Oh my god! Even the calmest individuals were shaken by this ranking. It is considered a special event for a newcomer to enter the top 100 in their first month, and this will be recorded in the history of the training camp. but to achieve first place in the first month. What kind of rarity is this? This should be recorded as a miracle. How is this possible first? Candace's deep eyes were now filled only with disbelief. At that moment a person appeared beside him staring at him and saying, "If you don't want to die, I advise you to quickly ease your relationship with him." Candace turned to see a burly man with hair like a lion's mane, a European. It was Renatus Bridge, who had held the first rank for 2 consecutive months, but had just been pushed to second by Xia Zhi. Renatus, also from the European Union, was the first heir of the Bridge family, another major family in the HR Alliance, and the leader of all students from the EU countries in this elite training camp. After Renatus spoke, he no longer looked at Candace and turned to leave. Candace pondered over his words, silently speechless, glancing at William beside him, whose usually gentle smile had turned pale without a trace of blood, staring blankly at Xia Zhi's name on the leaderboard, muttering, "This is impossible, this isn't real. In a residential building 3 kilometers away. What am I seeing? Is he a god?" The European man widened his eyes, staring at the leaderboard ranking displayed on the wall of the house. He fixated on the name in first place, his eyes bulging wide. As the captain of the intelligence team here, he was well aware of the profiles of these students. He knew exactly what it meant for Xia Zhi's name to appear in first place. "Quick, connect to headquarters. Hurry!" The European man's face twisted as he shouted to his subordinate. "This monster is actually from Huaxia. Get me the general on the line. I want to speak with him immediately. First." He's only 19 years old, and he comes from an ordinary family with no special martial training as a child. This Xia Zhi is truly a freak. Hurry, get me in touch. A middle-aged man from Huaxia ordered at that moment. At that moment in Hongning Bay City, intelligence personnel from various national organizations, family conglomerates, and even mercenaries were all present. Upon seeing the latest ranking of the elite training camp's Black Dragon leaderboard, all the executives frantically contact. For a newcomer to break into the top 100 in their first month is already considered a super genius. Now for a newcomer to rise to first place in their first month is beyond the description of genius. This is madness. On the night of December 28, 2055. The most elite individuals in the world were all stirred by this 19-year-old Huaxia youth. Having just exited the 9-story tower, Xia Zhi was unaware that his ranking was causing a stir in the world. Time to go home, take a shower, and sleep. I'm exhausted. When the clock's hands passed the number 12, the Earth calendar reached December 29th. Today, after numerous twists and turns, the student points ranking list, which had captured the attention of all major powers around the globe, finally ceased its fluctuations. NO1 Xia Zhi. NO2 Renatus Bridge. NO3 Ebon Pass. Among the top 3, there was only one name belonging to a Huaxia individual, and it was ranked first. At this moment, all the elite training camp students and war god instructors were at a loss. "Ah!" A voice of excitement erupted from Zhao Rua as she dashed towards Zhang Nan Pavilion, so thrilled that she even resorted to using her movement technique. Shi Zhang saw his ranking drop from 18th to 19th, shook his head and smiled as he walked away. Inside Zhang Nan Pavilion in Xia Zhi's loft, having just finished his shower, he sat at the desk on the second floor, opened his notebook, and logged into the elite training camp's intranet account. Upon seeing that he was ranked first for December, he chuckled. Next month, both the trial room and gravity room will have 90 hours of usage time. Awesome. First, let's book the daily time. I will practice with the sword in the sword room for 4 hours every morning, then train for 6 hours in the gravity room, and finally go to the trial room for another 6 hours. Haha. Xia Zhi utilized her privilege of being first in points to allocate her training time for the next month. Just as she was basking in her delight, the door to the balcony on the second floor was suddenly flung open and Zhao Rua, clad in combat gear, burst in. Upon seeing Xia Zhi, she exclaimed, "Ah!" and rushed toward her. Xia Zhi, taken aback, was enveloped in Zhao Rua's embrace and let out another scream. Xia Zhi helplessly exclaimed, Zhao Rua, stop screaming." With her battle general level lung capacity, if not stopped, Zhao Rua's high decibel shrieks made Xia Zhi feel that even her perfected body from the body refinement technique couldn't withstand it. After a full 5 minutes, once Zhao Rua had vented her excitement, she looked at Xia Zhi with starry eyes like a fan meeting her idol and began throwing out various questions. Xia Zhi, how are you so amazing? What do you usually like to eat?" It was only after Shi Zhang arrived that he helped Xia Zhi out of the situation. "Alright, let's let Xia Zhi rest early. She will be busy tomorrow." Shi Zhang said, his gaze carrying significant meaning. "Hee, I will continue my training and ignore everything else." Xia Zhi smiled as she spoke. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In Huaxia, at the Kyoto Bay City, inside a heavily guarded building, in an office decorated with distinct Huaxia classical characteristics, an elderly man dressed in loose practice clothes was flipping through all the information regarding Xia Zhi with one hand, while lightly tapping the table with the other. The materials in the elderly man's hand were very comprehensive, documenting Xia Zhi's experiences from childhood to adulthood, even noting her close relationship with Qin Yi, which seemed to indicate they were in a romantic relationship. After a long time, the elderly man raised his head and ordered, "Send a message to the branch in Jiangnan Bay City, dispatch someone to secretly guard Xia Zhi's family, 247. Pay attention to 2.1. Ensure that Xia Zhi's family absolutely does not leave Jiangnan base city. 2. Ensure the safety of Xia Zhi's family. Xia Zhi's attention level is adjusted to SSS grade. Yes. Governments, military forces, special organizations, and family consortiums from various countries are all devising various plans to deal with Xia Zhi, who suddenly rose to prominence in the elite training camp within the first month. Some plan to win her over while others prepare to contact her grandfather. Similarly, Vanina Polinas, the executive president of the HR Alliance's Huaxia region, also received this information almost immediately. In the main urban area of Jiangnan Base City at the villa atop Huayao Peak. Just returning home, Vanina had not yet changed out of her splendid evening gown when she saw the latest intelligence sent by the Alliance's intelligence department. Xia Zhi's ranking at first place made her expression particularly grim. After a long silence, she threw the intelligence back at the head of the intelligence department and said in a gloomy tone, "Seal this news from young Master Wei, and no one is allowed to inform him." Yes. The man with a black mole on his chin hesitated for a moment before asking, "President, do you still want to continue the business with Huaxu Entertainment Company, as you instructed earlier?" Vanina's cold gaze turned toward the man, making his back drenched in cold sweat before she indifferently replied, "That's just normal business operations. We never use privileges to interfere. Is there anything else?" "Yes, understood." In a virtual space. In a large conference hall, empty except for a huge silver round table and 6 chairs which were pure black, as if capable of devouring all. At this moment, around the silver round table, 5 of the chairs were occupied by people in white robes, including 3 Huaxia individuals, 1 Caucasian and 1 black. Everyone, this is the data. His trial tower level is 37, and his punch power level is 42, which means his combat power amplitude is 1554, nearing the super level. One of the Huaxia individuals introduced to the others, "Please note that Xia Zhi officially joined the elite training camp on the 1st of this month, but his current combat power amplitude has already surpassed that of elite graduates." A white-robed black man nodded and said, "His monster-killing battle points are equivalent to those of a senior student in their 4th year at the training camp. The combat power amplitude is close to super level, and the combination of the two places him at 1st rank. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to further strengthen the relationship between Xia Zhi and my extreme martial arts hall. Considering he has met the conditions for the recruitment contract rewards in just 1 month, should we issue the final rewards early? After all, he might break through at any time. Moreover, I suggest giving him." "I agree. Now that Xia Zhi has been discovered by global powers, there will surely be many attempts to win him over. I suggest we increase our investment in Xia Zhi. In addition to rewards, also give him." "I oppose this." "I disagree." The 5 individuals in white robes were discussing Xia Zhi's matters in this virtual space. If some war gods from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall were to see this, they would undoubtedly be extremely excited. Because this is the legendary highest meeting of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Round Table Conference. Only 6 individuals are qualified to participate in the Round Table Conference. The Hall Master Hong and the 5 Great Inspectors. The 5 Great Inspectors are all existences beyond the War God. The Hall Master and the 5 Great Inspectors represent the highest echelon of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Any one of them is enough to make a nation feel apprehensive. Typically, the Round Table Conference is convened by the 5 Great Inspectors, and the Hall Master Hong rarely intervenes. Since the 5 Great Inspectors are dispersed across various parts of the world, the Round Table Conference is held using virtual helmets in a dedicated virtual space. The Round Table Conference will not be convened unless there is a significant issue that requires resolution. Since only inspectors can attend, naturally the other war gods have only heard of the Round Table Conference but have never seen it. Clearly, the issue of Xia Zhi's treatment has been deemed by the upper management of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to be significant enough to warrant a Round Table Conference for determination. 5 inspectors. A sudden electronic voice echoed in the virtual space. The 5 individuals embroiled in a dispute instantly fell silent. The 5 inspectors looked up at the ceiling, where 5 documents floated down from the starry sky, landing directly in front of the 5 inspectors. The electronic voice continued. "This is the Hall Master's decision regarding the issue of Xia Zhi. The treatment remains as per the original recruitment contract. If there are any objections, report to the Hall Master. If there are no objections, please execute this decision." "Any objections?" the electronic voice asked. "None. None." The 5 inspectors quickly glanced over the documents and responded in succession. "Inspector Wang, please execute it immediately," said the electronic voice. "Yes," replied one of the Huaxia individuals in white. On the morning of December 29th, Xia Zhi for the first time did not practice overnight and slept until dawn. The elite training camp was fiercely competitive for the first 28 days of each month, where practicing for a day meant battling monsters for a day, leaving everyone on edge. However, after the 28th, the student points leaderboard was set. In the last 3 days of December, the students would be more relaxed. At 8 a.m., in the V3 Small Martial Arts Hall on the 2nd floor of the Ninefold Tower, this was a training hall specifically designated for Zhang Fang's class. After Xia Zhi entered the training hall with the Blood Shadow Battle Blade on his back, 4 students were already present. Upon seeing him enter, they all greeted him respectfully. Good morning, senior brother. Xia Zhi, good morning. Good morning, senior brother. Congratulations on claiming the first place in the December points leaderboard. Among them 2 were Chinese and 2 were Caucasian. Among these 4 students 3 were females. Due to the gender ratio of the training camp, Xia Zhi's group had an exceptionally high number of girls, because of their instructor Jiang Feng. Several female students gazed at Xia Zhi with shining eyes. The elite training camp did not interfere with the personal matters of the students. Furthermore, all the students were prodigies from all over the world, and after graduation they would at least be at the war god level. Therefore, relationships, dating, and even marriage among students were quite normal. Last month, when Xia Zhi first arrived, he was at the bottom of the rankings. Coupled with Jiang Feng's special focus on practicing his basic sword techniques, the other students in his group were unaware of his formidable strength. Senior brother, after class, let's practice sword techniques together. My punching power has not improved much, and I would like to ask for your guidance. The most beautiful of the Western girls directly addressed Xia Zhi. Alice, are you trying to ask senior brother? Another Caucasian girl chuckled. So what if I am? Alice raised an eyebrow and looked into Xia Zhi's eyes. If senior brother Xia doesn't mind, after practicing swords, I could visit him at Jiangnan Pavilion. Xia Zhi was speechless. The Western girl was indeed bolder and more proactive. Counting the journey here, this was already the 4th confession he had received, whether direct or indirect. Teacher Jiang. Good morning, teacher. At that moment, Jiang Feng, dressed in a purple training outfit, walked in with a smile, just in time to rescue Xia Zhi from the situation. Today is the 29th. You are all here. Xia Zhi, yesterday was truly incredible. You set a new record for our training camp. Seeing Xia Zhi, Jiang Feng looked as if she were admiring her most satisfying creation, not sparing any praise. Jiang Feng, who was well known among war god level experts, derived immense satisfaction from her students achieving better results, even more so than her own strength improvement. Slightly excited, Jiang Feng's lesson for the day was also spectacular. The sword technique class lasted until 11 a.m. Jiang Feng stopped Xia Zhi, who wanted to leave, and then took him to a seemingly ordinary tranquil villa. After sending him inside, she left. Under the guidance of the villa's butler, Xia Zhi arrived at the door of the reception room on the 2nd floor. The door was ajar, and just as he approached, a slightly hoarse voice sounded from inside. Come in. Upon entering the reception room, Xia Zhi quickly spotted a lean man sitting cross-legged inside. He had a pencil-thin mustache and appeared to be around 40 years old. At this moment, the lean man was closing his eyes, fiddling with a string of prayer beads. Master Inspector. Hearing Xia Zhi speak, the man slightly opened his eyes. Being stared at made Xia Zhi feel as though he had momentarily detached from reality, and an invisible pressure made his breath hitch. My surname is Wang. You can call me Inspector Wang. The lean man gestured toward the seat opposite him. Sit. Xia Zhi imitated Inspector Wang and sat cross-legged on the floor. I called you here to inform you that among the 3 rewards in the recruitment contract, you have completed the 2nd one. Your combat power amplitude is now 1554. At this point, a hint of astonishment appeared on Inspector Wang's usually calm face. By June 1st, 2056, if the combat power amplitude reaches 12, you will receive an SS-level combat suit, a complete set of weapons, and any 3 complete sets of manuals valued at 80 billion dragon blood. Xia Zhi quickly recalled the contents of the 2nd reward in his mind. Aside from the coveted Black God set, it was already the top-tier resource reward in the recruitment contract. I believe you will soon reach an amplitude of 16, and obtaining the final Black God set won't be difficult for you. Saying this, Inspector Wang smiled gently. So kid, when do you plan to graduate? With your strength, you could graduate any time. Although surprised by the inspector's gentle attitude, Xia Zhi quickly responded, I don't want to graduate just yet. I've just arrived at the training camp and feel that I can improve a lot more. Haha, joining for the first month, and many of the ancient relics equipment in the training camp have yet to be used yet. You can rank first. There is indeed a lot of room for improvement. Looking at Xia Zhi, Inspector Wang could not help but sigh silently. What a prodigy. When you graduate, you can come to my side. I oversee both the elite and foundational training camps. Teaching here is also very beneficial for one's own cultivation. Finally, as he reached the end of his sentence, Inspector Wang could not help but extend an olive branch, mentioning that even within his martial arts hall there were factions. Where there are people, there is a world, and there are factions, and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is no exception. Alright, you can go now. The rewards will be sent to your residence, and you can select the manuals directly from the Extreme Home. After giving Xia Zhi one last glance, Inspector Wang closed his eyes and continued fiddling with his prayer beads. Is that it? Just send someone to deliver the rewards. Xia Zhi muttered to himself, but he still quietly stood up and left the quiet room. Actually, the roundtable meeting was originally to discuss whether to give Xia Zhi additional rewards to recruit this unparalleled prodigy, which was Hong's intention to continue executing according to the recruitment contract terms. As for this meeting, it was also intended to show that top talents should be represented by someone significant to highlight the headquarters' importance. Having the inspector in charge of the training camp present was the most suitable. If rewards were sent casually, the talent wouldn't feel valued. Furthermore, Inspector Wang himself was very interested in this prodigy, who could achieve first place in points in just the first month. Not long after returning to his room in Jiangnan Pavilion, a man in a black uniform delivered a metallic-coated case. After signing for it, Xia Zhi immediately took it to the underground secret chamber and locked the metallic door of the chamber. Xia Zhi placed the coated case on the table. After verifying his fingerprint, the rewards from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall recruitment contract appeared before him. The coated case was quite large. It was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contained neatly stacked combat suits, the Blood Shadow Battleblade shields, throwing knives, and other items. Xia Zhi took these out and set them aside before looking at the lower layer. The lower layer only held a wooden box containing a test tube secured with foam, which was sealed with a cork. Inside was golden blood, approximately only 1/3 of the test tube's capacity. Next to it was a manual which stated that the method for using the dragon blood was quite simple: just apply it to the body, and the dragon blood would naturally seep in and cover the entire body. The only taboo was that it must not be consumed directly. On the 25th, I tested my punching power, which is around 48000 kg, an increase of nearly 9000 kg since coming to the training camp. I wonder how much it will increase after using the dragon blood. Xia Zhi thought to himself. The lower one's strength, the more pronounced the effect of the dragon blood would be. The so-called doubling was just an approximate number. One also had to consider the varying potential of each individual, which would impact the final result. After removing his upper clothing, Xia Zhi lay flat on the ground and dripped the dragon blood onto his chest. Although the amount of dragon blood was small, only 1/3 of the test tube, its density was very high, rolling over his skin like mercury. After pouring it all out and casually tossing the test tube aside, Xia Zhi rubbed the dragon blood over his chest and also applied some to his arms. Soon the areas where the dragon blood was applied began to heat up, and this heat flowed with the blood inside his body, rapidly spreading to every part. The heat intensified. The temperature kept rising. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing inside him, a mix of numbness and pain that was even more unbearable than one kind of pain alone. Xia Zhi's upper body muscles twisted and convulsed like worms. His skin appeared to have been scorched red, and the veins on his body bulged and distorted, which was quite frightening. Accompanying this horrifying process was the fact that every cell in Xia Zhi's body was frantically devouring this peculiar energy, initiating a series of transformations. The process of transformation was extremely painful. As a mid-level war god, Xia Zhi's soul intention was incredibly strong, yet his consciousness could still clearly perceive every change in his body. Ah! Xia Zhi cried out in pain. Instinctively his body began to operate the 3rd chapter of the Supreme Body Refining Technique, and his soul awareness followed the Cosmic Enlightenment Technique visualization. With a melodious bell chime, all external sensations faded away, and his soul awareness merged with the laws of the universe, immersed in comprehension. The evolution continued. After operating the body refining technique, the activity inside his body became even more intense. The genetic material within the cells rapidly transformed under the energy of the dragon blood, shedding useless genes and enhancing valuable ones. Some discarded cells and impurities were directly expelled from Xia Zhi's body, floating to the surface like dirt. The cells transformed by the dragon blood energy were further refined by the blood refining technique forged through countless trials. Xia Zhi's tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, internal organs, and so on were undergoing astonishing changes. Everything was happening rapidly. The speed of cultivation was 1,000 or even 10,000 times faster than usual. At the same time, the vast ocean of mental energy in Xia Zhi's sea of consciousness surged with immense waves. It must be noted that the amount of spiritual energy is innate. The determining factor of strength is the amount of spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness. The reason why there are solid spheres of spiritual energy is that when the physical quality cannot withstand the amount of spiritual energy, the self-protective mechanism comes into play. Xia Zhi's 2 dark golden spheres, the smaller one had shattered during his last breakthrough when his body reached the mid-level. This time, as his body evolved and improved at 1,000 or 10,000 times the speed, the dark golden sphere seemed to burst like a dam, with a large amount of nearly liquid energy spewing out, instantly turning into mist, and a vast amount of mist surged, filling the entire sea of consciousness. As the mist increased its density, seemed to reach a limit and began to condense, producing droplets. At this moment, the dark golden sphere also shattered after spewing out to its limit. Splash! It was as if a rain of liquid spiritual energy was falling, and Xia Zhi's spiritual energy strength was continuously rising in this astonishing process. In the end, there was no longer any mist in the entire sea of consciousness, only a liquid spiritual energy that resembled the Milky Way swirling around the Tower of Taoyu. Xia Zhi's body trembled slightly as he awakened from his enlightenment. His eyes barely opened, and he immediately felt that the entire world was different. In the bathroom of Jiangnan Pavilion, the hot water cascaded over him, washing away the thick layer of grime on his. Standing naked in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, Xia Zhi's physique had not changed much. He remained slender. All the scars left from previous battles had vanished completely. Under the glow of the bathroom lights, his body emitted a metallic sheen akin to ancient bronze. Returning to his room, he changed into a loose training outfit, carrying no weapons except for the flying daggers in his specially made belt. Let's head to the Ninefold Tower to test my current strength. Xia Zhi swiftly exited, rushing towards the ninefold tower in the darkness of the night. It was already past 3 in the morning. At this hour, there were still a few students queuing on the 9th floor of the ninefold tower waiting to use the gravity chamber, and both places required corresponding ranking times to be used. The higher the rank, the more priority one had to reserve time, while those with lower ranks had to wait. Thus, even in the dead of night, some students came to train. However, the other training halls were completely empty. Xia Zhi entered one of the small training halls in the ninefold tower, turned on the large punching power testing machine in the corner, and stood directly in front of the punching target. This machine was much larger than the one at Mingyue Community and Extreme Fitness Club. It could accurately test the punching power of high-level battle god-level martial artists, making its cost evident. A few days ago, my punching power was around 48000 kg with ordinary force. Let's see how much I've reached now. With this thought, Xia Zhi instantly moved. Without using any techniques and relying solely on his brute strength, his right fist struck the punching target like a cannonball, accompanied by a violent sonic boom. Bang! The punching target shook violently, the sound deep and muffled. The display screen immediately revealed a line of numbers. 146842 kg. How can it be so high? Xia Zhi stared in disbelief. Wasn't it said that after using dragon blood the strength would at most double? This is nearly 3 times. And isn't it supposed to be that the higher the strength, the smaller the increase? Xia Zhi originally estimated that after taking it his punching power would reach around 90000 kg at most, but unexpectedly, it could reach 140000 kg. It's important to note that the baseline for the initial battle god level is only 128000 kg, meaning that in terms of physical quality he had firmly reached the battle god level. Does that mean my mental power has already reached the high-level battle god level? Even now, if I wear the black god suit, wouldn't I be at the invincible battle god level? Ha ha ha. In the original story, Luo Feng was recognized as the invincible battle god level when he served as the inspector of Jiangnan Base City. From the perspective of strength, it would be quite easy for Xia Zhi to showcase his strength and gain recognition at that level. I didn't expect the effects of dragon blood to be this good. I wonder how it will perform the second time I use it. While attributing everything to the dragon blood, Xia Zhi was unknowingly unaware that without the assistance of the body refinement technique, such astonishing progress would not have been possible. Let's test how strong my mental power really is. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up as 2 flying daggers with a faint silver sheen floated before him. These 2 flying daggers were the SS grade daggers he obtained this time, easily piercing through the defenses of king-level monsters, each priced at 10 billion. With a thought, the 2 flying daggers immediately rotated 180 degrees, with the handles facing the punching power testing machine and the tips facing him. Go! One of the flying daggers instantly transformed into a black beam of light, shooting directly at the punching target of the testing machine. Bang! This time the punching target shook even louder than before, the sound making one's heart feel like it was about to stop. The display screen immediately showed the number 486236 kg. Seeing this number, Xia Zhi couldn't help but curse, calling it monstrous. After all, people often said that mental power masters were invincible at the same level, and flying dagger attacks did not emphasize strength but rather speed. Even flying daggers, which relied on speed to win, could contain strength close to that of high-level battle god warriors. Moreover, mental power masters could control multiple flying daggers simultaneously. Just imagine if 12 flying daggers could fly at 10 times the speed of sound, each carrying 480000 kg of force. Even high-level battle gods would be slaughtered. For those beyond the battle god level, even planetary level counselors, without considering special skill enhancements, would likely not fare much better. After exhausting his excitement by attacking the punching target in the training hall, he returned to his room in Jiangnan Pavilion feeling relaxed. Lying on the lounge chair on the balcony, gazing at the starry night sky outside, he quietly contemplated his future plans. I still cannot cultivate the Hongmeng golden body technique. Now that the blood refinement technique is nearly perfected, the next step is the final 3 months of foundation establishment. According to my calculations, after completing the foundation establishment, my physical quality will at least reach the high-level battle god level, or even possibly planetary level. Although my physical quality has already reached the battle god level, I don't want to graduate too soon. I haven't fully utilized this excellent training environment and resources, yet graduating now would be a huge loss. I'll finish the foundation establishment in these few months. It's now December, and there are still 7 months until the life and death trial in August. After participating in the training camp's life and death trial, I'll apply for graduation. In these 7 months, I'll leverage the training camp's resources to enhance my strength. Once I go out, using the gravity chamber will require other resources or contribution points in exchange. As an elite training camp student, the 11 months of the year are very safe. Killing is absolutely forbidden in Hongning Base City, and exiting the wilderness area is only permitted in the designated Monster City No. 1001, monitored by dedicated satellites in real time. Unless one is reckless, there is almost no life-threatening danger. Only in August each year do all students have to undergo a month-long life and death trial in the 3 treacherous locations: the Australian continent, the Sahara Desert in Africa, and the Amazon in South America. Without experiencing life and death trials, flowers in a greenhouse cannot flourish. The same goes for the students in the elite training camp. After deciding on his plans, Xia Zhi lay back on the lounge chair, silently operating the last foundation establishment heart method of the Taishang body refinement technique. The cosmic energy drawn into his body rapidly transformed into gene primal energy, coalescing into warm currents that flowed through his body along special pathways. If the first 3 layers focused on strengthening and refining the fascia, bones, and blood, then the final foundation establishment is like the final tempering of a weapon, solidifying an incredibly strong foundation for the entire body. While the warm currents flowed through his body, Xia Zhi could even feel the leap in his genetic level. Entering January 2056. As the top-ranked student from last month, Xia Zhi lived each day to the fullest. On odd-numbered days, he trained in the camp, spending 6 hours in the gravity chamber, pushing himself to extract every bit of potential under extreme gravity. In the 6 hours of the trial tower in the virtual space, he honed his body techniques and sword techniques, using the remaining time to practice guiding techniques and the cosmic extreme enlightenment technique to comprehend the fluctuations of the fundamental laws. On even-numbered days, he ventured into the wilderness area to hunt monsters and earn achievement points. Xia Zhi seized every day, utilizing all the resources of the training camp to improve his strength daily. Originally, during January and February of each year, the training camp allowed students to return home to visit their families and rest. However, after Xia Zhi overtook everyone at the last moment to claim the top spot, many students, especially those who could consistently rank in the top 5, were feeling quite resentful. They were all elite prodigies from their respective countries, who truly submitted to anyone else. This month, the top-ranked students all worked hard to earn points, and the rankings, which fluctuated frequently, started to show intense fluctuations from the first position. However, no matter how it changed, the top spot was always held by an 01 Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi didn't care about the pursuit of those behind him. For the reward of 3 complete secret manuals aside from the 9-fold Thunderblade, he directly chose 2 sword techniques, the top-tier sword technique Thunderstorm, and the top-tier sword technique Gale, one focusing on violent attacks and the other on speed and unending combination. After nearly half a month of intense practice, he rapidly improved several sword techniques under the extreme pressure of the gravity chamber. He quickly overcame his foundational weaknesses in sword techniques, and then combined the original Dark Force method of the 9-fold Thunderblade, correcting some deviations he had discovered, finally mastering the 6th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade's Dark Force on January 16th. His punching power level jumped from 42 times to 49 times, and his battle power amplitude crossed the extraordinary boundary of 16, reaching an astonishing 1813. Upon applying for certification and receiving the reward of the Black God suit, even that king inspector sent an email congratulating him on meeting the requirements for the recruitment contract once again, hinting that he hoped Xia Zhi would join under his command after graduation. In response, Xia Zhi expressed immense gratitude in his reply, citing his desire to not graduate just yet. And the good news didn't stop there. The body technique he recorded earlier would officially appear in the Extreme Family's online mall tomorrow. Thinking that after tomorrow he might earn billions or even trillions just from selling the copyright of the manuals, he mused. With that money, I could buy a smart warplane that would make traveling home much more convenient. Recalling the warplane he had previously boarded, he dreamed of it. January 18th. An ordinary day, yet for many it marked the beginning of a shocking chapter. At exactly 2 p.m., among the various techniques displayed on the Extreme Home online store, a new option named Drifting with the Wind suddenly appeared. The newly launched technique had a chance for a network-wide promotion, and all officially recognized martial artists from Extreme Martial Arts received an email from the system which contained a link to the store along with an introduction and origin of the technique. When countless curious martial artists clicked on the attachment, they were astonished to discover that it was created by a 19-year-old young man named Xia Zhi, prompting exclamations of disbelief. And the technique included a brief introduction about Xia Zhi, stating that he had passed the assessment to enter the elite training camp in the same year he became a martial artist, and it was classified as a perfect level technique by the world's #1 powerhouse Hong. Moreover, there was a message from Hong: this technique allows practitioners to better align with the natural world, and provides clear guidance for training and improvement, thus rated as class. With the endorsement of the world's top powerhouse, the curiosity surrounding this extraordinary prodigy led nearly all martial artists to click the link and enter the page of the Drifting with the Wind technique, which astonishingly featured 3 pricing tiers. Drifting with the Wind category technique, rating S-class, price 2 billion Huaxia coins, full price 1 billion Huaxia coins, half price, requirement 2-star contribution points. Drifting with the Wind subtle level edition, price 100 million Huaxia coins, full price 50 million Huaxia coins, half price, requirement 1-star contribution points. Drifting with the Wind Beginner Edition, price 10 million Huaxia coins, full price 500,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requirement 100 contribution points. The Extreme Home online store was open to all martial artists globally. Those not belonging to martial arts schools simply missed the half-price discount. At this moment, martial artists from other factions, having received the news, also flocked to the store to check out the prodigy's technique. Just 2 billion Huaxia coins. If it can truly elevate my technique to perfection, then it's worth every penny. This thought came from a god of war level martial artist. For them, enhancing a life-saving technique was a small price to pay. For the even larger group of war general-level martial artists, the price of 100 million Huaxia coins for the subtle level edition was also acceptable. Whether out of a desire to improve their own techniques or other reasons, they all eagerly placed orders. In the headquarters building of the Jiangnan base of extreme martial arts, Zhuge Tao was stunned as he gazed at the screen before him. Moments later, an uncontrollable laughter erupted from his room, attracting curious glances from the assistants outside. Xia Zhi's instructor, the members of the Golden Gun Squad, and all the martial artists who knew him were also receiving Xia Zhi's information through emails at that moment. This is truly abnormal. I always knew Xia Zhi would soar, but I didn't expect him to reach this level so quickly. The miracle team, once saved by Xia Zhi in the Tiger Cat group, was engaged in lively discussions about the lone brother who rescued their team. Yang Lei listened to the discussions around him, shook his head, and silently chose to purchase the option. Some people are simply meant to be admired. As for the previously laughable comparisons, he had thoroughly erased them from his mind. On this day, Xia Zhi was also curiously monitoring the sales of his technique. Though he knew that Earth's currency was insignificant to top-tier powerhouses, he was nonetheless curious about how much it would sell for on this first sale of his technique's rights. When he saw that within just 10 minutes his account had already accumulated over 200 billion Huaxia coins, and was still continuously refreshing, he exclaimed, "Ha! I won't have to worry about money anymore." However, it was still his own strength that was fundamental. The stronger one was the more resources for advancement. His life was not disrupted. Although with the continuous sales of the drifting with the wind technique, more and more martial artists were learning about the 18-year-old prodigy named Xia Zhi. But as a member of the elite training camp, aside from being approached by more female students under the pretext of asking about techniques, he continued his ascetic training life. Time passed quickly as he immersed himself in the world of martial arts, and soon it was July. In the Jiangnan pavilion in Xia Zhi's study. This is how it is. The company's finances are facing a significant impact. My new album has been recorded for several months, yet it cannot be released. In these past few months, aside from sleeping and occasionally video chatting with family and Chini, I have devoted all my— Although I haven't seen EE for nearly 8 months, we often video chat, and our hearts have grown closer. Alright, stop being angry. Let me think of a solution. Xia Zhi consoled. We can't rely on force to intimidate them. They are all capital giants. President Li promised me he would find a way to expedite the album's release. When Qin Yi heard Xia Zhi mention finding a solution, her eyes lit up, but then she looked dejected. Don't worry, there are ways without using force. Xia Zhi smiled. Sister AI said that unless the company gets new capital injected, it will be difficult to sustain. So let's not talk about it. It's a headache for the company. Qin Yi shook her head as if trying to shake off the recent troubles. In recent months, the entertainment company she signed with Huashu Entertainment had been plagued with troubles targeted by several giant companies. Additionally, the box office of a few films they invested in was disappointing, leading the once strongest entertainment company in Huaxia to a precarious situation. Are you doing well these days? The life and death trial is just around the corner. Thinking that it was now July and next month was when Xia Zhi and his team would go for the life and death training, her face was filled with concern. Upon hearing the girl's worries about him, Xia Zhi revealed a confident smile, as he had made astonishing progress in the past 6 months. Since he enhanced his body with dragon blood and achieved mastery in blood refining, Xia Zhi spent 3 months solidifying his foundation and absorbing all the residual effects of the medicine, and he had officially started the final foundation establishment training. Calculating the time, there was still half a month left until completion. At this point, his physical quality had already reached the peak of high-level god of war, and at this rate he could complete foundation establishment before the life and death trial in August, potentially even breaking through to planetary level. Moreover, the greater enhancement was his mental strength. Feeling the core of his sea of consciousness besides the Taiyu Tower, there was a beautiful shimmering sphere formed from a myriad of transparent crystals resembling a planet within his sea of consciousness. Planetary level, first-tier mental practitioner. He had already broken through a month ago, and the moment of breakthrough had rapidly transformed and evolved his body, enhancing his physical quality to the pinnacle of God of War. At this point he could breathe freely, directly fly through the air, and even drift through the universe. Don't worry, the life and death trial poses no danger to me. Once it's over, I will apply for graduation and return to my homeland. Xia Zhi stated. Then give it your all, you are the strongest. In the video, Qin Yi raised her little fist. Wait for me to— Xia Zhi smiled at the girl on the video. With a slight blush on her face, Qin Yi looked at him with determined eyes and nodded. After ending the video, Xia Zhi took out his phone and dialed a number, quickly getting connected. Hello, this is the External Affairs Department of Extreme Martial Arts. How can I assist you? I am Xia Zhi, currently a student at the Elite Training Camp, student ID 551201. Hello, Xia Zhi student. What assistance do you require from our department? The staff member on the line became noticeably more courteous upon realizing the caller was a student from the Elite Training Camp. That place was known for gathering prodigies, and Xia Zhi had already registered at headquarters enjoying high-level god of war treatment after signing the recruitment contract. I wish to invest in Huashu Entertainment Company in Huaxia, and hope your department can send a working group to handle it. All expenses will be covered by me personally. Alright, we have recorded your request, and will dispatch a professional working group to handle it as soon as possible. Please rest assured. The External Affairs Department of Extreme Martial Arts was established specifically to assist high-level personnel with their daily concerns addressing various issues with professional teams. After hanging up, recalling that his account balance had already surpassed trillions in personal assets, Xia Zhi thought to himself, a business magnate. In the main urban area of the Kyoto-based city, the WD building standing over 70 stories tall looms in the bustling city center. It houses numerous top domestic and international companies, making it the dream workplace for all Kyoto residents. The headquarters of Huashu Entertainment, the #1 entertainment company in China, is located within this building occupying 2 floors. In the post-Great Nirvana era where land is as precious as gold in the Bay City, Li Su feels immensely proud to possess such a large office space in the most prosperous location within the WD building. However, sitting in the lavishly decorated large conference room of the company, facing several representatives from the HT Group, his heart has already turned icy. Originally just an ordinary white-collar worker at an entertainment company before the Great Nirvana, Li Su seized the opportunity, as soon as the situation stabilized after humanity faced this apocalyptic change. Post-disaster reconstruction has created a demand for spiritual solace among humans, leading him to continue in the entertainment industry. After over 30 years of ups and downs in business, he built a conglomerate worth billions supporting the foundation of the leading entertainment company. However, Huashu Group is ultimately just a conglomerate primarily focused on entertainment, while HT Group is not only a financial oligarch, but is said to be truly backed by the HR Alliance. Faced with such a business giant, one of the top power organizations on Earth, it is no wonder that the legendary strongman whom he has flattered for years advised him to give up upon hearing about HT Group and quickly sold his shares to them. Mr. Li, the price we are offering is genuinely very sincere. Currently Huashu Group stock price is only 4.6 billion, which has shrunk by more than half. We are still willing to acquire it for 6 billion Huasha coins. I think apart from us you won't be able to find any investors willing to take over, Mr. Li. The representative from across the table, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, said with a cold smirk. Li Su, always dressed like a successful businessman, is in his 50s. His usually rosy face, well-maintained, now bears dark circles under his eyes, and a flushed complexion making him appear extremely haggard. Li Su clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The words "I refuse," which were on the tip of his tongue, somehow could not be spoken. Beside him, Ai Lin, the head of the company's agent department, was also present as a senior executive for this negotiation. Seeing Mr. Li, who usually radiates confidence and authority, now in such a predicament, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy. This is ultimately a world where strength prevails. Without a strong backing, what does it matter if one temporarily reaches the pinnacle of the industry? Thinking of this, I recall the young figure who stood before me in the wilderness facing the shadow wolf. What would he do in this situation? Just as Li Su was about to speak, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A group of 7 men and women dressed in black business attire entered, exuding an aura of elite professionals. Mr. Li, right? I believe we can assist you, said the leader of the newcomers, a Westerner with a European face speaking fluent Huaxia, with a warm and professional smile. Who are you? We are currently in acquisition negotiations between HT Group and Huashu Group. Why did you barge in here? The slicked-back representative from HT Group stood up and yelled at the newcomers. My name is William. I am here on behalf of Mr. Xia Zhi to participate in this acquisition negotiation. As the largest shareholder owning 28 of Huashu Group, I believe your negotiations would lack legal effect without him present. William the European wore a professional smile, but spoke with a mocking tone towards the slicked-back representative. How could that be? Those shareholders have already reached a preliminary agreement with us at HT Group. If they don't sell their shares to us now, they will incur a hefty penalty for breach of contract. The slicked-back representative exclaimed in disbelief. Hello, I am Mr. Xia Zhi's legal representative. Regarding the penalty for breach of contract related to the acquisition of shares, it is 3 times the acquisition price, correct? William's assistant, a woman wearing glasses, stepped forward and coldly stated. I believe the funds should have already arrived in your group's account. Shit, are you guys crazy? A 3-fold penalty is worth more than this company. This is insane. Don't you know the background of HT Group? The representative was now somewhat disoriented, feeling that these people must be out of their minds. William, watching the 2 converse, regained his professional smile. Allow me to reintroduce ourselves. We are the External Affairs Department of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the executive team of the business division. We are here to act on behalf of Mr. Xia Zhi's will in this business acquisition. Looking at the representatives across the table, they fell silent upon hearing the name Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After a disdainful smirk, William continued. As for your background, I am sorry, but isn't this just a normal business acquisition? Seeing the HT Group representatives rendered speechless, Ai Lin could hardly contain her laughter. She had just been wondering how that young man with a solid backing would respond, and now she found out he had indeed sent people. Involving billions in this commercial endeavor, which could even influence the entire entertainment circle of Huaxia, this young man did not need to make an appearance himself. A few people were sent to convey his intentions, and things were about to be resolved. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh at the luck of the girl Qin Yi. If only. In the elite training camp in Xia Zhi's study, he was still video calling Qin Yi that night, watching her animatedly recounting the fierce exchanges that took place in the conference room. Seeing the girl's smiling face brought him great joy. Just over 100 billion, if it brings happiness to those around me, it's worth it, he thought to himself. Xia Zhi, thank you. You really didn't need to do this for me. The girl who had been cheerful suddenly spoke softly after thinking of something. You don't have to overthink it, it's alright. Next Huaxu group will be privatized, and when that happens, whether you want to sing or act in films, it will be much more convenient for you. Xia Zhi smiled. Moreover, being able to make you happy is worth it. Looking at the rosy-cheeked Qin Yi, he continued. Alright, I am about to break through in the next few days, so I will enter closed-door training starting today. Wait for me to return. Okay. Xia Zhi, go for it. Qin Yi nodded. Until the video call ended, Xia Zhi wore a smile, secretly thinking, after graduation I will confirm our relationship with Yi. After that, Xia Zhi stood up and left the study, heading to the underground secret chamber. After locking the alloy door of the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged on the floor cushion, his black divine suit covering his entire body, leaving only his nostrils to breathe. After making all necessary preparations, he sank into silence, quietly sensing the state of his body at this moment. It is no wonder Xia Zhi felt like he was facing a great enemy, as he could sense that the final stage of the Taishang body refinement technique's foundation establishment was about to conclude. At this moment, his physical quality had already reached the peak of a war god. A further breakthrough would elevate him to planetary level. With this breakthrough, I should be able to cultivate the Hongmeng golden body technique, right? Xia Zhi was very much looking forward to this breakthrough. On August 1st, 2056, at 8:20 a.m., at the entrance square of the Hongning Base City Elite Training Camp, 6 buses from the training camp were already on standby with 10 leading teachers and 182 trainees assembled just 10 minutes away from the final assembly time. Why hasn't Xia Zhi arrived yet? Jiang Fong glanced at the time, anxious, as there were only a few minutes left until the final assembly. After exchanging glances, Zhao Ruo replied, Teacher Jiang, Xia Zhi has been in seclusion for the past few days and hasn't come out of the chamber. We don't know the specifics either. There won't be any issues. Teacher Jiang, Xia Zhi will definitely arrive on time, Shi Jiang assured confidently. Having been the top scorer since the first month of entering the training camp, Shi Jiang had absolute faith in this extraordinary prodigy. Living together in Jiangnan Pavilion, Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo were most aware of Xia Zhi's relentless dedication to mark, while other diligent trainees would indulge in relaxation and social gatherings. Since Xia Zhi entered the training camp, they had not seen him take a break for even an hour. It wasn't that he feared others' talents, it was the fear of those with higher talents working harder. Shi Jiang was thoroughly impressed by him now. Among the waiting trainees, many began to notice that everyone was waiting due to Xia Zhi's absence. Shit, isn't it just about being first in points? Why should so many of us wait for him? Someone complained. If you had been first in points since the first month, you could arrive last and make everyone wait for you. Another person, seemingly defending, said in a sarcastic tone. Alright, everyone be quiet. It's not the final assembly time yet, what are you discussing? The lead teacher, a battle-hardened warrior in his 40s, frowned and spoke, his powerful aura silencing many trained. He's here. Xia Zhi has arrived. Someone with keen eyes spotted Xia Zhi emerging from the training camp clad in black combat gear and fully armed with a battle knife. Xia Zhi seems a bit different this time. He must have broken through again. Didn't he say he's been in seclusion for several days? He already seemed extraordinary. Xia Zhi is truly impressive. At the moment Xia Zhi appeared, all those who had previously spoken ill fell silent. Even several perceptive trainees noticed he seemed somewhat different. It's like seeing the Inspector Wang. I must be seeing things, someone muttered. As the highest authority in the training camp, Inspector Wang was the strongest beyond the warrior level that the trainees could easily meet. Hearing the discussion, Xia Zhi secretly smiled, fully activating his breath-concealing technique to suppress his aura. After successfully establishing his foundation, his body had already broken into the planetary level, and now he could truly be called a martial artist and spiritual master. It is worth noting that what are considered war generals and warrior levels on Earth are merely referred to as apprentice level in the universe, lacking even the qualification to call themselves martial artists. After crossing into the planetary level, his original energy could now be emitted outward. The attack power of the original energy could reach 1 million kilograms, with physical strength also attaining 1 million kilograms. Utilizing the 9-fold Thunderblade to unleash internal energy, with a 7-fold amplitude, Xia Zhi could now deliver a punch exceeding 14 million kilograms. Furthermore, with the augmentation of his spiritual power, Xia Zhi was confident that without relying on spiritual power to control flying knives, he could face off against all but a few counselors with his martial strength. Thinking about his upcoming plan to go to Australia, Xia Zhi still used a small technique recorded in the Taoist texts of the Taiyu Tower to restrain his planetary level aura. Alright, everyone is here. Let's depart. The lead teacher from Huaxia frowned at Xia Zhi, who arrived just in time, and turned to issue orders to the group. Everyone quickly boarded the bus heading to the airport to take the chartered flight, prepared by the training camp directly to the Australian continent. On the aircraft, after finishing their meals, 3 large screens in the passenger cabin began to display information and distribution of monsters in the Australian continent, while the lead teacher stood in front of the screen to introduce relevant precautions to the trainees participating in this life and death trial. This is the current Australian continent, renowned as the area with the most astonishing and dense monster population apart from the oceans. Before the Great Nirvana period, it was famous for its vast variety and numbers of animals. Now there are no human-based cities left. So do not expect to receive supplies after entering, and do not approach areas with high monster density, especially when encountering a large number of Lord-level monsters. You must be cautious, because you might have wandered into the territory of a King-level monster. If you encounter a King-level monster, it's almost certain death. Anyone who dares to be arrogant in one of the 3 danger zones of the Australian continent is simply seeking death. As he spoke, the lead teacher cast a glance at Xia Zhi, who was quietly watching the video in his seat. However, Xia Zhi did not notice the implication in the teacher's words. At this moment he gazed at the screen, visualizing the boundless wilderness and the occasional appearance of astonishing giant trees, secretly hoping the Australian continent should have enough wood-type energy, right? Thinking of this, he felt helpless. After breaking into the planetary level, he was eager to cultivate the Hongmeng golden body technique, but he hadn't expected that the first layer required an enormous amount of wood-type energy, and absorbing the minute wood energy from the cosmic void was simply too slow. According to Xia Zhi's estimates, after a day of cultivation just relying on absorbing energy from thin air, it would take at least 10,000 years of constant cultivation to achieve the first layer. The lifespan at the stellar level is only 1,000 years. If it takes this long to cultivate the first layer, it's forcing me to seek wood treasures. However, fortunately, there are plenty of what I need on the Australian continent, with so many spirits of grass. And wood babata should also have wood crystal to aid the growth of the Moyun vine. There should be plenty of them. Finding Mist Island, I won't have to worry about wood-type energy. As Xia Zhi and the others flew to the Australian continent, a mysterious place was undergoing tremendous changes on this road, densely populated with monsters where king-level monsters were not uncommon. This was a lake spanning 100 miles with a small island at its center lush with trees. But at this moment wisps of white mist suddenly appeared around the island on the lake, and this mist was growing thicker. As the mist emerged, the monsters and trees on the island experienced astonishing evolution. The mist became thicker, completely enveloping the entire small island and the lake. If there were monitoring satellites at this moment, they would find that the surveillance could not penetrate the seemingly ordinary white mist, failing to detect anything inside. 10,500 meters beneath the small island, shrouded in mysterious mist within solid rock layers. Scanning the Earth-brain region with matches humans. As the passenger plane landed smoothly, the students and teachers of the elite training camp quickly disembarked. Upon stepping outside, Xia Zhi felt the expansive view and the refreshing air. Although it was a chartered flight, being in a confined space with so many people for 1 or 2 hours was quite uncomfortable. Once I get back, I'll buy a fighter jet from the martial arts hall. $1 trillion intelligent fighter jet will be enough for transportation. Xia Zhi resolved inwardly, looking to avoid flying with others again if possible. A commanding teacher known as the God of War spoke loudly. All students, please log your current coordinates using your combat watch. Your task is to survive in the Australian continent for 28 days. We will return to this location at noon on the 29th to bring everyone back to Hong Ning Base City. Now your life and death adventure officially begins. Good luck to all of you, make sure to come back. After the team leader finished speaking, many students began to discuss among themselves. There aren't even any city buildings, it's hard to find a place to rest. Janet, let's team up for this. Many students were also inviting familiar peers to team up for this life and death challenge. Among the students, several mentalists were particularly sought after. In a continent where monstrous hordes could appear at any moment, having a partner who was not afraid of being surrounded and could fly everyone to safety at critical moments was immensely reassuring. Many also approached Xia Zhi either to follow him or to invite him to join their team to hunt high-level lord monsters. As the student who had dominated the leaderboard for 7 months since entering the elite training camp, Xia Zhi's strength as a martial artist was well recognized. Senior brother Xia Zhi, come adventure with us. Abempas has also agreed to join our team. If you join too, we will be absolutely safe from encountering king-level monsters. Alice, a fellow disciple of teacher Jiang Fong, invited Xia Zhi, her beautifully refined face filled with hope as she looked at him. Abempas was also a super genius of this training camp, consistently ranking in the top 5. The key was that Abempas was a mentalist said to have reached the beginner God of War level. Yet during the trials in the testing tower, the mental powers were unavailable. Relying solely on his martial artist strength, his combat capability remained stable in the top 5, recognized as one of the top students in the training camp. With him on the team, whether for safety or monster hunting, it would become significantly easier. No, I will After Xia Zhi smiled and declined, a hexagonal shield rose into the air, hovering in front of him. He nodded towards the girl and lightly jumped onto the shield, controlling it with his mental energy, as he swiftly flew in one direction, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary god of war. At that moment some students and teachers had not left yet and were shocked into silence by the scene before them. After a while a voice weakly exclaimed, "Is Xia Zhi a mentalist? OMG, my god, such an outrageous talent as a martial artist, and he's also a mentalist." Alice stared blankly at Xia Zhi, who was speeding away on the shield, and asked Abenpas, who had come beside her, what is his strength as a mentalist. Heaven, he's actually at that level of mentalist. Originally Abenpas did not regard Xia Zhi with much respect. Heaven, he's actually at that level of mentalist. Originally Abenpas did not regard Xia Zhi with much respect. The training camp's combat capability amplitude assessment tower level could not allow mentalists to use their powers. He was confident that if he could use the mentalist's abilities he would be the one ranked first. But today he realized that he couldn't compare to the 19-year-old prodigy from Huaxia in any way. Quickly report this news to the family. Hurry, report to the commander. Ignoring the students, they realized the impact of discovering that Xia Zhi was a mentalist. Now that Xia Zhi was absolutely confident in his strength, there was no need to hide anything. Not to mention that with such a vast Australia, finding that magical misty island in 28 days required the fastest possible speed. As he flew at high speed, his mental energy spread out fully to scan a 10-mile radius, ready to deal with any foolish monsters. A flying blade containing nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of force, moving at over 10 times the speed of sound, would solve all troubles. I refuse to believe that with the fastest flying speed and my 10-mile mental detection range, I can't find you in 28 days. Standing on the shield, Xia Zhi stared intently ahead. As Xia Zhi recklessly searched for the mysterious Misty Island across the roads of Australia in the Minghui community of Jiangnan Bay City, Huaxia, Luo Feng had just returned home after successfully passing the martial artist practical assessment and earning the title of martial artist. At this moment Luo Feng's family was excited because he had passed the assessment and returned home safely. His mother Gong Xinlan prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the family enjoyed a pleasant evening. After dinner, his younger brother Luo Hua excitedly said to Luo Feng, "Brother, today I saw a one-armed old man in the community. I heard he is Xia Zhi's grandfather." His father Luo Honghua, who was sitting on the sofa after finishing dinner, also smiled and said, "Yes, old Xia lives in our community. He bumped into a Hua while walking today." After dinner, his younger brother Luo Hua excitedly said to Luo Feng, "Brother, today I saw a one-armed old man in the community. I heard he is Xia Zhi's grandfather." His father Luo Honghua smiled and said, "In the future, let's move into the same community and visit old Xia more often." Hearing Xia Zhi's name again, Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh. Even his family knew about this young prodigy and unparalleled genius. After Xia Zhi had long dominated the student leaderboard in the elite training camp Jiangnan Bay City, had specially publicized and reported on his achievements. It can now be said that the #1 idol among local young martial artists is undoubtedly this extraordinary prodigy who has just turned 19 this year. Thinking that Xia Zhi was only a year older than him and had already achieved such success, Luo Feng silently resolved to take him as his target, believing that one day he too would stand at the pinnacle of the world stage. After 11 o'clock at night, Luo Feng entered the extreme home in the multimedia room for the first time. He saw that the forum was filled with news about Xia Zhi, including a video captured by a student from the elite training camp showing Xia Zhi speeding away on the shield with clicks exceeding 10 million. The extraordinary prodigy Xia Zhi, revealed, is actually a mentalist. Suspected to be the strongest mentalist talent of this century, Xia Zhi. Looking at the numerous posts and comments dominating the forum, Luo Feng was left speechless for a long time. On the desolate Australian continent, 10 days had already passed and Xia Zhi was still desperately searching across. Damn! Where the hell is it? If I had known, I would have killed Li Wei and let Liao chase me instead. Thinking of the original story, Luo Feng had escaped from the pursuit of the vulture Liao and found the Misty Island's small lake along a hidden river. In the past 2 days, Xia Zhi had changed his approach, tracing the water source in search. At this moment, the river beneath him perfectly matched the scene described in the original work. Xia Zhi was determined to traverse every inch of land. He refused to believe he couldn't find it. Finally, after flying along the river for a full 3 hours, even spending over an hour flying through the underground waterways, Xia Zhi gazed at the lake, which spanned over 100 miles, shrouded in endless thick mist. Finally found it! 15,000 meters beneath the Mist Island. Target locked. Reached the surface of the outer world. Strengthen the suggestion, begin the guidance. Invisibly peculiar ripples undetectable to the naked eye traversed through numerous layers of rock, from deep within the earth, reaching the summer solstice who was floating above the lake. These ripples, imperceptible to the naked eye instruments or mental power, directly conveyed into the sea of consciousness of the summer solstice, causing the grand structure of the Tower of Taiyu to seem to tremble slightly, yet it appeared as if it remained still. At this moment, looking at the vast lake shrouded in thick fog with strange beastly roars echoing intermittently, the summer solstice thought to himself, "This must be the place. There can't be another such mysterious island on earth. This must be the work of Babata. It seems he knows I have arrived. Haha, first I need to collect the spirits of the plants." The shield that was underfoot returned to the backpack, and the summer solstice floated in midair. Long before the mentalist broke through to the planetary level, there existed a mentally solidified star within the sea of consciousness. With the power of the star counteracting Earth's gravity, he could fly freely. However, the speed was too slow, far inferior to the speed of a mentalist controlling flying objects. Now on this island shrouded in mist, the summer solstice believed that even if someone monitored him with satellites, they would not discover his ability to fly freely nor the secret of his breakthrough to the planetary level. At this moment, as the summer solstice floated in midair, the light surrounding his body subtly distorted, as if the light had changed. Suddenly he transformed into a streak of flowing light and dashed toward the island hidden by the thick fog. His flying speed far exceeded that of the shield he was standing on. Haha, the light around my body has materialized and my mental power can directly act upon it. Originally the speed of light-based abilities was already fast, and now, with the addition of mental power, it's even quicker. Even if I can't defeat Hong in his domain, I am confident I can escape. Finally free from the concern of being monitored, the summer solstice recklessly familiarized himself with the unique ability of light he gained after breaking through to the planetary level. When he discovered that he possessed a similar unique ability of light, as Hong, the summer solstice was surprised by upon familiarization he realized no wonder Hong could comprehend such profound domains at the planetary level. Aside from his own philosophical studies and understanding of the laws of the universe, it was this special ability of light that greatly suited the evolution of domains. Controlling the light within a certain range surrounding him to form his own unique domain, although lacking the enhancement of the original law, even the simplified version of the domain could allow an ordinary warrior to exert a few more % of their combat power. What the summer solstice did not know was that wind, thunder, and light resonated very well with the original cosmic time, and his long-term contemplation of the cosmic clock and training in the Dao insight method had a significant albeit subtle effect on him, allowing him to gain this unique ability of light. As he swiftly darted across the lake, when the Lord-level electric eel leapt from the water to attack him, it could only watch helplessly as the human transformed into a streak of flowing light shooting towards the center of the lake. Standing on the sandy beach of the island in the lake, gazing at the dense jungle ahead, and feeling the far more abundant wood-type energy than outside, the summer solstice felt overjoyed, finally able to find abundant wood-type energy to cultivate the Hongmeng golden body technique. The black armor transformed into a black membrane enveloping the entire summer solstice as he slowly hovered toward the island's mountains and forests. After defeating 3 mutated man-eating flowers, he finally discovered the 9 mutated willows lined up in a row. Looking at the thinnest mutated willow, which was over 30 meters tall, and the thickest one towering nearly 100 meters, the summer solstice's eyes brightened. Go! 12 flying knives swiftly shot out, transforming into 12 streaks of flowing light. Shoo shoo, like crushing with ease. With the speed boost, each flying knife containing 1,000,000 kilograms of force, consecutively severed thousands of willow branches. Only when the thickest Willow King joined the battle with its overwhelming number of pale golden branches, did the assault of the flying knives begin to be slightly restrained. Humph! A cold snort. The summer solstice, controlling the flying knives from the side, now held the blood shadow battle blade charging toward the Willow King at an astonishing speed. With the enhancement of the 9-fold Thunder Blade's dark energy, combined with the attachment of mental power, nearly 20 million kilograms of force, made it impossible for the approaching willow branches to hinder him. He instantly rushed past and arrived before the main trunk of the Willow King, which was over 3 meters in diameter. Open! The summer solstice roared. The blood shadow battle blade in his hand brutally slashed against the trunk of the Willow King, cutting in nearly half a meter deep, splashing a large amount of green dew-like liquid, which was swiftly drawn in and absorbed by the light surrounding the summer solstice's body. Haha, this is also wood-type energy. Let's not waste it. More! The summer solstice, excited for his first full-force attack after breaking through to the planetary level. After a loud roar, his body twisted, and the muscles on his back bulged, stretching the black membrane of the black armor covering his body. The immense explosive force transmitted to his right arm, and the blood shadow battle blade struck once again at the previously cut gap. This time, the entire blade sank into the trunk of the Willow King. Sensing the threat of death, the Willow King's nearly 10,000 pale golden branches frantically danced, completely surrounding the summer solstice from all directions. The 12 flying knives, transformed into streaks of flowing light, swirled around him, cutting off branch after branch. Ignoring the Willow King's attacks, the summer solstice leapt up, kicking toward the blood shadow battle blade embedded in the trunk. Boom! Wooden fragments flew, and at the same time the blood shadow battle blade was also sent soaring. Taking advantage of the momentum to catch the blade, he brought it down again with a ferocious slash, hitting the same spot 3 times in a row. The deeper he went toward the center of the trunk, the softer the wood became. At this moment, the trunk of the Willow King, with a diameter of 3 meters, could no longer withstand the overwhelming attacks of a planetary-level warrior. Crack, rumble. The nearly 100-meter-tall Willow King, after its main trunk broke, crashed down, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. After swiftly cutting down the remaining 8 mutated willows, this area returned to tranquility, with only the 9 giant willow trunks lying on the ground and countless severed branches scattered around. The summer solstice looked at the 8 green willows suspended before him, and one with faint golden threads, feeling the immense vitality contained within, he couldn't help but sigh in awe. This mist island catalyzed by Babata has truly become a treasure land. The essence of plants within these mutated willows catalyzed by wood yenjin contains such vast wood-type energy. I wonder how much is in this wood yenjin. The liquid inside the hard crystal shell of this willow heart is the essence. Let me drink a sample and see how effective it is for cultivating the Hongmeng golden body technique. Summoning an SS glass flying knife, he pierced through one of the green willow hearts, which was the size of a green egg. The hard outer shell was pierced directly, and the essence liquid flowed out from within the crystal, which he controlled with mental power flying into his mouth. As this essence entered his body through the esophagus, an incomparably cool and comfortable feeling spread throughout his entire being, even causing his soul to tremble. Refreshing. Entirely cool. As if all the flesh had detached from the bones, losing control, as if being massaged, continuously vibrating. The surging and endless vitality almost instantly surged within the summer solstice, causing the cells of his muscles and bones to undergo astonishing changes once again. The domineering effect of the Hongmeng golden body technique rapidly enhanced the activity of his Boda cells, and his genetic level jumped again. It seems insufficient or more. Feeling that the vitality from the willow heart was gradually insufficient for the Hongmeng golden body technique to devour and transform, he controlled the flying knife to pierce through 3 more green willow hearts, swallowing the essence within. He even pierced the millennia-old willow heart with faint golden threads and swallowed the liquid that seemed to be gilded. Boom! The wood-type energy containing endless vitality exploded within his body like a bomb. The Hongmeng golden body technique resembled the mythological Kuanping. Regardless of how much wood-type energy was absorbed, it entirely transformed into unique energy, nourishing the body and accelerating genetic enhancement. Damn, still not enough. I want to see how much I can absorb. At this moment, the summer solstice was in high spirits. The more energy he absorbed and transformed, the stronger the effect of the technique. He controlled the flying knife to pierce through all the remaining willow hearts, sucking up all the essence into his mouth. All the cells in his body seemed to be cheering as endless vitality poured into him, rapidly enhancing his physical. The star within his dantian, representing the first stage of a planetary-level warrior, rapidly expanded after the energy integrated into his body, seeming to reach a critical point. Boom! The star exploded, and the original 1 star transformed into 2. The 2 stars continued to absorb energy, visibly expanding at a rapid pace until they reached the size of the original star before stopping. Within the endless sea of consciousness, the crystalline star of mental power also rapidly rotated, almost simultaneously exploding into 2 with the star in the dantian. Who? Feeling the surging power within and the rapidly increasing mental power. Boom! The summer solstice casually threw a punch, and the compressed air like a cannonball struck the trunk of the Willow King. The trunk, which had been severed and held no vitality, shattered into wood chips, directly creating a fist-sized hole. Haha, the power of a second-stage planetary-level warrior is about double that of the first stage. Now when I strike the Willow King, 1 full force slash will be enough to cut it. Let's search. All the plant essences are mine. At this moment within Mist Island, the sounds of battle echoed, accompanied by the sound of plants being severed and trees crashing to the ground, causing ripples in the surrounding lake. Not long after the summer solstice entered Mist Island, the satellite was monitoring the entire Australian continent in real time, observing the limits of the participants in the life and death trial, sending suspicious information to the communication watch of the leading war god level teacher. Although it emphasized that it was a life and death trial, the elite training camp did not wish to see the future elites they cultivated perish easily. Seeing that it was the summer solstice known as the most monstrous among this year's students, and even among all previous students after entering the mysterious area, the satellite could no longer monitor detailed information. This war god in his 40s of Huaxia descent did not think further and quickly rushed towards the last recorded coordinates of the summer solstice. On the mysterious mist island of the Australian continent, Xia Zhi floated before a purple bamboo forest, his body enveloped in constantly distorted light, making him appear almost divine. The once lush bamboo forest had suffered from battles with over a dozen bamboo stems, each 20 centimeters in diameter, and 60 meters tall, severed at the waist and lying on the ground. Looking at the bamboo shoot heart in his hand, which was as thick as an infant's arm and adorned with purple patterns, Xia Zhi chuckled and tossed it into his backpack. He thought to himself, indeed, this is a treasure island. I've harvested a total of 46 plant spirits this time. That's enough for now. I should find the Muya crystal first. This mist island was not large, with dense forests making it easy to find mutated plant life within a short distance. Each plant life represented a plant spirit, and for Xia Zhi, who was training in the first layer of the Hongmeng golden body technique, and was extremely eager for wood-type energy, this was truly a prime treasure ground. At this moment he had discarded all the miscellaneous items in his backpack, which was now filled with the plant spirits he had collected. After securing them, the black membrane formed by his black god armor extended into sharp spikes, easily piercing through the soil and rock below, and he rapidly plunged downward. At a depth of 3,000 meters underground, a dark river passage surged with tumultuous waters. With a loud crash, Xia Zhi broke through the rock and fell into the dark river. As he flew up from the dark river, his spiritual sense extended, searching along the winding riverbed. Is that the smell of rice? A faint aroma of rice wafted into his nostrils, stirring Xia Zhi's spirit. I found it, the Mu Ya crystal. He immediately flew towards the source of the smell without hesitation. Flying swiftly along the river, the dark underground passage gradually widened, eventually forming an underground lake, spanning 100 meters in diameter. Above the lake, a white semi-transparent crystal floated in midair, emanating waves of rice aroma that made one instinctively salivate. In the underground lake, numerous aquatic monsters were fixated on the white crystal, and the surface of the lake was littered with blood and severed limbs. Upon seeing the Mu Ya crystal, Xia Zhi immediately controlled it with his spiritual sense from a distance. With a swoosh, it transformed into a streak of white light and flew towards him. The monsters in the water had been staring at the enticingly fragrant white crystal. Previously, during the fierce battles, several monsters had managed to seize the crystal, but after swallowing it they exploded and died, causing the others to hesitate. Now, upon suddenly noticing that the white crystal was flying towards the newly appeared human, the ravenous monsters could no longer contain themselves, roaring as they pounced towards Xia Zhi. A few fast aquatic monsters leapt up, aiming to swallow the white crystal mid-flight. Seeking death, Xia Zhi coldly shouted as he saw the monsters from the lake charging at him. 12 flying daggers manifested around him, swiftly piercing through the heads of the approaching monsters. None could withstand the rapid and deadly light. After securing the Mu Ya crystal and swiftly eliminating the monster, Xia Zhi left the underground lake and continued his search. As he probed deeper, his figure delved further underground. At depths of 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and 12,000 meters, he finally reached 15,000 meters. Target approaching. Cloaking the hatch, closing it. As Xia Zhi descended deeper into the earth, he frequently encountered Mu Ya crystals, having discovered a total of 26 along the way. The further he went underground, the more carefree he became, no longer bothering to discern direction. He understood that searching for the meteorite star in such a vast underground area was extremely challenging. However, if Babata guided him from the shadows, moving by instinct would actually make it easier to find. This way, Xia Zhi casually punched through the shattered rocks. Although he was in the dark depths, his planetary-level vision allowed him to catch a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. Something shiny, possibly metal. Is this it? Xia Zhi controlled his spiritual sense to squeeze away the surrounding rocks, clearing a path. At the end of the path stood a peculiar silver-white metal structure, covered in dust, resembling the entrance to a smart aircraft hatch. At that moment, the hatch was half-closed and an intense aroma of rice wafted from it. Indeed, this is the place. With a swift motion, Xia Zhi stepped through the hatch. Inside was a passage 12 meters wide and 8 meters deep, leading to a spacious corridor branching off to the left and right. Looking at a small pile of Mu Ya crystals on the ground, he controlled his mind to collect them into his backpack. A total of 289 crystals. To lure me here, Babata threw out so many. As he walked along the entrance passage, Xia Zhi was aware that there was no danger here, so he quickened his pace, and soon saw a few bodies of indestructible deities. Finally, Xia Zhi entered the hall, finding it empty with only some depressions on the floor and ceiling, likely caused by ding. With that sound, the dim hall suddenly lit up. Brilliant light shone down from above the hall, converging in the center to form a black virtual silhouette. A small child, only 1 meter 45 centimeters tall, with 2 horns on his forehead and blood-red eyes, dressed in a black robe. Xia Zhi, you finally arrived. The child in the black robe looked at him, a glimmer of joy in his blood-red eyes. Yes, I've finally found you. Looking at the small figure with 2 horns on his forehead reminiscent of a cartoon character, Xia Zhi silently mused. When Xia Zhi finally found the meteorite star at a depth of 15,000 meters and met Babata, he had no idea that his disappearance would turn Mist Island into a focal point for the entire world, attracting the attention of the 5 major nations and the top powers of all organizations and families. On the shore of the lake, spanning 100 miles outside Mist Island, the leader of the life and death trial training camp, a war god of Huaxia, lay on the beach, bloodstains still visible on his black combat uniform. The white mist here was still very thin, and the sunlight shone in, creating shimmering reflections on the calm lake surface. One could vaguely hear the roars of monsters deep within the lake. Hearing those roars sent a chill down his spine, reminding him of the high-level Lord-class monsters he had previously encountered. If he hadn't returned quickly when danger loomed, he might not have made it out. No, I need to report to headquarters immediately. If Xia Zhi really went in with his strength, even as a spiritual master, he would only have a dead end. With that thought, he hesitated no more, struggling to sit up and connect with the training camp's leader, Wang Xuanxia. Gao Bo, what is it? Wang Zuncha's cold voice carried a hint of surprise. It was the time for the elite training camp's life and death trials, and the teacher in charge had suddenly contacted him. Wang Xuanxia in Australia. Gao Bo, the teacher in charge, recounted the situation. Wang Xuanxia remained silent, waiting for him to finish before coldly saying, understood, stay put and await support. Alright. A slightly anxious Gao Bo agreed before the call ended. Soon after, in Honing Bay City, a deep blue triangular fighter jet soared into the sky, heading towards the Australian continent at high speed. After Xia Zhi's identity as a spiritual master was exposed, many organizations took great interest in him. Over the Australian continent, 6 satellites monitored his movements in real time. Upon discovering the loss of monitoring data, many organizations quickly reacted, sending their own powerful individuals to investigate. rushing around the Australian continent seemingly searching for something. Now that he had suddenly disappeared, it must mean he had found something. Immediately send someone to check. Gao Bo stood on the beach waiting for the rescue sent by headquarters after finishing the call with the Inspector Wang. Time passed and the night gradually descended. Suddenly Gao Bo turned around hearing a sound. A streak of fiery red light flew from the horizon, resembling a shooting star crossing the night sky, strikingly visible. The fiery red light stopped before Gao Bo, revealing a Caucasian man with curly brown hair dressed in combat gear. The man floated in midair, his body radiating wisps of flames, distorting the surrounding space, as if he were a deity amidst fire. The man coldly looked down at Gao Bo, and spoke in English. "Who are you?" Since the appearance of this man, Gao Bo had been taken aback. How did he arrive? This member of the European Union, the parliamentarian Fal, is said to have a difficult temperament. I wonder which inspector from our martial arts school has come into action this time. I have met parliamentarian Fal. Gao Bo slightly bowed to show respect. I am Gao Bo, the instructor of the elite training camp in Hongning Bay City. I have been training in Australia and am about to enter here. You need to leave immediately. Parliamentarian Fal wasn't surprised that Gao Bo recognized him. As a planetary powerhouse surpassing the War God level, one automatically gains the status of a member of the Human War God Palace Council upon breakthrough, making it normal for the War Gods below to recognize him. But Gao Bo had not finished speaking when Parliamentarian Fal's gaze turned icy. I said, leave here at once. Yes. Under the watchful gaze of the flame-like deity, Gao Bo felt his heart suddenly stop as if gripped by a hand, and he could only helplessly agree. Damn, even though I have reached the peak of the high-level war god, just a step away from parliamentarian status, the gap is still too. Seeing Gao Bo retreat, Parliamentarian Fal, floating in midair, sneered coldly, thinking, fortunately I happened to be in Australia for secluded training, and rushed over as soon as I received the news. If another inspector from the extreme martial arts school came, it would be difficult to share the spoils. With a boom, Parliamentarian Fal transformed back into fiery red light and plunged into the thick white mist. Gao Bo, who quietly returned, felt anxious. Seeing this, what should I do? The martial arts school support hasn't arrived. If Parliamentarian Fal goes in and encounters Xia Zhi, if he kills him and pins it on the beast, even if the head of the school doesn't have enough evidence, he can't indiscriminately kill a parliamentarian-level powerhouse. What to do? Just as he was in a state of panic, wanting to call Inspector Wang again, a faint blue light suddenly stopped above Gao Bo, revealing a triangular warplane. It's the warplane of my extreme martial arts school. Gao Bo was overjoyed and called out to the warplane, "Sir, I am Gao Bo from the elite training camp. Xia Zhi should have gone missing in the foggy lake, and the European Union's Parliamentarian Fal just entered." The air suddenly trembled and the warplane transformed back into light, charging into the mist, leaving behind a gentle voice in Gao Bo's ear, "Understood, you may return now." At this moment, 15,000 meters underground, Xia Zhi was inside the Young Starship, gazing at the corpse lying in the crystal coffin before him, the master of Young Star, Hu Yanba. The intelligent life form Babata had already recovered from earlier excitement and turned to Xia Zhi, saying, "Xia Zhi, my master, Hu Yanba is an eternal existence. Throughout the 6,000 epochs from birth to death, traversing the vast universe, he is truly an unparalleled powerhouse in the cosmos. My master is an immortal-level existence, an eternal existence. If it weren't for the last battle, my master could have lived forever. Now that you have become my master's disciple, I will follow you and guide your growth. But I will only truly recognize you as my master once you reach the Realm Lord level." Seeing Xia Zhi's lack of particularly excited reaction, Babata seemed a bit anxious, saying, "Xia Zhi, although my master has fallen, the legacy he left behind is still an endless treasure. Without the resources left by my master and my guidance with your Earth's evolution, you would only reach the cosmic level at most. As for what you call War General level and War God level on Earth, they are collectively referred to as apprentice level in the universe. What you call parliamentarian is the planetary level. Only by reaching the planetary level can one be qualified to be called an original energy warrior or a spiritual master, otherwise they are simply not worthy. In your Earth, within the galaxy you reside in, there are over 200 billion stars. The number of planets is even more astonishing, yet among countless planets, only over 210000 have a large human population." Babata continued, "The 8 major star systems neighboring the Milky Way, such as the Milky Way and Beta Galaxy, form the Silver Blue Empire, a basic cosmic civilization. A basic cosmic civilization is like an ant in front of my master," Babata said proudly. "According to the cosmic map, your galaxy belongs to the Hailang Mountain Star region, which contains over 8,000 stars. The Hailang Mountain Empire governs the Hailang Mountain Star region, a medium-level cosmic civilization. The Hailang Mountain Empire directly controls over 6,000 star systems, in addition to more than 500 basic cosmic vassal states. And the Silver Blue Empire is merely one of the vassal states of the Hailang Mountain Empire." Babata spoke fluently. "Although the Hailang Mountain Empire is quite powerful, it must still show respect in front of my master. As for powerhouses under normal development, to produce one Realm Lord level powerhouse among 1,000 star systems is quite remarkable." Babata continued, "Below the immortal level, the power levels are divided into 5 major levels: planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain master, and Realm Lord. Surpassing the Realm Lord is considered immortal. Planetary level is just someone who can wander the universe as a lackey or servant. Stellar level is a big shot staying on a remote planet in the universe. Cosmic level is considered strong. After all, under normal circumstances a star system would only produce one cosmic level. Joining a cosmic civilization can easily grant dozens of planets as territory. Babata looked at Xia Zhi with a smirk. Without my master's legacy, reaching cosmic level would already be your limit. Looking at Babata's expression as if urging him to be surprised and grateful, Xia Zhi smiled. Thank you, Babata. It is my honor to meet you and Master Hu Yanba. I had no choice. To be precise, I can only select on Earth. Babata raised his head. I can only let the dignified demon Babata help you, a mere planetary level kid. So esteemed demon Babata, if I practice under your guidance, how long will it take to reach stellar level? Xia Zhi asked with a smile. Babata, very satisfied with Xia Zhi's change in attitude, raised his small head confidently, the two horns on his head swaying. I can assure you 50 years to reach stellar level. And 500 years to reach cosmic level, no problem. As for the following domain master level and realm lord level, with the resources my master left for his disciples before his fall, I can barely promise it in about 100,000 years. What if I want to reach stellar level within a year? Xia Zhi asked as the golden horn giant beast would emerge in just 3 years. Babata was instantly furious, baring his fangs and yelling, Xia Zhi, you need to understand that in your entire galaxy where Earth is located, only one cosmic level is produced under normal evolution. Babata was instantly furious, baring his fangs and yelling, Xia Zhi, you need to understand that in your entire galaxy where Earth is, moreover your aptitude is quite low by cosmic standards. If I were not stuck on Earth, countless human geniuses from various races across the universe would kneel and beg me, Babata, to become my master's disciple. Do you understand? I understand, Babata. Xia Zhi looked at Babata, who was chattering away, and said, actually I have had other extraordinary encounters. The cultivation method I am practicing requires a large amount of wood energy, which can not only rapidly enhance my strength, but also optimize my genes and improve my physical fitness. How can there be such a cultivation method? Xia Zhi, I have followed my master across the universe for tens of millions of years, and I have never heard of such miraculous cultivation methods in the cosmos. There are treasures that can improve genes and physical fitness, but they are all incredibly valuable treasures, and some are even beyond the purchasing ability of even an immortal level being like my master. Alright, I will begin cultivating the wood yajing I have just obtained. Babata, please protect me. Xia Zhi interrupted him helplessly, as it seemed that waiting underground for 50,000 years had turned Babata into a chatterbox. Alright, I will see how you rapidly improve. If it's about absorbing energy and trying to hastily improve, I will stop you. You cannot sacrifice your future for the sake of temporary strength. Understood. Xia Zhi took out a wood yajing from his backpack, tossed it into his mouth, and sat cross-legged, operating the Hongmeng golden body technique. A tremendous life force far exceeding that of the previous 9 Lu Mu cores erupted within him, absorbed and transformed by the mysterious cultivation method, enhancing his body's genes and optimizing his cells. Babata watched as Xia Zhi emitted a faint golden light, and the indicators of power, physical fitness, and solidity in the detector rapidly increased at a visible speed, unable to help but be stunned. Could it be that Xia Zhi really has such a miraculous cultivation method? This Earth is truly astonishing. So many Earthlings have come up. That planetary-level tentacle monster is enough to keep you busy. Forget it, the wood yajing I threw out will be left for them to pick up. The demon Babata recalled the wood yajing he had carelessly thrown out to attract Xia Zhi. Having missed several spots, watching them scramble with each other is also amusing. At this moment, over 20 parliamentarian-level powerhouses from various factions had already arrived at the edge of the Fog Island Lake. They were either sitting inside warplanes or floating in midair, nearly everyone wearing black divine suits, with many also donning S-level combat suits. At this moment here was almost a gathering of more than half of Earth's top combat strength, all looking towards the direction of the 6 tentacles, each with a diameter of nearly 20 meters, and covered with a wrinkled rock-like surface, were waving above the Fog Island. The length of the tentacles emerging from the lake alone reached nearly 1,000 meters, resembling sections of a train, linked together, stirring the surrounding air currents like the legendary golden rod from myths. How terrifying! If I hadn't escaped desperately, I would have died there by now. Previously the parliamentarian Fowl, who seemed like a god amidst fire, now felt slightly unnatural in his right arm, thinking that he had merely brushed against the tentacle. Under the 90 damage reduction of the black divine suit, his right arm had still instantly fractured. If he had received a direct hit, it would have been a fatal outcome. All personnel pay attention. I, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School Hong, am about to enter the Fog Island to kill the Beast King in one fell swoop. To avoid being affected by the battle, all parliamentarian-level powerhouses must not hover above the lake. The voice echoed like rolling thunder, transmitting within a radius of hundreds of miles. All the parliamentarians were shaken. The strongest on Earth, the first speaker of the Human Council, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School, was about to take action personally. After finishing his training, Xia Zhi opened his eyes, and was startled by the blood-red eyes before him. Babata, what are you doing? Xia Zhi, where did you get this technique? Babata's somewhat ethereal figure was currently staring intently at his face. I can't quite explain it. One day, I suddenly found it in my mind, along with many other inherited techniques. Xia Zhi replied vaguely. It seems that in terms of luck, being able to obtain the master's inheritance is also a testament to your own strong luck. Babada nodded thoughtfully. Xia Zhi felt the 5 stars composed of the psychic crystal in his spiritual sea now, revolving around the Taiyu Tower along a marvelous trajectory. Within his dantian, there were also 5 stars made of primal energy crystals continuously rotating. Feeling the surging primal energy and psychic power within him, he nodded and smiled. I feel great now. Yes, your breakthrough is rapid, but your foundation is unstable. For a while, you shouldn't absorb too much energy using the wood bud crystal. You need to consolidate all your power and solidify your foundation for smoother progress in the future. However, your genetic level has increased at least 3-fold compared to before. If each stage of planetary level can enhance your genetic level by 1-fold, that would be truly astonishing. You must understand that the pinnacle races of the universe typically have a 10-fold genetic level. Babada said seriously. Xia Zhi listened carefully. This concerns your life. At this moment, Babada's childlike face was unusually serious. Never tell anyone about this technique in the future. As an immortal level great existence, even I who have followed him, have never heard of such an outrageous technique. If it leaks, it will definitely attract the envy of countless powerful beings, and at least those at the master level will be tempted to seize it. Xia Zhi nodded. I understand. I've only told you and won't mention it to anyone else. Once an intelligent being recognizes its master, it will never betray them in this lifetime. Although Babada has not yet acknowledged Xia Zhi as his master due to the legacy of Huyen Bo, Babada is absolutely loyal to Xia Zhi, and will not betray him. Moreover, as the intelligent being that will accompany him for countless years, any secrets will be hard to conceal. Xia Zhi decided to be straightforward to avoid future troubles. Babada nodded. That's good. Master, I have prepared for you at the planetary level a defensive primal energy battlesuit which you call the Black God Set Psychic Weapon Arc Blade Disc Energy Absorbing Wood Bud Crystal Storage Space Rings, and most importantly the Cultivation Inheritance. When your strength is low, giving you too many treasures will only bring disaster. The remaining resources can be inherited when you reach the stellar level, cosmic level, or domain lord level at the Galactic Bank. Yes, I understand. Xia Zhi was already quite satisfied with this reward, as it would help him break through the constraints of Earth and smoothly enter the universe. Having Babada, a guide familiar with the universe and absolutely loyal, is infinitely more important than these treasures and resources. By the way, there is also the Mo Yun vine seedling. It is a plant life and will be your lifelong companion. It can serve as armor for protection and can also expand to entangle and help attack and block enemies. You should hurry and let the Mo Yun vine recognize you as its master. Just cut your wrist. The Mo Yun vine needs to consume a lot of fresh blood to recognize its master. Babada pointed to a plant about 100 meters away on his left, resembling a gourd vine. Xia Zhi nodded, walked over, and used a flying knife to cut his wrist. To his surprise, the SS-level flying knife only left a white mark on his skin. Your current body is nearly as hard as a 6th-level metal. The 11th metal in the universe is not the trashy alloys on your Earth. Ordinary planetary-level warriors cannot damage it. Your current body is nearly as hard as a 6th-level metal. The 11th metal in the universe is not the trashy alloys on your Earth. Ordinary planetary-level warriors cannot damage it. Babada shook his head, seemingly amazed by Xia Zhi's outrageous technique. Then he flipped his wrist and suddenly produced a blood-red knife shard, tossing it to Xia Zhi. Use this to cut your wrist. After receiving it, Xia Zhi made a quick cut. Blood flowed from his wrist, continuously absorbed by the Mo Yun vine seedling. However, due to the current cellular activity of his body, the wound healed, rapidly forcing him to cut his wrist again. This shard fell off when the spaceship crashed to Earth and was deeply embedded underground. It was a piece of debris from an attack by a super powerful being that damaged the ship's hull and caused a crack. Babada pointed to the deep red knife shard and said, "Keep this shard. When the time comes, I will teach you how to use it. It's much stronger than a planetary-level psychic weapon. Just be careful when using it in the universe. The red mixed copper material of the shard can drive even a domain lord mad." Saying this, Babada took out a blood-red fruit resembling a grape and threw it onto the Mo Yun vine. Immediately numerous vines wrapped around it and blood-red electricity began to flow across the Mo Yun vine seedling. "I dared not cultivate the Mo Yun vine seedling before you received your disciple," Babada explained. "Now that the Mo Yun vine is beginning to recognize its master, it is the best opportunity for initial cultivation. The fruit I just threw was specially prepared by your teacher for this Mo Yun vine. In terms of value, it's even more expensive than your shard. This Mo Yun vine seedling will far exceed other Mo Yun vines right from its starting line. It will need 3 days to absorb before it can assist you. In the future, things like the Black God Set won't be as useful as it is," Babada said proudly. "If it weren't for the master's preparation, I dare say that even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't be willing to cultivate it like this." Ignoring the self-satisfied Babada, Xia Zhi said, "All right, Babada, for these 3 days let's familiarize ourselves with the arc blade disc and the red mixed copper shard." "Haha, Xia Zhi, hurry up and get familiar. When we go out, there's a big guy waiting for you to deal with. Consider it your first practice target," Babada said with a mischievous grin. What big guy? Xia Zhi asked curiously. I threw out quite a few wood bud crystals to lure you down, and some were eaten by a tentacle monster. It has now evolved to planetary level 5. Which is what you humans call an imperial level monster. Babata said, this big guy is currently outside. If you want to rush out, you must first deal with it. Then let this imperial level monster be my first battle to showcase myself to the world. Xia Zhi said coldly. At this moment the mist island on the ground had completely disappeared, leaving only a large lake within 100 miles. Around the large lake there were numerous warplanes, and even some bases under construction surrounding the lake's shoreline. The 5 major powers of Earth Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, and the top families within the HR Alliance all had their own bases here. Groups of scientists protected by warriors from around the world gathered here, and various monitoring instruments were set up to prevent the imperial level monster in the lake from charging out. At least 30 superfrequency laser cannons had been set up around the entire lake. Inside the giant UFO, acting as a command base for Huaxia, Jia Yi silently stared at the screen before him. Standing behind Jia Yi were 3 Huaxia people, all of considerable age, one of whom had even turned gray. They were all dressed in combat suits. Old Jia, what should we do? Asked the oldest among them. Hearing the question from behind, Jia Yi continued to gaze at the blurred shadow on the screen, which was extremely large and occupied most of it. Hongdu didn't succeed. That imperial-level tentacle monster has been hiding in the lake since it was severely injured by Hong. For us humans to go into the water and fight, it would be seeking death. Let's wait and see if Hong and Thor have any solutions. Jia Yi said lightly without turning his head. By the way, do we have any news about that young man Xia Zhi? Suddenly recalling the peerless prodigy who had attracted the attention of all top forces since joining the elite training camp, he asked. No, according to Fal, the first person to land on Mist Island, there were signs of battle on the island, but Xia Zhi's figure was not found. It has been nearly 7 days, so it's likely. A middle-aged man responded. It turned out that the 4 people here were all powerful figures of Huaxia, with Jia Yi being the top expert of the military at planetary level 2, second only to 5 counselors and belonging to the top echelon of Earth. What a shame he's so young. Jia Yi sighed. Suddenly he stared intently at the screen and exclaimed, what's going on? What is that tentacle monster trying to do? On the screen, the massive shadow representing the imperial tentacle monster suddenly moved, as if going mad, with 6 tentacles wildly stirring, causing the lake within a 100-mile radius to surge and create chaos. Outside, the hundreds of miles of wilderness surrounding the lake began to tremble violently due to the movements of the imperial tentacle monster, causing the warriors from various countries to gasp. Almost every country had monitoring equipment conducting real-time surveillance on the imperial tentacle monster underground. Upon detecting anomalies, they all activated their maximum power to understand what was happening. OMG! A black congressman from the American Federation suddenly pointed at a red on his monitoring screen that represented a creature and exclaimed, what is that? There was a red dot next to the imperial tentacle monster. At this time, powerful figures from other countries also discovered through their monitoring devices that there seemed to be a mysterious creature next to the imperial tentacle monster on the screen. Compared to the enormous tentacle monster that stretched over 1,500 meters, that red dot was indeed too small. Could it be that this creature is fighting the imperial tentacle monster? Look, it has escaped into the lake. Everyone silently watched the images on the screen, while the sounds of tremors outside grew louder. At this moment, the vast lake stretching for miles was in turmoil as the Beast Emperor's tentacle monster emerged from the depths, stirring up greater waves, as if the entire lake was about to boil. After entering the lake, this mysterious creature and the Beast Emperor are moving at such speed, exclaimed one of the observing council's powerful members. Are there hidden powerhouses on Earth that can fight the Beast Emperor? If it's also a monster, its size shouldn't be this small. Another person questioned. Impossible. Jia Yi, hearing the speculation that the one fighting the Beast Emperor might be human, shouted resolutely, everyone has seen how powerful the first speaker is. Even he can only injure that tentacle monster in the water, but cannot kill it. How could there be any humans capable of doing so? If such a powerhouse truly existed, how could the 2 old Beast Emperors still be alive today? Upon hearing Jia Yi's words, the others fell silent. Indeed, if such a powerhouse existed, how could humanity have fallen to this state, relying on the deterrence of superfrequency laser cannons and the lives of countless warriors to fend off the onslaught of sea monsters? Look, 2 of the tentacles have been severed. On the screen, 2 of the tentacle monster's limbs, approximately 2/3 of their length, suddenly broke. Not good. Retreat quickly. Jia Yi suddenly exclaimed, swiftly issuing orders to the intelligence system of the flying saucer. The massive flying saucer from Huaxia swiftly retreated away from the lake, while other nations' aircraft also heard. In the distance, 6 tentacles resembling towering pillars shot into the sky, and then a dozen deep purple vines emerged from the lake, tightly entwining around the tentacles that resembled rocky folds. In the distance, 6 tentacles resembling towering pillars shot into the sky, and then a dozen deep purple vines emerged from the lake, tightly entwining around the tentacles that resembled rocky folds. Beast Emperor forming segment. The crowd watching saw that the originally suspicious red representing the creature disappeared, suddenly revealing a creature of equal magnitude tightly entwined with the shadow of the Beast Emperor, filling the entire screen with the red representing the creature. This is bad. That suspicious creature is likely a plant monster stronger than the Beast Emperor. Everyone be on guard. Prepare all laser cannons for immediate fire. Xia Zhi shouted as he looked at the monitoring image on the screen. Then he dialed the phone of Ice Mountain, the person in charge stationed on Mist Island. This person is one of the 3 elite guards of the first speaker Hong, and he is the fastest to contact Hong. Ice Mountain, you've seen the situation. This purple vine monster is definitely a being stronger than the Beast Emperor's tentacle monster. Can the first speaker make it here in time? I'm worried it will come out to attack us after killing the Beast Emperor, Xia Zhi said quickly. The master is currently on his way here with the second speaker Thunder God. If we are attacked, we will retreat first. Ice Mountain's usually cold tone now carried a hint of urgency. Alright then, let all martial artists below the council level retreat immediately. Hearing that Hong and Thunder God are on their way, Xia Zhi regained a bit of composure. Soon all personnel below the council level from various nations surrounding the lake urgently retreated. Even martial artists of council level all remained in the aircraft to observe. In case of an emergency, the speed of retreating aircraft would be much faster than flying away on their own. Look, the tentacle monster is on the verge of collapse. On the monitoring screen, the shadow of the Beast Emperor was fading, its life force rapidly diminishing, causing the observing council members to gasp in shock. Everyone turned their gaze to the lake outside the aircraft. The already turbulent lake suddenly exploded. A large amount of blood surged from the depths, rapidly dyeing the 100-mile lake red. Ah! As a piercing and sorrowful sound echoed from the lake's depths, the tentacles that seemed to pierce the sky suddenly fell limply crashing into the lake and creating towering water columns. It's dead. The Beast Emperor's tentacle monster is dead. Under the gaze of the crowd, the enormous shadow representing the Beast Emperor actually vanished from the screen. Moreover, another red shadow was exceptionally bright. The lake is moving. Is that the vine coming out? All laser cannons ready, fire immediately upon spotting any anomalous life. At this moment, under the threat of the powerful and suspicious life, formed the 5 major powers of Earth, and various factions chose to unite in cooperation. Wow! Floating around the lake among the hovering aircraft, dozens of council members were astonished to see a human youth covered in a black membrane, except for his head emerging from the water. Water droplets were still dripping from his black hair, and soon everyone noticed that a deep purple vine was coiled around the youth's right hand. The black-haired youth soared into the sky. As his body ascended, a segment of a tentacle covered in rocky folds emerged from the water, tightly dragged out by the vine on the youth's right hand. Including the tentacle, the colossal creature exceeded 3,000 meters in length, resembling a gigantic turtle shell entirely dragged out of the water. The Beast Emperor tentacle monster, having completely lost its life force, appeared like a floating island above the lake, casting a massive shadow over the entire sky. Dozens of council members, citizens of the 5 major powers on Earth, and all present were stunned, staring at this scene. At that moment, this scene was transmitted across the entire Earth, and everyone in various countries and organizations who witnessed it fell silent. It's Summer Solstice. He is Summer Solstice, the one who went missing from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. A staff member responsible for intelligence suddenly exclaimed, looking at the godlike black-haired youth. What? How is that possible? Isn't he just a junior at the battle general level? A council member? It really is him. Another council member who had seen the intelligence quickly checked, and upon seeing the black-haired youth, who looked exactly like the photo in his hand, said in disbelief, "Isn't that the kid who killed the monsters back then?" The golden mask on Ice Mountain's face could not conceal his astonishment. Xia Zhi looked at Summer Solstice dressed in black, high above, murmuring, "From this moment on, the Earth has gained another unparalleled powerhouse." Boom! After dragging the corpse of the Beast Emperor away from the lake to the nearby wilderness, the deep purple vine released its grip on the Beast Emperor's tentacles and quickly vanished into the sleeve of Summer Solstice. The tentacles, each over 1,500 meters long, and as thick as a train, fell heavily to the ground, causing the Earth to tremble as if experiencing an earthquake. Suspended high in the air, Summer Solstice looked down at the dozens of aircraft from various nations, as if a deity overlooking the mortal world. Everyone seemed to hold their breath while staring at his brilliant eyes on the screen. Boom! A loud sound of air violently shaking came from afar. Above the lake, a purpler triangular aircraft appeared out of nowhere. The cabin door opened and Hong, dressed in black, and Thunder God, in a white robe, flew out of the aircraft. The two were shocked as they gazed at Summer Solstice hovering above the monster's massive corpse. Even with their composure as the strongest beings of Earth, they were momentarily speechless. "Hong, is this the unparalleled genius Summer Solstice from your martial hall?" Thunder God asked quietly. Hong looked at Summer Solstice, who had once hidden his pride when they met 8 months ago, now soaring high, looking down upon the world, and sighed. From now on, who would dare to call him a genius? He is already the top powerhouse of humanity on Earth. On the desolate land by the lake, the returning scientists from various countries were struck by a breathless sensation as they laid eyes on the corpse of the devouring beast, which measured over 3,000 meters in length. Incredible, simply outrageous. The corpse of the Beast Emperor, This is the first Beast Emperor corpse on Earth, a priceless treasure. Mr. President. Our research team has never obtained a Beast Emperor corpse. I request Mr. President to negotiate with that martial artist to see if we can purchase part of the Beast Emperor's corpse. I propose we immediately purchase a portion of the Beast Emperor's corpse regardless of the cost. We must be the first to study the structure of the Beast Emperor's corpse. This time we will certainly develop even more powerful weapons and combat suits. The 5 major powers and the HR Alliance after the shock, many were envious of this corpse. It should be noted that the corpse of the first king-level monster led humanity to invent S-level combat suits and weapons, pushing Earth's technology forward rapidly for nearly 30 years. The temptation of this first Beast Emperor-level corpse is simply too great. However, the leaders of the 5 major powers and numerous organizations chose to ignore the group of scientific researchers, instead focusing on the young figure. In midair, seeing Hong, a bald man in white clothing flying over Xia Zhi, went to greet him. Babata's voice echoed in his mind. Xia Zhi, your appearance this time has shocked all of humanity on Earth. Haha, as a descendant of the fallen star, I should be this way. Xia Zhi, accustomed to Babata's loquacity, ignored him and directly addressed Hong, who was already flying closer. Master, let the martial arts school handle this Beast Emperor corpse. Xia Zhi held great respect for Hong, who had become a guardian of humanity after stabilizing Earth for over 30 years with his personal martial prowess. Moreover, with such a huge corpse and having no power of his own, it would be better to give it to the martial arts school. With Hong being the world's richest man, he surely would not take the Beast Emperor corpse for free. Alright, Hong smiled, then activated communication. Lu He. Master Lu He, the inspector from Hongning Base City, responded from afar. Immediately dispatch the Jia Yi research team and 2 special battle god squads. Hurry to Mist Island to meet me, Hong ordered. Yes, Master. Lu He complied. Not only that, Hong also immediately ordered his 3 elite guards, the Beast Glamour, to come over. He knew very well that as long as he and Xia Zhi were here, various forces would not dare to act. Once they left with the politicians' cunning, they could easily find an excuse for open theft. Brother Hong, a teasing voice rang out. The bald thunder god in a white robe smiled and said to him, Aren't you going to introduce me? Looking at the massive corpse below, he said to Xia Zhi, So you're Xia Zhi. I must commend you killing the Beast Emperor even in the water. Xia Zhi merely nodded slightly at Thunder God's words. This kid is not humble at all, Thunder Gods. Beside them, Hong said to Xia Zhi, This is Thunder God, the founder of the Thunder Martial Arts School. I grew up hearing the legends of both of you. I practiced Thunder God's 9 layers Thunderblade, and Thunder God's name is renowned. Xia Zhi replied with a smile. Oh, since you practice my 9 layers Thunderblade, how about joining my Thunder Martial Arts School? We can both be masters together in the future. Hong glanced at Thunder God, feeling somewhat helpless. Both of them were born before the Great Nirvana. Unlike himself, who came from a background of assassins, Thunder God was a mixed race of Chinese and Indian descent with a playful and mischievous personality from a young age, and he particularly loved Chinese martial arts. During the Great Nirvana, both of their strengths skyrocketed, and with some fortuitous encounters and their innate talents, they mutually validated each other. They are brothers who have gone through countless battles and shared life and death together. Although they established 2 major martial arts schools separately, and their subordinates competed with each other, they did not hinder each other. Healthy competition benefits their respective forces. Hearing Thunder God extend an olive branch to Xia Zhi in front of him, even suggesting they become co-masters, Hong helplessly said, Alright Xia Zhi, don't listen to him. This isn't the place for discussions. We'll talk more when we return to headquarters. Soon the research team of the Extreme Martial Arts School, along with the special battle god squads, arrived in fighter jets, under the leadership of the Beast Glamour, to take over the Beast Emperor corpse on the ground. With that, the 3 elite guards under Hong, 3 planetary-level experts, had all gathered here. Ignoring the eager gazes of other powerful members, Xia Zhi and the others returned to the headquarters of Hongning Base City, on Hong's fighter jet, amidst a sea of respectful eyes. Among a group of legislators, Jia Yi watched as Xia Zhi left with Hong and Thunder God, sighing to himself, These 3 are the strongest 3 powerhouses on Earth right now. Hongning Base City, headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Returning here after 8 months, sitting in the quiet room where I first met Hong, I noticed a cup of tea the same as Hong's in front of me. The refreshing aroma of tea wafted through the room, making Xia Zhi, who had just returned from the Australian wilderness, feel very comfortable. Thunder God left midway. According to his words, since he could not persuade Xia Zhi to join his Thunder Martial Arts School, he would not stay to watch Hong win him over. Seeing Hong with a dark expression send Thunder God off the fighter jet, Xia Zhi couldn't help but chuckle, understanding that these 2 truly recognized his strength, which is why they revealed such a side in front of him. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, both Hong and Thunder God would be seen as godlike existences, incredibly aloof. Hong seemed to fall into contemplation, and after a while he snapped back to reality, and pointed to the teacup in front of him, saying, Drink some tea. Xia Zhi, you managed to kill that tentacled monster in the water. There are 2 more in the ocean, do you have confidence in taking them down? Hong suddenly asked while sipping tea. It's different, Xia Zhi pondered for a moment. Although the lake was wide, it was only over 300 meters deep. That tentacled monster was over 3,000 meters long, with a single tentacle measuring 1,500 meters. In the lake, it would struggle to turn around. The lake restricted its capabilities. Moreover, I had the assistance of the Mo Yun Vine this time. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult. I have not fought the two beast emperors in the sea, but considering the vast area and depth of the ocean along with countless sea monsters assisting, I think it would not be easy to kill them now. There's no rush. On land our strength surpasses those two. They will surely not dare to come ashore. As he spoke, hearing Xia Zhi mention the Mo Yun Vine, Hong's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Did you say the Mo Yun Vine is a plant life from the universe? Is there one on our Earth?" "Yes, it's the Mo Yun Vine," Xia Zhi nodded. "I believe, Master, you can guess it. I received the inheritance from a powerful being in the universe, which is why I have seen such significant improvement." Hong nodded and said, "Regarding other matters of the universe, both Thunder God and I are aware. Many legislators and high-ranking officials also know. We worry that the lower-level people might panic. Even if extraterrestrial relics are discovered, they are often dismissed as ancient relics, when in fact they are left by powerful beings who have visited Earth. Sometimes humanity can be quite laughable. We haven't even explored our own planet fully but dare to announce that only humans exist in the entire universe. Most of those legislative-level powerhouses are content with the status quo, pretending to be divine beings in front of ordinary people losing their drive. They never worry about what will happen if one day we are discovered by extraterrestrial beings in the universe. Our Earth is too weak. I once saw a video of two cosmic-level powerhouses battling on a white dwarf under billions of times the gravity while excavating an extraterrestrial ruin. Xia Zhi, can you imagine two powerhouses fighting under such conditions? I have always been worried that one day our Earth might be discovered by cosmic adventurers. The best outcome would be to become a territory of a powerful being. In the worst scenario, all of humanity could be implanted with slave chips and sold at will." Hearing the tremor in Hong's voice, Xia Zhi nodded, indicating he understood. Having read the original work in his past life, he knew that this universe was vast and the slave system was legal, designed to force countless human races to compete. To filter out the strong, the powerful could attain supreme status while the weak would suffer terribly. Hong looked at Xia Zhi and said earnestly, "You wouldn't want to see Earth face such a fate, would you? To be blunt, currently on Earth, in terms of martial talent, it's just me and Thunder God. As for the talent of mental energy masters, it is naturally you, Xia Zhi. Are you willing to fight with us for the future of humanity?" Looking at the sincere Hong, Xia Zhi nodded firmly. "Good then, what are your plans? Do you want to continue staying with our extreme martial arts school or establish your own force?" Hong was overjoyed and then asked further. Many powerful beings, once they reach a certain level, are reluctant to submit to others, especially top-tier powerhouses. Although Hong knew from the results of the light brain detection that Xia Zhi currently had only the strength of a planetary level 5th stage, he was a mental energy master, and had the mysterious inheritance of a cosmic powerhouse along with the assistance of the Mo Yun Vine. Even though he had his domain and was confident that he could face anyone at the planetary level without fear, he still had to admit that Xia Zhi was now truly a powerhouse who could stand on equal footing with him. "I have no intention of establishing a force. I will just continue at the martial arts school. Master, give me the appointment of an inspector and I will mainly focus on cultivation. I will act only when there is something important." Xia Zhi shook his head when he heard Hong ask if he wanted to establish a force. Humans on Earth are too weak. Establishing a force is labor-intensive and would waste precious initial time. The plot has already begun, and the dangers are coming one after another. How could he waste time doing such things? "Haha, what inspector? Thunder God has invited you to be a master. Would I still let you be, and from today on you are the vice master of my extreme martial arts school with authority and status second only to mine. You can handle all personnel and resources as you see fit." Hong laughed heartily. That day the extreme martial arts school issued a public appointment. The unparalleled powerhouse Xia Zhi, who had just killed a beast emperor-level tentacle monster in front of global legislators, was appointed as the vice master of the extreme martial arts school with authority and status only second to Hong. Subsequently, the highest council of humanity on Earth passed a resolution appointing Xia Zhi, the vice master of the extreme martial arts school, as the third speaker of the council, with the subsequent speakers reduced by one rank, changing the council from 5 speakers to 6. By the evening news, all news channels and online media across the 5 major nations on Earth were broadcasting the news. The inauguration ceremony of Xia Zhi, the vice master of the extreme martial arts school, would be held on the 20th of next. Furthermore, with the public announcement of Xia Zhi's appointment, the general public was curious about what was so special about this youth, who was reported to be only 19 years old, to become the vice master of the world's top organization, the Extreme Martial Arts School. The video of Xia Zhi killing the beast emperor-level tentacled monster in Australia and dragging its mountain-sized corpse from the lake was uploaded online, prompting television stations and newspapers in various countries to begin frantic reposts. Looking at Xia Zhi, who appeared small compared to the over 3,000-meter-long monster hanging in the sky, his aura of overlooking the world left countless people astonished and ecstatic, some even shouting the name God Xia, gaining nearly universal recognition. This day was a day of madness. all of humanity was going wild for that godlike youth. In the early morning at the Mingyue community in Yangzhou City, the family members of martial artists were astonished to find that several heavy trucks from the Extreme Martial Arts School had already entered the community. At this moment, the northeastern corner of the small lake in the Mingyue community, the most spacious area by the lakeside, the logistics department of the Extreme Martial Arts School, was operating at full speed as truckloads of construction materials were brought in, indicating a massive construction effort. At this time, Luo Feng's father Luo Honghua was pushing his son Luo Hua for a walk in the community. Since Luo Feng became a martial artist and the whole family moved to the Mingyue community, Luo Honghua stopped working, spending his days accompanying his son for walks and chatting with other martial artist families, living a comfortable life. Seeing the bustling construction scene at the martial arts school, and the director Zhuge Tao sitting beside the elderly man dressed in a tang suit, giving orders, they couldn't help but be astonished. "Dad, what's going on? Isn't that the supervisor Zhuge Tao that my brother mentioned, who holds him in high regard? Why is he here in our community today directing things?" "I don't know. The supervisor is a big shot in our base city. Since we ran into him, let's go say hello," Luo Honghua replied. "Your brother said he takes good care of him, and even paid out of his own pocket for him to buy manuals," Luo Honghua said, pushing his son Luo Hua towards Zhuge Tao. At this moment, Zhuge Tao was discussing with Xiang Zhonghua, saying, "Old Xiang, the deputy director, has chosen to return to Huaxia and reside in our Jiangnan city. This is a source of pride for our entire base city." His tone was full of emotion, as he didn't expect that the investment in Xia Zhi would yield such rapid returns. After President Zhou Zhengyong knew about his close relationship with Xia Zhi, and was particularly courteous towards him now. "Don't worry, supervisor. The deputy director comes from our Mingyue community. Now, he is returning home. We must prepare everything to ensure the deputy director is comfortable and at ease." Xiang Zhonghua was also visibly excited ever since he saw the news about Xia Zhi's appointment and received orders from the martial arts school to expedite the construction of the deputy director's residence in Mingyue community. He felt empowered, wishing he could rush into the wilderness for a battle. "Yes, we must be cautious. You must keep a close eye on every detail. The headquarters will send a special plane to bring the design team and all the props and equipment for the residence. Many of the equipment are unique in the world, worth more than the entire community, so you must personally oversee every." Zhuge Tao spoke with a serious expression, then added, "There might be a divine warrior action team from the headquarters accompanying the equipment, so be prepared for their arrival. If anything is missing, just let us know. Our Jiangnan base city will supply everything you need." "Yes, rest assured, supervisor," Xiang Zhonghua replied, shocked at the mention of a team of divine warriors, feeling the significant pressure. "Hello, supervisor director." At this moment, Luo Honghua pushed his son Luo Hua closer and greeted the two. "Who is this?" Zhuge Tao turned around to see a middle-aged man pushing a wheelchair with a pale young man. Seeing Luo Honghua, Xiang Zhonghua smiled and responded, introducing him to Zhuge Tao. "Supervisor, this is Luo Feng's father Luo Honghua and his younger son Luo Hua." Upon learning they were Luo Feng's family, Zhuge Tao immediately smiled warmly, saying, "Hello, old Luo, where is Luo?" For Zhuge Tao, who had just tasted the sweetness of a significant investment, Luo Feng was the second genius he had high hopes for after Xia Zhi, so he was naturally more enthusiastic towards his family. "Luo Feng has gone to the wilderness. He hasn't returned recently," Luo Honghua replied, sensing Zhuge Tao's enthusiasm. Hearing that Luo Feng has gone to the wilderness, Zhuge Tao said with a smile, "Young martial artists must strive while they're young. I heard Luo Feng has been gaining a reputation among martial artists recently, and has reached the level of a battle general. The base city's headquarters is preparing to assess him, and if he qualifies, he will be sent to the global headquarters elite training camp. If he passes the assessment, he will at least be a divine warrior-level martial artist in the future. Then, old Luo, you'll enjoy a life of luxury." Luo Honghua expressed his gratitude, saying, "It's all thanks to the supervisor for taking care of my son. He told us that it was you who provided the funds for him to buy manuals and equipment. Haha, talented young martial artists need better resources to grow quickly." "That's nothing," Zhuge Tao replied. "Supervisor director, what's going on today? Why is everything cordoned off here?" After the small talk, Luo Honghua pointed at the bustling lakeside construction site. "Old Luo, I have great news to share. Our Extreme Martial Arts School's global deputy director Xia Zhi has confirmed his return to Huaxia soon, and will settle in our community." Xiang Zhonghua chimed in. "Once he returns and takes charge in our Jiangnan base city, we won't have to worry about monsters daring to attack anymore. Although there was an agreement with the top monsters on the global continent that king-level monsters are prohibited from attacking human base cities, there are still occasional incidents of lord-level monster waves every year. Moreover, Jiangnan base city is not far from the coast, and the monsters in the ocean have not agreed to this agreement. The deterrent power of a top-level powerhouse is boundless. Just consider how the Hongning base city has not had any monsters dare to disturb it since its establishment. This is due to Hong's deterrence, and the other numerous benefits are countless. At the very least, in the future, the center of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Huaxia will definitely be Jiangnan base city with Mingyue community as its core. Ah, the god of summer is coming back." Luo Hua, who had been quietly listening to the conversation in the wheelchair, could no longer suppress his excitement and exclaimed, "Haha, you young people all call him the god of summer, right? Zhuge Tao laughed and said, "Yes, the god of summer is coming back." Soon the news that Xia Zhi was returning to Huaxia to Jiangnan Bay City and settling in Mingyue community spread, causing a sensation throughout the entire community. Subsequently, the Huaxia Government Military HR Alliance Thunder Martial Arts School and other forces all received the news as the movements of one person drew the attention of the entire nation to this ordinary martial artist villa community. In the main urban area of Jiangnan Bay City at the villa, on the peak of Huayafeng Mountain, in the Shanshui community, Venus' face was filled with anxiety as she said to her husband Liao, "Yao, what should we do?" Xia Zhi is now the third speaker and the deputy director of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Liao, a world-renowned high-level divine warrior, had a gloomy expression, and after a long silence he raised his head to his wife Vina and said, "Vina, we can't stay in Huaxia anymore. Are we going back to Europe to your family?" Vina said, her voice strained with unwillingness. "What about the position of president in the Huaxia region if we go back to the family? We have invested so much and offended so many people." Liao had calmed down by this point, speaking in a deep voice. "Awei has a conflict with him. Uncle Ing is my man, and when he went to kill him he ended up dead outside. You also tacitly allowed your subordinate group to target Qin Yi. If he really wants to deal with us, do you think we can resist?" Thinking of that young man who killed the Beast King with a divine-like presence, who looked down upon the world, Liao felt extremely powerless. When the gap in strength is too large, the weak should retreat far away to perhaps gain a slim chance of survival. If we continue to appear near him one day, if we really get killed, do you think anyone will stand up for us? Vina was left speechless by her husband's words, standing there in a daze. Seeing his wife like this, Liao felt a pang of sympathy and said gently, "It's okay, Vina, we are both divine warriors, and I still have the Black God suit. Even without the position of president, we are still among the elite of humanity. Go call Awei back. He must leave immediately." Thinking of his son Li Wei, who had caused trouble for Xia Zhi before, and was still in the wilderness, Liao suddenly had a bad premonition. At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly came from Liao's seemingly ordinary watch on his wrist. "No!" Liao's face showed an expression of anger and surprise. "Awei! Yao!" Vina's eyes turned red. "What about Awei?" Liao nodded in pain, then immediately said, "Quick search for the martial artist information in the area where Awei had an incident. No matter who it is, I want him dead." "Ah!" With a loud explosion, the two figures vanished from the living room. On this day, just as the news about the Extreme Martial Arts School's deputy director Xia Zhi returning to Huaxia to settle down stirred the Jiangnan Bay City, another explosive news suddenly emerged. The world-renowned divine warrior Liao publicly offered a reward for the killer of his son Li Wei. Anyone who could provide evidence identifying the killer would receive a reward of 100 billion Huaxia coins. In an instant, various intelligence networks and forces sprang into action in response to the massive bounty of 100 billion. Far away in Hongning Bay City, Xia Zhi also received the intelligence sent by the Extreme Martial Arts School's intelligence department. He saw the image of Li Wei's severed head and the clear signs of disconnection from his body, along with the terror in his eyes before death. The rise of Luo Feng is about to begin. Alas, he still died at his hands. Xia Zhi sighed. As someone who indirectly allowed himself to be reborn in this world, Xia Zhi found Li Wei's situation quite peculiar. "You say you never learn, always thinking you are an exceptional person, yet you don't realize that status and position are earned through strength. Sai, just a fool, let him die." Thinking of the many exciting stories that would unfold afterwards, Xia Zhi lamented that with different levels of strength and position, one's perspective on matters would also differ. He tossed the intelligence report onto the table, putting the matter behind him. Reaching stellar level within a year, and then entering the universe to purchase the Earth and resolve the threats posed by early cosmic adventurers was his top priority. Oh right, there's also that little golden-horned behemoth that should be hatching soon, probably still in its egg. Good afternoon to all the viewers in front of their televisions. Welcome to the live broadcast by Huaxia News of the inauguration ceremony of Xia Zhi, the vice president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It is currently 1:50 p.m. local time, with 10 minutes remaining until the ceremony begins. We can see that several national leaders and members of the Human Council are already present at the event. They include the President of the American Federation. The grand inauguration ceremony in Hongning Bay City is being broadcast live by top television stations from various countries, representatives from the 5 major global powers, nearly all the leaders of the Bay City's heads of top families, and almost all members of the Human Council are present to attend the ceremony. All eyes are focused on the young man known as the God of Summer, while many cannot help but cast glances at the beautiful Huaxia girl beside him. At such an important moment, being by Xia Zhi's side undoubtedly reveals their relationship as a couple. Countless young girls watching the global live broadcast feel disheartened and jealous of the fortune of that Huaxia girl. The name Qin Yi is instantly remembered by people worldwide, and various factions mark it as SS-level importance, a being that must not be provoked. During the inauguration ceremony, Xia Zhi announces to all present factions that he is offering a global bounty for the collection of spaceship wreckage, strange metals, and all peculiar items. As long as it is special and cannot be identified by current technology, it can be submitted for testing at the local Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Once he confirms its usefulness, it can be exchanged for money or treasures. When the list of exchangeable items is announced, which includes several types of spiritual herbs, and even the rare Mu Ya crystal, it stirs a sensation among global factions and powerhouses. These spiritual herbs can improve physical condition, increase lifespan, and elevate strength beyond limits. And even more precious, a single Mu Ya crystal can allow a high-level war god to break through and reach the level of a planetary member. Such treasures leave everyone feeling excited. Even Hong and the Thunder God couldn't help but take out their long-held treasures to exchange with Xia Zhi. The Thunder God generously said, "Choose anything, just trade it for the Mu Ya crystal." Time flies as Xia Zhi powerfully makes his entrance before all factions worldwide. And as he rapidly reaches the pinnacle, the entire Earth falls into a tranquil state of development. After obtaining the body of the Beast Emperor's tentacle monster for research, the scientific team at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall successfully invented a new generation of SS-level combat suits, reducing costs by 50 while increasing defensive strength by 30 compared to the previous version made from precious materials. After obtaining the body of the Beast Emperor's tentacle monster for research, the scientific team at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall successfully invented a new generation of SS-level combat suits, reducing costs by 50 while in Jiangnan-based city Mingyue community at Xia Zhi's new lakeside residence, covering more than 200,000 square meters. The main building is a 3-story ancient palace-style structure. Compared to a year ago, he appears even more composed. Though he remains quite slender, the exceptionally refined Xia Zhi, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, walks into the gravity room installed on the 3rd floor of his home. This room was specially sent by Hong when building Xia Zhi's new residence, capable of controlling gravity from 0 to 1,000 times. However, what Hong does not know is that this gravity room was modified by Earth scientists to operate on electric power, and thus cannot reach its maximum capacity. After being transformed by Babata, the gravity control range has astonishingly reached 9,000 times. That's 9,000 times Earth's gravity. Truly extraordinary. In Babata's words, this will suffice for you to reach at least the stellar level. Anything better can be exchanged once you become a stellar level being and enter the universe. From then on, Xia Zhi cultivates in this gravity room. Under extreme gravitational pressure combined with the infinite energy supply from the Mu Ya crystal, his progress rate accelerates dramatically. Babata, today I will focus on the mastery of spiritual thought control. Please assist me with the testing. Xia Zhi said. I don't know if I'm busy repairing the spaceship. Babata complained, clearly displeased at being disturbed by Xia. As the gravity room powers up, a terrifying gravitational force instantly acts on Xia Zhi's body, causing him to tremble, slightly bending his knees slightly before standing upright. Huff! Xia Zhi takes a deep breath, moving his limbs to adapt to the discomfort caused by this immense pressure. Currently, the pressure in the gravity room has reached an astonishing 2,000 times. If anyone from Earth were to rush in at this moment, they would undoubtedly be crushed to pieces by the overwhelming force. Not bad, Xia Zhi. Your body cultivation technique is truly monstrous. At just planetary level 9th stage, it allows your body to surpass that of an ordinary stellar level warrior, even achieving a hardness comparable to grade metal. Ordinary stellar level warriors would find it hard to damage your body. Seeing Xia Zhi quickly adapt to the 2,000 times gravity, Babata couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Zhi smiled slightly, not responding, but with some effort, he lifted the fragment of the red copper blade in his hand, using his mental power to manipulate it to fly around the gravity room. This blade fragment, just a few centimeters long, weighs over a ton on Earth, and under 2,000 times gravity, it weighs 2,000 tons. Fortunately, this gravity room exerts gravitational force on the object itself without affecting the outside world. Otherwise, the buildings would not be able to withstand such a heavy force. As streams of mental energy are directed at the blade fragment, even at a weight of 2,000 tons, its speed of flight continues to increase. A total of 72 streams of mental energy are directed at the blade fragment. You can now gather 72 streams of mental energy together without interference. Babata was very surprised. Yes, during this time of assembling the spaceship, I've made some progress. Xia Zhi replied with a smile. It's only been a few days. Babata was left speechless. It claims to be busy assembling the spaceship, but in reality it just doesn't want to be shocked by Xia Zhi's astonishing progress. Boss, I think you may have found an outstanding disciple this time. I will definitely have Xia Zhi help you take revenge. Remembering the late master who Yanba, Babata silently thought. So how is it, Babata? Xia Zhi asked, not hearing a reply. Very good. Under 2,000 times Earth's gravity, you can still gather 72 streams of mental energy together without interference. You have made small achievements in the control section of the character formula. Babata praised, now you have mastered all the foundational 9 formulas of the control section. It's not that hard. Xia Zhi smiled, feeling that after nearly a year of intense training, the time for harvesting has finally arrived. Good, let's proceed with the practice of universal language. Seeing Xia Zhi with a hint of pride, Babata's tone turned serious. Hearing Babata mention universal language, Xia Zhi's smile instantly faded. Babata, since I have the light brain translator, I don't need to learn it, right? Looking at Xia Zhi's distressed expression, Babata, holding back laughter, admonished more seriously, you are the heir of the great Yun Mo star lineage. As the future master of UNMO Star, and a future super powerhouse in the universe, do you want to be laughed at as soon as you— God knows after 2 lifetimes of only speaking Mandarin, Xia Zhi has been tortured by the universal language to the point of near despair. Alright, ill practice, ill practice. He'll make EE speak with me in universal language at home from now on, Xia Zhi said, fiercely feeling provoked. At that moment the phone outside the gravity room rang. Xia Zhi, who was practicing the universal language, stumbled as he said to Babata, "Let me take the call." It was a call from Hong, and he and the Thunder God had already been taken as Xia Zhi's disciples, becoming part of the UNMO Star lineage. Having received the complete martial artist legacy of UNMO Star, both of them had become utterly immersed, dramatically improving their strength over the past year. Now Hong is at planetary level 8th stage, while the Thunder God, a prodigy with excellent physical cultivation quality, has also reached planetary level 9th stage, just like Xia Zhi. It can be said that the high-end martial power on Earth today has significantly improved under the influence of Xia Zhi, more so than in the original storyline. Xia Zhi, next month the elite training camp will hold a life and death trial, and by convention I will be attending. Hong's voice on the phone was steady, and his rapid progress and strength brought him more confidence, alleviating his worries about Earth's future situation. "I am on the verge of a breakthrough now, and this time I want you to attend." Hong's voice contained an unmistakable joy when he mentioned the impending breakthrough. "Brother Hong, are you about to break through? What will you do?" Xia Zhi felt happy upon hearing that Hong was about— "Once I break through, I plan to clean up the ocean monsters together with the Thunder God." Hong's voice suddenly turned extremely cold. Having come from the Great Nirvana period, he has indeed felt suppressed for too long, and the hatred between humans and monsters can only be eradicated by destroying one side completely. Therefore, when Xia Zhi wanted to kill the 2 beast emperors in the sea to completely end the ocean threat, Hong requested to personally— For this reason, Xia Zhi personally negotiated with the 2 beast emperors, showcasing his strength. As a result, in nearly a year all coastal cities on land have not been harassed by monster tides, and the title of God of Summer has spread widely among humanity. Elite Training Camp. Upon hearing this name, Xia Zhi felt as if he were still cultivating in the 9-story tower. In just a year such tremendous changes have occurred. "Well, I will go," Xia Zhi replied with a smile. "Brother Hong, you can focus on your cultivation." After the call ended, Xia Zhi fell into deep thought, calculating the time. The emergence of the little golden horn beast should not be far off. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Xia Zhi was called by Qin Yi to have a meal. Over the past year, Qin Yi's once high ponytail had been styled into an elegant updo, adding a touch of grandeur. As a significant figure in the entertainment industry on Earth, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, yet her gaze towards Xia Zhi was filled with profound affection. Seeing the harmonious couple, Xia Zhi couldn't hide the smile on his face. He too had experienced significant changes over the past year. The arm that had been severed by a beast during the Great Nirvana had long been healed by the spirit of wood Xia Zhi had retrieved. His once graying hair had turned black again, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly. He now appeared as a middle-aged man in his 40s, no longer resembling his previous frail self. Xia Zhi, President Zhuge just called to say that the precious items, spaceship remnants, and strange metals sent by various martial arts schools this month have nearly filled the 4 large warehouses we prepared. If you have time, you should go take a look. Qin Yi said softly. "Filled again?" Xia Zhi immediately showed interest and said, "After dinner, let's go shopping and see what good stuff we can find this time." Since the public announcement of the collection bounty last year, although most items sent from various places were deemed useless debris, by Babata many usable metals and materials had still been found. Along with the remnants of spaceships, Babata was already in the process of reassembling a ship capable of interstellar travel. "Sounds great," Qin Yi replied with a smile. Aside from cultivation, Xia Zhi had very little time to rest. Being able to accompany him was something she now found extremely fulfilling. "I really don't understand you. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly." Xia Zhi was perplexed by Xia Zhi's behavior of collecting junk from around the world. Having lived in hardship for most of his life, regardless of his current status, the frugality instilled by his ancestors flowed in his veins, and he was quite displeased with his grandson's actions. "Haha, Grandpa, you don't understand. Besides, my money is endless," Xia Zhi replied with a smile, causing all 3 to laugh. After dinner, Xia Zhi accompanied his grandfather for a walk, and returned him to the old villa at No. 188 where they had once lived together. After Xia Zhi got married, the old man stubbornly refused to live with his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, choosing instead to live alone in the original villa, which was conveniently closed, so Xia Zhi let him be. At the large storage base located at the northernmost part of Yangzhou City, in the Jiangnan Base City. Zhuge Tao, now the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association in the Jiangnan Base City, was waiting at the entrance of the storage base. Upon seeing the specially modified Mercedes-Benz flying car slowly descend, he quickly approached. Inside the flying car, upon seeing Zhuge Tao waiting, Xia Zhi shook his head and said to Qin Yi sitting beside him, "I've told him not to stand on ceremony like this. He's still waiting here." Qin Yi was nestled in his arms, cherishing the rare time spent together with Xia Zhi and thoroughly enjoying the sweetness of the moment. Flying in a combat aircraft is fast but too conspicuous within the base city, so Xia Zhi generally travels by flying. You know, your power and influence now surpass that of ancient emperors. They say accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Do you think they wouldn't fear you? Qin Yi said with a smile. Xia Zhi was taken aback, then said to his wife, leaning on his shoulder, no matter how powerful I become in the future, you need not fear me. I will always be that, Xia Zhi. Qin Yi replied happily. In a large storage room of at least 6,000 square meters, Zhuge Tao guided Xia Zhi and Qin Yi through rows of shelves, continuously introducing them to various peculiar items and uncertain metals. Observing Xia Zhi by his side, and sensing his unfathomable strength, Zhuge Tao was even more cautious. That previous investment in Xia Zhi a year ago truly was the wisest decision of his life. Having long since abandoned any fantasies about his own strength, due to age and hidden injuries, Zhuge Tao had not expected that his mere investment of 100 million would yield such a coveted return from the young man before him. When the spirit of wood was delivered to him, Zhuge Tao was overwhelmed with gratitude for Xia Zhi. After healing his hidden injuries, he leveraged the immense life energy from the spirit of wood to break through to the level of a battle god. And now he was the esteemed president of the entire Jiangnan base city. All of this was brought about by the young man before him, whose strength was beyond imagination. With this thought, Zhuge Tao became even more respectful. Sensing Zhuge Tao's cautiousness, Xia Zhi shook his head helplessly and thought, no wonder ancient emperors referred to themselves as this humble one. Suddenly Xia Zhi's gaze was drawn to a glimmer of crimson gold while scanning the shelves. He quickly walked over to the spot that had caught his attention and brushed aside the other items, revealing its true form. It was a token-like object forged from an unknown metal inscribed with mysterious characters. Although he couldn't decipher the words, the characters conveyed a clear meaning, which was the character for boundary. What is this? It resembles a token, yet it shows no signs of being forged, appearing as though it is a natural. Xia Zhi traced his fingers over the raised patterns on the token and mused. It cannot possibly be a natural metal. Could the character for boundary be its name? What does it mean? Seeing that Xia Zhi suddenly took an interest in this item, Zhuge Tao glanced over and smiled as he introduced. This was sent from the Soviet Union. It appears to be an ordinary metal plate, but no existing technology can leave a mark on its smooth surface. What did you say? A metal plate? Smooth. Xia Zhi again felt the mysterious characters with his fingers, looking at the clearly token-like shape, and asked, how can it be a metal plate? He then turned to Qin Yi and asked, what do you think? What is this? Qin Yi replied with confusion. It's just a very ordinary metal plate, quite smooth like a mirror. It might be a fragment of a spaceship wreckage. Xia Zhi felt uncertain in his heart, but clearly sensed that this boundary character token was definitely not simple. He flipped his hand to store it in his spatial ring and casually said, perhaps that's the case. Let's move on and take a look. With the earlier discovery, Xia Zhi paid closer attention, and even used his spiritual sense to scan, but no other mysterious items were found. Babada, please analyze the metal plate in my ring for me. Xia Zhi conveyed to Babada with his consciousness. Xia Zhi, this is just a very ordinary grade metal plate. Oh, for you earthlings it might be considered a treasure, but generally domain masters cannot damage grade metals. However, this small piece isn't very useful. Metals of this grade are sold by the ton in the universe. After analyzing, Babada casually informed Xia Zhi. Alright, I understand. Xia Zhi appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was filled with excitement. How could even Babada not be able to identify it? What on earth is this? Such a marvel. Moreover, what they saw was completely different from what I saw. The original text didn't mention such an item. The 9 Calamities Secret Classic is a metal plate, not a token shape, right? And it also has the character for boundary made of mysterious symbols. Xia Zhi pondered. I had read the original text in its entirety. Could there be something I don't know? Is this an extraordinary item not mentioned in the original book? In the deep of night at Jiangnan Base City by the lakeside villa of Mingyue Community, Xia Zhi sat cross-legged on the alloy floor of the gravity chamber, reaching into his spatial ring to retrieve a peculiar boundary token. This token felt somewhat cool at first, but gradually warmed up its reddish golden metal and mysterious characters exuding an air of noble mystery. It should be a token. With characters on it, could it be crafted by some mysterious master? Xia Zhi mused that in the vast universe there indeed exist some treasures of enigmatic origins, like the 9 Tribulations Secret Classic, which was also crafted by the mysterious Mount Master. This boundary token seemed to be one of them, and Xia Zhi began to attempt to permeate it with a wisp of consciousness. The moment his consciousness penetrated the boundary token, it astonishingly melted away, transforming into a stream of reddish golden energy that followed Xia Zhi's consciousness wave and directly dove into the depths of his sea of consciousness. Not good. Xia Zhi was startled. The soul sea of consciousness is the core of one's life, and currently he already possessed a high-level Taiyu tower inside, and he still didn't know when he could use it. Now a mysterious token is entering. After entering the sea of consciousness, the stream of reddish golden energy quickly merged into Xia Zhi's soul, while a large amount of information was transmitted to him. Xia Zhi gradually showed a look of astonishment, thinking, Just how many unknown secrets does this universe still hold? This reddish golden token called the Boundary God token was crafted by a very mysterious existence who called themselves Yuan, and it serves as an opportunity for junior cultivators to practice. The energy of the Boundary God token is remarkably magical. Under its protective energy, one can reincarnate with a wisp of true spirit and enter another primal world that is no less than the devouring world. Those who use the Boundary God token have undergone the baptism of 2 different supreme rules from the primal worlds, which greatly aids in breaking free from the cage and achieving the primal world. What level is that? Is it the final trial of reincarnation? After passing through reincarnation, does one not enter a higher level, the origin continent? Xia Zhi pondered in confusion. A wisp of true spirit reincarnated. Xia Zhi couldn't believe it. What if it's some kind of conspiracy? But for an existence capable of crafting such a miraculous token, would they need a conspiracy to deal with me? Perhaps it can be this way. He recalled a technique he had seen in the Taiyu Tower and calculated silently in his heart. My current strength is too low. There's no use in thinking about it. I will talk about it after I reach the stellar level. He then carefully observed the reddish golden energy that had entered his sea of consciousness, discovering that it merely lingered in the endless sea without causing any changes to the Taiyu Tower or the 9 crystalline planets of spiritual power. He tried to control his consciousness to expel it, but there was not the slightest fluctuation from the reddish golden energy. Xia Zhi decided to ignore it. If it's fortune, it's not disaster. If it's disaster, it can't be avoided. On August 1st, in the early morning at Hongning Bay City, 192 elite training camp students gathered on the grass in front of the 90-year tower. At this moment, the students were chatting in groups of 3 to 5, yet all were fully armed, carrying their respective weapons. For today marked the date of the elite training camp's annual life and death trial. However, before setting off, everyone was waiting for one of the 3 strongest beings in the world. After forcing the 2 beast emperors in the ocean to sign an agreement, he was also faintly referred to as the world's strongest Xia Zhi. Zhao Rua, Luo Feng, and Shi Jiang sat on the grass chatting. Xia Zhi, why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhao Rua said, blushing. I dreamed about him last night. It's been over a year since we last met. Don't be infatuated. Luo Feng teased. What did you say? Zhao Rua glared at him. Luo Feng laughed. He's already married and his wife is the goddess Qini. Sigh. Zhao Rua lamented. If only I had rushed into Xia Zhi's loft at night back then. After expressing her feelings, she shot a glare at Luo Feng, who was watching her with a smirk, and said, don't think that just because you ranked in the top 30 this month you're something special. You're living in the very loft that Xia Zhi used to live in. Hee, that doesn't mean Zhao Rua is my rival. This month you ranked 21st. Luo Feng laughed, complimenting her. Living in Jiangnan Pavilion, the 3 were closer than the other students, and the 2 frequently teased each other, especially with Zhao Rua being a warm-hearted and straightforward junior sister. Recently, Luo Feng had just fulfilled the requirements for the martial arts recruitment contract. After consuming dragon blood, his physical quality had vaguely reached the god of war level, while his spiritual teacher level had barely reached the lowest limits of a high-level god of war. One could say that looking at the entire elite training camp, Luo Feng's true strength could be considered the strongest among them. Yet he was clear that there were still many stronger than him in the world. Even among the god of war level, he was not to mention the one who was about to arrive, who was close to his age, and had already stood at the pinnacle of the world, Deputy Director Xia Zhi. Shi Jiang, you've interacted with Xia Zhi for a while. What kind of person is he? How should I put it? Shi Jiang said with a hint of admiration and emotion in his eyes. Xia Zhi's diligence in martial arts training, along with his monstrous talent, is the key to his rapid rise in such a short time. Because Xia Zhi's rise was incredibly fast, most of the training camp students who started at the same time as him have yet to graduate, so now all the elite training camp students proudly refer to him as senior brother rather than any other title. Luo Feng was taken aback. Whenever anyone mentioned Xia Zhi, they praised and envied his unparalleled talent, with few saying he trained diligently. Then he suddenly realized that even his current strength was the result of relentless hard work. How could Xia Zhi achieve his current strength and status merely through talent? Recalling the young man in the video footage who resembled a deity and reflecting on the time when he unintentionally saw that young martial artist at the branch in Yangzhou City, when he was still a senior student at the martial arts school, he couldn't help but look forward to their next meeting. On the grass in front of the 90-year tower, 2 figures suddenly appeared, both appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. One was bald, exuding a calm aura. The other had black hair and a gentle demeanor, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Upon their arrival, they ignored the other students and looked up at the sky. Luo Feng also looked up at the sky, as did many other students, because a sonic boom had sounded. A vague shadow appeared above the elite training camp, condensing into a blood-red triangular warplane. Quick, everyone stand up. 2 inspectors are coming. The deputy director is here. The waiting god of war level teachers and the students sitting on the grass all stood in formation, displaying their most upright demeanor. Everyone knew that one of the 3 strongest beings in the world, the 3rd speaker of the Human Council, who possessed almost the most formidable power in the world, was about to appear. The blood-red triangular fighter jet was slowly descending from the high sky. Below, the elite training camp students and war god teachers maintained a solemn silence, while 2 planetary-level inspectors stood at the forefront, and no one dared to make a sound. The fighter jet landed and the hatch opened. A figure stepped out from within the aircraft. He stood about 1 meter 80 tall, clad in a standard black martial arts uniform from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, the unique texture of the fabric and the red dragon embroidery made it clear at a glance that it was anything but ordinary. Beneath his cropped hair was a sharply defined face, and upon first glance one felt as if the surrounding world had vanished with him as the most dazzling center of the universe. Many of the teachers and senior students from the elite training camp had previously trained alongside Xia Zhi for 8 months. This was Xia Zhi's first return since his rise in the battle at Australia's Misty Island. Although everyone had previously referred to him respectfully as senior brother, only upon seeing him in person did they truly understand the strength behind his identity and status. He was like a god, an omnipotent deity. Not a single war god teacher harbored any thoughts of resistance. Even the notion of defiance could not rise. Even Luo Feng, who had significantly increased his strength and was extremely self-confident, could feel that in front of this godlike man even a mere glance could spell his doom. Vice Master. Inspectors Wang and Lu stepped forward to pay their respects. Besides Xia Zhi, the 2 imposing planetary-level inspectors were completely overshadowed, their gap in might too vast. At this moment, the 2 planetary-level powerhouses sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from Xia Zhi, akin to the vastness of the universe, and they were utterly astonished. Not long ago, Vice Master has enhanced his power yet again. I fear the Master is now. Following this, the 2 inspectors showed even more respect. Xia Zhi deliberately released a hint of aura using the spiritual technique of the falling ink star's inheritance, intimidating everyone. Upon seeing many familiar faces in the crowd, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." As soon as he spoke, the elite training camp students and teachers, who had previously seen nothing but darkness, found that the surroundings reappeared. They were still on the grass in front of the 90-eared pavilion. Noticing that under his illusion everyone had not behaved particularly out of character, Xia Zhi nodded. The training camp has indeed done well in cultivating the students' mental resilience. Vice Master, this batch of students has quite a few promising talents. Inspector Wang, responsible for the elite training camp, replied with a smile. At this moment, Xia Zhi noticed Luo Feng standing with Zhao Rua and others. Upon seeing Xia Zhi's gaze, Zhao Rua's face turned red with excitement. Xia Zhi stepped forward as if teleporting, appearing before the 3. The other students and teachers turned to look. After nodding to Zhao Rua and Shi Jiang in greeting, Xia Zhi looked at the resolute young man in front of him with bright eyes and asked, "You must be Luo Feng." "Yes, Vice Master." Luo Feng replied respectfully. "Very good. You possess excellent talent and comprehension as a martial artist, along with remarkably strong spiritual force. You are the strongest spiritual practitioner I have ever seen." Xia Zhi smiled gently and continued, "I didn't expect to meet again here after seeing you that day at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy." 3. Luo Feng was completely bewildered. He had been cautiously hiding his identity as a spiritual practitioner to avoid a hefty bounty, yet today Xia Zhi had revealed it outright. "Later come to see me. You don't need to depart with the other students. I'll have Inspector Lu take you to Australia," Xia Zhi said to Luo Feng before turning his attention away. After Xia Zhi's inspiring speech, the students of the elite training camp were all filled with fervor. Under the guidance of the war god teachers, they boarded a special vehicle to the airport, preparing to head to the Australian continent for the life and death trial. In the tranquil tea room, Xia Zhi and Luo Feng sat facing each other, ignoring the fact that at this moment Babata was sending him mental messages explaining how rare it was to discover a genius with a brain capacity over 18 on the underdeveloped Earth. "This counts as our second meeting," Xia Zhi said with a smile. "Speaking of which, we lived in the same neighborhood. Your parents often accompanied my grandfather before." Sitting properly, Luo Feng smiled upon hearing Xia Zhi mention family, saying, "Yes, I've always heard tales of the Vice Master while in Yangzhou City. Luo Feng, your potential as a spiritual practitioner can be said to be the strongest I have ever seen, and you have always been self-taught without proper training. Now I can pass on to you a foundational cultivation method for spiritual practitioners. Although it is basic, it is quite precious. This is not to be shared with anyone else." After some thought, Xia Zhi continued, "If within 6 months you can break through to the war god level and reach the planetary level, then I will take you into the falling ink star lineage as a direct disciple." Upon hearing that Xia Zhi was willing to pass on the foundational techniques of spiritual practitioners, Luo Feng was over. For so long he had been exploring on his own, at most searching for scattered introductions to spiritual practitioners on the Extreme Home Forum. He truly needed a systematic and standardized cultivation method. "Falling ink star lineage?" Luo Feng asked with confusion upon hearing this unfamiliar name. "You don't need to know that now. We can discuss it once you meet my requirements," Xia Zhi said lightly. "Are you hiding your strength because you have enemies?" "Vice Master, I had a conflict with the son of the vulture and scorpion couple in the wild area of Jiangnan Base City and killed him. This vulture and scorpion couple has placed a hefty bounty on the identity of the killer," Luo Feng said honestly. There was no need for him to lie to Xia Zhi. What was Xia Zhi's status? Just 100 billion Huaxia coins. Just his set of windblown technique from the mall had already brought him income in the tens of billions. It seems that my public acknowledgement of your identity as a spiritual practitioner will cause you great trouble. Xia Zhi, who had long known this, said intentionally. He then laughed and added, I didn't expect Li Wei to end up dead at your hands. Upon hearing Xia Zhi mention, Li Wei, Luo Feng asked in surprise, Vice Master knows Li Wei. That was a long time ago when I was a quasi-martial artist. Let's not discuss it. Xia Zhi shook his head and casually flipped his hand. A bamboo shoot heart with faint purple stripes appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Luo Feng. After receiving it, Luo Feng asked in astonishment, What is this? Since I inadvertently exposed your strength, I believe Li Yao will soon receive the news. He is very likely to come to kill you in Australia. Consider this plant spirit as compensation. Xia Zhi pointed at the bamboo shoot heart in Luo Feng's hand and continued, You have just absorbed dragon blood. Keep this for now. After adjusting your body through real combat, take it for the best results. This is too precious. Luo Feng said eagerly, but before he could finish, Xia Zhi raised his hand to interrupt him. To me it's nothing. Not to mention your family's close relationship with my grandfather. Your killing of Li Wei also saves me the trouble. Otherwise it would be a bit of bullying the weak. Xia Zhi continued. Now that you have reached the high-level war god threshold as a spiritual practitioner, after taking this you can be considered nearly invincible among war gods. After further cultivating the foundational techniques, I believe that below planetary level, there will be no rivals for you. Xia Zhi continued. Now that you have reached the high-level war god threshold as a spiritual practitioner, after taking this you can be considered nearly invincible among war gods. After further cultivating the foundational techniques, after Xia Zhi finished speaking, a wave of thought formed and transmitted into Luo Feng's sea of consciousness. Luo Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and relaxed his resistance. As that wave of thought penetrated his sea of consciousness, he felt a wealth of information merging into his soul. To his delight, he discovered that the teachings on cultivating spiritual practitioners were extremely comprehensive and exquisite, and all the aspects he had struggled to understand over the years were included in this knowledge. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, this place was already deep in the sea, appearing dark and endless from above. Occasionally a few deep-sea monsters swam past beneath the water, casting enormous shadows. Amidst the violent tremors of the air, a deep purple triangular warplane suddenly appeared above the ocean surface. Whoosh! The hatch opened. Dressed in a black combat suit, Xia Zhi flew out of the warplane, stepping onto a curved blade platform, hovering above the calm sea below. Babada, below us is the No. 12 ancient Ming ruins, right? Xia Zhi communicated telepathically. Xia Zhi, the distance from the surface to the seabed below is about 5100 meters. And the No. 12 ancient Ming ruins is located 3300 meters below the seabed. It should be around 800000 years old, Babada said. All right, I'm going down. Xia Zhi controlled the curved blade platform, plunging directly into the water. With Babada navigating despite being surrounded by water, Xia Zhi's path remained remarkably accurate. 3 years ago, Luo Feng received the foundational teachings of a psychic master from Xia Zhi along with a spirit of grass and wood. During the life and death trials in Australia, he successfully broke through to the higher war god level despite being hunted by Li Yao, turning the tables on the aids Li Yao had brought. Had it not been for Li Yao's black god suit, he would have perished there. Subsequently, the breakthrough Luo Feng was appointed as an inspector of the Jiangnan base city by Xia Zhi, with his combat strength rated as invincible, marking the rise of this gifted individual. After becoming an inspector, Luo Feng helped Jiangnan base city fend off multiple attacks from ocean monsters. As a high-level war god psychic master in the black god suit, he was nearly unmatched except against 2 beast emperors. When the dazzling Luo Feng attracted the ambush of the ocean monster overlord, the octopus beast emperor, he was ruthlessly struck down by the prepared Hong and Thunder god. This marked the first significant victory over ocean monsters since the great rebirth of humanity. Humanity plunged into a frenzy. The remaining ocean monster overlord, the Thunder Dragon Emperor, hid in the deep sea, utilizing endless hordes of ocean monsters to evade the persistent pursuit of Hong and Thunder god, until Xia Zhi personally intervened. In that battle, the entire Atlantic was stained red with the blood of fallen monsters, with countless king and lord level monsters perishing. Xia Zhi, whose psychic power had reached the 9th tier of planetary level, with a psychic amplitude of 48, defeated the Thunder Dragon Emperor among countless ocean monsters. This battle finally proclaimed that humanity on Earth had risen again, reclaiming its position at the top of the Earth's spiral. In the years following that battle, Xia Zhi's reputation in human society reached its peak, with the title of Summer God being acknowledged by all and the title of Earth's Strongest being a unanimous consensus. In the subsequent time, Luo Feng broke through to planetary level, becoming a core disciple of the Unemo star lineage under Xia Zhi's tutelage, while Hong and Thunder God, being martial artists, were accepted as peripheral disciples. The 3 individuals already possessing exceptional talent and high cultivation potential rapidly advanced after receiving the inheritance of the Unemo star lineage system. Understanding the future threats from the golden horned beasts and cosmic adventurers, Xia Zhi knew that apart from rapidly enhancing personal strength, entering space as soon as possible was crucial. However, Babada's efforts to construct a spaceship capable of interstellar travel, using various resources collected from different factions, had encountered significant setbacks with no success even after 3 years. Now having reached the first tier of stellar level, Xia Zhi was eligible to retrieve the first inheritance left by the master of Unemo Star, who Yanbo yet was trapped on Earth due to the absence of a spaceship. Urgently prompted by Xia Zhi, Babada suggested exploring the ancient Ming ruins discovered on Earth, hoping to find a spaceship that wasn't too damaged which would expedite their exit from Earth. Having almost forgotten some details of the original work due to the passage of time, Xia Zhi arrived at this location marked as the No. 12 Ancient Ming Ruins by Earth. Within the deep waters lived a multitude of ocean monsters. Transforming into a streak of light, Xia Zhi descended into the deep sea. All the monsters detected by the surrounding psychic power were pierced by the blades emitted from the curved blade platform, instantly staining the surrounding waters red with blood. At a depth of about 5000 meters, the pressure of the water was terrifying, yet Xia Zhi felt almost nothing. Here another 3000 meters down. Babada pointed the way for Xia Zhi. The Mo Yun vine attached to Xia Zhi's surface extended 2 deep purple tendrils piercing the seabed rocks like drilling heads, allowing Xia Zhi to continue sinking. The marvelous fruit initially cultivated by the master of Unemo Star, Hu Yanba, had significantly enhanced the life level of the Mo Yun vine. Now reaching the 9th tier of planetary level, it was nearly invincible on Earth except for Hong, who had exceptional field strength. We've arrived, Xia Zhi, Babada reminded. Bang! As the Mo Yun vine broke through the rock, below it collided with a hard object, producing a metallic clatter. Indeed it is. Xia Zhi's psychic power spread out quickly, forming a rough model in his mind. This was an enormous warship larger than the cosmic transport ship stationed at Hongning Base City. Wow, Xia Zhi, we hit the jackpot! Babada exclaimed excitedly. This is the flagship of the Star Fleet. This is definitely the strongest in terms of defense and attack within the fleet. No wonder a single warship would cause your Earth forces to evaluate it as a desperate situation. After 8,000,000 years, this warship still remains largely intact with its defense system operational. Let's go, we need to check it out. Follow this passage and continue forward. If we find useful equipment and materials, we'll be able to exit Earth faster, Babada urged. Following the metallic passage, they entered a secret chamber of the flagship, which was the core of the No. 12 Ancient Ming Ruins. They saw a black spaceship with a diameter of about 100 meters parked here. The surface was only slightly corroded, and the pattern of a giant dragon with wings was still clearly visible. The spaceship pattern representing the No. 12 ruins is this one. Xia Zhi looked up at the black saucer-shaped spaceship. Over the years, all countries on Earth had gone to great lengths to obtain it. Even powerful council members have fallen for it. To this day, it remains completely undamaged. Xia Zhi, this Model 81 spaceship costs far more than the entire command ship. Babada was very excited upon seeing the spaceship. This is a renowned cosmic adventure spaceship from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I never expected that this mothership would have someone capable of affording an X-81 on board. It seems to be in good condition. As long as we penetrate the intelligence system of this 81 and fully conquer the controls, then modify it a bit, we can embark on cosmic adventures with it. Babada continued, to control this spaceship, we need to first enter and reach the control room of the spaceship. The entrance passage after opening the hatch is a laser passage. The lasers shooting from this passage can easily kill those at planetary level tier 5 or 6. Most of those who died here on Earth previously met their end in this passage. Only Hong and Thunder God wearing the Black God suit could withstand it. However, for you it's nothing to worry about. Currently Xia Zhi's martial arts cultivation has reached the first tier of stellar level, and his psychic mastery has already achieved the second tier of stellar level. The Hongmeng Golden Body technique had reached significant completion when he broke through to stellar level, and now his physical strength is comparable to B9 grade metal, making it difficult for stellar level martial artists to inflict damage on him. Upon hearing Babada's explanation of the laser passage, Xia Zhi nodded in understanding. Getting through the laser passage is one aspect. More importantly, we need to open the hatch. Hong and Thunder God couldn't open it. A brute force would require at least a stellar level for martial artist. Babada said, "Can I open it?" Xia Zhi asked. "Your strength is much greater than that of an ordinary stellar level one, but it might be difficult. But hey, if we have tools, why use brute force? Do you need to call a powerhouse to do the heavy lifting if the spaceship is broken?" Babada chuckled. Suddenly a peculiar tool appeared before Xia Zhi, resembling a blade very thin, about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Just insert the ultra-thin side into the gap between the hatch and the ground and it will work. All right. Taking the peculiar tool, Xia Zhi, protected by the Mo Yun armor formed by the Mo Yun vine, faced almost no hindrance from the laser passage. After inserting the blade tool into the hatch's gap, it forcefully pried the closed hatch open like a jack. Let's go in and see if there are any good items inside. To buy a spaceship of this model in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire means one is a significant figure. We might find something valuable. Seeing that the hatch had been pried open to over a meter high, Babada urged eagerly. Xia Zhi smiled and stepped into the dark passage behind the hatch. In the dark corridor of the spaceship, Xia Zhi looked around and asked, Babada, what should we do now? Just follow the corridor. Hurry to the command room and plug the signal device into the spaceship's intelligence system interface, Babada replied. Only by connecting with the spaceship's intelligence can I find a way to break through its defensive measures and take control of it, Babada said. Understood. Xia Zhi nodded, catching the object that appeared before him, resembling a USB flash. Under Babada's guidance, Xia Zhi swiftly advanced through the Black Dragon spaceship. When he entered the command chamber of the X-81 model Black Dragon spaceship, he unexpectedly triggered the automatic defenses of the spaceship's intelligence system, and 3 metal robots rushed forward to eliminate the intruder. The space around Xia Zhi's body was enveloped by energy mixed with blue and black. Within the covered area, the fluctuations of the air felt as if they had transformed into water with the power of light mingling within. The 3 metal robots seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, their speed and strength greatly diminished. The 365 blades of the arcade blade disc now resembled golden fish swimming around the robots with the fluctuations of the wind. Each little fish was a curved flying knife capable of easily piercing the body of a royal-level monster. However, when cutting into the robots, it only managed to leave a faint mark without causing any wounds. The attacks from the 3 robots were not strong, but their metal bodies were too hard. Babada, you need to think of something quickly. I can only hold these robots back for now, their metal bodies are too tough to destroy, Xia Zhi urged. Watching the robots struggling to break through by hardening their metal bodies against the attacks within the blade formation created by the arc blade disc, he noted that the 3rd level's ultimate move focused more on individual attacks, while the 2nd level's blade formation was suitable for group attacks and trapping enemies. Over the past 3 years, Xia Zhi had gained some insight into the essence of the wind system. Later, with the help of the Zhaojing insight technique, he combined it with his light ability to form a spatial domain of wind, applying pressure and attacks against his foes. Got it. Xia Zhi, I have already controlled these 3 robots, Babada said. Indeed, the 3 metal robots within the domain had stopped moving, standing still. These 3 robots are made entirely of crayed tungstenitrium metal. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse would find it challenging to destroy them. If it weren't for me, even if you could trap the robots, you wouldn't be able to damage their bodies, and ultimately you would have to escape. Babada said proudly. Alright, let's head to the command room. It should be safe now, right? Xia Zhi, definitely. After all these years, the spaceship's intelligence system can still maintain these 3 robots, indicating that a significant figure left a large amount of energy within the spaceship. It wouldn't have any other means, otherwise they would have attacked together earlier, Babada affirmed. Xia Zhi nodded, applying some force to push open the silver door of the control room. This door had not been opened since the spaceship sank. At the moment it opened, a slight air current formed between the command room and the outside world, creating a gentle breeze in the spacious and luxurious command room. The soldier sitting in the central chair of the command room turned to dust as if he were just a puff of dust. Behind him stood 3 guards in black uniforms, whose uniforms also turned to powder. Wealth and status are insignificant before time. Only eternal strength is fundamental. Watching the scene of the soldier, possibly a great figure from 800,000 years ago, turning to dust upon the door's opening, Xia Zhi couldn't help but feel a stronger yearning for power. Stop feeling sentimental, Xia Zhi. These 3 guards are a special product known as flowing silver guards, Babada exclaimed. The main material of these flowing silver guards is much more precious than tungstenitrium metal. They contain an intelligent system and can act like real people as well as speak and perform tasks. They are generally the bodyguards of high-status individuals. For example, if attacked, they can fully use their body. Although their lethality isn't particularly strong, being entangled by them would require even a cosmic-level powerhouse some time to escape. They are the best bodyguard. First, plug the signal device into the leftmost control green slot, Babada said. Once we have control of the spaceship, I will help you crack the intelligence system of these 3 flowing silver guards. Then we can go to the universe, and with them by your side, others will recognize you as a person of status and won't dare to provoke you. Xia Zhi took out the USB-like signal device and plugged it into the green slot Babada mentioned. In the virtual space on his wrist, looking at the green-haired girl's avatar on the control console screen, Babada sighed and shook his head. Now let me ravage her. Just then a piercing alarm sounded throughout the command hall. A large amount of characters quickly appeared on the control console screen. Warning: the system is under attack, the universal language of the cosmos announced. Please enter the password within 30 seconds. Otherwise, the self-destruction program of the spaceship will be activated. 30, 29, 28-inch. As soon as the voice rang out, the originally grinning Babada suddenly panicked. Damn it, there's a self-destruction program, Xia Zhi, this is bad. The owner of the spaceship is too ruthless. He actually set the intelligence system to activate the self-destruction sequence if the password isn't entered to disable it upon attack. What should we do? Can we crack the password? Xia Zhi asked anxiously. There's no way. Even the strongest intelligent being cannot crack a password of unknown digits in such a short time. Babada's voice echoed helplessly in his sea of consciousness. To save the spaceship, we'll have to resort to this. With a sharp sound, the entire control console emitted a piercing noise, and a massive amount of characters surged wildly on the screen. Even the numerous buttons on the console began to emit electrical sparks. With a series of bang-bang sounds reminiscent of light bulbs bursting, the entire control console screen turned pitch black and the lights in the control room went out. Brutal destruction will result in damage to the entire spaceship control system, and many transmission systems may burn out, Babata said helplessly. But if we don't resort to brutal destruction, the consequence will be the spaceship activating the self-destruction mechanism and it will explode. Originally, Babata wanted to conquer and control the spaceship's intelligence using a gentle approach. This would minimize damage to the spaceship, but unfortunately conditions did not allow it. To prevent the spaceship from exploding, there was no other choice. It's alright, Babata, we've waited for years. I don't mind this moment. It's better than having nothing at all. Xia Zhi comforted. And you've done your best, Babata, thank you. In the virtual space on his wrist, Babata, who was originally somewhat disheartened, clearly felt sad about the unsuccessful attempt. It had previously boasted that it could help Xia Zhi quickly enter the universe, but assembling the spaceship had been unsuccessful. After finally having hope with the Black Dragon spaceship for an adventure in the cosmos, it faced such a situation. Hearing Xia Zhi's words now, Babata raised an eyebrow and grinned, saying, "Hee, that's just me, the great demon Babata. This brutal destruction relies on strength. I far exceed it in terms of intelligence, instantly controlling a massive flow to prevent it from reacting, leading to its collapse. Otherwise, we would have just watched this spaceship self-destruct. Indeed, the great demon Babata, thanks to you." Xia Zhi also complimented with a smile. Babata, praised by Xia Zhi, became cheerful again, saying, "To be able to afford the Black Dragon spaceship and have flowing silver guards is quite a status in the galaxy. Gather his relics, Xia Zhi." Xia Zhi nodded and collected the relics of the officer that had turned to dust, including a ring. Babata also collected the flowing silver guards, saying, "I'll repair them, and once they're ready you can use them. Later I'll gather the remains of the spaceship and the command ship and bring them back for repairs. If all goes well, it should be fixed in a few months." "Okay, thank you, Babata," Xia Zhi said. "Hee, it's a small matter. Just wait for me to take you on an adventure in the universe. The vast cosmos is the place for the strong to roam. Earth and the galaxy are just too small," Babata said with a grin. "Yes, I need to enter the universe as soon as possible. Time is running out," Xia Zhi said, hinting at. In the summer of 2059, two figures stood facing each other in the vast sky above the Pacific Ocean. "Senior brother, take this." Luo Feng shouted loudly as 32 blades from the Dun Tian Su shot out beneath his feet, flying towards Xia Zhi in seemingly random patterns. Clang, clang, clang. Xia Zhi waved his hand and similarly 32 blades met the attack. Each incoming blade was blocked, as if there were 32 masters perfectly coordinating their moves. "It seems that the static absolute technique is truly ineffective." Luo Feng laughed heartily. Dun Tian Su's swordfish formation. Under his command, the 32 blades transformed into a rough shape of a swordfish, complete with a mouth and tail dancing through the air vividly. Golden threads flashed simultaneously along the 32 blades connecting them, and in an instant the blades concealed themselves, resembling a real golden swordfish. The swordfish's mouth was exceptionally sharp. As it swam through the air, the sharp light on its edges caused. "This is good," Xia Zhi said upon seeing Luo Feng's Dun Tian Su transform into a swordfish, while he too connected his 32 blades from the arcade blade disc. They formed a blade light resembling a crescent moon in the night sky, and as it spun, the space around seemed to be sliced open, revealing thin black cracks. Watching from the side, Thunder God couldn't help but mutter, "Psychic masters are truly monstrous." Luo Feng is only at the 6th stage of planetary level, yet can control the Dun Tian Su to this extent. Xia Zhi is even more monstrous. His attacks seem to involve spatial laws. Truly monstrous. Hong also shook his head and said, "The fallen ink star's inheritance is indeed that of a psychic master, more suitable for their cultivation, not to mention they are both prodigies, unparalleled geniuses. He already comprehends domains at planetary level. Previously, he was claimed to be invincible at planetary level, yet now Xia Zhi has begun to understand spatial laws." "Luo Feng can't hold on any longer," one of the observers, Hong, suddenly said. Sure enough, after a couple of clashes between the swordfish and the crescent blade light, the blades forming the swordfish were scattered by the crescent blade light. "Stop!" Luo Feng shouted. "Why aren't we continuing?" Xia Zhi hovered in midair, the crescent blade light swirling beside him. "Last time I was trampled by your crescent blade light, and I never imagined that the second form of the Dun Tian Su's attack would still not be enough," Luo Feng said dejectedly. Xia Zhi smiled. His arc blade disc could unleash a third-level ultimate technique, and his psychic amplitude was stronger than Luo Feng's. If it weren't for the sake of sparring and holding back, controlling the same 32 blades as Luo Feng, he feared he wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike. In the past 3 years, after receiving the inheritance, Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong have all improved significantly. Hong and Thunder God are both 9th-stage planetary warriors, and Hong's domain is at the 2nd level. Luo Feng has had his breakthrough at planetary level for over a year now. After receiving the Fallen Ink Star Psychic Master System inheritance and the energy supply from the Muya Crystal provided by Xia Zhi, his psychic mastery has now advanced to the 5th stage of planetary level with a psychic amplitude of 32, allowing him to use the 2nd-level ultimate technique with the Dun Tian Su. Thus he couldn't wait to seek out Xia Zhi for sparring practice to exact revenge for the past humiliation. At present the strongest on Earth Xia Zhi has already broken through to stellar level with Hong and Thunder God both at the peak of planetary level, and Luo Feng is even stronger than his counterparts in the original story. Aside from these few who can be rivals and spar with each other, others have become completely unable to compete with them entirely on a different level. Hong Gole Go, do you both want to join in? Xia Zhi asked with a smile to the two who had been watching the battle, but Hong and Thunder God quickly shook their heads with Thunder God saying, if I fight it with Luo Feng, I won't fight with you, that would be looking for a beating. Xia Zhi shook his head laughing. Then you can continue sparring later. Let's discuss serious matters. Upon hearing Xia Zhi speaking about serious matters, the others stopped their jesting, their expressions turning serious as they listened to him. Hong Gole Gu Luo Feng, you all know that since I received the Fallen Ink Star inheritance, I have gained more information about the universe. Previously I intentionally collected remnants of the universe on Earth, and the adventure spaceship obtained from ruins No. 3 months ago will be ready for use in a few days. Xia Zhi said with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of Hong Thunder God and Luo Feng instantly lit up. Since the two beast kings of the ocean were exterminated, the group has also cleared out the king-level monsters on Earth. Now the threat level of monsters to humanity has greatly diminished, and as long as the four of them are together there will be no risk of extermination. However, without the threat of life and death, their evolution and improvement would not be beneficial. Recently they have been able to feel that their rate of progress has been slowing down. Now hearing that Xia Zhi finally has a way to enter the universe, they couldn't help but be extremely excited. Xia Zhi, I want to go with you. I've wanted to see the universe for a long time. Thunder God, who was the most impulsive, shouted first. Lego, this is my first time going just to scout the way. I plan to first obtain formal citizenship of the universe, then figure out a way to buy Earth. That way, even if cosmic adventurers discover our Earth, they cannot occupy or seize it. Once we obtain lordship over Earth, we can receive protection under the laws of the universe. Xia Zhi explained to the three. Thunder God, don't be impatient, listen to Xia Zhi, Hong said. Being the eldest among the four, whenever Hong spoke the others would usually pay attention to his opinions. Do you have confidence? Hong asked. He was aware of some basic situations in the universe through the intelligence system obtained from the remnants of the universe. For so many years Earth not being discovered was luck, but once discovered the first person to find an unclaimed planet can choose to buy that planet or offer the cosmic coordinates to the cosmic nation for a huge reward. Rather than being bought by aliens and praying not to be enslaved, it would be better to have Xia Zhi, a fellow Earthling, buy it. However, Hong knew how difficult it would be to purchase an unoccupied planet. The amount of money needed alone was astronomical. This is not in Earth currency but in the currency of the cosmic nation. Don't worry, I'm confident. I need everyone's help in the next few days. I'll send you the information needed to purchase the planet, and you all can start gathering people when you get back. As Xia Zhi spoke, he had Babata send the information to the three's light brains. Okay, no problem, the three replied. I'll scout the way first, and the next time I'll take everyone for a cosmic adventure. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Haha, good. Then let's disperse. No more sparring, and let's handle serious matters first, Thunder God said excitedly. The four dispersed, each returning home. Luo Feng and Xia Zhi lived in Jiangnan Base City, and the two took the warplane home together. Flying over the land of Huaxia, Luo Feng looked down at the ruined cities in the wilderness, herds of monsters, and the warriors cautiously honing their skills in the monster cities, as if he saw himself back in the day. I never thought that one day we would enter the universe, Luo Feng murmured as he looked down from the warplane. One day we will not only enter the universe, but also stand at the pinnacle of the universe, becoming the strongest. Destiny is in our own hands. Only true strong individuals can allow humanity to live a stable life in this world of the survival of the fittest. Xia Zhi also looked down, his tone somber yet filled with strength. In the future, no matter how far back in time, Luo Feng would remember this day in the sky above the wilderness of Huaxia. He and Xia Zhi in the warplane, the words spoken by his senior brother, which always inspired him to strive towards becoming the strongest in the universe.